Chapter 301. While Ji Heyuan was dealing with Go's face, Bai Xiaosheng channeled all his spiritual energy into the weeping stick, summoning another swarm of evil spirits to form an impenetrable barrier around him. He then forcibly controlled all the ghost beasts within the ghost mound to build a high wall around the evil spirits, thus repelling the attacks of Ji Heyuan and the other two. He fixed his gaze intently on Xiaoying, who was completely surrounded by evil spirits, manipulating the weeping stick, hoping to find the right opportunity to shatter Xiaoying's spirit and extract her golden elixir. He had no idea of Xiaoying's origins. He only knew she possessed more than one golden elixir. If he could ingest those golden elixirs and then practice the secret technique, he would instantly achieve divine enlightenment. He would then make the other three pay an equally heavy price. He would show them the consequences of offending him. Meanwhile, surrounded by layers of evil spirits, Xiaoying was unaware that Bai Xiaosheng had been watching her. Little did she know that a morning stick was constantly hovering over her head, waiting to strike down the moment her mind lost its composure. Each of these evil spirits, carefully nurtured by Bai Xiaosheng, possessed not only the formidable strength to tear a cultivator to shreds with bare hands, but also the ability to gradually influence their minds and judgment through contact. Eventually, the cultivator's mind was completely lost, trapped in a dreamlike state. Then, their soul, shattered by the morning stick, could find no peace even in their final moments. But this wasn't the true power of the evil spirits. Their strength lay in the fact that, though merely shadowy, they could inflict substantial damage. In other words, the evil spirits could attack Xiaoying, but Xiaoying couldn't attack or even touch them. After her third attack failed, Xiaoying finally realized the problem. Although she was a bit annoyed by the harassment from these evil spirits, Xiaoying was still rapidly thinking of a countermeasure. It was known that forces acted reciprocally. So, the moment a ghost could touch her and inflict damage, she must also be able to inflict damage back. If not, then there must be some crucial medium missing. Xiaoying's mind raced. After countless experiments, she found that as long as she was fast enough, she could indeed strike the phantoms. She felt like she had been given a shot of chicken blood, her whole body brimming with fighting spirit. She took out talisman paper and began drawing talismans on the spot. Then, she wrapped the freshly made exorcism talismans around her hands. The moment the evil spirits attacked again, she delivered one punch after another, blasting the ghosts to pieces. Beyond the barrier, Ji Heyuan, who had successfully defeated the nether bone and the ghost face, had already completely destroyed the high wall built by the ghost beasts. However, he couldn't inflict any damage on the barrier formed by the evil spirits, nor could he penetrate it, so he had no way of knowing Xiaoying's current condition. However, the connection between the two ringing bracelets made it clear that Xiaoying was not in danger. Fifth senior brother, what should we do now? That Bai Xiaosheng is clearly the most powerful of the three evil cultivators. Do we really have to let fourth senior sister deal with him alone? Ming Fuiying wished she could rush to Xiaoying's side right then and there to help, but her brute force against these evil spirits was like a punch on cotton. Utterly useless. Don't worry, little junior sister. Fourth senior sister is always formidable. She'd definitely find a way to break the impasse. Despite this, the worry in Song Xiusher's brow betrayed his current concern. Only Ji Heyuan, who usually cared the most about Xiaoying, was surprisingly calm and composed at this moment. I believe in junior sister. Bai Xiaosheng is no match for her. Xiaoying had dared to face the half-demon Ningxian head-on. How could she be defeated by an evil cultivator who had committed countless evil deeds and whose hands were stained with innocent blood? Time passed, and the ghost mound grew quieter. Unable to help, Ming Fuiying and Song Xiusher felt as if each day was a passing year. Ah! And just then, a scream rang out from within the barrier. Followed by a familiar flame, the barrier that had blocked them finally opened. The fierce ghosts, their strength greatly reduced by their master's serious injury, had been forced to retreat to the morning sticks to recuperate. The last high wall that had held Ji Heyuan and the other two vanished. The three of them scurried forward and immediately saw Bai Xiaosheng, his chest gripped firmly by Xiaoying. The scream had just emanated from Bai Xiaosheng. Not only had Xiaoying shattered the evil spirits he had carefully nurtured for years with a single punch, but she had also crushed his sternum with a single, brutal kick, the broken sternum now tangled in his internal organs. While not fatal, it was excruciatingly painful. Furthermore, Xiaoying now held a Qingquan spear, its tip pointed directly at Bai Xiaosheng's brow. The power of the heavenly Tao laws embodied in the silver spear instilled fear in Bai Xiaosheng, an evil cultivator. So, even though he was excruciatingly in pain and furious, he dared not move an inch, staring intently at Xiaoying with bloodshot eyes. If looks could kill, Xiaoying would have been tortured to death a million times by now. How on earth did you do it? Bai Xiaosheng couldn't believe it or accept it. It was clear that without the morning stick, even he couldn't touch these evil spirits. How on earth did you manage to touch my ghost? Perhaps you heard of something? Xie Ying looked down at him, slowly tossing out Newton's third law. The essence of force is the interaction between objects. Bai Xiaosheng, ? What the hell are you talking about? Ah. So you don't understand? You should have just told me you're uneducated. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Just remember what I'm going to say next. That way, you won't have to mistakenly identify the wrong person when you complain to the Lord of the Underworld. Remember it. Xie Ying's despicable attitude infuriated Bai Xiaosheng, but even more infuriating was the insolent words that followed. I'm Xie Ying of the Xiaoyao sect. I'm invincible, even at the same level and across realms. Chapter 302. The girl's black hair danced, entwined with her azure headband, flowing freely and elegantly. Despite being in the dark and eerie ghost mound, the girl's bright eyes seemed filled with light, dazzling and captivating. Senior sister, she's so cool. The voice in the space swelled with pride. This is her host. Basic exercises, no need for idiots. Song Xiusher glanced at Meng Fuiying and said gently, as long as we practice diligently, we one day become as powerful as senior sister. 6th senior brother, you're right. I heard that when we left, little Leo had already successfully drawn chi into his body. It's one thing to be unable to surpass 4th senior sister, but if we don't seize the time to practice hard and get caught up by our nephew, it would be truly embarrassing for both of us. The crisis was over, and Meng Fuiying finally felt like joking with Song Xiusher. Ji Heyuan stood beside them, silent, his eyes brimming with smiles as he looked at Xie Ying. Seeing Xie Ying hesitate to take Bai Xiaosheng's life, Ji Heyuan finally stepped forward. Junior sister, is there any other use for him? Well, I still need a medicine man to test poisons and drugs, and I think he's quite good. He's at the nascent soul stage, after all. If the elixir I refine can even knock him out, then it's truly effective. Xie Ying turned to speak to Ji Heyuan, her tone as casual as if they were discussing lunch, but the tip of the spear pressed against Bai Xiaosheng's brow didn't budge. Bai Xiaosheng had already been stunned the moment he heard Xie Ying's name and realized what was happening. Xie Ying of the Xiaoyao sect, winner of the Immortal Cultivation sect competition, a leader who had successfully formed a core at the age of 13, blessed by the heavens. Even after the sect competition concluded, rumors of Xie Ying, the leader, had spread throughout the cultivation world. The orphan of the Xie family, who had been abused for years, the disciples of Xiaoyao sect's Qibao Island, and the head elder of the Immortal Demon Alliance all took a special liking to this talented young woman, personally inviting her to join the alliance. Each of Xie Ying's known identities clearly demonstrated one thing: she was not to be trifled with. And yet, of the hundreds of Jindan disciples in Landau City, Bai Xiaosheng singled out her. Bai Xiaosheng didn't know whether to praise his own sharp eyes, or call himself unlucky. He was only 2 golden elixirs short, just those last 2. If he were a divine transformation expert today, what would Xie Ying's strength matter? Could she have defeated someone 2 levels above her? Even at this moment, Bai Xiaosheng showed no remorse. He only regretted that his methods weren't ruthless enough, that he hadn't killed them before they discovered his identity. Bai Xiaosheng, I give you one more chance. Xie Ying turned back to Bai Xiaosheng, who was filled with hatred for him, and spoke casually. Who in the Immortal Demon Alliance is colluding with you? Give up that idea. Bai Xiaosheng spat out a mouthful of bloody foam in anger, the malice in his eyes, like a cold, venomous snake crawling up one's skin, sending chills down one's spine. I won't say anything. You never get the answer you want. Okay, you have guts. Bai Xiaosheng's imagined scene of Xie Ying's rage, even threats and inducements, didn't occur. She didn't even spare him a glance, but instead gave Ji Heyuan a look beside her. The next second, countless vines sprang from thin air, pulling him up. Then, a cold hand covered his head, sending a chill radiating down his spine. Shall he begin? Just don't kill him. I'm planning to take him back as a test subject for the drugs. Don't worry, senior sister. Soul searching will only damage the subject's mind and cultivation. At most, he become a useless person, unable to cultivate. It won't kill him. The two's nonchalant tones made Bai Xiaosheng wonder more than once if he was hallucinating. Soul searching. That's one of those evil arts considered unorthodox by righteous cultivators. Isn't the Xiaoyao sect the Sea Immortal sect? Why would their disciples actually practice soul searching? And use it so naturally, without the slightest bit of psychological burden? But soon, Bai Xiaosheng lost all focus on these questions. The agony of the soul searching made it impossible for him to think about anything else. He felt only as if a large hand was rummaging through his fragile sea of consciousness. His memories were shattered into incomprehensible fragments by the overbearing spiritual energy, and his sea of consciousness was shattered. Even if Bai Xiaosheng intended to conceal everything for the person behind the scenes, he was powerless at this moment. Just as Ji Heyuan was about to access the memories related to that person, Bai Xiaosheng's expression suddenly became extremely distorted and strange. Xia Ying, perceptive enough to notice this, almost instinctively grabbed Ji Heyuan's shoulders and quickly retreated. No! Retreat! The moment the two retreated, Bai Xiaosheng's body exploded with a loud bang like a balloon stretched to its limit, sending blood and flesh flying everywhere. Bai Xiaosheng had actually self-destructed. The force of the Yuanying stage monster's self-destruction was enough to directly destroy an entire mountain range. Even though Xia Ying and Ji Heyuan retreated in time, they were still inevitably affected and injured. At the same time, the ghost mound became extremely unstable due to Bai Xiaosheng's self-destruction, as if it could collapse at any moment. The ghost tomb is about to collapse. Let's go! The situation naturally left them no room for hesitation. Xia Ying and Ji Heyuan quickly led Song Xiushi and the others away. At the critical moment, Xia Ying took away the life-defining magical instruments of Bai Xiaosheng and the other two, then unleashed a netherworld azure lotus flame, incinerating the entire ghost tomb. Song Xiushi and Meng Fuiying were thrown onto Zhuzhu's back, unable to see what was happening before them. They could only sense a momentary distortion in the surrounding space. When they regained consciousness, they were already outside the ghost tomb. They were now at the entrance to the valley that Bai Xiaosheng had led them through. Shortly after they emerged, a deafening roar echoed from the valley behind them. Not only had Bai Xiaosheng's ghost tomb, their base camp, collapsed, but the entire valley as well. Nascent soul cultivators possessed the ability to shrink the earth to an inch and teleport instantly. Ji Heyuan had already reached nascent soul, but had been suppressing his cultivation until he reached the great perfection of the golden core. Song Xiushi and the others were clearly aware of this. Thus, their gazes simultaneously fell on Ji Heyuan. Thanks to Fifth Senior Brother, otherwise, if we had been pinned down here, we would have been seriously injured, if not killed. Chapter 303. I'm your senior. This is what I should do. Although Xia Ying was upset that Bai Xiaosheng's self-explosion had cut off the lead, she couldn't help but curl her lips at the sight of her fellow juniors getting along so harmoniously. Maybe Xiao He hasn't noticed it himself? He had been solitary when he first joined the Xiaoyao sect, desperate to have nothing to do with anyone. Now, he's truly integrated into the extended Xiaoyao sect and Qibao Island family. Otherwise, with his former personality, he would never have taken others with him in times of danger, let alone uttered such righteous words. Xia Ying was relieved. Xiao He finally felt a sense of belonging among them. And so, when Ji Heyuan turned around, he was met with Xia Ying's enigmatic smile. Ji Heyuan? ? After spending so much time with Xia Ying, he gradually learned a truth. Simply ignore things you don't understand. Never ask too many questions, or you risk being led from this unclear pit into another even more unclear pit. He gathered his composure, and got down to business. Junior sister, now that Bai Xiaosheng has self-destructed and died, what are you going to do next? Let's wait and see. Xia Ying felt a little unhappy when she spoke of this. I was originally thinking of using soul-searching techniques to find the person colluding with him from his memories, then taking him down and fighting. Oh no, going to the Immortal Demon Alliance. Who knew Bai Xiaosheng would be so stubborn, actually self-destructing just to upset me and protect the person behind the scenes? Senior sister, he might not have voluntarily self-destructed. Ji Heyuan thought for a moment, then expressed his suspicions. If he wanted to self-destruct, he could have done so before we even used the soul-searching technique, but he didn't. This shows that Bai Xiaosheng is actually afraid of death. I was almost able to see the person in his memory using the soul-searching technique, but he blew himself up at that very moment. So, I think there must be something wrong with his self-destruction. It must be a soul restriction. At this moment, Song Xiushi and Meng Fuiying dismounted from Zhuzhu's back and joined them. Song Xiushi loved reading. In the Xiaoyao sect, besides studying talismans and practicing with Meng Fuiying, he also devoted himself to studying various rare ancient texts. So, upon hearing Ji Heyuan's speculation, a corresponding possibility immediately occurred to him. As far as I know, there's a restriction that can be placed deep within a cultivator's soul. Once the preset conditions are triggered, it will cause the soul to collapse and self-destruct. Xia Ying, I see. Bai Xiaosheng is like a grenade. Once the safety pin is removed, it explodes. Meng Fuiying also suddenly realized. No wonder. I saw that Bai Xiaosheng was so afraid of death that I wondered how he could have the guts to self-destruct. It turns out his soul was under restriction. Bai Xiaosheng was clearly unaware of the restriction on his soul, which shows how meticulous those colluding with him are. Ji Heyuan's brows furrowed slightly, but quickly relaxed. But junior sister, your guess is correct. Bai Xiaosheng must be colluding with the Immortal Demon Alliance. Although I didn't see the man's full appearance in his memories, I did see the pattern embroidered on his shirt. That's the Immortal Demon Alliance emblem. The person who colluded with Bai Xiaosheng to trick and kill the Jindan cultivator in Landau City must be from the Immortal Demon Alliance. So are we going to attack the Immortal Demon Alliance? Meng Fuiying was brimming with excitement, her cool, royal face brimming with eagerness. Fuiying, we're civilized people. How could we possibly attack the Immortal Demon Alliance? Xiaoying slowly corrected her. We're clearly going to the Immortal Demon Alliance to provide clues about the evil cultivators. So are we going now? No need. Our escorts are already here. Ere Xiaoying finished her words, streaks of sword energy streaked overhead, landing a moment later, revealing the true form of the person. Seeing the person wearing the uniform of the Immortal Demon Alliance disciples, Xiaoying wasn't surprised at all. After all, if the Immortal Demon Alliance didn't send someone to investigate such a commotion outside Landau City, then they wouldn't be worthy of the trust placed in them by the various races of the Immortal Cultivation world. The leading disciples' gaze swept over the four, settling on Xiaoying, the seemingly youngest but the clear leader of the group. I am Xin Yu, a disciple of the Grand Elder of the Immortal Demon Alliance. May I ask, fellow Taoist, where are you from? Why are you causing trouble outside of my Landau City? Xiaoying of the Xiaoyao sect. Ji Heyuan. Song Xiushi. Meng Fuiying. As Xiaoying spoke, the remaining three introduced themselves. I don't know if it was Xiaoying's imagination, but after she introduced herself, she felt a visibly malicious gaze directed at her. But when she followed that gaze, she saw nothing. But Xin Yu, the leader, was visibly relieved upon learning that the four men were from the Xiaoyao sect, clearly having heard of them before. So your fellow Taoists from the Xiaoyao sect. Then this valley. The valley collapse wasn't our fault, but it's ultimately related to us. In short, there's a hidden tomb in this valley, the lair of three evil cultivators. One of them might be familiar to you all. His name is Bai Xiaosheng. Xiaoying succinctly recounted how Bai Xiaosheng deceived her shortly after arriving in Landau City. However, she omitted some details. After all, some matters were safer to discuss after meeting the true authority within the Immortal Demon Alliance. However, Xiaoying hadn't expected something like this to happen. Instead of showing concern for the evil cultivators, some disciples of the Immortal Demon Alliance were picking on her. TSK. The Xiaoyao sect is a powerful sect with a deep foundation, and fellow Daoist Xia was the champion of the sect competition. How can you boast without blinking? A tall, thin male cultivator among the disciples snorted coldly. Three evil cultivators in the nascent soul stage, and you four Taoists were able to escape unscathed? Did you Taoists ever consider whether anyone would believe you before you boasted like that? Wei Xian, shut up. Bang. Chapter 304. Along with Xin Yu's scolding, the sound of a heavy object falling rang out. The Immortal Demon Alliance disciples stared in amazement at this sudden scene. They glanced at Wei Xian, who had been thrown out, creating a massive crater and unable to climb back up for a long time. Then, they looked at Xiaoying, who was now holding the alchemy furnace in one hand with a smile on her face. They had previously thought it was a rumor that the champion of this competition loved to hit people with the furnace. But now it seems, the rumor was a bit exaggerated. Fellow Taoists, yeah, I apologize on behalf of junior brother Wei for any offense. Xin Yu was, after all, a disciple of the great elder, so he had some tact. Xiaoying of the Xiaoyao sect was a person whom even the chief elders treated with respect. He wouldn't be like that fool, Wei Xian, who would offend her right out of the gate. Fellow Taoistson, there's no need to apologize. He offended us, so I beat him up. It's fair, and no one needs to apologize. Xiaoying didn't have the bad habit of taking her anger out on others, so seeing Xin Yu's good attitude naturally didn't hold back. Besides, she was more concerned about the situation within the Immortal Demon Alliance, apart from those with ill intentions. She wanted to see the head elder as soon as possible, so she didn't want to waste her time on these disciples. But Xiaoying didn't care. Some people were still blind to the situation. Wei Xian, set flying by an alchemy furnace, was not only unconvinced, but his hatred for Xiaoying intensified. Don't think I believe you just because you beat me up. Senior Brotherson, there's definitely something wrong with these four people. Don't trust their words. Believe it or not. I'm giving you a chance, huh? You're interrupting me while I'm talking to you? If you can't learn to shut up, I help you. Xiaoying was truly annoyed. With a wave of her hand, she tossed a pill into Wei Xian's mouth. The pill melted instantly, and Wei Xian swallowed it before he could even react. He opened his mouth to bark again, but no sound came out. He could only point at Xie Ying, trembling like he had Parkinson's disease. Thank you. Don't worry, fellow Daoixian. It's not poison. It's just to quiet him down, so the barking dogs don't interrupt our conversation. I know fellow Daoists won't believe us, but if what I say is true, then the Immortal Demon Alliance bears unshirkable responsibility for the innocent disciples who died tragically in the ghost tomb. I want to see the leader of the Immortal Demon Alliance in Landau City. This is a serious matter, and I want to speak to the one who has the final say. Even after Sun Yu escorted his men directly to the Immortal Demon Alliance's base in Landau City, he still couldn't figure out why he had agreed so readily. He had to admit, though, that despite Xie Ying's youth, her imposing aura was undeniable. Even after defeating their Immortal Demon Alliance disciples, she showed no fear when facing the remaining dozen or so disciples, and even clearly stated her needs. She seemed certain she wouldn't be refused. She was young yet experienced, and decisive and ruthless when she acted. No wonder the head elder wanted her to skip the selection process, and enter the Immortal Demon Alliance directly. While Sun Yu pondered these questions, he finally brought Xie Ying and the others back to their Immortal Demon Alliance. Fellow Daoists, yeah, because Jiuxiu Academy is located in Landau City, it has always been under the joint responsibility of my master, the first elder, the third elder, the fifth elder, and others. Sun Yu had a good impression of the Xiaoyao sect members, so he didn't mind sharing some irrelevant information with them. Xie Ying nodded in agreement, accepting Sun Yu's overtures. She then asked, what about the chief elder of the Immortal Demon Alliance? With the selections for both the Jiuxiu Academy and the Immortal Demon Alliance disciples imminent, shouldn't the chief elder also be stationed in Landau City? The chief elder was originally here, but something happened in the 10,000 Demon Gorge yesterday, and the chief elder had to rush over to investigate. He hasn't returned yet. Sun Yu was quite good-tempered and answered every one of Xie Ying's questions. But rest assured, fellow Daoists, yeah, my master is the Grand Elder of the Immortal Demon Alliance. Even in his absence, he has the authority to directly handle matters concerning Landau City and the Immortal Demon Alliance. As they spoke, the group arrived outside the meeting hall. Disciple Sun Yu, I have an important matter to discuss with the elders. As soon as he finished speaking, the hall door swung open. Sun Yu led the 4 people in quickly. In the main hall, 3 elders with sage-like demeanor and white hair sat high on the dais. Master and the 2 elders, a fellow Taoist from the Xiaoyao sect, is here to visit. Xie Ying, Ji Heyuan, Song Xiushi, and Ming Fuiying of the Xiaoyao sect greet you, elders. Although Xie Yingping and others suspected everyone in the Immortal Demon Alliance before figuring out the true identity of the traitor, they maintained a flawless facade. No need to be so polite, young friends. The 3rd elder on the left spoke first, his face amiable. The 5th elder on the right had a cold expression, unremarkable. As for the chief elder in the center, his face was stern, his gaze fixed squarely on Xie Ying. Xie Ying, why are you visiting us now, during the Immortal Demon Alliance disciple selection period? I know the chief elder favors you, and once invited you to join the Immortal Demon Alliance. But since you declined then, if you wish to join the Immortal Demon Alliance now, you will have to participate in the selection process like any other disciple. I will absolutely not show any bias towards your Xiaoyao sect because of your connection to the chief elder. The great elder's words were truly harsh, and the expressions of Ji Heyuan and the others suddenly turned colder. Only Xie Ying maintained her smile, but a closer look revealed a lack of joy in her eyes. The great elder keeps saying he won't show any bias toward us, the disciples of the Xiaoyao sect. But before we could even explain our purpose, the great elder assumed we were here for the disciple selection process. Isn't that biased, great elder? Rest assured. The 4 of us aren't here to ask you for an easy path to the selection process. We're here for something else. Without waiting for the great elder to ask, Xie Ying threw the natal magic weapon, tainted with the evil aura of Bai Xiaosheng and the other 2, to the ground. The weapons clanged to the ground, like Xie Ying's next words, struck them like a hammer to the heart. There are evil cultivators in Landau City, who have been deceiving and killing Jindan cultivators with brutal methods for a long time. I wonder if any of the elders are aware of this. Chapter 305. Stop your nonsense. How could there be evil cultivators in our Landau City? The great elder slammed the table and stood up, his beard puffing and his eyes glaring with anger. The benevolent look on the 3rd elder's face also faded, and the 5th elder regarded the others with a scrutinizing look. But compared to the great elder's broken defense, the 3rd and 5th elders were clearly wondering how credible Xie Ying's words were. Landau City was one of the most important cities under the jurisdiction of the Immortal Demon Alliance. If there were evil cultivators harming people in Landau City, they would be blamed. Thus, no one wanted to admit that Xie Ying's words were true. But they were not blind. Even from a distance, they could sense the evil aura lingering around the magical instrument thrown by Xie Ying. The story of evil cultivators infiltrating Landau City was probably true. Xin Yu, who was closest to the group, felt the bloody, evil aura emanating from the morning sticks and other objects up close, his expression shifting. But no one spoke to the Great Elder at this moment. The entire hall was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, but then a sudden laugh broke the somewhat solemn atmosphere. Great Elder, is your eyesight failing because of your age? Can't you tell if there are any evil cultivators? Although she didn't know why, Xie Ying could tell that the Great Elder harbored considerable prejudice and ill will towards her. Since that was the case, she didn't need to treat the Great Elder with any favors. After all, the virtue of respecting the elderly and loving the young was specific to the situation and the individual. Furthermore, until she could determine who in the Immortal Demon Alliance was colluding with Bai Xiaosheng, she would treat everyone in the Immortal Demon Alliance as equally bad. If there are no evil cultivators in Landau City, then my fellow apprentices and I are just bored and have nothing better to do, so we deliberately found a den of evil cultivators, wiped them out, and then taken away their magical weapons to frame you. The faces of the elders all darkened at Xie Ying's blunt words. The facts laid bare before them were irrefutable. Xie Ying, unconcerned with their thoughts, dropped another bombshell. I knew there were many people in this world who wouldn't give up until they reached the Yellow River, so I left evidence. See for yourself. With a flick of her wrist, Xie Ying tossed a recording stone into the air. With a surge of spiritual energy, the scene stored within the stone reappeared before the three elders of the Immortal Demon Alliance. Since she had already suspected Bai Xiaosheng's possible collusion with the Immortal Demon Alliance, how could she not have left herself some sort of safeguard? After all, being bitten back is not a pleasant experience. The three elders' faces darkened. None of them had expected someone to purposely record every fight with an evil cultivator using a recording stone. Could it be to admire their heroic performance again and again later? But a recording stone can only reproduce a recorded scene once. As if anticipating the elders' suspicions, Xie Ying pulled the storage bag from her waist and opened it, spilling countless photo stones onto the floor. Elder, don't worry about losing the evidence. I have plenty of copies of backup evidence here. I wonder if the three elders are now ready to discuss the real matter with us. As disciples of the righteous path, how can you so freely use soul-searching techniques? So what? Those who achieve great things don't mind trivial matters, especially since Bai Xiaosheng is an evil cultivator. Xie Ying raised her eyes, her sharp gaze fixed directly on the fifth elder who had spoken. Fifth elder is certainly merciful, but you should also consider whether this evil cultivator is worthy of your kindness. And are you going to handle this matter or not? Xie Ying's face began to show obvious impatience. No one had told her that the elders of the Immortal Demon Alliance weren't that different from those of ordinary sex. Leave the evidence here. We investigate this matter and give you an explanation. Not to me, but to Landau City and all the innocent disciples who believed in your Immortal Demon Alliance. Xie Ying corrected the Great Elder's mistake and, with a wave of her hand, retracted all the magical instruments except the sickle. What do you mean, young friend Xie? Even the third elder, who had the best temper among the three, frowned at this. Xie Ying was frank. I don't believe you. These three magical instruments bear the aura of Bai Xiaosheng and his gang of evil cultivators, but this sickle is cracked. Without a skilled weapon refining master to repair it, it will be nothing more than scrap metal. I just leave it in the Immortal Demon Alliance. You don't trust us? Evil cultivators have appeared in the city, committing crimes, yet the Immortal Demon Alliance remains unaware. Do you think I should trust you, Elder? If the head elder were here, that would be a different matter. Besides, Xie Ying still trusted that old man's character. As for the others, forget it. Before the Great Elder could say anything to dissuade him, Xie Ying continued. But Elder, don't worry that we use these evil objects to commit evil. Until the matter is fully investigated, we will reside in Landau City. If the Immortal Demon Alliance needs us, we're ready to cooperate. Having said this, even the Great Elder couldn't force them to stay. After all, the Jiuxiu Academy selections were imminent. Whether it was news of evil cultivators committing crimes or news that Xie Ying and the others were residing in the Immortal Demon Alliance, it wouldn't be a good thing for them. Young friend Xie, we need to personally visit the ghost tomb you mentioned. The third elder made a request. Xie Ying naturally wouldn't refuse such a reasonable request. Okay. And so, a quarter of an hour later, the third and fifth elders, along with their trusted disciples, and a temporary team led by Xin Yu, followed Xiang and the other three on flying swords to the ghost tomb. The valley had collapsed with considerable noise. Xin Yu had been unsure whether Xie Ying's claims were true, so he naturally took no chances. He left a small group of disciples to guard the entrance to the collapsed valley to prevent any cultivators from straying in. Thus, the place looked much the same as when Xie Ying and the other three had left. They descended with the wind to the location Xie Ying had described. Even though the place had been reduced to ruins by Xiaoxing's self-explosion, the blood and evil aura that had long since merged with the ground beneath their feet could not be concealed. Almost the moment they arrived, the third and fifth elders knew Xie Ying's words were true. If so many Jindan cultivators hadn't perished, the aura of evil resentment here wouldn't be so intense. The third and fifth elders exchanged glances, each perceiving the solemnity in the other's eyes. But before they could react, Xie Ying's voice rang out again. Shao He, help the elders. A blast of cold sword energy swept across, instantly clearing a large area of the ruins before them, revealing much of the original appearance of the ghost mound. The most conspicuous of these fragments was the shattered furnace cauldron fragment. The third elder quickly stepped forward, picked up the nearest fragment, and injected his spiritual energy into it. The instant his spiritual energy entered, countless hideous, tormented faces suddenly appeared before him. Chapter 306. Even though he had been prepared, the third elder's heart still skipped a beat at the fleeting flashes of faces and images. But when he released the fragments, the images faded. Different fragments revealed different images. The only commonality was the resentment borne by all the disciples, who had been tricked into coming here by Xiaoxing using various lies, and then had their golden cores split and thrown into the cauldron. The golden cores they had cultivated for years became the elixir that Xiaoxing and his companions used to elevate their cultivation. Their spines were transformed into evil objects. Their flesh and blood became food for ghostly beasts. Even their souls were shattered and ripped apart by Xiaoxing and his companions, leaving them without a shred of hope. The third elder's face grimaced. These evil cultivators are truly going too far. The fifth elder, however, noticed that in addition to the marks left by the nascent soul's self-destruction, there were also traces of burning fire, and he couldn't help but ask a question. You also set fire here? Well, I'm worried about Bai Jiao's fate, so I'm sending him on his way. Is that okay? Fifth elder, What a man afraid of self-destruction. But the fifth elder was always quiet, and after his questions were answered, he said no more. He silently searched the ghost tomb for any useful clues. Xin Yu and the others who had come here with them were also busying around, leaving the four people from the Xiaoyao sect with nothing to do. Senior sister, aren't we going to help? What's there to help with? Xie Ying glanced at Meng Fuiying in confusion. This is a matter that the Immortal Demon Alliance should handle. We're just kind-hearted people who saw injustice. Besides, given the attitude the Great Elder and the others had shown her earlier, Xie Ying felt she had already restrained her temper by not continuing to make sarcastic remarks. As for helping, she had already done the Immortal Demon Alliance the greatest favor, killing Xiaoxing and the other evil cultivators. As for finding the traitor hidden within the Immortal Demon Alliance through Xiaoxing, that was their own business and none of her business. Xie Ying only cared about the end result. If they wanted her to participate in the process, it was fine, but it would cost her spirit stones. Even if the other party was the Immortal Demon Alliance, she would never work for nothing. So, when the Immortal Demon Alliance members finally carefully collected all the useful items from the ruins and looked up, they saw the four members of the Xiaoyao sect sitting neatly in a row on the side of the ruins. Xie Ying even brewed a pot of spirit tea and poured each of them a cup to savor. Immortal Demon Alliance disciples? ? No. Where did these people get the rattan chairs and spiritual tea? So they're working themselves to death searching for clues, and Xie Ying and the others are just overseeing them, right? Even the two elders, whose concentration far surpassed the disciples, couldn't help but choke upon seeing this. Taking advantage of this opportunity to heal her wounds and rest, Xie Ying's mood improved visibly. Noticing everyone's gaze, she and Ji Huyuan leisurely put away the rattan chairs and spiritual tea. Are you done? Once you're done, let's go back to Landau City. Immortal Demon Alliance members, why do you think Xie Ying and the others aren't here to investigate evil cultivators, but rather to go on a picnic? Xia, my friend. A voice called from behind, and Xie Ying turned to look. What advice does the fifth elder have? Could you please do me another favor, young Master Xie? The fifth elder didn't like beating around the bush, and stated his intention directly. I know that young Master Xie possesses a strange fire that can incinerate all the evil in the world. You must have been too hasty in your earlier evacuation, fearing you might destroy any useful clues, so you held back. I hope young Master Xie can use your strange fire once again to incinerate this remaining evil energy. Otherwise, I'm afraid there will be trouble ahead. The fifth elder could see that the evil energy in this place was overwhelming. If left unchecked, there was no guarantee that new evil spirits wouldn't be nurtured by this evil energy in the future. He had to prevent this from happening again. And Xie Ying's Nether Azure Lotus Flame was undoubtedly the perfect weapon to combat this evil energy. That's easy. I would have done it even if the fifth elder hadn't mentioned it. After all, anything that harms people must be eradicated once and for all. Xie Ying sighed, then snapped her fingers softly. Azure flames, surging with the wind, quickly enveloped the area, devouring all the evil energy bit by bit. The cyan flames reflected in Xie Ying's eyes, imbuing her with an inexplicable, mysterious aura. The fire within the ghost mound burned for a long, long time, until the last traces of evil energy that had seeped into the ground were devoured, and the flame slowly died down. By then, the group had already set out on their journey back to Landau City. The third elder, a friendly man, even flew to Xie Ying and the other three on his sword on the way back to personally apologize. My friends, I apologize for my suspicions about you earlier in the hall. This matter is of great importance, and we must proceed with caution. When you join the Immortal Demon Alliance and personally interact with them, you will understand that although the first and fifth elders may be stern and rigid, they are good elders, who are wholeheartedly committed to the Immortal Demon Alliance and the entire world of immortal cultivation. Third elder, there's no need to explain. We and our senior brothers and sisters don't really take the previous disagreement to heart. Whenever such social interactions arose, Song Xiushi, who grew up in the Imperial Palace and was known for his versatility, would step forward to share everyone's concerns. What we truly care about is how this matter will be handled, and whether there are any other evil cultivators hiding in Landau City. Rest assured, young friend Song. We in the Immortal Demon Alliance will do our utmost to get to the bottom of Bai Xiaoxing's case. The third elder's smile faded slightly at the mention of this. After all, this was a scandal within the Immortal Demon Alliance, and he couldn't smile no matter what. However, Song Xiushi's words made sense, and he naturally wouldn't turn his back on the four people from the Xiaoyao sect. As for the safety of the remaining disciples in the city, please rest assured. We will strengthen our patrols and city security. We will not allow the previous tragedy to happen again. Xie Ying didn't want to attract attention and cause more trouble at this time, so she separated from the Immortal Demon Alliance and the others before entering the city. By the time they returned to the inn where they had stayed, it was already completely dark. The four of them gathered in the same room to review today's events. Senior sister, fifth senior brother, have you really handed over the entire matter of Bai Xiaoxing to the Immortal Demon Alliance for investigation? Because of the attitude of the Great Elder and the others today, Ming Fueying clearly had no good impression of them and had little trust in them. She had always felt that the Immortal Demon Alliance disciples were unreliable, but seeing that Xie Ying and the others had other plans, she had been holding back some of her thoughts. What if they are just the same, deliberately shielding the traitor? Wouldn't those disciples who were murdered have died in vain? Chapter 307. Their deaths will not be in vain. Xie Ying shook her head, her tone firm. As the saying goes, a centipede dies, but remains limb from limb. Furthermore, the Immortal Demon Alliance is still at its peak. While several elders bear unshirkable responsibility for the collusion between a traitor and an evil cultivator within the Alliance, I observed with disdain today, and I believe they also want to get to the bottom of this matter. Besides, Junior Sister still has the photo stone of Bai Xiaoxing's case. Ji Heyuan could guess Xie Ying's thoughts without needing to elaborate. Even if these elders are trying to cover up, we can report the matter to the Immortal Demon Alliance's head elder, who will then handle it impartially. Senior sister and brother are absolutely right. Furthermore, the most important point is that we are currently only disciples of the Xiaoyao sect, and have not yet passed the selection process to join the Immortal Demon Alliance. So, if we interfere too much in the Immortal Demon Alliance's internal affairs at this time, it would be unjust and unreasonable. No one understands the ways of the world better than Song Xiushi. Ming Fueying, who had lived on Lingsang Mountain since childhood and was well protected by her father, and had never seen many twists and turns, was completely clueless about these things. So my worries were in vain? I never considered what senior sister and brother are talking about. Sometimes I'm really afraid I won't be able to keep up with you. Not really. Fueying, your concerns are certainly justified. Xie Ying had always been positive and encouraging towards Ming Fueying, a junior sister with a domineering appearance and a cute heart. But you must remember that when we leave the sect to gain experience and improve our strength, social skills are equally important. Although the strong are respected in the world of immortal cultivation, who can guarantee that they will always be at the top? Therefore, social skills are equally important. But the Great Tao is the most solid and simple, and with Ah Sure by your side, Fueying, you're perfectly fine the way you are now. There's no need to deliberately change anything. Your pure nature is your greatest strength. Xie smiled and pinched Meng Fueying's cheek. Meng Fueying, still unaware of the situation, suddenly asked, I understand most of what you're saying, senior sister, but why shouldn't I change my ways with 6th senior brother by my side? Of course, it's because having one cunning person in the family is enough. Song Xiusher's ears flushed when she realized what was going on, but Xie didn't point it out, just laughed it off and passed the subject over. The Buddha said, it cannot be said. Senior sister? Okay, none of this matters. The most important thing now is how to pass the Jiushu Academy selection in 2 days. Xie Ying's smile faded slightly. She had always been a strong-willed person. She either not do something or do it to the utmost. So, since she participated in the Immortal Demon Alliance's disciple selection, she wouldn't allow herself to be rejected. There won't be peace in Landau City these next 2 days. Stay indoors and practice diligently to prepare for the upcoming selection. Don't worry, senior sister. We understand. For the next 2 days. As expected, the 4 members of the Xiaoyao sect remained indoors. Xin Yu, who was investigating the Baishaoxing incident, wanted to ask Xie and the others for more information, but never found the opportunity. As for the rebellion of evil cultivators in Landau City, the Immortal Demon Alliance had kept it a secret. Aside from Xie and the others, no other disciples noticed anything amiss. The sudden increase in security in the city naturally led everyone to assume it was due to the impending selection for Jiushu Academy, and gave it no further thought. 2 days flew by in a flash. Before dawn on the 3rd day, the gates of Jiushu Academy were already jammed with disciples from the Immortal Cultivation world who had heard the news. When Xie, Ji Yuan, and the others slowly arrived, they had nowhere to rest. Finally, led by Xie, the 4 of them sat down in the canopy of a large tree in front of the gate. The night before dawn was darkest, and everyone's attention was focused on the upcoming selection, so no one noticed the 4 people in the treetops. It wasn't until the first rays of dawn broke through the long night that 2 figures finally appeared in front of Jiushu Academy's gates. Both wore the white uniforms of Immortal Demon Alliance disciples. One was Xin Yu, whom Xie and the others had met twice before, but the other, a beautiful female cultivator with a stern and proud expression, was a complete stranger. That's the 5th elder's most favored disciple, Zhuang Zhuan. Seeing Xie Ying's gaze rest on the female cultivator, Song Xiusher explained. She's the princess of Songyao. Legend has it that when she was born, the sky was bathed in a rainbow of colors. Phoenixes descended to earth to congratulate her, and after 3 years of drought, Songyao finally received a downpour. The emperor of Songyao considered this a sign of the goddess' arrival, and bestowed upon her the title Danshi. Zhuang Xiaohuan certainly lived up to the emperor's expectations. She possessed a top-grade golden spiritual root, and was selected and brought back by cultivators at the age of 7. She later successfully joined the Immortal Demon Alliance. However, I heard that she originally aspired to be a disciple of the Immortal Demon Alliance's chief elder, but somehow ended up becoming a disciple of the 5th elder. Zhuang Xiaohuan enjoyed an excellent reputation and popularity within the Immortal Demon Alliance. Even within the Immortal Demon Alliance, many respectfully addressed her as the goddess Danshi. Danshi? That's another name for the sun, quite interesting. Where is Songyao country? Meng Fueying once again displayed her unwavering instinct for asking questions. Is there a place called Songyao country in our world of immortal cultivation? Hearing Meng Fueying's utterly irrational remarks, even Xie couldn't help but hold her forehead in her hands. How could junior sister, a native of the land, know even less about the Wanxiang continent than she, a latecomer to the immortal world? Fueying, I take it back. You don't have to learn the ways of the world, but it's time you read some books covering common sense about the Wanxiang continent. Otherwise, I'm really worried you get scammed when you go out alone. Scammed? Meng Fueying tilted her head. Don't worry, senior sister. Anyone who dares to scam me will be personally hammered in the head. Xie, okay. I almost forgot you're a queen. Ashi, before the selections even begin, tell Fueying about it. I know, senior sister. Song Xiusher nodded, but he would have explained even if Xie hadn't mentioned it. The Wanxiang continent is actually composed of 2 continents, one large and one small. Our world of immortal cultivators occupies the larger of these, while the smaller one is where mortals gather, also known as the mortal world. However, in the beginning, these 2 continents were also one. Each of the 9 sons of the dragon is different, and not every human born on the Wanxiang continent can cultivate. Some ordinary humans prefer to live in the world of immortal cultivators, protected by cultivators. But many more capable and ambitious mortals are unwilling to be inferior to cultivators. Thus, these mortals, unable to cultivate, gathered together in a circle. He claimed the throne of the land. Fellow cultivators refrained from interfering with one another. Later, for unknown reasons, the Wanxiang continent slowly began to separate into two continents, one large and one small. The two continents were separated by a sea, and only those with spiritual roots could cross the waters between the two continents to reach the other side. The spiritual energy in the immortal realm is rich, while that in the mortal realm is thin. Just as the immortal realm is divided into different sects and cities, the human realm naturally also has different kingdoms and territories. Songyao Kingdom is one of the 5 kingdoms in the mortal realm. And just as Song Xiusher's words fell, Sun Yu's voice rang out. The voice, imbued with the power of a golden core great perfection, reached everyone's ears unmistakably. Chapter 308. Everyone, please be patient. I am Sun Yu, a disciple of the Immortal Demon Alliance's Grand Elder, and this is Zhuang Xiaohuan, a disciple of the 5th Elder. The selection process for admission to the Jiushu Academy will be jointly overseen by junior sister Zhuang and me. The number of participants is not limited. Anyone who successfully passes the hurdles set by the Immortal Demon Alliance will be admitted to the Jiushu Academy for 3 months of study, and then participate in the final selection for Immortal Demon Alliance disciples. As soon as Sun Yu spoke, the bustling atmosphere at the mountain gate suddenly quieted, and everyone awaited his next words. This selection consists of 2 stages. The first is ascending the heavenly ladder. The second is a secret realm mission. As Sun Yu spoke, he produced a scroll radiating an ancient and profound meaning and tossed it into the air. The moment the scroll opened, a beam of white light emanated from it. Everyone immediately noticed a change in the stone steps in front of the mountain gate. The once ordinary stone steps were now shrouded in a soft, gentle glow, imbued with the aura of the Tao. While Sun Yu and Zhuang Xiaohuan were still standing at the end of the stone steps, everyone felt as if the distance between them had suddenly widened. Some even had the illusion that no matter how long they walked, they would never reach them. Zhuang Xiaohuan, who had been silent until then, finally spoke at this moment. The heavenly ladder has a total of 999 steps. There is no time limit. Anyone who can reach 500 steps is considered to have passed. The first stage begins now. Before Zhuang Xiaohuan finished speaking, Xie Ying and the other 3 had already descended with the wind, landing steadily on the first step. Without hesitation, they ascended, and the remaining cultivators quickly followed suit and rushed up the heavenly ladder. Who were those people just now? I don't know, I never seen them. I know. It's senior sister Xie Ying from the Xiaoyao sect and her fellow disciples. I had the pleasure of catching a glimpse of senior sister Xie from afar during the previous competition, and I never forgotten her grace. Everyone, surprise! So she's the champion of the competition. By the time everyone realized Xie Ying's identity, she had already reached the 100th step, leaving them far behind. At first, the staircase was bustling with activity, but gradually the noise dwindled until it was completely silent. Everyone quieted down and focused on the steps beneath their feet, because they found that the higher they climbed, the greater the resistance they encountered. Their legs felt as if they didn't belong to them at all, and even the slightest lift was incredibly difficult. This resistance was especially pronounced above the 100th step. Many people, after finally reaching the 100th step, could no longer advance, watching helplessly as others, one after another, passed them and continued to climb higher, while they were left standing still. The higher they climbed, the more people remained stuck, unable to move forward. Those who continued to advance could clearly feel the envious and resentful glances from behind. But no one paid any attention, let alone let it affect them. They had only one thought: to climb upwards with unwavering determination. As long as they climbed 500 steps, they would pass the first level. While most people struggled to reach the 500th step, with half failing at the first 400, Xie Ying had already been the first to successfully cross the 500th step threshold. Although the first 500 steps presented some resistance, Xie Ying climbed them with relative ease. Even Ji Heyuan and the other 2 who had set out with her were now dozens of steps behind her. But the moment she reached the 501st step, Xie Ying could clearly feel the steps beneath her feet changing. Previously, it had been a vague resistance that held her back, but now it had become lethal, gradually transforming into sharp, tangible wind blades. With every step Xie Ying took, the ubiquitous wind blades sliced her body, leaving wounds after wounds, blood quickly staining her light blue dress dark. But Xie Ying remained oblivious, continuing her ascent with a determined stride, as if the wounds hadn't even been hers. After passing the 550th step, Xie Ying could clearly feel her skin, despite the damage from the wind blades, slowly swelling as if it would burst at any moment. As expected, after crossing the 600th step, blood began to explode from her body, spraying the air with gore. Yet, she didn't stop, not even slowing down. Since her storage bag was sealed, and she couldn't retrieve her healing elixirs, Xie Ying saw this as a new way to cultivate and temper her body. Only by discarding the old, broken shell can new flesh and blood grow. Xie Ying bravely forged ahead, gradually leaving everyone behind. The higher she climbed, the calmer and more peaceful her mind became. At this moment, her world was filled with only the ladder to heaven, and her goal was to reach the summit, the final step. Xie Ying climbed with complete concentration, unaware that from the moment she stepped onto the ladder, a pair of eyes had been watching her every move. This person was none other than Zhuang Zhuan, standing shoulder to shoulder with Sun Yu at the gate of Jiushu Academy, at the end of the stairway. Especially after seeing Xie Ying successfully cross the 700th step, Zhuang Zhuan could barely contain her indifferent expression. Her hands, hidden within her sleeves, clenched into fists, her nails digging into her flesh, oblivious. The moment she reached the 700th step, the wind blades and all the damage inflicted on her body vanished, and Xie Ying felt no pain at all. As she continued to ascend, the scene before her began to shift. She saw numerous familiar faces smiling toward her, but they were her friends and teachers from her original time and space. Xie Ying realized they were illusions almost the moment she saw them, so she ignored them and passed without a second glance. But the illusion grew increasingly vivid and alluring. She saw the toy she had most desired as a child, a skirt. She saw the university acceptance letter she had once longed for, close at hand. Seeing her biological parents from her childhood in the orphanage appear and introduce her to the home she had always dreamed of. Illusions followed one after another, all made up of countless unfulfilled regrets Xie Ying once held within her. But within these illusions, these regrets were fulfilled. How many people in this world could, or would, break free from such a beautiful illusion, free of regrets and filled with perfection? After all, people will ultimately be trapped for their entire lives by the things they couldn't obtain in their youth. But if one can't personally sever their attachment to the past, how can they embrace a better tomorrow? The past cannot be retrieved, but the future is still promising. Should one let the future be filled with regrets because of something that can no longer be undone? Life is a constant cycle of gaining and losing, followed by new regrets and new remorse. No matter what one does or chooses, regrets and remorse are inevitable in the end. So never look back. As long as you're alive, you should stride forward courageously. Xie Ying closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, they were clear and resolute. All that was heard was the sound of a silver spear piercing the air. Xie Ying personally shattered the illusion, severing all her attachment to the past. Chapter 309. The moment she shattered the illusion with her own hands, Xie Ying felt a sense of relief, as if the shackles that had been weighing on her heart had invisibly loosened. It was then that Xie Ying realized she had unknowingly reached the 750th step. As the shackles lifted, so too did the external resistance that had always existed on the stairway. Xie Ying continued to ascend, but the next few steps were even easier than the first few hundred. Moreover, since Xie Ying had freed herself from the beautiful illusion woven by past regrets, her aura had also shifted. The spiritual energy of this world spontaneously flowed towards Xie Ying, lingering intimately around her, and seeping into her very being. Her entire being exuded a profound aura of the Tao. Sun Yu, who had been standing at the end of the stairway, was filled with astonishment upon seeing this. He instinctively took a few steps forward, eager to rush over to Xie Ying for a closer look. Did fellow Daoist Xie experience an epiphany? She actually experienced it while climbing the heavenly ladder? Sun Yu's tone was filled with surprise and admiration. After all, Xie Ying, a fully spiritual-rooted cultivator, had steadily reached her current position, even displaying such high attainments in the path of immortal cultivation. One could only imagine the hardships she had endured. Her unyielding tenacity alone was enough to impress the entire world of immortal cultivation. Especially watching Xie Ying reach the 800th step in the blink of an eye, Sun Yu couldn't help but sigh in admiration. I originally thought fellow Daoist Xie was merely gifted with exceptional comprehension, but now it seems her resilience and concentration are truly far superior to those of the average cultivator. No wonder even the head elder is full of praise for her. After he finished speaking, Sun Yu belatedly realized that Zhuang Zhuan was still beside him, and he couldn't help but feel a little annoyed at his hasty words. He glanced back calmly, and sure enough, he saw Zhuang Zhuan's expression darken slightly. Sun Yu sighed inwardly, But considering they were both disciples of the Immortal Demon Alliance, he still offered some kind words of advice. Junior sister Zhuang, the fifth elder has been kind to you. Now that you become his disciple, don't dwell on the past. Furthermore, fellow Daoist Xie, and you have no grudges against each other. Don't make a mistake impulsively, it will be too late to regret. Don't forget that we are disciples of the Immortal Demon Alliance. Our words and actions represent not only ourselves, but also the Immortal Demon Alliance behind us. Thank you, Senior Brotherson, for your concern. However, I have my own thoughts on what to do and what not to do. Please don't worry about my affairs, Senior Brother. Zhuang Zhaohuan's words sounded polite, but those who knew her well would have known she was impatient. If Xinyu hadn't held a higher status in the Immortal Demon Alliance than she did, she would have said, "Stop meddling in other people's business." Xinyu naturally heard the coldness in Zhuang Zhaohuan's tone. His kindness was being misunderstood, so he naturally wouldn't bother to try to curry favor with her. After all, he was different from Wei Xian and the others in the Immortal Demon Alliance, who admired Zhuang Zhaohuan. But when it came to Wei Xian, Xinyu felt as if he had forgotten something. But the most important thing right now was the selection process, so after a moment of thought and no result, Xinyu simply put the matter aside. Although Zhuang Zhaohuan appeared calm, she couldn't explain the feeling she had as Xie Ying passed the 880th step. There was shock and envy, but even more resentment. The heavenly ladder consists of 999 steps. Climbing 500 is considered a sign of fortitude, the minimum standard for the Fuha Immortal Demon Alliance to select disciples. The higher one climbs, the more it demonstrates one's fortitude and determination, their unparalleled commitment to cultivation. As far as she knew, since the heavenly ladder's inception, only a handful had managed to cross 900 steps, and even fewer had successfully climbed all 99 steps to the end. In the immortal cultivation world, no cultivator had reached the summit of the heavenly ladder in thousands of years. Zhuang Zhaohuan had originally journeyed from the mortal realm, determined to become a disciple of the Immortal Demon Alliance's chief elder. Back in the mortal realm of Songyao, she was the revered and admired Danshi goddess. Among the children brought to the immortal realm by the immortal lord, her talent, understanding, and even spiritual roots were among the best. Raised by the emperor of Songyao nation from a young age, Zhuang Zhaohuan naturally assumed that even in the world of immortal cultivation, she would be the center of attention, the most admired. So, when choosing a sect, she chose the Immortal Demon Alliance, the most prestigious in the world of immortal cultivation. Naturally, she only sought the most powerful chief elder within the Immortal Demon Alliance as a disciple. To achieve this goal, she diligently passed the hurdle after hurdle set by the Immortal Demon Alliance for disciple recruitment, finally standing before the League's elders. But Zhuang Zhaohuan, always proud and accustomed to being flattered, could never have imagined that the chief elder would reject her. If the fifth elder hadn't intervened in her predicament by offering to accept her as a disciple, she might have become a laughingstock within the Immortal Demon Alliance. Not many people knew about this incident, but Xinyu, having joined the Immortal Demon Alliance at the same time as her, was well aware of her past. What was even more unacceptable to Zhuang Zhaohuan was this. Although she clearly possessed greater talent than Xinyu, when they first climbed the heavenly ladder together, she could no longer advance even a single step after reaching the 700th step. Xinyu, however, had reached the 736th step. Those with lesser spiritual roots than her possessed stronger character. Zhuang Zhaohuan could not accept this defeat, but she found some solace in the fact that Xinyu had not been able to become a disciple of the chief elder. Additionally, for years, the chief elder had never expressed any interest in accepting a disciple, nor had he shown any sign of favoritism towards anyone. Zhuang Zhaohuan gradually put the matter behind her. She felt that the chief elder's refusal to accept her wasn't due to her own lack of talent, but rather because he himself was unwilling to accept disciples, and to avoid being associated with others. But just as Zhuang Zhaohuan had finally convinced herself with this reasoning, rumors began to spread in the cultivation world that the chief elder of the Immortal Demon Alliance was favoring Xie Ying of the Xiaoyao sect. If Xie Ying were a rare genius, Zhuang Zhaohuan would have accepted her. But Xie Ying was notorious in the world of immortal cultivation for being completely useless. Even now, despite being able to cultivate and progress so rapidly, for unknown reasons, many, like Zhuang Zhaohuan, who were born into a privileged family, simply couldn't accept Xie Ying's weight being thrust upon them. Especially after learning that Xie Ying would also be participating in the Immortal Demon Alliance disciple selection, Zhuang Zhaohuan could no longer sit still. She begged her master, the fifth elder, to allow her and Xinyu to jointly oversee the Jiuxiu Academy selection. Zhuang Zhaohuan had originally thought that with Xie Ying's spiritual aptitude, climbing the 600th step would be a remarkable feat. who knew Xie Ying could actually reach the 800th step in one breath. At this moment, she was truly panicked. If she couldn't even defeat a disciple born from a pure spiritual root, wouldn't all her pride of the past years become a joke? Just as Zhuang Xiaohuan was feeling uneasy, Xie Ying, who had already climbed to the 900th step, finally stopped. Chapter 310. Zhuang Xiaohuan finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. As the primary organizer of the Jiuxiu Academy selection process, Sun Yu clearly understood the heavenly ladder far better than Zhuang Xiaohuan did. Seeing Xie Ying pause for a long time at the 900th step, his expression betrayed a hint of solemnity. "Brother Sun, why do you have such an expression? But what's wrong with ascending the heavenly ladder?" Sensing something amiss, Zhuang Xiaohuan asked tentatively. "There's nothing wrong with ascending the heavenly ladder. But Master once told me that the first 899 steps pose no harm to a cultivator, and that enduring to the 700th step can actually help temper their bodies. But the situation becomes different after the 900th step." "What's the difference?" Zhuang Xiaohuan pressed on, only to see Sun Yu give her a deep look before realizing something was amiss, and quickly regaining his composure. Sun Yu didn't dwell on her, explaining quietly. "Climbing the ladder to heaven shares similarities with the immortal path, which appears only during the ascension. A cultivator must question their true heart and the path to ascend. Thus, the 900th step of the immortal path is also the heart-searching stage. If one can pass it, both their cultivation and realm will greatly improve. However, if one fails, there is a danger of becoming possessed, or even regressing, and their cultivation and realm will decline. This is the real reason why Sun Yu was worried about Xie Ying. He didn't deny that Xie Ying was powerful, but not everyone who was powerful could pass the heart-searching stage. If she ultimately failed, her cultivation would regress, which would in turn affect her ability to pass the subsequent stages." Hearing this, Zhuang Xiaohuan felt relieved. Especially after seeing Xie Ying standing motionless on the 900th step for a long time, the corners of her lips curled up uncontrollably. Heart-searching stage. She wanted to see if the once grand champion of the competition could cross this heart-searching stage. But Zhuang Xiaohuan had clearly overestimated the dangers of the heart-searching stage. Since the heart-searching steps are used to examine one's own conscience, what each person sees and hears upon them will naturally be different. After Xie Ying stepped onto the heart-searching steps, she encountered no terrifying scene, nor did she fall into any strange traps. On the contrary, everything before her could be described as peaceful. She floated in midair, enveloped by mist, unable to see her surroundings. No matter which direction she headed, all she could see and touch was a hazy, ethereal cloud. Xie Ying wasn't afraid. Having been in the world of immortal cultivation for so long, she had seen many dangers, both large and small, and would never lose her composure before she had fully grasped the situation. Furthermore, this was the heavenly ladder prepared by the Immortal Demon Alliance for the selection of disciples. While there might be danger, there was no possibility of murder. Floating within the mist, Xie Ying could clearly sense a pair of eyes staring at her from the void. "Excuse me, who are you? Why are you hiding in the shadows, spying on us? Why don't you come out and meet me openly?" There was no response from the void. After an indescribable amount of time, a voice, neither sad nor happy, finally reached her. But the voice didn't answer Xie Ying's question, instead asking a flat question. "Who are you?" "Xie Ying of the Xiaoyao sect." "Who are you?" "Xie Ying?" Had she encountered a parrot? But despite her complaints, Xie Ying slowly recovered from the simple question and understood her current situation. She calmed herself and gave a new answer. "I am Xie Ying, the Xie Ying who once lived in another time and space for over 20 years, and the Xie Ying who now joins the Xiaoyao sect and lives in the world of immortal cultivation. But if I discard my origins, identity, and name, I am simply myself, a most insignificant member of the vast multitude of living beings." The moment her words fell, Xie Ying could clearly feel the fog surrounding her dissipate considerably. "What path do you cultivate?" "The path of wickedness." "What do you mean?" The voice in the void was like an emotionless interrogator, simply asking questions without paying any attention to Xie Ying's reaction. "The path of wickedness, as the name suggests, naturally lacks morality, but my path is by no means so narrow-minded. If a person has too much moral sense, and is overly concerned with the opinions of others, they will inevitably be trapped by the world's eyes, trapped in the box they have drawn for themselves. Is what others say and do always right? Is it beneficial to oneself? My path requires me to discard unnecessary moral sense, to unburden by the world's perspectives, to be able to openly seek and do what I believe is right. I cultivate this path precisely to seek freedom and contentment." Xie Ying also ignored the voice's reaction, and simply spoke her true inner thoughts. Avoiding heaven's will and avoiding karma, all sorts of shackles shackled my true self. Following heaven's will and accepting karma, today I know who I am. My path is precisely to help me cast off all self-imposed constraints and find my true self. Although I follow heaven's will, I remain true to my heart, neither trapped by others nor trapped by myself. As long as I have a clear conscience, even if I am misunderstood, or feared by the world, what does it matter? I will still be myself. As soon as these words were spoken, the thick fog dissipated halfway, and Xiaoying could already vaguely see the scenery beyond it, the scene beyond the 900th step. But she still couldn't penetrate the fog and reach the next step, so Xiaoying guessed that this inner self-examination must have one last question left. Sure enough, the next second, the voice echoed again from the void. Xiaoying, examine your heart. Do you feel any regret or guilt? No regrets, no guilt. Xiaoying, without the slightest hesitation, lifted her foot and walked forward resolutely. Although the ways I follow are solely for my own pleasure, they have never harmed others. Those I have killed were those with whom I had grudges, bound by karmic connection. I fear neither fate nor karma, so why should I feel regret or guilt? The lingering mist gradually dissipated as she answered. When her last words fell, the mist completely dispersed, revealing her standing on the 901st step. At the same time, a golden light descended from the horizon, enveloping her. The veil that had veiled her heart and vision was finally lifted. She had never felt the presence of the Tao so closely before. Xiaoying immersed herself in this profound state, feeling it with all her heart. With every casual grasp, the invisible principles and meaning of the Tao lingered at her fingertips. This was her own path, a path recognized by the Tao of heaven. Xiaoying, in high spirits, continued to stride forward. A faint golden light imbued with the principles of the Tao enveloped her, lending her a certain sacred, unattainable aura. Walking alone up the 900 steps of the heavenly ladder, Xiaoying was like a sharp sword, finally cleansed of all traces of lead. No one in heaven or earth could stop or shatter her sharp edge. Witnessing this scene firsthand, Zhuang Xiaohuan nearly lost control of her expression. Xiaoying not only passed the heart-searching stage safely. Sun Yu's eyes widened, his usual composure gone. She even achieved premature enlightenment in her golden core body? Chapter 311. At this point, everyone on the heavenly staircase, except Xiaoying, had stopped. Ji Heyuan stopped at step 879, while Song Xiushi and Meng Fuiying stopped at steps 760 and 737, respectively. Behind them stood a number of familiar faces: Lin Yuexiang, Dai Tian, and Di Qinhue. There were also Yang Shu and Hua Xingyan, Xiaoying's friends. The twins Yun Che and Yun Hao of the Haoyue sect, and Lu Qijing of the Dingyang sect. Even Yu Miao of the Yu family in the Northern Territory had participated in the selection process for the Jiushu Academy, and was now standing on step 799. On the long heavenly staircase, only Xiaoying remained, still advancing. The vision Xiaoying had just experienced, as if brought on by enlightenment, had also been accurately observed by everyone on the staircase. Sixth brother, has senior sister attained enlightenment? Meng Fuiying stared blankly at the figure ahead, as thin yet upright and resilient as a mountain bamboo. It took him a long moment to find his voice. Isn't it said that only cultivators, who have reached the spiritual transformation stage, and have determined their chosen path can achieve enlightenment during their practice? Will senior sister's enlightenment now have any impact on her? Common sense would naturally suggest so, but how can a genius be judged by common sense? The fact that fourth senior sister was able to achieve enlightenment while still in her golden core stage proves that her resolve and understanding of her chosen path are beyond the reach of the rest of us. Song Xiushi's voice was like a gentle spring breeze, easily soothing Meng Fuiying's anxieties and worries. Don't worry, little junior sister, fourth senior sister will be fine. Even if she does, it's a good thing. Enlightenment now will only make her future path to immortality smoother. As long as it's good news. Meng Fuiying didn't know why, but she believed everything her sixth senior brother Song Xiushi said. Now that Song Xiushi said everything was fine, her worries completely vanished, and soon she was filled with joy, transforming into Xiaoying's mindless fangirl. As expected of a senior sister, you're so amazing. Even climbing the heavenly ladder is unique. Ji Heyuan and Song Xiushi only smiled and said nothing upon hearing this, but their thoughts echoed Meng Fuiying's. And as Song Xiushi had said, realizing the Tao at this moment would be a boon to Xiaoying. Have already achieved a significant improvement in her state of mind and cultivation since she crossed the heart-searching stage. Yet, she also achieved enlightenment. In that instant, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth converged, forming a Tao principle and Dharma intention unique to her, feeding back into her body. The benefits she reaped were simply beyond words. The most obvious thing was that her spiritual palace and sea of consciousness had been expanded several times over by Wudong. The 7.5 golden elixirs within her body circulated rapidly, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and constantly tempering themselves. The golden light imbued with the principles of the Tao slowly and completely penetrated her body as she ascended step by step. The moment she crossed the 999th step and officially stood before Xinyu and Zhuang Zhaohuan, a final ray of golden light penetrated her brow, forming a golden flower mark before disappearing in an instant. At the same time, the number of golden elixirs circulating within Xie Ying's body leaped from 7.5 to 9 large and plump golden elixirs, and the vast spiritual sea within her spiritual palace was filled with blooming spiritual lotuses. Although her cultivation level did not appear to have changed significantly to the naked eye, Xie Ying could clearly sense that she had reached the point of no further advancement in the golden core stage. If you want to advance further, you must overcome the tribulation of thunder. Break the elixir and form an infant. Congratulations, fellow Daoist Xie, on successfully passing the first stage of the heavenly ladder. Congratulations on your successful enlightenment. Thank you very much. Faced Xinyu sincere congratulations, Xie Ying returned her sincere thanks with a smile. As for Zhuang Zhaohuan, whose face was as gloomy as the bottom of a pot, Xie Ying didn't even spare her a glance. She and Zhuang Zhaohuan had never crossed paths before, so who cared whether she was happy or not, or why she was unhappy? As the last person stopped, the heavenly ladder transformed into a beam of white light and returned to the same scroll. But unlike at the beginning, as the heavenly ladder returned, the previously blank scroll gradually revealed names. Xie Ying of the Xiaoyao sect, step 999. Ji Huyuan of the Xiaoyao sect, step 879. Yu Miao of the Northern Territory, step 799. The names that appeared on the scroll were those of all the disciples who had successfully crossed the heavenly ladder. As the last name appeared, countless rays of light shot out from the scroll and landed in the arms of the disciples who had successfully crossed the 500th step. Everyone looked and saw that it was a long white silk ribbon. Xie Ying, being closest, naturally had the clearest view of the scroll. A quick glance revealed that there were exactly 200 people, but Jiushu Academy was affiliated with the Immortal Demon Alliance, so it was impossible for them to accept 200 people at once. So, the next level, the second level, would definitely not be as easy to pass as the first. As expected, Xin유's voice rang out again at the mountain gate. Congratulations to those who have crossed the 500th step of the heavenly ladder for successfully passing the first test. This silk ribbon is called Sumeru silk, and it is formed from the divine power of the ancient divine object, the mustard seed diagram. Mount Sumeru conceals a mustard seed. A mustard seed contains Mount Sumeru. Only cultivators who have obtained the silk of Mount Sumeru are eligible to enter the mustard seed map and participate in the second level set for you by the Immortal Demon Alliance. However, you must be aware that the mustard seed map contains countless unowned yet dangerous secret realms from ancient times to the present. Each time you open the mustard seed map, the secret realm you enter is different. Life and death are unpredictable, and once you enter, you may not be able to exit. So, in this second level, you can choose to continue or withdraw. Masterson. I'm no coward. I don't know what others think, but I absolutely will not give up. Masterson, please tell us what the requirements are for the second level. Yang Shu, still wearing his beloved pink robe, was the first to hastily express his opinion. The others naturally echoed him. Who can cross 500 steps without a strong mind? How could they give up and stop because of the potential danger of life and death? Xinyu stood high above, taking in everyone's expressions, feeling a surge of joy in his heart. It is because of these that he can remain fearless at any time and in any place. Life and death, only with the existence of disciples who bravely forge ahead can the world of immortal cultivation thrive, and its future will continue to brighten. For these young disciples, determined and willing to forsake personal life and death for the great path within their hearts, represent the most important future of the world of immortal cultivation. Xinyu chuckled softly, his tone gentle, and with a wave of his hand, 200 jade slips emitting the aura of the mustard seed diagram fell into their hands. The jade slips record the tasks you must complete upon entering the mustard seed diagram. Everyone's tasks are the same, but the specific tasks will only be revealed after you enter the mustard seed diagram and activate the jade slips within the mustard seed diagram secret realm. The flow of time in the mustard seed diagram differs from that in the outside world. 1 day in the outside world is equivalent to 1 month in the mustard seed diagram. This mission expires in 3 days. After 3 days, as long as you remain alive, regardless of whether you have completed your mission or not, you will be forcibly expelled from the mustard seed diagram. Those who can complete the tasks on the jade slips and successfully emerge alive will enter the Jioshu Academy for 3 months of study before participating in the final stage. The mustard seed diagram is now open. Please proceed. Chapter 312. Before Xinyu finished speaking, Xia Ying, always particular about efficiency, had already wrapped the sumuru silk around her wrist and tied a bow. Almost the moment the sumuru silk was wrapped around her wrist, a massive vortex appeared on the mustard seed diagram, enveloping Xia Ying within. Seeing this, the remaining people hurriedly wrapped the sumuru silk around themselves, and soon the 200 people in front of the mountain gate disappeared, all within the mustard seed diagram. After ensuring that everyone had entered the mustard seed diagram, Xinyu cast a specially crafted talisman and affixed it to the mustard seed diagram. He then rolled up the diagram and returned to Jioshu Academy. Since Jioshu Academy was affiliated with the Immortal Demon Alliance, disciples like Xinyu and Zhuang Zhaohuan naturally lived in the Jioshu Academy's student quarters. However, the Great Elder and the others lived on a mountain peak behind Jioshu Academy, in the same meeting hall where Xinyu had taken Xia Ying and the others last time. However, these few days were the time for the Jioshu Academy to select disciples, so the elders would temporarily stay there during the day. Xinyu was now about to return the Immortal Demon Alliance's most precious treasure to the elders. In short, whoever emerged from the mustard seed diagram in 3 days would be a member of their Jioshu Academy. Zhuang Zhaohuan clearly had other thoughts, but the mustard seed diagram had been personally entrusted to Xinyu by the elders. Besides the Immortal Demon Alliance, the elders recognized only Xinyu, so even if she obtained the diagram, it would be useless. Furthermore, the mustard seed diagram was the Immortal Demon Alliance's most precious treasure. Even if Zhuang Zhaohuan disliked Xia Ying, she didn't dare actually attack it. She could only follow Xinyu silently with a stern face. But as soon as the two entered the academy, a figure jumped out from the side and blocked their way. Xinyu instinctively formed a water spell, ready to throw it, but abruptly retracted the attack after recognizing the incoming person. He frowned, suppressing the urge to strike. Junior Brother Wei, Master has grounded you. Why are you running out instead of staying in your room to reflect? Wei Xian instinctively spoke, but no sound came out. He could only look at his senior brother with resentment, then communicated with his spiritual sense. Senior brother, didn't you say you would ask Xia Ying for the antidote for me today? I haven't said a word in 3 days. Where's the antidote? Did Xia Ying agree to give it to me? Xinyu was stunned. He said he had forgotten something. It turned out he had forgotten to ask Xia Ying for the antidote for Wei Xian. Seeing his senior brother's expression, Wei Xian's heart skipped a beat, and a bad feeling welled up in him. Senior brother, you couldn't have forgotten about this, could you? No way, no way. Senior brother, you really couldn't have forgotten, could you? Ahem. Xinyu cleared his throat. Sorry, Junior Brother Wei, I really forgot. Wei Xian, So, I achieved a world where I'm the only one hurt, huh? But before Wei Xian could say anything else, Xinyu added. Fellow Dao Xia has already entered the mustard seed secret realm. I can only inconvenience you by asking you to wait for 3 more days. Once you emerge, I find a way to obtain the antidote for you. But what if Xia Ying can't make it out? Senior Brotherson knows how dangerous the mustard seed secret realm is. If she can't make it out, won't I be mute for the rest of my life? That won't happen. Fellow Dao Xia will definitely pass the test of the mustard seed secret realm and complete the mission with flying colors. Xinyu turned around and looked at Wei Xian sternly. Junior Brother Wei, I know you always held a prejudice against fellow Dao Xia for some reason, but everything I'm about to say is what I witnessed with my own eyes. Fellow Dao Xia not only successfully ascended the 999th step of the heavenly ladder, but even achieved premature enlightenment in her golden core body. You keep saying she doesn't live up to her reputation, but have you ever truly understood her strength? The heavenly ladder has 999 steps, and she made it. And what about you? Junior Brother Wei, how many steps did you manage to reach on the heavenly ladder? With that, Xinyu took the mustard seed diagram and left, leaving Wei Xian stunned. How could that be? Goddess Danchi has always been upright and honest, and she has no reason to target Xia Ying. If Xia Ying wasn't unworthy of her reputation, why would anyone around her say those things? But Senior Brotherson might lie, but the mustard seed diagram never does. Was he truly wrong? Had he misunderstood? No one cared what Wei Xian was thinking right now. Xinyu was busy reporting everything he had seen to the elders, while those who had already entered the mustard seed secret realm were also hurrying to complete their tasks. The mustard seed secret realm was unlike any Xia Ying had seen before. She felt no dizziness or temporary loss of consciousness. The vortex that appeared on the mustard seed map was more like a door. The moment she passed through it, it vanished, and she had arrived in another bizarre world. Xiang felt as if she had strayed into a land of giants. Not only were enormous birds of unprecedented size circling overhead, but even the surrounding grass was over 10 meters taller than her. Xiang was completely lost in the mystery of what lay ahead. What concerned her most was that the aura within this secret realm wasn't the spiritual energy she was familiar with. Combined with the fact that the mustard seed diagram was an ancient artifact, Xiang speculated that this secret realm was powered by immortal or divine energy. Mighty beings who had attained immortality or godhood could freely absorb spiritual energy for their own use, but lesser cultivators, like them, who relied on spiritual energy for cultivation, couldn't recycle it back into their bodies. In other words, if they accidentally squandered their spiritual energy in this secret realm and had no spiritual elixirs to replenish it, they would be no different from ordinary people. However, Xiang wasn't worried about this. After all, she had plenty of elixirs except for other things. If all else failed, she could just refine a furnace. A truly powerful person would never complain about their environment, they would adapt to it. They would simply find ways to make it adapt to them. Xiang was as steady as an old dog, unfazed. She slowly pushed forward, pushing aside the towering grass as she advanced, taking out the jade slip Yu had previously handed her. The moment the slip was produced, a ripple of air surged around her. With the influx of immortal energy, the previously dim jade slip suddenly lit up, and lines of text floated in midair. Secret Realm Mission. Obtain any of the following treasures in the Secret Realm to complete the mission. 1. 7-colored deer antler. 2. Moon-shaping vine. 3. Jade sunflower fruit. Xiang rubbed her chin. Choose one of 3, not difficult. Although these were all things she had never heard of or seen before, this jade slip still had a human form, and it even had an image. It was just a matter of following the instructions. What could she not do? But at that moment, the long-lost system voice echoed in Xiang's mind. Chapter 313. Ding Dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully triggering the side quest Golden Axe, Silver Axe, Iron Axe, all are mine. Please collect the 3 treasures, 7-colored deer antler, moon-shaped vine, and jade sunflower fruit within the specified time limit. Time limit, 3 months within the mustard seed map. Quest rewards, 1 random 5 elements spirit pearl, 1 random immortal treasure. Xiang, ? I'm not saying you're here to cause trouble, are you? Do you want to hear what this quest is? Are you deliberately trying to embarrass me? No, host. Why would Inin deliberately embarrass you? This is the most suitable quest for you, issued by the system based on a comprehensive assessment of your current strength and the mustard seed map secret realm. I refuse to accept this quest. Refusing is useless. The quest is already bound to the host. If the host fails due to negligence, the system will inflict a 99% penalty. Xiang, you're using the trick on her again, aren't you? Do you really think she won't resist? Boom! Thunderbolt suddenly descended from her sea of consciousness, sending Xiang stumbling and crashing into the green grass in front of her. Well, a wise man knows when to act. She had no choice but to resist. Swindler. Unscrupulous system. Xiang cursed as she scrambled to her feet. Inin, ignoring her host's accusations, remained silent. Of course, Xiang didn't expect Inin to say anything useful. Her attention was quickly drawn to the tall grass that had bruised her forehead. Xiang had always cultivated her body, while supplementing her physical cultivation. While her Dao body wasn't as indestructible as Meng Fuiying's, who had been tempering her Dao body with the secret techniques of the Brown Bear clan since childhood, it was still quite sturdy. Ordinary spiritual weapons would have difficulty inflicting even a single cut, let alone an injury. But now, she had only carelessly bumped into the green grass, leaving a large bump on her forehead, a testament to its hardness. These tall, green grasses resembled aloe vera, their lush green color radiating from her fingertips. A gentle touch of her hand sent a chill swiftly spreading through her entire body. And yet, this very grass, so hard it had caused a bump on Xiang's forehead, felt as smooth and soft as silk and cotton. What kind of strange things are these? The diamond grass, soft on the outside and hard on the inside, had a level 1 defensive rating but no lethality. Inin, perhaps feeling a change of heart, kindly provided Xiang with some basic information. After all, the contents of the mustard seed secret realm naturally wouldn't be widely circulated in the world of immortal cultivation. None of the texts Xiang had read related to the mustard seed secret realm. No lethality. That's easy. Before she finished her words, A flash of light flashed in Xie Ying's hand, and the next second, the divine artifact, the axe of creation, was firmly grasped in her hand. Without waiting for Yin to speak again, Xie Ying raised the axe of creation and slashed it across the middle of the diamond grass. A sharp, piercing sound echoed in her ears. But the seemingly soft diamond grass remained intact, leaving only a faint mark on its body. Even that mark vanished in a matter of seconds. Isn't it a divine artifact? Why is it so useless? Xie Ying frowned, deeply annoyed. Excuse me, host. I must correct you. Host, have you forgotten that this axe of creation in your hand is a dormant divine artifact? A dormant artifact might be sharp enough to chop other things, but all living things in this secret realm are nurtured by immortal energy and divine power. So you're saying it's not that the artifact your system gave me is useless, but rather that this diamond grass is incredibly useful, right? The host's understanding was correct, which is why Yin suggested that the host give up on chopping the diamond grass. You're right. Xie Ying nodded and put away the axe of creation. I take my advice and eat my fill. I won't chop anymore. However, before she could finish her sentence, Xie Ying pulled out the nine-toothed rake and raked at the roots of the diamond grass. Host you. If you can't cut it, then I dig it up, roots and all. It's my fault for causing such a huge bump on my forehead. Although the bump had disappeared after Xie Ying took the elixir, she hadn't even considered leaving the 3 treasures of the mustard seed secret realm behind. Could she possibly let these diamond grasses go for free? This ruthless behavior is typical of her host. Yin knew she couldn't stop Xie Ying, so she simply let her do what she wanted. After all, as long as it didn't affect her mission, as long as Xie Ying had the guts, Yin wouldn't mind even emptying the entire secret realm. After Xie Ying's persistent digging, she finally unearthed the roots of the diamond grass. To show her cherishment of the diamond grass, Xie Ying took a new storage bag and placed it inside. The vast expanse of diamond grass seemed endless. Xie Ying didn't want to waste her spiritual energy on flying with her sword, so she simply walked steadily forward, carrying her nine-toothed rake. When she felt tired, she would stop to dig a piece of diamond grass to rest. When she finally emerged, the diamond grass behind her was completely desolate. But Xie Ying, having reaped a rich harvest, was in high spirits. Following the instructions on the jade slip, she headed south. The slip not only provided illustrations of the 3 treasures, but also their locations. And it was shared in real time. As soon as Xie Ying pulled out the jade slip, a simple map appeared before her eyes. The locations of the 3 treasures and herself were clearly marked on this map, even changing with her movements. With such a map, finding the 3 treasures was only a matter of time. But the problem was, since the jade slip clearly indicated the mission point, it was effectively telling everyone, even if I tell you the location, you still might not be able to obtain these treasures. Xie Ying wouldn't underestimate the enemy, but she wasn't bothered to think ahead, so without hesitation, she headed for the nearest mission point. And that mission point was precisely where the 7-colored deer was. Shortly after Xie Ying left, Lin Yuexiang and her group also appeared in the thicket of diamond grass. Chapter 314. Unlike the others who were unprepared, with Dai Tian as their knowledgeable advisor, they had already made a series of preparations for any eventualities before the Jiuxiu Academy selections. With Mu Qin imprisoned in the Immortal Prison, the status of Lin Yuexiang and her siblings within the Yutian sect became increasingly awkward. With the other elders of the Yutian sect showing no intention of taking over their duties, they were left with no choice but to seek another path. The Immortal Demon Alliance was the path Dai Tian had carefully chosen for Lin Yuexiang. After all, the Immortal Demon Alliance boasted the largest and most elite disciples in the world of immortal cultivation. If Lin Yuexiang wanted to quickly reclaim the luck she had exchanged for Shuiyu, the Immortal Demon Alliance was undoubtedly the best option. As for Di Qinhui, Lin Yuexiang and Dai Tian hadn't initially planned to bring him along. However, upon learning that they were participating in the Immortal Demon Alliance selections, Fairy Lingyin asked Di Qinhui to come along, and the two couldn't refuse Fairy Lingyin, so they agreed. Before entering the Mustard Seed Map secret realm, Dai Tian gave each of the other two a treasure that could sense each other. Once inside the secret realm, thanks to the mutual sensing between the treasures, the 3 of them quickly reunited. After discussing, they decided to work together to obtain the antlers of the 7-colored deer. Even if they only managed to obtain one, they could split it into 3, and in this way, all 3 of them would be able to pass the level. You have to pick the softest persimmon to squeeze. They also chose the 7-colored deer because deer monsters are the most docile and gentle among all monsters. In short, it was much more familiar than the other 2 unheard of treasures. However, to reach the 7-colored deer's herd, they had to traverse the tall diamond grass. Although Dai Tian knew many of the hidden secrets of the immortal world, due to the limitations of the laws of nature, his memory was incomplete, and he could only rely on instinct for many things. However, he clearly remembered that the diamond grass was only defensive and not offensive. Thus, the three naturally let down their guard as they passed through the thicket of diamond grass. Dai Tian led the way, explaining the habits of the diamond grass, and then a second later he screamed, "Ah! Third brother, what's wrong with you?" Lin Yuexiang and Di Qinhui, who were a little behind, heard Dai Tian scream and quickly followed it, only to find a massive pit. Dai Tian, disheveled, lay in the pit. Damn it! How could there be such a huge pit in the diamond grass? Could it be that the diamond grass has developed intelligence and learned to set traps? After a moment, Dai Tian finally climbed out of the pit and continued walking forward, cursing in confusion. Not long after, the familiar screams rang out again. He scored his second goal, but missed again and fell into another, even deeper pit. Dai Tian, who's trying to harm him? Di Qinhui, Third senior brother is as foolish as ever. It seems my previous guess was wrong. Third senior brother is still the same third senior brother, and hasn't been possessed by someone else. Lin Yuexiang, why do Dai Tian's string of misfortunes seem so familiar? Could Xiaoying be nearby? The three of them each had their own thoughts. Lin Yuexiang, already traumatized by Xiaoying, was even more frightened by her own thoughts. She suddenly felt that the once safe, golden grass patch was teeming with danger. After suffering countless setbacks at the hands of Xiaoying, Lin Yuexiang had finally learned her lesson. With her current abilities, she simply couldn't kill Xiaoying. If she frequently appeared before Xiaoying, she would be pinned down, humiliated, or beaten, leaving her scarred. So, until she could kill Xiaoying, Lin Yuexiang wanted to avoid her presence as much as possible. If she couldn't be provoked, why not hide? After she and Di Qinhui pulled Dai Tian out of the pit, a terrified Lin Yuexiang urged the other two to leave quickly. This time, all three of them were well prepared, and they didn't fall into the pit again. Even after Dai Tian passed through the entire thicket of diamond grass, he felt a sense of absurdity. Although he had lost many memories, his memories of the diamond grass were intact. He clearly remembered that the diamond grass in this secret realm wasn't like this before. Who on earth was it? Who dug so many deep pits in the diamond grass? Was he insane? Dai Tian was filled with frustration, his anger building up, but with no one to vent it on, he suppressed his rage and hurried with Lin Yuexiang to the location of the seven-colored deer. Meanwhile, Xiaoying, riding Zhu, had reached the outskirts of the seven-colored deer herd. After leaving the diamond grass, she discovered that while the plants, flowers, and rare animals in this secret realm were significantly larger than those outside, they were still within her acceptable range. This was especially true of her primary target, the seven-colored deer. While much more robust than ordinary deer monsters, at least it wasn't as tall as the diamond grass. After all, even with her immense strength, carrying a rooted plant was still a struggle. Xiaoying had already returned Zhu to her spirit beast bag, and was lying on the hillside, observing the herds of seven-colored deer leisurely enjoying themselves by the springs and waterfalls in the valley. Despite their name, the seven-colored deer's fur wasn't much different from that of ordinary sika deer, though its coloration appeared brighter and smoother. They were called seven-colored because their antlers and hooves glowed with a faint, seven-colored halo when illuminated by sunlight or moonlight. This inexplicably imbued them with a certain divine aura. Xiaoying lay on the hillside, observing for a long time, but couldn't find an opportunity to strike. That thief system, refused to reveal a single word about anything related to the mission. Thus, Xiaoying had no idea of the seven-colored deer's true strength. Furthermore, they moved together, leaving no single one vulnerable to attack. So, after waiting for another quarter of an hour without finding an opportunity, Xiaoying decided to change her strategy. Since the conspiracy was no longer viable, she decided to go with the open plan. She stood up, dusted herself off, and, riding the wind on her sword, descended in front of the seven-colored deer with a dashing and elegant gesture. "Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so happy to meet you. How about we exchange gifts?" Xiaoying wore a very kind smile, attempting to obtain what she wanted peacefully. The seven-colored deer, however, were already speechless from the sudden appearance of the human before them. Each one stared at Xiaoying with innocent, clear eyes. "I hold no ill will towards you. I simply wish to exchange something with you." Xiaoying saw the confusion in their eyes, and quickly cleared her throat to clarify her purpose. "I don't know what you like, but I have quite a few magical plants and fruits. If you need anything else, I do my best to find it for you." So, Xiaoying's sparkling eyes fell on the antlers of the strongest-looking male deer. "Can you give me some of your antlers?" At these words, all the 7-colored deer present were filled with horror. This human was terrifying. How could she even ask for their antlers with a smile? The 7-colored deer didn't give Xie a chance to speak again. As if they had seen a ghost, they turned and ran into the forest deep in the valley. They screamed as they ran. Help! Help! Hurry, informed the clan leader. A female demon has broken into Yuren Valley, and is trying to kill the deer. Chapter 315. Xie Ying's kind smile froze. Question mark. Is there something wrong with the look in those 7-colored deer's eyes? How could a young, invincible beauty like her be associated with the term female devil? And when had she ever said she wanted to kill them? She clearly just wanted to exchange friendly greetings. Although these 7-colored deer looked enormous and strong, their voices were childish, revealing them to be immature fawns. Xie Ying hadn't expected the fawns in the secret realm to be so much more robust than the adult deer monsters outside. She couldn't imagine how massive the grandfather they were talking about would be. Seeing the fawns tumbling about on all fours, they quickly vanished. Xie Ying didn't have time to dwell on it. She immediately summoned Juju to ride after them. As she chased, she folded a piece of paper into a small trumpet, then added a few runes to it, transforming it into a small paper megaphone. The trumpet amplified Xie Ying's voice, echoing throughout Yuren Valley. Hee, don't run away. I'm really not a bad person. I just want to make a friendly deal with you. Ah! I see you. The 7-colored deer, already frightened by Xie Ying and running around, began to move even faster upon hearing her voice from all directions. Woo woo woo. So scary. So scary. When did such a female demon sneak into Yuren Valley? When will the clan leader finally arrive? Xie Ying rode Juju around Yuren Valley, but sadly, she still couldn't find her lovely 7-colored deer. Juju ran fast, but Xie Ying would have a hard time finding the 7-colored deer, familiar with the terrain of Yuren Valley, if they deliberately tried to hide. Aw Ying, we can't keep searching like this. This valley is too vast. As Xie Ying's strength grew, Juju and Yulian, who shared a close bond with her, also grew significantly stronger than they were 6 months ago. Yulian was a total nerd, constantly confined to her spirit beast pouch, cultivating, unwilling to come out unless absolutely necessary. So Juju, who often accompanied Xie Ying on her training trips, made the fastest progress. Previously, Juju could only rely on her limited connection with Xie Ying, communicating through her thoughts, but now she could speak. And while Juju wasn't particularly beautiful, her voice was a typical sweet girl's. Xie Ying felt that if Juju could one day escape her beastly form and transform, she would likely become a sweet girl too. Ying, are you listening to me? Oh yeah, I am. Juju, you could have been a little more polite. I'm not being polite. Just keep wandering around the valley. Xie Ying patted the fur on Juju's head. Remember to make a big noise. The leader of the 7-colored deer tribe will come and cause trouble for us. Juju didn't understand why anyone would actively invite trouble, but if it was Xie Ying, she had no objection. After all, Xie Ying hadn't done much of anything reasonable in the time she'd known her. Juju carried Xie Ying around Yuren Valley. After they had toured the entire valley 3 times, the quiet valley finally stirred. Boom! 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 As the rhythmic footsteps echoed, Xie Ying and Juju could clearly feel the ground trembling beneath their feet. At the same time, the earth-shaking footsteps drew closer and closer. Who are you? Why are you trespassing in Yuren Valley and scaring the children of my tribe? A surge of pressure washed over them, and the space before them distorted for a moment. Then, a gigantic deer silhouette appeared out of thin air before them. Xie Ying raised her brows slightly at this. She'd been saying she couldn't find the 7-colored deer anywhere. It turned out there were 2 dimensions within Yuren Valley. The 7-colored deer before them had a body as imposing as a small hill. Just standing before them, Juju felt an overwhelming pressure. The 7-colored deer's strength surpassed hers. Ying, why don't we just run away? Juju was well aware of the saying, a man of insight is a hero. I think the senior deer can crush me with one blow. It's a small matter, don't panic. Xie Ying rose from Juju's back. Although she had to look up to see the 7-colored deer before her, her aura was no less imposing than its counterpart. Excuse me, are you the leader of the 7-colored deer clan? Yes, I am Shook, the leader of the 7-colored deer clan. 7-colored deer are generally docile. Even though Shook was displeased with Xie Ying's wandering around Yuren Valley, scaring the young deer, he remained polite to her until Xie Ying made clear her ill intentions. You haven't explained why you're trying to scare the children of my clan. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. This truly is a misunderstanding. Xie Ying briefly explained what had just happened and her purpose. I just wanted to trade something for some antlers. I have absolutely no intention of harming you. Shuku? Question mark. You want to take our antlers, and yet you say you don't intend to harm us? Shuka's bright, deer-like eyes stared intently at the girl before him, as if trying to discern the truth from her words. But all he met was Xie Ying's incredibly sincere gaze. Of course, I know taking your antlers won't pose any threat to your lives. Besides, your deer tribe's antlers shed and grow new ones every so often. Removing the antlers before the new antlers ossify won't affect their regrowth. Xie Ying had lived in the modern world for over 20 years, after all. Although many of the settings in her world differed from those of the immortal realm, she believed the natural shedding of antlers wouldn't be much different. And I won't take your antlers for free. I can trade them with immortal plants and spiritual fruits. After hearing Xie Ying's words, the coldness in Shuka's eyes faded considerably. I'm indeed quite interested in your proposed exchange, but unfortunately, our tribe currently has no adult seven-colored deer in the antler-shedding phase. And young deer aren't very advanced, so removing their antlers would be extremely harmful to them, so I can't agree to your offer. Not a single adult deer? Xie Ying was a little frustrated. Yes. Seeing Xie Ying's good attitude, Shuka didn't mind explaining a little more. Our adult seven-colored deer automatically shed their antlers every 200 years, but we still have a year before our antlers shed and new antlers grow. If you're willing to wait, this exchange will still stand. A year? That's too late. We need to find another way. If I could help you grow new antlers now, would you be willing to trade with me? Chapter 316. What's your plan? Shuka looked at the girl in surprise, a hint of curiosity evident in his eyes. Take the horn-growing pill to grow a third horn, then cut it off before it's fully ossified. Her master, Long Kong, had previously struggled with hair loss, and Xie Ying, to help relieve her worries, had spent several days researching a hair growth pill. However, there are some differences between deer antlers and hair, so Xie Ying needed to tweak the recipe and conduct a trial. But this method may not be successful. Chief Shuku, why don't you tell me what immortal plants and fruits you desire? I find them for you, and then you can cooperate with me and try a few times. How about that? Shuka had lived for thousands of years, and had seen many different human cultivators in this secret realm, but this was the first time he had heard of such a strange elixir as the horn-growing pill. Although he was somewhat curious, he didn't dare try it rashly, considering the heavy responsibility he shouldered for his clan. But just as Shuk was about to refuse Xie Ying, he suddenly heard an anxious cry from his clan. Then, the entire deer population's expressions changed, forcing him to change his mind. We urgently need the 9-turn crystal bamboo. If you can help us find it, I'm willing to sacrifice myself until you obtain new antlers. Xie Ying, noticing the Shuk clan leader's anxiety, didn't ask any more questions, only one. Where is the 9-turn crystal bamboo? 500 miles south, there's a deep hell ravine. 9-turn crystal bamboo grows at its bottom. The hell ravine is home to the three-eyed ape python, a ferocious monster with unfathomable power. It enjoys consuming raw human and animal brains, making it a natural enemy of us docile monsters. But the 9-turn crystal bamboo is an essential elixir for the advancement of young deer from our 7-colored deer clan into mature deer. As long as you can fetch the crystal bamboo for us, I find a way to provide you with the deer antlers you need. The Shuk tribe leader was a straightforward man. Even though he urgently needed the 9-transformation crystal bamboo, he clearly explained the dangers of the hell ravine to Xie Ying. But Xie Ying didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. Okay, I go get you the 9-transformation crystal bamboo. But how will I find you once I get it? If you light this in Yurin Valley, I come to see you. But you only have 10 days. The Shuk clan leader shook himself, and a colorful hair fluttered down onto Xie Ying's palm. Alright. Then, clan leader, wait for my good news. Without further ado, Xie Ying leaped onto Juju's back, and the beast, and he headed straight for the hell ravine. For Xie Ying, anything that could be resolved with force and spirit stones was no problem. However, after hearing the description of the three-eyed ape python in the hell ravine from the 7-colored deer clan leader, Xie Ying felt that the Immortal Demon Alliance's requirements for their mission weren't particularly stringent. After all, if a cultivator wanted to take the 7-colored deer's hand, obtaining deer antlers from the gorge is definitely easier than venturing into the hell ravine alone. Yuren Valley, Hell Ravine. The two names immediately suggest which is more dangerous. Xie Ying agreed to the Shuk clan leader's request, not only because she had a favorable impression of the 7-colored deer clan and was reluctant to resort to force, but also because she was deeply interested in the so-called 9-transformation crystal bamboo. After all, something that even the demonic beasts in the mustard seed secret realm covet must be a valuable treasure. Since it was a treasure, Xie Ying had no choice but to snatch some and study it carefully. Xie Ying's fighting spirit was high. Thanks to her capable mount Juju, she covered the 500-mile journey and reached the Hell Ravine in just one day. Juju was too conspicuous, and her strength was clearly inferior to that of the seven-colored deer clan leader, so she naturally couldn't defeat the three-eyed ape python. So Xie Ying didn't plan to bring her along on this expedition. Xie Ying stood alone atop a towering mountain. Near her feet lay a narrow crack, barely wide enough for one person to pass through. This crack was the only entrance to the Hell Ravine. Xie Ying crouched beside the crack and reached in. A chilling, sinister aura immediately ascended. It felt like a cold, venomous snake coiled around her arm, giving her an inexplicable chill. Xie Ying quickly withdrew her hand and released her spiritual sense to probe within. Her spiritual sense was powerful. Even at the Jinden stage, she could probe over a distance of more than 10 meters. Strangely, the place where his spiritual sense reached revealed nothing but a thick, dark fog. One thing was certain, the entrance wasn't large, but the space beyond the ravine was quite large, even increasing in size the deeper he went. But to know exactly what lay below, he had to go down and see for himself. At the same time, the bracelet on Xie Ying's arm responded, a gentle warmth dispelling the chilling sensation. Xie Ying, are you really going down? Inyan's voice echoed. I have a very bad feeling down there. The monsters there are dangerous and ferocious. Going down alone could easily lead to something dangerous. There's nothing we can do. Now that we're here, we have to go down and take a look. Don't worry, I still value my life. Even if I'm no match for those three-eyed apes and pythons, I have a magic weapon to escape. Though Xie Ying wanted to complete the mission, she wouldn't rush it unprepared. She stood in the crevice, observing the situation below with a composed expression. We see what happens down there. Inyan, you have a natural tendency to avoid danger and seek good fortune. Stay alert and see if we can get a few 9 transformation crystal bamboos without alerting the three-eyed apes and pythons. If we accidentally startle them, there's nothing we can do. We just have to fight. Before she finished her words, Xie Ying leaped into the ravine. She used talismans to create a small barrier around her, blocking the approach of the mist. Without using any spiritual power, she let her body sink automatically. The Hell Ravine was bottomless. Xie Ying's vision remained foggy for a long time, unable to see beyond the mist. But the situation in the ravine was consistent with Xie Ying's previous predictions. A typical ravine is wide at the top and narrow at the bottom, but the Hell Ravine was the exact opposite. Xie Ying had no idea how deep the Hell Ravine was, nor did she know how long she would have to fall like this. While she was still below the ground, she quickly removed 9 scales from her storage bag and applied them to her body. These scales had been plucked from the evil dragon in the Shinshur Pond in the 12 desolate secret realms. She had processed the other parts of the evil dragon into various materials for refining weapons and elixirs. Only the scales that could alter a cultivator's aura had been left and used in the corner of Xie Ying's storage bag. But right now, they came in handy. The scales vanished after application, and then bluish-black scales began to grow on Xie Ying's once smooth and delicate skin. Her aura gradually shifted closer to that of the evil dragon. Xie Ying thought for a moment, and decided to make a slight change to her appearance. Chapter 317. By the time Xie Ying safely reached the bottom of the ravine, her aura had undergone a profound transformation, both internally and externally. Not only had her cultivator's aura been completely concealed by the aura of the evil dragon, but even her robes had shifted from the simple style of the human race to the style favored by most demon women. Her formal azure skirt had been shortened to the knees, and her wide, cuff sleeves had been replaced by a cyan ribbon loosely tied around her arms. The exposed parts of her legs and arms clearly showed the shimmering blue-black scales. Her long, flowing hair, entwined with a white ribbon, was braided into 2 braids that fell across her chest, adorned only by a few scattered pale pink crabapple blossoms. Even a small, dark blue demonic pattern had appeared between her eyebrows. Xie Ying used a water talisman to summon a full-body mirror, carefully examining her current appearance before putting it away. Yes, she said, she was very satisfied with her new look. Host, you are here to steal elixirs, not for a picnic. So what? Who says thieves have to be shifty, and not beautiful? Xie Ying grumbled to Yin, a pretty face helps keep me in a good mood. When I'm in a good mood, I'm more motivated to complete tasks. Yin, fine. Anyway, as long as her host wants it, there's always a bunch of twisted ideas waiting for her, so she chose not to reason with her host. Meanwhile, Xie Ying was already heading east. Yin told her that the aura from any direction down there was fraught with danger. So, Xie simply instructed Yin to sense the direction with the most treasures and follow the scent. When she first descended into the ravine, she was still surrounded by thick black fog. But as Xie walked further, the fog lingering around her thinned out, eventually dissipating completely to reveal the true nature of the Hell Ravine. She had assumed that even if a place called the Hell Ravine didn't have mountains of swords, seas of fire, tongue-pulling cauldrons of oil, it would still have at least a gloomy and terrifying atmosphere, worthy of the name Hell. But what Xie saw now was nothing like the traditional concept of Hell. There were no eerie scenes, no green-faced, fang-toothed monsters, only a vast sea of fiery red roses. The roses in the sea of flowers bloomed in full bloom, their intoxicating fragrance lingering in the air. The sun was invisible below the ravine, but above the sea of flowers, a jade-colored full moon hung high, emitting a faint, silvery glow. The moonlight shone upon the sea of flowers, casting a gentle, soft glow over the flaming crimson blossoms. This sea of flowers was romantic and dreamy. Being in it felt like being transported to a fairyland. The moment Xie laid eyes on the sea of roses, she wondered if she had stumbled into some strange illusion again, and quickly cast a heart-clearing spell on herself. Finally, with the reassurances of Yin and Yin, she finally believed that what she saw was not an illusion. Even if they were planting flowers in hell, they would plant manjushri lilies, not roses? Xie expressed her disbelief in the three-eyed ape python's thoughts and aesthetics, but she respected them. After all, a sea of flowers was far more pleasing to the eye than a sea of corpses. As she walked through the sea of roses, she carefully examined the roses and found that, aside from being larger and more fragrant than the average variety, they offered no special features. So she could only temporarily put the sea of roses behind her and continue walking forward. But before long, she saw a new sea of flowers, lilacs, and further ahead, irises, magnolias. The entire Hell Ravine was like a gorgeous, dreamy secret garden, and she was an outsider who had stumbled into it. When things are out of the ordinary, there must be something fishy. The more peaceful and beautiful the appearance, the more deadly the danger often lies beneath. Furthermore, the ferocious three-eyed apes and pythons that the seven-colored deer clan leader had mentioned hadn't appeared yet. She wouldn't let this little bit of beauty lull her into lowering her guard. After walking for an unknown amount of time, the scene Xie saw finally shifted subtly. She arrived at a small cherry blossom forest, its branches vibrantly covered in pink and white blossoms. There was no wind at the bottom of the ravine, but the moment Xie stepped into the cherry blossom forest, countless petals fell, swirling and showering her. Although these cherry trees looked ordinary, Xie could sense the excitement and joy in their branches and petals. This cherry blossom rain was their most sincere welcome to her. However, Xie, unromantic, failed to grasp the cherry blossom forest's affection for her. She used her spiritual power to erect a small shield, and phantom blood vines emerged from her fingertips and slowly covered it. The cherry blossoms, as soon as they landed on the shield, were swept away and devoured by the blood vines. The petals that had already fallen abruptly turned in midair, tactfully moving away from the vines. Xie watched in amazement as the cherry blossoms, which had been welcoming her with such enthusiasm one moment, spun in midair and flew back to their trees, as if she were some kind of monstrous beast. Xie sighed softly and continued walking forward. She knew none of the things down there were good. A truly beautiful and harmless plant couldn't bloom in hell. Xie simply ignored the cherry blossoms behind her, still restlessly seeking an opportunity to attack her, and continued forward in the direction indicated by Yin. To her surprise, instead of finding the treasure, she first found a monk in the cherry blossom forest. Coincidentally, this monk was an acquaintance. With the help of the blood vine, Xie easily broke through the encirclement formed by the cherry blossom petals and arrived at the base of the three largest cherry trees in the center of the cherry blossom forest. In the center of these three cherry trees, a petite figure was entangled by chains of pink and white petals, dangling directly in midair. At the same time, countless petals flew in from all directions, one by one, affectionately clinging to her body. The petals that came into contact with her slowly changed from an elegant pink and white to a vibrant yang-fei color, as if they had been saturated with human blood. The cultivator, whose entire body was almost covered in cherry blossoms, with only her face exposed, was none other than Xia Song'an, a junior sister from the Shadowless sect. When Xie had looked at the list on the mustard seed map, she was primarily interested in seeing how many had passed the first stage, not specifically who was listed. She was indeed somewhat surprised to meet Xia Song'an here. But now that she had seen her, Xie wouldn't leave her alone. After all, she still quite liked this young woman. Xie was always particularly tolerant of those she loved. She flicked her fingertips, and 4 phantom blood vines flew out from behind her, piercing the 4 cherry blossom chains in midair. These phantom blood vines, planted by Xie Ying in the system space and meticulously cared for by Yining, had evolved a new attribute in addition to their previous one, devouring. The blood vines seemed to have sprouted countless invisible mouths, capable of completely devouring everything they touched. Chapter 318. The cherry blossoms, unaware of the phantom blood vine's ferocity, greedily sought to use it as nourishment. By the time they realized they couldn't absorb the blood vine, and would instead be devoured, it was too late to retreat. The phantom blood vine, like a greedy and mischievous child, quickly devoured every cherry blossom on Xia Songlan's body, then lovingly wrapped her up and carried her to her master. Xia Songlan had been trapped there for who knows how long, and how much of her essence and blood had been drained by the cherry blossoms. When she was released, her face was as pale as paper. Xie Ying used her spiritual power to probe her, discovering that her internal energy was severely depleted. At the rate the cherry blossoms were absorbing her blood, if she had arrived just half an hour later, she would have been left with nothing but corpses. But fortunately, she could still be saved. Xie Ying pinched Xia Songlan's chin and poured a full bottle of blood-replenishing and essence-strengthening pills into her mouth. After consuming a bottle of pills, Xia Songlan's pale face began to regain some color at a visible speed. At this moment, Xia Songlan, who had fainted, finally showed some signs of reaction. As soon as she opened her eyes, she was struck by the aura of an unfamiliar demonic beast. She instinctively wanted to attack, but stopped abruptly when she saw Xie Ying's familiar face. "Senior Sister Xie? It's me." After receiving the affirmative answer, Xia Songlan breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed into Xie Ying's arms. "Junior Sister Xia, how did you end up in the Hell Ravine? You couldn't have been teleported here the moment you entered, right? Everyone's landing location in the secret realm is random, but if they were actually teleported here, it would be truly unfortunate." Xie Ying felt that Xia Songlan's luck shouldn't have been this bad. "Of course not. I'm not that unlucky. But I'm not exactly lucky either." As expected, she soon heard Xia Songlan's weak reply. "I was teleported by the secret realm to a relatively safe place near the Hell Ravine. I originally wanted to reunite with my 5th senior brother, Kongji, but I didn't expect to run into the demon tribe first." "So it was the demon tribe that caused you to fall into the Hell Ravine?" "Well, they wanted to know what lay beneath the ravine, but didn't want to risk it themselves. They happened to be passing by and were outnumbered, so they threw me down." Xia Songlan had always liked Xie Ying, so when she asked, she didn't hide anything. "But I wandered around this deep ravine, and didn't encounter any danger or see any treasure. I thought it was just an ordinary ravine, so I let my guard down. Then I got entangled in these cherry blossom petals and nearly died. Fortunately, Senior Sister Xie arrived in time to save me. Including that time with Ling Sangshan, Senior Sister Xie has saved my life twice. I can never repay you for saving my life. If you need me in the future, please let me know. I will never refuse. It's not too late to talk about this after we get out." Xie Ying interrupted Xia Songlan's thanks, and quickly recounted the situation in the Hell Ravine. "Junior Sister Xia, the dangers down there are far greater than you imagine, but I have important matters to attend to, and cannot take you away now. I will find a safe place for you to recuperate and regroup. When you recover, join me again." Before Xia Songlan could say another word, Xie Ying carried her out of the cherry blossom forest and quickly found a secluded cave. The presence of an ordinary object in an unusual place is itself the greatest anomaly. Even though only the cherry blossom forest showed obvious hostility, Xie Ying still chose to take Xia Songlan to a place away from all the flowers and plants. She used talismans to cast a small, isolating magic circle around the area where Xia Songlan was healing, leaving a phantom blood vine as a precaution. Then, she returned to the cherry blossom forest. Inyan's intuition was never wrong. Since it had pointed her to the cherry blossom forest, even if the 9 transformation crystal bamboo she saw it wasn't there, it must be hiding some great treasure. Having come here, there was absolutely no reason to leave empty-handed. Xie Ying returned to the place where she had rescued Xia Songlan. Just as she had pulled out her 9-toothed rake, ready to strike big, she suddenly heard footsteps mixed with the sounds of 2 people talking approaching from afar. That little human girl from before must have been completely turned into fertilizer after being left hanging for so long. What a shame! Such a radiant girl's brain is so delicious. If it weren't for the lack of fertilizer, I wouldn't have been willing to let her go. Come on! What's so delicious about brains? Even if they tasted better, could they compare to the blood fruit from the cherry tree? Another voice scoffed, its tone filled with disdain. If you want to eat brains, Wait until the cherry tree bears fruit, and I go with you to hunt a dozen demonic beasts and feast on them." The moment the words fell, two figures emerged from behind the cherry tree. Xiaoying met their gazes and couldn't help but frown. So ugly. Although these two individuals had the same human body shape and limbs, they had flabby, ape-like faces. Even their third eye wasn't neatly centered between the two, but instead appeared in various locations on their cheeks, palms, and other places. Most importantly, these three eyes lacked pupils, only whites, and their complexions were as pale as a paper figure. Being stared at by these three eyes felt like being stared at by something sinister, sending a chill through one's body from the inside out. As soon as Xiaoying saw the two men's appearances, she knew they were the greatest demonic beasts in this hellish ravine. The three-eyed ape python. The two three-eyed ape pythons clearly hadn't expected another person to suddenly appear in their cherry blossom forest. Their hearts immediately sounded the alarm, their six pupilless eyes fixed directly in Xiaoying's direction, silently exerting pressure. "Are you from the Jiao clan outside? What are you doing here?" Xiaoying's malevolent aura was so strong, coupled with her dragon scales, that the two three-eyed ape pythons didn't doubt her identity. And because they believed the other party was a Jiao clan member, despite the murderous intent surging within them, they still didn't dare to act rashly. "We, the three-eyed ape python, and your Jiao clan have always kept our distance and have no dealings. You, a little Jiao, couldn't possibly have come here to reminisce about the past, could you?" "Of course not. Actually, I didn't want to bother you, seniors." Xiaoying smiled. Even facing two powerful three-eyed ape pythons alone, she showed no fear, and even her aura was even more impressive. "It's just that I finally caught a cute little prey outside. Just when I was thinking of playing with her, she jumped into the hell ravine. I've been tracking her all the way here, even though I never caught the prey I set my eyes on. But now it seems my prey has been eaten by your cherry tree. Seniors, what do I do?" Chapter 319. The girl before him was charming and lively, her smile as beautiful as a flower. Yet, her shimmering eyes lacked any warmth, making the three-eyed ape python feel uneasy. A snake takes 500 years to transform into a python into an anaconda in another 500, an anaconda into a dragon in another 500, and a dragon into a dragon takes 10,000 years, or even longer. But regardless, in the biological chain from snake to dragon, the dragon naturally holds a higher position than the python and exerts a certain degree of dominance over the python. The three-eyed ape python, however strange, still belongs to the python family. This is the real reason Xiaoying used the scales of an evil dragon and consumed a high-grade illusion pill to disguise herself as a dragon. However, she had only done this out of habit, adding another layer of preparation. She didn't want to waste her spiritual energy if she could use a more peaceful method. After all, she still had to retrieve two more treasures. So far, it seems her disguise has been quite effective. Unfortunately, the combined effects of the transfiguration pill and the evil dragon scales only last for 2 days, so she had to make a quick decision regarding the hell ravine. The three-eyed ape python remained silent, and Xiaoying didn't rush him. With a slight flick of her fingertips, phantom blood vines sprang to life, weaving a floating rattan chair behind her in the blink of an eye. Xiaoying leaned back lazily on the rattan chair, slowly untying the wine gourd from her waist and taking a sip. The cherry blossoms in the cherry blossom forest, drawn to her fleshy scent, drifted uncontrollably towards Xiaoying, only to be devoured by the blood vines before they could reach her. Seeing this, the two three-eyed ape pythons grew even more fearful, becoming even more cautious. "Who are you?" "I remain true to my name. I am Lin Yuexiang, the adopted sister of Helian Yao, a guest official at Lian Palace." Inin in the system space stumbled upon hearing this. Okay. You have to make up your own identity when you're out in the world, right?" The two men didn't doubt Xiaoying's words. After all, the mustard seed map only opened once every 10 years, and they had seen many humans and demons from outside the mustard seed map before. Xiaoying's assurance, coupled with the pure aura of the Jiao clan, made them even more convinced. "Miss Lin, we must rely on evidence. Your prey strayed into our territory and got into trouble. What does this have to do with us?" One of the slightly portly three-eyed ape pythons stepped forward, attempting to settle the matter with Xiaoying. However, Xiaoying's expression immediately changed upon hearing this. "What do you mean? Is it my fault that my prey was eaten by your cherry trees? Should I just accept my bad luck?" "We don't mean that." The three-eyed ape python forced a smile, but kept its distance from Xiaoying. "But people should always have some sense, right?" "Sense? What sense is there to be made of? I'm a demon dragon, not a human. I can't learn the human hypocrisy." Xiaoying sneered. "Anyway, My prey was lost in your cherry blossom forest today. If you can't give me a satisfactory answer, I seek justice myself." Before she finished her words, a flash of cold light shot out from her hand, heading straight for the nearest of the 3 cherry trees. Xia Ying's movements were so swift that the three-eyed ape python could only make out a rusty axe. However, the axe's ancient Taoist aura evoked a shiver in their hearts, and they quickly called for a halt. "Stop!" The axe of creation stopped just a finger's length away from the cherry tree. Petals scatter to the ground, and a closer look reveals that the tree's branches are still trembling slightly. The 2 three-eyed apes and pythons realized that the Jiao girl before them was no pushover. It just so happened that their own python tribe was naturally subordinate to the Jiao tribe, allowing them to attack weaker tribes at will. But with such a powerful being as the Jiao, the three-eyed apes and pythons had no desire to antagonize them. "What do you mean?" Xia Ying glanced back at them, her every move displaying her arrogant and smug defiance. This brazen and provocative look silenced the three-eyed apes and pythons for a moment. In this secret realm, when it came to brutality and ferocity, they were second to none. This was the first time they had encountered someone more unreasonable than them, yet their bloodline naturally suppressed their Jiao tribe, preventing them from taking action easily. "We're just 2 junior members of the three-eyed ape python clan. It's not our place to make decisions about the cherry blossom forest. Miss Lin, if you're willing to wait a moment, we report this matter to the elders of the clan and ask them to come forward and give you an explanation." "Okay, but you better be quick." Xia Ying readily agreed, but then smiled meaningfully when the 2 looked at her. "After all, I'm not very patient. If this takes too long, I can't guarantee that 1 or 2 trees in your cherry blossom forest won't be lost." The three-eyed ape python felt that the girl's smile was even more sinister than their own python poison. Their scalp tingled, and they felt a mixture of anger and fear. With a simple "I understand," they hurriedly left the cherry blossom forest. As the three-eyed ape python left, the smile on Xia Ying's face faded. She tilted her head slightly and lightly tapped a phantom blood vine on her shoulder. A small ball of light appeared in her palm as she turned her wrist. Then, there was a slight crisp click sound, and the phantom blood vine quickly wrapped around the ball of light, broke off, and fell into the cherry blossoms on the ground. The blood vine seized the opportunity to devour the petals, using them as cover to rapidly speed towards Xia Songlan's hiding place. Perhaps fearing that Xia Ying, remaining in the cherry blossom forest, would actually attack their precious cherry trees, the three-eyed ape python moved swiftly. In less than a quarter of an hour, Xia Ying spotted a group of figures rapidly approaching from afar. The leader, a slender figure wearing a black patterned dress, was clearly a woman. Her features remained the same, with 3 pupilless eyes perched on a flabby ape face. However, her third eye was located right between her eyebrows. While still unattractive, compared to the other three-eyed ape pythons with their bizarre appearances, she was still considered respectable. The 2 three-eyed ape pythons Xia Ying had previously negotiated with took the initiative to introduce themselves. "Elder, this is Miss Lin Yuexiang, whom we mentioned earlier. Miss Lin, this is Teng Ji, the chief elder of our three-eyed ape python clan. Greetings, Elder Teng Ji. I apologize for inadvertently entering your precious land and causing you trouble." Xia Ying gave her a sweet smile. She apologized, but her face showed no trace of guilt. She didn't even stand up as she spoke, still half sitting on the blood-vine chair, fiddling with the axe of creation. Her aura suddenly surpassed that of the three-eyed ape python. Teng Ji's status among the three-eyed ape pythons was second only to the clan leader. The clan leader spent years in seclusion, so she was always the most respected and influential member of the clan. Teng Ji couldn't be bothered by Xia Ying's disdain for her. Not to mention that the three-eyed ape pythons, due to their racial bloodline, couldn't change their ugly, strange appearance even after transforming into human form. Therefore, Teng Ji was different from the other three-eyed ape pythons. They took pleasure in torturing their prey and eating their brains raw, but Teng Ji enjoyed peeling off her prey's faces with her own hands. Every time she destroyed one beautiful face after another, countless pleasures accumulated and spread in her heart. Chapter 320. Looking at Xia Ying's youthful and pretty face, Teng Ji couldn't help but caress it with her fingers behind her back. Such a tender face, it must feel wonderful to peel. She had already had her doubts about Xia Ying's Jiao clan identity, and now, with murderous intent, she was even more unwilling to waste words. Teng Ji's third eye flickered slightly, and suddenly, behind Xia Ying, a dozen dark shadows with bared fangs and claws appeared and attacked her with lightning speed. Xia Ying's whole body was filled with a sense of power, but her smile remained unchanged. She slammed her palm downward, and the wind from her palm launched her into the air. In an instant, Her long legs transformed into a massive dark blue dragon tail, directly enveloping the dark shadows behind her. With a slight force, it crushed them into pieces. Then, the tail wrapped itself around the nearest cherry tree. The dragon tail was thick and powerful, and its dark blue scales shimmered in the full moonlight in the stream, exuding a fierce beauty. The dragon's tail, wrapped around the cherry tree, slowly exerted its strength, attempting to uproot it. The entire tree trembled in fear, and half of its violet-colored petals fell, raining petals across the entire forest. Xiang, nestled in the center of this magnificent shower of petals, was even more breathtakingly beautiful. Elder Tungji, what are you doing? Stop her now. Otherwise, the cherry trees we painstakingly cultivated will be ruined. Stop. Stop now. Come at us if you have anything to do with them. Don't touch our trees. Okay, as you wish. As the girl's clear voice rang out, the thick dragon's tail released the trembling cherry tree, which was now only half-petaled, and quickly and violently wrapped around one of the three-eyed ape pythons, suspending him upside down. The dragon's tail, wrapped around his waist, kept tightening. The three-eyed ape python instinctively transformed back into its demonic form, and tried to escape, but the tail remained stuck to his waist, even tightening even more. Xiang glanced sideways, then quickly looked away. A snake body, an ape face. The snake body was incredibly thin, while the ape face was enormous. How ugly! At this moment, the three-eyed ape python also let out a painful roar. Elder, save me! Lin Yuexiang, what are you doing? Let my people go. If it had been any other member of the tribe, Teng Ji would have left him alone. But she didn't know whether Xiang had done it on purpose or by chance. The one who had been swept away was the tribe leader's only son. The next leader of their three-eyed ape python clan. Teng Ji wasn't as strong as the tribe leader, so she couldn't bear to watch the leader's son die before her eyes. Otherwise, her position as elder would be in jeopardy. Oh! Xiang saw the eagerness on Teng Ji's face. Instead of loosening the tail, she tightened her grip on the three-eyed ape python. Thanks to her experience as a green snake in the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall, Xiang didn't show any sign of discomfort after temporarily taking the Jiao Dan to transform herself into a demon and obtain the Jiao tail. It was as if the tail belonged to her. Shouldn't I be the one to ask Elder Tengji what he wants to do? Your cherry tree ate my prey, and now instead of giving me a satisfactory explanation, you're even trying to secretly attack me. We're all 1,000-year-old foxes. What's the point of playing these stunts with me? Do you really think I'm one of those humans who's easy to fool and kill? I may be outnumbered, but if you don't let me off easy, I won't let you off easy either. Before you kill me, I will uproot all your cherry trees. I kill every member of your tribe, even a pair. Since you won't let me live, then none of you should live. Xie Ying's smile was so radiant as she spoke that even the three-eyed ape python, who preferred damp, cold environments, broke into a cold sweat. Are all the Jiao people out there so crazy? Seeing that the three-eyed ape python held hostage by Xie Ying was breathing more out than in, the other three-eyed ape pythons couldn't help but urge Teng Ji. Elder Teng Ji. Speak up. We can't let her keep killing people and uprooting trees. Okay, I get it. Teng Ji's face was so gloomy it looked like it was about to drip with water, but no matter how much murderous intent roared within her, it was useless. Xie Ying had captured the clan leader's son, strangling their very lifeline. She took a deep breath to suppress her displeasure, and stepped forward to negotiate with Xie Ying. Since our cherry tree ate your prey first, how about we compensate you with a new one? Didn't you enter the secret realm with the others? If you have an enemy, we can capture him for you. Who are you looking down on, elder? Xie Ying casually played with her pigtails. If I, Lin Yuexiang, wanted revenge, why would I rely on others? And prey is only fun if you catch it yourself. Do you think I'm a poor idiot who's making such a fuss just for a piece of prey? The three-eyed apes and pythons. ? Isn't that right? Heh! Xie Ying sneered. The prey has never been what I care about. It's that someone else stole my prey. That really makes me so upset. What do you want instead of prey? Sincerity, I want your sincerity. Xie Ying tilted her head, looking at Teng Ji, who was furious at her, and spoke frankly, fearlessly. I just wonder how much sincerity the elder is willing to show to convince me. At this point, if Teng Ji still couldn't understand Xie Ying's intentions, then all her life would have been in vain. How could they be looking for prey? They were clearly robbing them under the guise of looking for prey. For years, their three-eyed ape and python clan had been dominating the secret realm, and this was the first time they had been bullied. And yet, they were afraid to act rashly, unable to do anything to the person before them. Blood fruit. Teng Ji took a deep breath and made her decision. Our cherry trees have been fertilized with your prey. In a few days, they bear blood fruit. Blood fruit can improve your cultivation and elevate your realm, and it also has beautifying properties. When the blood fruit ripens, I personally pick the best one and give it to you. How about that as our apology? No idea. Xie refused Teng Ji without a second thought. You have so many cherry trees, yet you only give me one blood fruit? Are you treating me like a beggar? Since your blood fruit is so good, why don't you let me take one cherry tree and plant it myself? After all, I can get fertilizer myself. Seeing Xie still not give up on taking their trees, Teng Ji was so angry that her third eye almost twisted. No! I can't give you the flower tree. In this deep ravine, besides the flower tree, I can give you anything you want. Here it comes finally. Xie curled her lips, content in her heart, but still unwilling to give in. Elder, what are you talking about? Do you have any other treasures besides flowers and trees? Even if you do, they certainly can't compare to these flowers and trees. Chapter 321. Seeing Xie Ying's relentless defiance, Teng Ji was momentarily at a loss for a response. No matter how ferocious and cunning a demonic beast might be, how could it possibly rival a scheming human? The three-eyed ape and python both saw that if they couldn't produce a treasure comparable to the flower tree blood fruit to silence Xie Ying, this woman would not give up. Suddenly, one of the three-eyed apes and pythons had a flash of inspiration and whispered in Teng Ji's ear. Teng Ji's eyes lit up, and her gloomy expression gradually brightened. Xie Ying appeared unconcerned, but in reality, her peripheral vision was constantly watching Teng Ji and the others' every move. As soon as she saw Teng Ji's expression, she knew her goal would soon be achieved. As expected, the next second, Teng Ji's voice rang out again. Of course, our clan possesses treasures on par with the flower tree, and this one is far more valuable than the flower tree itself. It will surely satisfy the sincerity you seek, Miss Lin. Teng Ji gritted her teeth, emphasizing the last two words. But Xie Ying maintained her nonchalant attitude. Oh! Really? You wouldn't even bother compensating for a flower tree, yet you're willing to give me such a precious treasure? Xie Ying's face was etched with disbelief, unmoved by Teng Ji's words. Teng Ji, seeing her constantly harping on the flower tree, was furious. Who taught this little bandit to be so obsessed with their flower tree? Teng Ji glanced at the clan leader's son, who was nearly dead, entangled in the dragon's tail. She took another deep breath, suppressing the murderous intent surging within her, and patiently explained in a deep voice. No matter how good a treasure is, if it is not suitable for the cultivation method, it is just an embellishment for us, the three-eyed ape and python clan. But for Miss Lin, it is indeed a real good thing. Although we lived in the secret realm for generations, we know that the rules outside are strict and not as free as here. Blood fruits, while delicious, are extremely difficult to cultivate, requiring pure spiritual energy and flesh and blood as fertilizer. Even 100 fertilizers can only produce one blood fruit, so taking the flower tree and cultivating the blood fruit yourself is truly unsuitable for the young lady. But the treasure we be giving you next will definitely suit your taste. Oh! Hearing Elder Teng Ji say, that makes me curious. I wonder what treasure you're talking about. 9 Transformation Crystal Bamboo. Hearing these 4 words, Xie Ying finally felt relieved. However, she didn't rush to interrupt, instead waiting with a smile for Teng Ji's next words. Teng Ji felt a little frustrated, but to protect the tribe's most important flower tree and the next clan leader, who had yet to mature, she had no choice but to explain to Xie Ying. The 9 Transformation Crystal Bamboo is an immortal plant that embodies all the purest and most benevolent forces in the world. Legend has it that it was formed from a trace of divine power left behind by the goddess of creation, Niwa. It not only has the miraculous power of resurrection, but can also help people attain enlightenment. A cultivator's cultivation is simply to transcend the mortal body and transcend the heavenly way, thus achieving true freedom through immortality and godhood. But if one wants to ascend, attain enlightenment, and achieve one's own path, it presents a hurdle that cannot be crossed. How many treasures in the world can actually help cultivators attain enlightenment? Teng Ji grew increasingly proud as she spoke. If it weren't for the fact that the 9-turn crystal bamboo not only benefits their cultivation techniques, but also acts as a restraint, she wouldn't be willing to give such a precious treasure away. Furthermore, in this vast secret realm, only our 3-eyed ape python's territory can grow 9-turn crystal bamboo. For years, the monsters in the secret realm would pay a hefty price to even ask us for a single leaf of the 9-turn crystal bamboo, yet now we are willing to offer it to you. So, Miss Lin, perhaps you can sense our sincerity? If the 9-turn crystal bamboo is truly as precious as the elders claim, Then I certainly can sense your sincerity. Xie had been pondering this, and now that the opportunity had arrived, she naturally agreed. Where is the 9-turn crystal bamboo? After all, I need to see it with my own eyes to know if this treasure truly rivals these flowers and trees. Hearing that Xie hadn't given up on their flowers and trees, Teng Ji wished she could bring the 9-turn crystal bamboo to her in exchange for the clan leader's son. She had no idea that Xie Ying's original goal was the 9-turn crystal bamboo. Miss Lin, please follow me. Teng Ji made a forced invite gesture, and Xie transformed back into human form. She still didn't let go of the little three-eyed ape python, instead wrapping it tightly with phantom blood vines and holding it in her hand. Seeing their next clan leader being held like a toy in someone's hands, the three-eyed ape python's faces turned gloomy. But Xie was now holding the emperor hostage to control the princes, so no matter how dissatisfied they were, they could only endure it. Teng Ji had the others wait in the cherry blossom forest, while she personally led Xie deeper into the flower forest. The deeper they went, the more intensely the cherry blossoms bloomed on the branches, and the air was filled with an unusually rich fragrance. Xie Ying's heart was filled with alarm. She calmly placed her hands behind her back and lit a mind-clearing talisman to clear her mind and isolate herself from the fragrance, lest she fall into a trap unknowingly. The two walked, one in front of the other, deep within the cherry blossom forest. Xie Ying, ever attentive, noticed that the deeper they went, the surrounding scenery slowly shifted. No matter which direction they looked, the scene remained identical. Xie Ying suspected this was some kind of disorienting formation, where the most crucial thing was to avoid any mistakes. Because every step was carefully considered, treading on the veins of the formation, even a single misstep could trap them, unable to find their way out. Xie Ying knew Teng Ji was harboring evil intentions, so she was constantly on guard. After noticing something unusual in the cherry blossom forest, she followed her every move. Until she followed Teng Ji onto the final step of the formation, everything before Xie Ying's eyes finally underwent a dramatic transformation. The tender, fragrant cherry blossom forest vanished, replaced by a bright, elegant, glazed bamboo forest. On either side, crystal bamboo formed a forest, but the bamboo forest was small enough to be seen from end to end. Xie Ying carefully examined the crystal bamboos. Regardless of their height, thickness, or overall size, they all possessed only 9 joints. Their entire bodies were crystal clear, as if carved from glass, shimmering with a faint luster. The leaves, like condensed raindrops, dangled from the branches, glistening and dripping. But what Xie Ying cared about most was the aura imbued within the 9-turn crystal bamboos. It was the aura of the Great Tao. The 9-turn crystal bamboos were the product of a vestige of divine power from the goddess of creation, Niwa. The Tao principles and meaning imbued within the crystal bamboos originated from her. No wonder the three-eyed ape python clutched the 9-turn crystal bamboos tightly even when it had no use for them. After all, treasures related to the god of creation might be the only ones in the world. But soon, these treasures would be hers. Thinking of this, Xie Ying couldn't help but laugh in her mind. He. Come to my arms, my precious treasures, Inin sighed softly. The three-eyed ape python is in danger. Chapter 322. How? Having fought several battles without gaining even a sliver of advantage, Teng Ji now truly couldn't understand or grasp Xie Ying's intentions. Teng Ji wasn't worried that Xie Ying would despise the 9-turn crystal bamboo, but rather that she would take it and then refuse to let go of their flower trees. The elder truly wasn't lying to me. This is indeed a good thing, but... Xie Ying paused, and Teng Ji's heart sank. Just as she was about to attack, Xie Ying spoke with a faint smile. I wonder how many 9-turn crystal bamboos the elder intends to give me as an apology. Of course, 1. How many more do you want? Teng Ji blurted out without hesitation, then felt a chill creep up from her feet. Turning around, she saw the smile on Xie Ying's face fade. Are you giving a section of 9-turn crystal bamboo to a beggar? Is this what the elders call sincerity? Xie Ying, displeased, began to strain her hands. Her exertion naturally made the three-eyed ape python in her grasp suffer. Teng Ji was truly terrified that the clan leader's son would be tortured to death by Xie Ying. Even if she killed Xie Ying, she wouldn't escape the clan leader's vengeance. How much do you want? Half. You want half? Teng Ji jumped up. Why don't you just go and grab it? Elder, what are you saying? Isn't that what I'm doing now? Teng Ji choked, nearly collapsing at Xie Ying's blatantly shameless attitude. Since the 9-turn crystal bamboo is of no use to the three-eyed ape python clan, why not give me half? Xie Ying paid no heed to Teng Ji's resentment, and even calmly proposed a second plan. If Elder Tengji really can't bear to part with half of this 9 transformation crystal bamboo, then I can compromise a bit, and just give up 3 9 transformation crystal bamboos and a cherry tree. How about that? No big deal. Tengji's temples throbbed. She knew this Lin Yuexiang hadn't given up on their flower trees, but these flowers beneath the deep ravine of hell were the very foundation of their three-eyed ape python's cultivation and survival in the secret realm. No outsider could take them away, no matter what. So, even with blood dripping from her heart, Tengji had no choice but to temporarily agree to Xie Ying's overbearing terms. Wait until she rescued the clan leader's son, and see how she dealt with this ignorant little girl. Just as you said before. Take half of the 9-turn crystal bamboo here. Elder Tengji, how straightforward. I respectfully obey. Xie Ying snapped her fingers, and a phantom blood vine erupted, excitedly dashing into the bamboo forest. In an instant, it grew as thick as a bucket, flexing like a snake, wrapping itself around half of the 9-turn crystal bamboo, pulling it up and dashing back. Tengji's resentful gaze remained fixed on Xie Ying, so she overlooked the tiny section of phantom blood vine that had broken off and tumbled into the bamboo forest on the other side. Only when the phantom blood vine once again wrapped itself around Xie Ying's fingertips and rolled half of the 9-turn crystal bamboo into the storage bag she had prepared did Tengji withdraw her gaze, her tone cold and hard. I already given you the 9-turn crystal bamboo. Can you return my people to me now? Don't worry, Elder Tengji. Xie Ying smiled as she shifted the three-eyed ape python to her other hand, distancing herself from Tengji. Lin Yuexiang, what do you mean? Of course I don't believe you. Xie Ying shrugged. Once my sisters and I are safely out of the Hell Ravine, I return this little three-eyed ape python to you, safe and sound. You actually have an accomplice? Tengji was shocked. Were the pythons truly inherently inferior to the Jiaos? Even in terms of cunning and slyness, they couldn't match the Jiaos? Calling us accomplices is a bit harsh. We didn't commit murder or arson on the Elder's territory. Xie Ying smiled sweetly, ignoring Tengji's scowl. The matter is almost settled. Let's go back now. What could Tengji say? She couldn't say anything. Didn't she see that the next leader of their three-eyed ape pythons was still in their clutches? Tengji, furious and frustrated, led the men back to the cherry blossom forest. The three-eyed ape pythons were also surprised to see Xie Ying unharmed. What's going on? Couldn't even Elder Tengji do anything to this man? Everyone looked at each other, standing back, not daring to breathe. Tengji suppressed her frustration before speaking again. Where's your companion? Don't worry, they're coming soon. Xie Ying smiled, walked past Tengji, and continued forward. Tengji followed her gaze and, as expected, saw a slender figure standing under a cherry tree not far away. The girl's aura and attire were very similar to Xie Ying's, except her dress was aqua blue. She also had a phantom blood vine entwined from her waist to her shoulders, but her face was unlike anything Tengji had ever seen. Tengji glanced at them, and then looked away. She truly hated these two Jiao girls. The other three-eyed apes and pythons were also stunned. Why is there another one? Lan, have you been waiting long? We be leaving soon. Xie Ying quickly walked over to Xia Songlan, who had taken the transfiguration pill, and grasped her hand, hushing her. Xia Songlan's eyes flickered, and she obediently played the cool persona Xie Ying had assigned her. Xie Ying raised her hand and waved, and the bibofan, magnified several times, flew out of thin air and landed at their feet. The two quickly climbed aboard. Miss Lin. Tengji glared at Xie Ying darkly. Don't forget what you promised me. Elder Tengji, don't worry. Xie Ying smiled sweetly. I'm a man of my word. As long as we leave the Hell Ravine safely, your people will return to you safe and sound. With that, Xie Ying, holding Xia Songlan's hand with her left and the three-eyed ape python in her right, leaped directly onto the bibofan. The bibofan, following its will, rode the wind upwards, breaking through the dense fog and heading straight for the ravine's exit. Elder, are you really just letting them go? What else? Tengji angrily retorted to the tribesman. I watched helplessly as she strangled Xiaoan to death. As she spoke, a sudden gust of wind blew from the depths of the cherry blossom forest behind her, heading straight for Xie Ying in the thick fog. The three-eyed apes and pythons. ? What the hell just vanished so quickly? Watching the gust of wind merge into the black fog, Tengji felt an inexplicable unease well up in her heart. She had a feeling something was amiss. Did that thing just come from the direction of the 9 transformation crystal bamboo? Oh no! We've been robbed. Tengji angrily slapped the person next to her. Hurry, send someone to check if our 9 transformation crystal bamboo is still there. Chapter 323. The tribesmen were stunned by Teng Ji's slap, yet they still responded in unison, hastily turning to check on the 9 transformation crystal bamboo. At the same time, a dark mass fell from the black fog. Teng Ji immediately recognized it as the tribe leader's son, Shaoan, and quickly flew forward to catch it. After carefully examining Shaoan and confirming that he was only seriously injured but still breathing, Teng Ji finally felt completely relieved. As long as he wasn't dead, that was all. The worry dissipated, and was replaced by a raging rage that had nowhere to vent. Teng Ji looked up at the exit of the deep ravine, her 3 eyes narrowing simultaneously, a dangerous glint in their eyes. Take Shaoan back to heal. She handed the severely injured Shaoan to the tribesman beside her, and prepared to chase after Xiang and the others. But as soon as she reached the air, she felt a huge heat wave. Instinctively avoiding danger, Teng Ji retreated from the black fog. Before she could make another move, Xie Ying's voice, tinged with a hint of laughter, pierced the thick black fog, reaching the ears of all the 3-eyed apes and pythons below. Thank you, Elder Teng Ji, for your generous gift. To express my gratitude, I have also prepared a great gift for you, which will be here shortly. As Xie Ying's voice fell, a clear and resounding phoenix cry echoed through the sky. Then Teng Ji and the others saw 3 enormous fire phoenixes swooping down from the black fog and circling above the sea of flowers. Their brilliant flames shredded the dense fog. With their flapping wings, countless azure flames rained down, showering the 3-eyed apes and pythons with a magnificent and stunning rain of fire. Quick! Use your demonic power to erect a barrier to block these flames. Teng Ji, the first to react, quickly used her demonic power to erect a massive barrier in an attempt to block the fire phoenix's attack. But the azure flames released by the fire phoenix's fluttering wings were no ordinary fire. They were the flames of the netherworld azure lotus, capable of incinerating everything. Even if a single cluster of azure flames landed in the sea of flowers, it would not extinguish until it had consumed the filth hidden beneath the beautiful blossoms. Soon, the scattered azure flames automatically merged and spread, burning all the way from the cherry blossom forest to the sea of roses Xiang had first seen. At this point, the dreamy and magnificent sea of flowers had completely transformed into a vast ocean of fire. The seemingly harmless flowers and plants writhed incessantly under the scorching heat of the netherworld azure lotus flames. Though unable to speak, everyone could still sense their pain. Teng Ji, thoroughly tricked, was furious and heartbroken, but she had no time to spare for Xie Ying and Xia Songlan, who had already escaped the abyss of hell. She now focused her energies on saving as many flowers and trees as possible from the azure sea of fire, but Teng Ji's efforts were ultimately in vain. Despite her utmost efforts, she couldn't extinguish even a tiny bit of the flames. The fire refused to stop until it had completely consumed the area. Teng Ji had also had people try to remove the flowers and trees from the Sea of Inferno, but even if they came into contact with the azure flames, their entire bodies would be burned by the blaze, making it impossible to extinguish the flames. So the 3-eyed apes and pythons could only watch helplessly as all the flowers and trees were consumed by the flames. They watched as the very foundation of their 3-eyed ape and python clan's cultivation was destroyed in flames. Not until all the flowers and trees were burned to a trace did the fire finally die out on its own. Teng Ji's eyes, which lacked pupils but only whites, were now a crimson red, and their roars filled the entire infernal ravine. Lin Yuexiang. For today's revenge, my 3-eyed ape and python clan will crush you to ashes, and we will not rest until you are dead. Chu. Lin Yuexiang, walking with Dai Tian and Di Qingyue on the road to Yuan Valley, sneezed violently several times, a chill running down her back. Xiang, what's wrong with you? I don't know. Lin Yuexiang frowned in confusion. She couldn't quite put her finger on what she had just felt. Don't cultivators become immune to illness after drawing qi into their bodies? I wasn't feeling any discomfort before. Perhaps it's the influence of the mustard seed's secret realm. Anyway, proceed with caution. Di Qingyue was frugal with his words, simply stating his suspicions. Dai Tian, still needing to maintain his Wang Qing persona, simply nodded and said nothing more. Lin Yuexiang opened her mouth to say something, but seeing the expressions on their faces, she swallowed her words back. For some reason, she had a bad feeling. Xie Ying was also in the mustard seed's secret realm. Could she possibly be facing Xie Ying head-on? Lin Yuexiang shuddered at the thought, silently praying, please don't let her run into Xie Ying. She truly didn't want to feel the fear of being dominated by Xie Ying again. Meanwhile, Xie Ying, who was being muttered to herself, was frantically fleeing, clutching Xia Songlan. Xia Ying had always known that the three-eyed ape python tolerated her repeatedly hitting their weak spot because she had grasped their weakness. The little three-eyed ape python. If she handed the little three-eyed ape python over, she would undoubtedly face a counterattack from Tung Ji and the others. That was why, after throwing the man down, she quickly formed a seal and performed the phoenix cry of the 9 heavens, commanding 3 fire phoenixes to burn the boundless sea of flowers beneath the deep ravine of hell. While magic cultivators may be fragile, as long as they're strong enough, they can inflict damage no less than sword cultivators. Not to mention, Xia Ying has incorporated the Nether Azure Lotus Flame into her repertoire of fire spells, so her Phoenix Cry 9 Heavens is sure to inflict devastating damage on the sea of flowers of the three-eyed apes and pythons. Dizzy, Xia Songlan crouched on the bibbo fan, clinging to the edge to avoid being blown away by the gusts of wind from her rapid flight. Xia, senior sister, can you slow down a bit? I feel like vomiting. Ah? You can't slow down. Xia Ying, her hair tangled in the wind, didn't slow down at all. We're running for our lives now. Junior sister Xia, just hold on a little longer. We'll be fine once we reach safety. Xia Songlan's eyes littered with stars. I can't hold on any longer. What should I do? Xia Ying soared with the fan, reaching the Yuran Valley from the deep hell ravine in just 3 hours. As soon as the fan was blown, Xia Songlan stumbled to the side, hugging a tree and vomiting violently. Although she had long since been fasting, she couldn't vomit anything, but the dizziness had eased considerably. Even so, Xia Songlan still felt as if the world was shaking. She struggled to steady herself and walked towards Xia Ying. After thanking her, she couldn't help but ask a question. At that moment, she only saw 3 fire phoenixes fly out of the seal Xia Ying had formed and plunge into the black fog, but she didn't see what they did. Senior sister Xia, what did you do next? Did you set them on fire? How could I? I wasn't so cruel as to burn people directly. I only burned a few of their flower fields. Oh! Xia Songlan responded instinctively, but then quickly realized something was wrong. Wait! What did senior sister Xia burn? Chapter 324. Xia Songlan turned around, looking somewhat blankly, and asked again uncertainly. Senior sister Xia, are you saying that you burned all those man-eating flowers and trees beneath the hell ravine? Yes. Xia Ying raised her chin confidently. Are you going to keep those harmful creatures for food if you don't burn them all? Although Xia Ying didn't fully understand the functions of those flowers and trees, that didn't stop her from destroying them. After all, the words flower fertilizer and blood fruit clearly indicated those flowers and plants were anything but ordinary. She was simply doing justice for the people and performing a good deed. Yes. Senior sister, you're right to burn it. At that moment, Xia Songlan finally understood why Xia Ying had run so quickly. If she were the three-eyed ape python and faced this kind of situation, she wouldn't be able to alleviate her hatred unless she captured the culprit and chopped him into pieces, scattering his bones and scattering his ashes. Before Xia Songlan could recover from her shock, Xia Ying dropped another bombshell, nearly leaving her speechless. Oh yes, I also took away the 9-turn crystal bamboo they had hidden. It said that this bamboo is a trace of divine power left by the goddess of creation, Niwa, and can help people attain enlightenment. Xia Songlan, shock. Senior sister Xia, how dare you? What's the big deal? With a good hoe, there's no bamboo you can't dig up. Aren't you afraid the three-eyed ape python will come after you? Of course. That's why I'm running away with you. But we still have 3 months to stay in the secret realm. I'm afraid the three-eyed ape python won't let you go easily. Xia Songlan was genuinely worried about Xia Ying. After all, those monsters looked incredibly formidable. Even if Xia Ying was powerful enough to fight 10 enemies alone, she wouldn't be able to withstand the retaliation of an entire group of demon beasts. Don't worry. Since I dared to do this, I'm sure they won't target me. After all, the name I told them wasn't even my own. Xia Ying noticed Xia Songlan's concern and patted her shoulder reassuringly. As long as I leave the Hell Ravine, and don't let them catch up to me now, they won't come after me even if they seek revenge later. Then whose name did senior sister Xia mention? Xia Songlan was a little curious, and then she saw Xia Ying covering her mouth and laughing. Hee. Of course it's Lin Yuexiang. If it was Lin Yuexiang who did it, what does it have to do with me, Xia Ying? Don't worry, Lin Yuexiang is incredibly strange. Anyone could die in this secret realm, but not her. After all, she's the heroine of this small world. How could she be so easily tormented to death? But even with the severe damage and the loss of many of her life-saving magic tools, she couldn't escape. Xia Songlan, For some reason, she suddenly felt that the fate of her former senior brother, Yiming, who had been expelled from the sect and suffered a shattered heart, wasn't so tragic after all. After all, with the method senior sister Xia had used to torment Lin Yuexiang, her former senior brother might not have survived more than 3 days in her hands. Okay, let's not talk about that disappointing stuff. Xia Ying waved her hand, breaking off a leaf of 9 Revolution crystal bamboo from her storage bag and handing it over. Everyone who sees it gets a share. This leaf is for you. For me? Xia Songlan held the leaf in both hands, flattered. After all, she had been seriously injured in the cherry blossom forest, and hadn't been able to help Xia Ying afterwards. Now Xia Ying had given her such a precious treasure, and she was at a loss for words. Take it. You're already seriously injured and depleted of spiritual energy. If you want to stay and complete the mission, you must heal and regain your peak strength as quickly as possible. This effect can only be achieved with the leaves of the 9 transformation crystal bamboo. I take you to a safe place to heal later. Take the leaves quickly, and don't keep them on hand to avoid being targeted. Yes. I know. Thank you so much, senior sister. Xia Songlan swallowed the leaves without a second thought. Senior sister Xia was so kind to her. She wouldn't harm her. Similarly, Xia Songlan didn't think there was anything wrong with Xia Ying only giving her 1 leaf when she possessed so many 9 transformation crystal bamboos. After all, she hadn't contributed anything. The 9 transformation crystal bamboo was a treasure Xia Ying had earned through her own abilities. Giving it to her was a favor. Not giving it to her was only natural. Furthermore, Xia Songlan was fully aware of her own strength. If Xia Ying had truly given her a whole tree, she would have been harming her. After all, a rare treasure like the 9 transformation crystal bamboo can become a death warrant without sufficient strength to match it. After consuming the bamboo leaves, Xia Songlan could clearly feel her weakened limbs slowly regaining strength, and her wounds less painful. It felt as if a powerful yet gentle force within her body was slowly healing her wounds. Xia Ying said nothing more, simply leading Xia Songlan to the place where she had last met with the Shook clan leader and lighting the colorful hair. White smoke curled up and drifted into the forest. Soon, the space in front of Xia Ying distorted for a moment, and then the Shook clan leader's muscular figure, as sturdy as a small mountain, appeared before her. Shook clan leader. You're back so soon? I naturally returned once I got the stuff. Otherwise, why would I stay and make their dinner? Xia Ying asked sincerely. The Shook clan leader choked, but still moved aside to make way. Come with me. We talk inside if we have anything to say. The two followed the Shook clan leader's pace, and soon disappeared into the valley. The scenery inside and outside the space didn't differ much. The 7-colored deer inside could clearly see what was happening outside, but those outside had no way of glimpsing the second dimension. Entering the 7-colored deer's true habitat, the ground was practically filled with adorable fawns. Their bright, innocent eyes were filled with curiosity about Xia Ying and the others. Xia Songlan's eyes lit up as she followed Xia Ying. If she weren't afraid of being chased out by the 7-colored deer clan leader, she would have wanted to hug a fawn and pet it. Meanwhile, Xia Ying walked inside while talking to the Shook clan. It happened so suddenly before, I didn't have time to ask your name. My name is Xia Ying, and hers is Xia Songlan. Xia Ying stated her name directly. Where are you taking us, Chief? To see the younger member of the clan I mentioned before. He's currently at a critical juncture in his advancement. The 7-colored deer are kind and simple-minded. Shuka had already sensed the aura of the 9 transformation crystal bamboo on Xia Ying, knowing she wasn't deceiving him. Therefore, he didn't hide anything that didn't affect the clan. The more talented the young deer in our 7-colored deer clan are, the more dangerous the transition to adult deer becomes. Without the aid of the aura of the great Tao laws of the 9 transformation crystal bamboo, their chances of premature death are a full 90%. Chapter 325. This statement sounds a bit novel, but it's not difficult to understand. It simply means, too much wisdom leads to demonic influence, and excessive wisdom leads to harm. Giving someone a gifted understanding that differs from others naturally comes with corresponding hardships and suffering. In previous years, we always prepared the 9 transformation crystal bamboo in advance to give outstanding young members of our clan more opportunities for advancement. But this time, the situation was so sudden that no one expected the child to be promoted at this time. He is the most gifted and capable child in our 7-colored deer clan. Xia Ying and Xia Songlan remained silent, waiting quietly for the Shook clan leader to finish speaking before speaking. The 3-eyed ape python is ferocious and vicious. I wonder how Chief Shook obtained the 9 transformation crystal bamboo from them. It was also a trade. Shook was silent for a moment before slowly explaining, Our seven-colored deer clan is full of treasures. While the three-eyed ape python is formidable, it's not the only one in the secret realm. As long as the price is paid, there will naturally be monsters willing to help us retrieve the 9 transformation crystal bamboo from the deep hell ravine. As they spoke, the two men and the deer had arrived in front of a secluded cave. In front of the cave, a clear formation and spiritual energy were emanating from the barrier. It was clear that the brilliant child Shook had mentioned was now within the cave. We, the seven-colored deer clan, will repay any favor. The voice of Chief Shook rang out again from midair. Although you're from the outside world, I won't treat you any differently because of that. You helped us obtain the 9 transformation crystal bamboo. In addition to what I originally promised you, before you leave your valley, you can also take a treasure from my clan as my token of gratitude. Xia Ying chuckled. If that's the case, one treasure might not be enough to express the clan leader's gratitude to me. What do you mean? Shuka frowned, a mixture of displeasure and confusion welling up in his heart. He noticed Xia Ying's upright features, and he didn't seem like a greedy person. So why was he saying such things now? We can discuss these matters later. Clan leader, please first take the 9 transformation crystal bamboo and help the younger members of your clan successfully advance. Oh yes, how many 9 transformation crystal bamboos does clan leader need? How many? Could Xia Ying conjure up a forest just because he wanted one? Shuka suppressed the absurd thought and returned to his business. 3 leaves of crystal bamboo will do. Okay. With a wave of his hand, Xia Ying's 3 shimmering bamboo leaves appeared and floated before Shuka. Shuka's deer eyes lit up, and he nodded at the 2 of them before rolling up the 3 leaves, transforming into a stream of light and darting into the cave. With nothing else to do, Xia Ying found a place nearby to sit cross-legged in meditation. She couldn't absorb the immortal energy from the secret realm for her own use, but that didn't prevent her from gaining insights from it, and thus refining her spiritual power. Xia Songlon, momentarily lost in thought, turned around and discovered that Xia Ying had somehow entered a state of cultivation. Dots of immortal energy formed small vortices around her. Xia Songlon, Senior sister Xia is truly the recognized king of the immortal realm. The rumors are true. Bang! A loud bang startled Xia Ying, who was meditating, and Xia Songlon, who was healing. They both looked up into the cave. A young man wearing a bamboo moon-colored robe and a pair of deer antlers emerged. Behind him followed a young boy dressed similarly. Suya, it was this fairy Xia who brought the 9 revolution crystal bamboo that helped you at the last moment. Why don't you thank your savior? Thank you, sister, for saving my life. The young man known as Suya's eyes lit up upon seeing Xia Ying. His deer eyes seemed filled with shattered stars, gleaming brilliantly as they blinked. You're welcome. I didn't help you for nothing. Unfortunately, even though Suya was nearly blinded by blinking, Xia Ying didn't even glance at him. Instead, she looked at Shuku. Your clan leader made a deal with me. Yes. Shuku nodded, not fearing what might happen next. Fairy Xia, I can accompany you to test the elixir anytime you like. Suya was stunned. Test the elixir? What elixir? Don't worry, it's the growing horn elixir, not the poison elixir. But I need to modify the recipe and refine it again, so I might need to trouble clan leader Shuku to find a place for me to refine the elixir. That's not difficult. My clan already has an alchemy center. Fairy Xia, please come with me. No rush. Shuka paused, his inquiring gaze fixed on Xia Ying, only to meet her smiling eyes. I have something else I'd like to trade with clan leader Shuku. Isn't he interested? What is it? Of course, it's the thing your 7-colored deer loves and needs the most. A flash of light passed by, and Shuku and Suya both froze in their places, their eyes wide open. This is 9 transformation crystal bamboo. They couldn't believe their eyes. Shuka pinched Suya's arm fiercely. Only after hearing Suya gasp in pain did they finally confirm. This wasn't a dream, or even an illusion. The 9-turn crystal bamboo that Xia Ying had taken out was now floating quietly in midair, as bright as the cold moon and as smooth as jade. Though only half the height of a man, the mysterious aura it exuded was truly captivating. Shuka held his breath, fearing that even a heavy breath would affect the 9-turn crystal bamboo's mystical aura. After gazing at it for an unknown amount of time, Shuka finally averted his gaze with difficulty. I wonder where Fairy Xia got this 9-turn crystal bamboo. What are you talking about, clan leader? Besides the Hell Ravine, is there anywhere else you can find 9-turn crystal bamboo? Xia Ying shrugged. Of course, I snatched this bamboo from the 3-eyed ape python. His. Shuka gasped, his gaze towards Xia Ying instantly filled with respect. To snatch something from the three-eyed ape python and escape unscathed, one must be a ruthless individual. Shuko was a smart man, so he naturally didn't ask about the details. However, he still couldn't believe such a good thing could happen to the seven-colored deer clan, so he couldn't help but ask a few more questions to confirm. Fairy Xia, are you really willing to trade this crystal bamboo with my seven-colored deer clan? Of course. After all, even without this one, she still had a whole bamboo forest. If she hadn't been worried about the 9 transformation crystal bamboo's specific growing environment, she would have plucked the entire forest clean long ago. Why would she have been so merciful as to leave one piece for the three-eyed ape python? At this moment, Xiang offered this crystal bamboo to Shuko in exchange, not only forging a good relationship with the seven-colored deer clan, but also to indirectly learn more about the 9 transformation crystal bamboo from him. I recovered the bamboo for you, but whether it survives is none of my business. Of course. Fairy Xia's willingness to transfer the crystal bamboo to us is already a gesture of great kindness and righteousness. How dare we ask for more? Furthermore, the 9 transformation crystal bamboo is incredibly resilient and easy to maintain. Just give it a quiet environment, and it will thrive. Shuko had already been completely captivated by Xia Ying's slap in the face. Completely captivated. The look he gave Xia Ying was the same look Xia Ying gave the God of Wealth. Chapter 326. After learning from Elder Shuk that the 9 transformation crystal bamboo could survive anywhere, Xia Ying felt a surge of regret. I should have pulled them all out. The man is innocent. He is guilty of possessing a treasure. Chief Shuk, I suggest you find a secluded place to hide the 9 transformation crystal bamboo and keep it secret. Otherwise, you will inevitably face retaliation from the three-eyed ape python. Xia Ying will be able to leave the mustard seed secret realm in 3 months, but the seven-colored deer clan must continue to survive within the secret realm. She didn't want her good intentions to backfire. Don't worry, Fairy Xia. I understand your concerns. The matter of the 9 transformation crystal bamboo will never be revealed outside of Yuan Valley. Shuk raised his hand and stored the 9 transformation crystal bamboo into his own space, treating Xia Ying with indescribable warmth. The fairy has gifted me with such a great opportunity within the seven-colored deer clan. I truly have no way to repay you. Besides agreeing to your request and offering you the treasures of our clan, the only way I can repay you is by having Suya pledge herself to me. Xia Ying, what the hell? Xia Song on, shock. Wait, clan leader Shuko, have you misunderstood something? Xia Ying quickly interrupted Shuko. I'm only interested in treasures, not men. Does the fairy already have a Taoist partner? Indeed, a cultivator as outstanding as Fairy Xia must have countless suitors. This was Shuko's first reaction upon being rejected, but despite his simple mindset, he didn't give up. Having a Taoist partner doesn't matter. We demon beasts are free-spirited and unconcerned with status. Suya, are you willing to repay Fairy Xia? I'm willing to repay you, sister, even if it's without a legitimate relationship. Suya, with his innocent face, quickly agreed, looking at her shyly. Xia Ying, Something seemed off. The Shuk clan leader and Suya seemed determined to give themselves to you, not giving Xia Ying a chance to speak, constantly trying to persuade her. Fairy, don't feel any pressure. This is just our way of repaying you. Fairy, don't worry that Shuya will affect your relationship with your Taoist partner. Shuya is a very sensible child, and would never do anything out of jealousy. Yes, I'm not here to separate you, I'm here to join you. What's more, our clan possesses a secret dual cultivation technique that is guaranteed to allow you to experience ecstasy, while also improving your cultivation. Stop! What kind of lewd talk is that? Seeing the old man and the child spiraling further and further out of control, Xia Ying quickly interrupted and righteously rejected their offer. Chief Shuk, I'm absolutely not refusing your gratitude. I simply don't need Shuya's kind of repayment. And regardless of the benefits of dual cultivation, I'm not interested in the slightest. Why? Shuya was puzzled. Why won't my sister accept me? Monsters are often straightforward, especially those like Shuya, who grew up in ignorance of the dangers of the human world and are even more stubborn. He couldn't understand why Xia Ying would refuse such a great offer, so he persisted in demanding an answer. Am I not tall and mighty enough? Or does my sister just not like me? Xia Ying, It has nothing to do with being tall and mighty. Besides, I never even known you, so how could I possibly like you? She had never imagined she'd encounter a romantic calamity in the secret realm, and she didn't want to get entangled, so she decided to cut the Gordian knot. Besides, I'm completely focused on cultivating my immortality, and have no time for romance. Even if I ever become a Taoist partner or cultivate together, it would have to be with someone I love. So, I can't accept your gratitude. Giving you the 9-turn crystal bamboo is just a casual gesture. This is simply a transaction. So, besides the deer antlers I requested, the clan leader will allow me to choose 3 more treasures. Suya was unwilling to accept the offer and wanted to continue, but Shuka stopped him by holding his shoulder. Shuka had lived for 1,000 years, so he naturally had a clearer perspective than Suya, a young man. His suggestion that Suya marry Xie Ying wasn't simply a gesture of gratitude, it was more about Xie Ying's demonstrated strength that made him want to take a gamble. The 7-colored deer clan hadn't seen an ascended being in thousands of years. Xie Ying was so powerful, if Suya could stay by her side, he would surely be blessed with great fortune. Unfortunately, Xie Ying wasn't tempted by Suya's appearance. Shuka saw Xie Ying's resolve and knew that further persuasion would only irritate her, so he stopped pushing. Since the fairy insists, then let's do as you wish. However, 3 treasures are too few. If you could pick 10 and take them away, that would be perfect. Okay. Xie Ying breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she wasn't given a man, she wouldn't mind any treasures. Then I make arrangements now. Please wait a moment. The Shook clan leader said this, and began to pull Shuya away, but Shuya was reluctant, and eventually broke free of Shook's hand and ran back. The deer eyes that met Xie Ying's were filled with seriousness. Fairy Xie. One day, I make you fall in love with me. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, he received a solid slap from his clan leader. Fairy Xie, don't mind the child's ignorant nonsense. I be back soon. Xie Ying was silent, unsure what to say. She was considered a powerful figure in the world of immortal cultivation, but this was the first time she had been rendered speechless. Xia Song'an, who had witnessed the entire process, was completely stunned. She had never expected the demon beast's courtship to be so direct and passionate. Why did the latecomer gain the upper hand? Is it because the latecomer was so competitive? Because of this incident, Xie Ying gave up the idea of staying in Yuren Valley for a few more days. After successfully refining the Xingju pill and obtaining the 7-colored deer antler she desired by modifying the elixir formula, Xie Ying dragged Xia Song'an away from Yuren Valley overnight. Xia Song'an also received a portion of antler thanks to Xie Ying, completing the task in the jade slip. But she was unwilling to leave just yet. If given the chance, she would rather achieve her goals through her own efforts than rely on anyone else's help. So, after leaving Yuren Valley, Xia Song'an said goodbye to Xie Ying and set out on her own to explore the next secret realm. Xie Ying naturally wouldn't stop her. Everyone has their own path to take, and she wouldn't interfere with anyone's decisions. The trip to Yuren Valley was a success on the first stage. After carefully planning her route using the jade slips, Xie Ying quickly identified her second target. Ingwe Luo. Chapter 327. Just as Xie Ying left, Lin Yuexiang and the other 2 arrived near Yuren Valley. However, they were now in a state of extreme distress, as if they had been robbed. Even Di Qinhue, who was always very particular about his appearance, was not immune. His always meticulously combed hair was a mess, his sapphire crown tilted to one side, and his exquisite white robe was torn with several large holes, making him look like a beggar. As for the other 2, their situation was not much better than Di Qinhue's. It would not be an exaggeration to describe them as stray dogs. Lin Yuexiang squatted behind a tree, breathing rapidly. Those monsters didn't chase us, did they? Don't worry. Dai Tian, his robe scorched to the point that only the sleeves remained intact, soothed her. What I just crushed was a semi-immortal grade teleportation device. Not only can it instantly transport us anywhere, it can also conceal our presence. Forget anything else, those monsters won't be able to find our hiding place by their presence for at least 3 hours. That's good. Di Qinhue's tone was tinged with a subtle sense of relief, but he quickly glanced at Lin Yuexiang, who also looked relieved. Xiangxiang, how did you offend those monsters? How should I know? Her voice was shrill, no longer sweet. I've been traveling with my 2 senior brothers since entering the secret realm. Who knows what's so crazy about those monsters that they're determined to kill me? Lin Yuexiang, already fuming after being inexplicably chased by a group of suddenly appearing monsters, was now in a rather unpleasant mood. 5th brother, are you blaming me for not believing me? But she quickly recovered and returned to the innocent, harmless look Di Qinhue was so familiar with. Tears streamed down her face in the blink of an eye. I know I burdened my 2 senior brothers. How about this? You 2 brothers leave first, and we go our separate ways later. 5th junior brother. Xiangxiang can't be blamed for this. Dai Tian instantly understood Lin Yuexiang's retreat to advanced strategy and chimed in. The demonic beasts chasing us are the three-eyed ape pythons that live in the deep ravines of hell. They're the most insidious and vicious. They're not necessarily hunting us because Xiang has offended them. Perhaps they're just looking for an excuse to hunt us. Demonic beasts aren't human. They don't need an excuse to kill. Di Qingwei was exhausted. He felt that Lin Yuexiang and the others were simply being perfunctory and insulting to his intelligence. He cultivated the ruthless path, and his emotions were naturally cold. Lin Yuexiang's tears, far from arousing his pity, instead infuriated him. However, considering this was his beloved junior sister, Di Qingwei stopped harassing her and instead asked about another matter. Who is Helian Yao? Xiang, when did you accept such a man as your sworn brother? He had clearly heard the three-eyed ape man repeatedly claiming revenge on Lin Yuexiang, even mistaking him for that Helian Yao. I only know he's from the Luyan Palace in the Western Territory, and quite powerful, but he has nothing to do with me. At the mention of Helian Yao, a trace of obvious disgust crossed Lin Yuexiang and Dai Tian's faces. There's no way I could accept someone who's wronged me so many times as my sworn brother. This is what happened. Dai Tian recounted the love-hate relationship between Lin Yuexiang and Helian Yao in the simplest terms. After hearing this, Di Qingwei pondered. Since Helian Yao has a grudge against you, is it possible that he deliberately provoked the three-eyed ape python after entering the secret realm, thereby directing all his hatred towards Xiang? Lin Yuexiang, shock. Helian Yao is truly a vicious person. I also think what fifth junior brother says makes sense. The three of them immediately agreed, confident they had pieced together the truth. I saw Helian Yao earlier on the heavenly ladder. He must be the one who's hounding us this time. The demons are cunning. Who else would have such a wicked sense of humor, constantly teasing us without giving us a last-ditch effort? There's no point in saying all this now. Don't forget our true purpose for entering the secret realm. The most urgent task is to complete the task in the Jade Slip. Yuan Valley is where the seven-colored deer live. Let's split up and see if we can capture any stray fawns and take their antlers. Di Qingwei had originally wanted nothing to do with this, but today, he'd been implicated and hunted by the three-eyed ape python, so his feelings mirrored those of the other two. As for Helian Yao and Luyan Palace. I make sure they give us an explanation after we leave. Meanwhile, Tang Ji and the others, who were searching the secret realm for Lin Yuexiang, sat together with similarly gloomy expressions, discussing countermeasures. After dealing with the flower tree, they immediately rushed out to seek revenge. Unfortunately, no matter what they did, they couldn't detect any trace of the Jiao clan within the secret realm. Tang Ji belatedly realized that the Jiao clan's identity might be fake. They'd been tricked from the beginning. Just as they suspected that the identity of Lin Yuexiang might also be a lie, they happened upon three human cultivators who overheard their conversation. Tang Ji and the others then realized that, aside from the name Lin Yuexiang, the girl's identity and face were both fake. The rage of being fooled washed over them. Tang Ji felt that meeting Lin Yuexiang was fate. Destiny had revealed Lin Yuexiang's true identity, giving them the opportunity for revenge, so they absolutely must not let it go to waste. So, Tang Ji led her tribe forward and launched a direct attack. The enemy, with only 3 men, was clearly no match for them. Tang Ji had thought she had finally avenged her previous defeat, but who knew they would escape after all? Tang Ji's mood was now as dark as a storm cloud. Are you all speechless? Why don't you tell me what you have planned? Elder. They must have used some kind of magical weapon to evade our pursuit. Nonsense. How could I not know that? Tang Ji slapped him. I'm asking if you have any way to find Lin Yuexiang. The beaten three-eyed ape python dared not speak in anger. After a while, another person spoke up. Lin Yuexiang clearly has many magical weapons on her, and now she has 2 more people helping her. Catching her won't be easy. I think we should attack from another direction. Go on. Helian Yao. The three-eyed ape python paused for a moment before continuing. That demon Helian Yao is clearly Lin Yuexiang's greatest support. Perhaps everything Lin Yuexiang did in the Hell Ravine was directed by Helian Yao. If we can't find Lin Yuexiang, we go find Helian Yao. Anyway, these two are inseparable. If we capture one, we have no problem finding the other. Why don't we go find him? Tang Ji snorted coldly, and the other three-eyed apes and pythons immediately dispersed, searching the secret realm for Helian Yao. But Helian Yao had no idea he was on the three-eyed apes' wanted list. He had just arrived near the immortal plant Ingwa Luo. Chapter 328. Of the 3 treasures, the 7-colored deer antler, the moon-shaped vine, and the jade sunflower fruit, the 7-colored deer antler is undoubtedly the easiest to obtain, but it also attracts more and more people. Helian Yao was too lazy to compete with a group of people, and the jade sunflower fruit's whereabouts were constantly changing, so he headed straight for Wangshu Pond, where the moon-shaped vine lay. Wangshu Pond is located in the very center of the secret realm, backed by a green mountain. The pond stretches a full 80 miles wide. The pond is surrounded by a variety of colorful stones, densely surrounding it in circles. In the center of Wangshu Pond lies a small floating island, estimated to be only about a mile in size. Jade-colored vine branches extend from the island, winding down and naturally cascading into the water below. These jade-colored vines are the immature moon-shaped vine. All creatures within a radius of several hundred miles around Wangshu Pond rely on the immortal power of the moon-shaped vine for survival. Therefore, under the influence of the moon-shaping rose, the waters of Wangshu Lake were no longer the usual deep blue or emerald green, but a brilliant jade-like hue. From the sky, this jade-colored pool resembled a cold, full moon embedded in the earth. The moon-shaping rose is the pure, cool flower that blooms when the bright moon falls into the earth. This is how Wangshu Lake got its name. When Helian Yao arrived near Wangshu Lake, many cultivators had already gathered. The most conspicuous among them were Yang Shu, dressed in a pink robe, and the brothers Yun Che and Yun Hao, who looked identical but had completely different personalities. In addition, there were also many demon clan members guarding the area. The two groups, on the left and right, refrained from interfering with each other, forming a clear boundary. Helian Yao glanced at the human race, noticed that Lin Yuexiang, who interested him, was not there, and then he walked directly towards the demon clan. Helian Yao was a master at manipulating people. Furthermore, his former position as a guardian of the demon sect held considerable status within the demon race. Therefore, even after joining the floating cloud palace, the demon disciples from other factions showed no prejudice against him, and there was even a subtle tendency to favor him over their leaders. Mr. Helian. Greetings, Mr. Helian. Seeing Helian Yao approach, the demon disciples all rose to greet him, and Helian Yao acted very friendly. No need for formalities, everyone. Since we're both participating in this Immortal Demon Alliance selection, I'm a fellow contestant, so there's no need for such formalities. By the way, how long have you been here? What's going on? For a nascent soul cultivator, Helian Yao was so approachable that everyone warmed to him and offered their support. We only just arrived, and the humans over there arrived earlier than us. But for some reason, they've been holding their ground near Wangshu Lake and haven't made any moves. Because the situation is unclear right now, we don't dare act rashly. If the Ingwer radish matures and blooms, it's unlikely the humans will sit idly by then. We can wait for them to make their own mistakes before taking action. The jade slips given by the Immortal Demon Alliance don't contain much information about the Ingwer radish. We only know that the flowers that mature are the treasures we need to obtain in this mission. But we have no idea when they bloom or what they look like. Mr. Helian is knowledgeable. I wonder if you know more about the Ingwer radish. Helian Yao, eager to collaborate with these demon disciples, naturally wouldn't show favoritism and quickly shared what he knew. The moon-shaped wisteria is a fairy treasure. What? The moon-shaped wisteria withers and falls within 3 minutes of blooming, and it'd have to wait another decade before blooming again? Xiang, having learned about the moon-shaped wisteria's habits from Yining, was furious. Even the epiphyllum can maintain its bloom for 3 to 5 hours before withering. How can the moon-shaped wisteria be even more unfortunate than the epiphyllum? Host, the moon-shaped wisteria is a fairy treasure. Every part of it is a treasure, and the most precious part is the moon-shaped wisteria flower. If you make a wish toward one of its blossoms, there's a chance that the wish will come true. Oh, then if I wish to become the number 1 in the world of immortal cultivation, will that wish come true? That's not impossible. However, Yining would like to remind the host that the higher the difficulty of the wish, the lower the probability of success, and each flower only allows 1 wish. I suggest the host make a practical wish to avoid wasting this hard-earned opportunity. Xiang curled her lips. What's the waste? Each flower only grants 1 wish, so if she picked more flowers, wouldn't that give her many more opportunities? On the contrary, according to Yining, when the moonlight wisteria blooms, its branches and vines will be covered with flowers, at least thousands, if not tens of thousands. Since picking flowers is unavoidable, it's natural to pick more at once. After the moonlight wisteria blooms, the flowers will wither and die within 3 minutes. Will they do the same after being picked? No, the moonlight wisteria flowers will wither and die if they remain attached to the main stem. Once they do, they become independent immortal treasures, but besides being used for wishing, their only function is purification. Yining dutifully explained to Xiang. Interesting. So the moonlight wisteria flowers are considered auxiliary props and magical treasures. Xie Ying's single sentence accurately summarized the attributes of the moonlight wishing flower. Treasures that grant wishes are indeed rare and precious, but why would the Immortal Demon Alliance need so many of these wish-granting treasures? Could it be that they have a wish they must fulfill but can't? The Immortal Demon Alliance is an organization dedicated to the well-being of the entire cultivation world. Xie Ying never doubted that. The only major issue the Immortal Demon Alliance could be so concerned about could only be related to the future of the entire cultivation world. So, is there a crisis within the cultivation world that no one knows about? Xie Ying pondered these questions, but didn't ask Yinyin, knowing she would never get the answer she wanted. But she could still inquire about the other plot points of the side quests that had already been triggered. Yinyin, what's the danger level of Wanshu Lake? A. Xie Ying knew that Yinyin would automatically rank each location within the secret realm according to its criteria, ranking it from highest to lowest, S, A, B, C, and D. The Hell Ravine from before was also ranked A. Even on the way to Wanshu Lake, Yinyin directed Xie Ying to several other B-level danger zones to plunder a number of treasures. Sigh. Xie Ying sighed softly. You really won't let me go anywhere that's not dangerous enough. Danger and opportunity are often directly proportional. Yinyin is providing the host with a more efficient path to cultivation. Thank you. You're welcome. Yinin's cheerful voice echoed in Xie Ying's mind. Then let's go now, host, come on. You already made it through the Hell Ravine, so what's a mere Wanshu Lake? Yinyin is waiting for the host to conquer a kingdom for me. Xie Ying, Oh no! Her system seems to have gone crazy. What should I do? Chapter 329. Xie Ying ignored Yinyin's inexplicable madness, and rode Juju leisurely towards Wanshu Lake. According to Yinyin's information, it was still 3 days before the Yingyuelu blossomed, so she wasn't in a hurry. She also tried to contact Jiheyuan and the others, but unfortunately, the communication jade slip that worked so well outside was like a piece of useless stone in the secret realm. It couldn't even be opened, let alone sent a message. However, Jiheyuan, Song Xiushi, and Ning Fuiying all had their own means of protection, so Xie Ying wasn't worried. Besides, she figured everyone's mission should be the same. Although she hadn't run into anyone familiar in Yuren Valley, she was sure to see familiar faces at Wanshu Lake. As expected, before Xie Ying even reached Wanshu Lake, she heard shouts from behind. Thank you, senior sister. Thank you, senior sister. She stopped and looked back, only to see Xia Songlin running towards her at a rapid speed, a male cultivator following closely behind her. I didn't expect to see senior sister Xia again so soon. Xia Songlin was panting, but her eyes sparkled, clearly delighted. Did you find your senior brother? Yes, yes. Xia Songlin nodded rapidly, grabbing the male cultivator behind her and introducing him to Xie Ying. This is my 5th senior brother, Kong Kongji. Kong Kongji wore a sky-blue robe similar in color to Xia Songlin's, his expression serious, his handsome face devoid of unnecessary emotion. Fellow Taoist Kong. Xie Ying nodded at him. Kong Kongji immediately returned the greeting solemnly. My junior sister was in danger earlier, and fortunately, fellow Taoist Xia saved her life. I would like to express my gratitude. Fellow Taoist Kong, you're welcome. I say junior sister Xia because she and I get along, not for anyone's thanks. Since she run into someone she knew, Xie Ying gave up her mount and hopped off Zhu, which shrank to the size of a finger and nestled in her hair. Kong Kongji looked at Xie Ying, hesitant to speak, but Xia Songlin had already warmly wrapped her arm around her. Senior sister Xia, are you here for Ingwe Luo as well? I thought you seek other resources after obtaining the deer antlers, and then leave the secret realm. What resources in the secret realm could surpass the treasures mentioned in the Jade Slip quest? Xie Ying asked with a smile. That's true. Can I come with you? My 5th brother, and I also want to visit Wanshu Lake. Xia Songlin knew Xie Ying wouldn't refuse, but she still took the initiative to share her information. Although the Jade Slip mission mentions the moon-shaped wisteria, my senior brother, and I carefully researched it, and realized we need to obtain the moon-shaped wisteria flower to successfully complete the mission. However, the moon-shaped wisteria blooms only once every 10 years, filling the pond with blossoms, but the blooming period is extremely short. So we have to hurry to Wanshu Lake. Missing the blooming season would be disastrous. Yes. Xie Ying nodded, unsurprised. But how did you get this information? My senior brother and I helped an old demon beast master, and as a reward, she told us about the moon-shaped wisteria. Xia Songlin was a sincere person, and since Xie Ying and Kong Kongji were both people she trusted and close to, she naturally spoke openly. But from what that master said, the area around Wanshu Lake doesn't seem peaceful. I wonder what dangers await us. Let's go and see. Xia Ying continued walking. We're not far from Washu Lake anyway. Fellow Daoist Xia. Fellow Daoist Kong, is there anything? Xia Ying and Xia Songlin were talking in front, when Kong Kongji's voice suddenly rang out from behind. They both turned back, their eyes filled with the same confusion. But Xia Songlin quickly remembered something, and her expression changed. She frantically winked at her senior brother, trying to stop him from saying anything, but it was too late. I have something I'd like to ask fellow Daoist Xia for help. I wonder if you still remember my junior brother Yiming? Kong Kongji spoke quickly, as if he had already mentally prepared himself countless times, fearing interruption. I know junior brother he has done many things that have wronged fellow Daoist Xia, but he has now received the punishment he deserves. His Daoist heart has been shattered, he has been expelled from the sect, and will forever guard 10,000 Demon's Gorge. Fifth senior brother. Stop talking. So? Xia Ying's tone remained unchanged, but the smile on her face faded a little. Does fellow Daoist Kong think I harmed your junior brother Yi? No, I don't. I know everything junior brother Yi has endured is the punishment he deserves. But he's already paid the price. I wonder if junior sister Xia is willing to forgive him. Did Yiming ask you to say these things to me? No. Kong Kongji shook his head. I acted on my own. A month ago, I went to 10,000 Demon's Gorge specifically to see junior brother Yi. He's in a very bad state. Even now, thinking of Yiming's current state, Kong Kongji couldn't hide the worry on his face. He didn't know how to describe the Yiming he saw this time. Mingming was still in his 20s, the prime age of vigor and vitality, but Yiming had a head full of white hair, a haggard face, and only boundless loneliness in his eyes. It was like an old man at the end of his life, already frail and frail. Kong Kongji was a kind-hearted man, willing to unconditionally help any disciple of the Wuing sect, not to mention Yiming, who had once been his close sixth junior apprentice. Although a shattered Dao heart hinders cultivation, if a cultivator's mind is strong, there's always a chance they can rebuild it. But Yiming's current state clearly showed that he had given up on himself, and this was what hurt Kong Kongji the most. Kong Kongji knew what Yiming's heart was holding, and he couldn't bear to see him face destruction like this. So, after much consideration, he decided to seek Xia Ying's help. Xia Ying, guessing what he was thinking from his expression alone, snorted impatiently and interrupted. So? What does it matter to me whether Yiming is good or bad, dead or alive? Thank you, fellow Daoist. A flicker of disapproval crossed Kong Kongji's eyes, but he refrained from adding any irrelevant words. I know it was junior brother Yi who wronged you first, but now he's paid a heavy price. Can't fellow Daoist Xia really forgive him? No. Why? No reason, I just don't want to forgive. Xia Ying glanced at him casually, then lowered her eyes to hide the cold glint that flashed across them. The damage already done won't go away. Why should the perpetrator demand forgiveness from the victim? Furthermore, the true victim is long dead. Xia Ying can avenge the original victim, but she can't forgive anyone on their behalf. Because the pain of hurt can never be fully felt, no one can feign generosity and forgive anyone on behalf of the victim. Chapter 330. Before Kong Kongji could utter another word, Xia Ying's gaze shifted to Xia Songlin. Junior sister Xia, what do you think? Do you also think I should forgive Yiming? Xia Ying's smile remained radiant, but Xia Songlin sensed a certain distance from her. No, I never thought so. Xia Songlin blurted out without hesitation, this is a feud between senior sister Xia and senior brother Yi. Furthermore, senior sister Xia is the victim, so whether or not to forgive depends solely on senior sister Xia's willingness. As for the others, no one else has the right to comment. Almost immediately after she finished speaking, Xia Songlin saw Xia Ying smile, as warm as a spring breeze melting snow. It seems junior sister Xia has always been understanding. Xia Songlin belatedly realized that the distance she had sensed was not an illusion. She was certain that if she had sided with Kong Kongji, her friendship with Xia Ying would have truly come to an end. Perhaps Xia Ying would still lend a hand if they encountered danger again, but she would never again affectionately call her junior sister Xia. Junior sister, how could you say that? Kong Kongji clearly hadn't expected Xia Songlin's response, and his face was filled with disapproval. Admitting one's mistakes and correcting them is the greatest virtue. Junior brother Yi has sincerely repented, so why can't we give him another chance? His heart is tied to fellow Daoist Xia. If fellow Daoist Xia were willing to speak even a word to him, there's a chance he might recover. Ha! Xia Ying laughed. She finally understood. This Kong Kongji truly had a heart of a father. But she had nothing to say to the Holy Father. Fellow Daoist Kong, there's no need to waste your energy on me. I will never forgive anyone who has maliciously hurt me. The smile on Xie Ying's face faded, the slightly raised corners of her lips straightening into a line. Instead of wasting your time trying to persuade me, fellow Daoist Kong should go find a place called Leshan. There's a giant Buddha there. Fellow Daoist Kong, you can go and call the Buddha to your feet, and then you can take its seat. After mercilessly mocking Kong Kongji, Xie Ying turned her gaze back to the anxious Xia Songlon. Junior sister Xia, we have different philosophies and cannot work together. I think we should go our separate ways. See you at Wanshu Lake. Xia Songlon felt a flash of pink before her eyes, and before she could finish her words, Xie Ying had already sat back on Juju's back. The man and the spider quickly left their sight, leaving Xia Songlon without even a chance to utter a word, goodbye. Behind her, Kong Kongji stood tall and graceful, his brows slightly furrowed. He was no fool, so he naturally understood Xie Ying's sarcasm, but he wasn't angry. After all, what Xie Ying said wasn't wrong. He just didn't understand. He didn't understand why everyone couldn't be more tolerant of each other. It was something that could be resolved with just a word, wasn't it? Fifth senior brother, please don't bring up senior brother Ye's issue with senior sister Xia again. Senior brother Ye's problem is something only he can resolve. It's his own reluctance to let go that's making the situation worse, but it has nothing to do with senior sister Xia. Out of consideration for their fellow disciples' friendship, Xia Songlon patiently offered some words of advice. I understand. Kong Kaji nodded. Don't worry, junior sister. I won't bring this up again. Despite this, Xia Songlon could see that Kong Kongji didn't understand her intentions at all. He simply didn't want to cause any more trouble, but she wasn't convinced. Kong Kongji was undoubtedly a kind man, but at that moment, Xia Songlon felt a deep sense of powerlessness. A saying suddenly occurred to her. Unconditional kindness is sometimes more terrifying than conditional evil. At this moment, Xie Ying had already ridden Juju a long way off, leaving Xia Songlon and the others behind. She hadn't expected to meet the kind-hearted great Saint Father in the world of immortal cultivation. If Kong Kongji hadn't mentioned Yiming today, Xie Ying might not even have remembered who he was. But she wasn't particularly angry, just a little speechless. Xie Ying quickly put this little incident behind her, as she had spotted Wanshu Pond from afar. That vast expanse of jade-like, pure and smooth water, like cream, was truly impossible to ignore. The situation at Wanshu Lake was unclear, so Xie Ying didn't continue her high-profile behavior. She tucked the beads into her hair and walked closer. Fourth senior sister? Fifth senior brother, look, it's fourth senior sister. Ming Fuiying's voice rang out in surprise. Ji Heyuan immediately turned to look in the direction she pointed, and sure enough, he saw Xie Ying, dressed in a pale blue dress, slowly approaching. Before Ming Fuiying could speak again, she felt her vision blur. She looked again. Her fifth senior brother had teleported directly in front of fourth senior sister. Ming Fuiying, Fifth senior brother truly never concealed his preference for fourth senior sister. Little senior sister. Ji Heyuan's eyes lit up at the sight of Xie Ying. If he had a tail, it would be wagging wildly right now. Xie Ying was equally delighted. Even the recent frustration she felt at the hands of Kong Kongji vanishing without a trace. The two chatted and laughed as they walked towards the human resting area. Suddenly, Xie Ying noticed a fixed gaze on her. She instinctively turned and saw Helian Yao. Helian Yao wasn't flustered or embarrassed by Xie Ying's capture. Instead, he offered her a friendly smile. Xie Ying's expression remained blank. Turning around, a hint of impatience flashed across her eyes. Why is Helian Yao still here? Is the three-eyed ape python so incompetent? Not only can it kill Helian Yao, but it can't even injure him severely? What a coward. Xie Ying knew Lin Yuexiang couldn't die too soon, but she truly wanted Helian Yao's life. Without the spiritual medicine pavilion and the Brown Bear clan, and without Helian Yao, Lin Yuexiang wouldn't be able to easily unite the forces of the human and demon races to attack the Xiaoyao sect as she did in the original novel. But now it seemed clear that Helian Yao was no easier to kill than Lin Yuexiang. Seeing she had arrived before the crowd, she quickly suppressed her turbulent thoughts and exchanged information with them. Everyone had heard from various sources that the Yingyuelu flower bloomed only once every 10 years, a very short blooming period, but they had no idea how to pick it. The surface of this jade-colored pool appeared calm, but who knew what lay beneath the surface? Thus, even though everyone had been waiting at Wanshu Pond for a long time, no one had acted rashly, no one wanting to be the pathfinder. And just then, as a shadow fell overhead, a soft, charming female voice echoed. "Thank you, little fairy, how are you?" Chapter 331. Xie Ying raised her eyes at the sound of the voice, and met a face as charming as a rose. Her eyes lit up. "Beautiful sister?" So Sister Ying still remembers me. How could I not remember the beautiful sister from Huanqi Pavilion? Xie Ying's eyes curved with a smile. Life's four great joys: a long drought followed by a downpour, meeting an old friend in a foreign land, the wedding night, and passing the imperial examination. Meeting the people from Huanqi Pavilion here could be considered meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Huanqi Pavilion and Hehuan Tower share the same status in the world of immortal cultivation, the only difference being that one is for the human race, while the other for the demon race. Although Huanqi Pavilion may appear more unorthodox on the surface, their essence is the same. Both are built on the strength of women, providing shelter for countless pitiful women in the world of immortal cultivation. No matter how others in the world of immortal cultivation view their actions, they remain steadfast and unwavering, persisting in doing what they believe is right. They strive to create a free sky for all women. So even though Xie Ying didn't know them well, she still loved and admired them. Last time, my sister left in a hurry and never returned to Lingza City. Yang, and we all been thinking about you. Oh my! After all this talk, I haven't even officially told you my name. My name is Lu Wei. Lu Wei wore a long, lotus-red, chiffon dress with wide sleeves. Her sleeves fluttered as she moved, as graceful as a willow in the wind, and a faint floral fragrance lingered around her. The tenderness in her voice seemed enough to melt a bone, and as she spoke, she leaned towards Xie Ying without hesitation, her entire body seemingly lithe and delicate, almost clinging to her. Ji Heyuan, inexplicably shoved aside, saw Xie Ying's frivolous smile, and his brows twitched. Sure enough, the female cultivators of the joyful pavilion were his lifelong enemies. Sister Ruwei has a beautiful name, Xie Ying praised sincerely. But hasn't the joyful pavilion always stayed out of the outside world? Why is Sister Ruwei also here to participate in the Fairy Demon Alliance selection? Of course, I heard Sister Ying was participating, so I came all the way here. Huh? Don't take it seriously. I was just teasing you. Seeing Xie Ying stunned for a moment, Ruwei let out a soft laugh. It was the Pavilion Master's idea for me to participate in the Fairy Demon Alliance selection. Sister Ying doesn't know, but things have been tough for the Joyful Pavilion lately. Ruwei sighed softly, and revealed their Joyful Pavilion's true purpose. Ever since the fall of the demon sect, the demon race has lost its former unity. Various factions are secretly vying for leadership. While our Happy Pavilion has no intention of vying for the leadership position, many factions are seeking to co-opt it. While these petty actions won't harm Happy Pavilion's foundation with the presence of the Pavilion Master, they have nonetheless somewhat impacted its business. So, Sister Ruwei is participating in this election to save Happy Pavilion's business? That's right. Ruwei said coquettishly, if I could work for the Fairy Demon Alliance, those people would naturally dispel their misconceptions once they knew Happy Pavilion was backed by the Fairy Demon Alliance. Ruwei was clearly heading for Xie Ying, and the others tactfully stepped aside to give the two of them room to talk. By the way, Sister Ying, I have something else to tell you. Ruwei leaned close to Xie Ying's ear and whispered intimately, do you see that man in black over there? He's Helian Yao, currently serving as a guest at Luyan Palace. The Pavilion Master sent me a message, be careful of Helian Yao. Xie Ying's eyes flickered, and she grabbed Ruwei's wrist with her backhand and led her several steps forward, their bodies practically touching. Sister Ruwei, have you heard any news? I don't know the specifics. Ruwei's smile remained unchanged, but her voice dropped a little. But Luyan Palace disciples have come to Huanqi Pavilion and offered a large sum of money to inquire about my sister. Someone else went to Muying Hall and issued a bounty, offering a large sum of money and treasure for your life. So how much did they offer? Xie Ying asked curiously. 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Lu Wei made a subtle gesture, plus 1 piece of high-grade refining material. That's just a small amount? Xie Ying was displeased. Who are they looking down on? Is the life of the champion of my sex grand competition only worth 10,000 high-grade spirit stones? Lu Wei, huh? You think the price someone paid for your life is too little? Is that reasonable? And she really wanted to be fair. 10,000 high-grade spirit stones is a high price to pay for the life of a Jindan stage disciple. Lu Wei suddenly felt that she had misunderstood Xie Ying. Xie Ying didn't seem to be the delicate, soft, and innocent little sister she imagined. But this didn't affect her affection for Xie Ying. Anyway, Sister Ying, be careful these days. There's never a shortage of assassins taking the Mingtang's bounty orders, and those assassins' disguises and methods of killing are endlessly innovative, making them difficult to guard against. You never know if those assassins are lurking around you, so it's best to proceed with caution. Thank you, Sister Ruwei, for the reminder. I be careful. Xie Ying nodded obediently. She wanted to see which reckless assassin would dare to take her life money. Ruwei's real purpose in visiting Xiang was to tell her about Luyan Palace and Muying Hall. Now that she had said what she needed to say, she didn't linger any longer. After all, while the relationship between humans and demons may have seemed to have eased significantly over the past few decades, everyone knew those who are not of our race must have different hearts. No one could completely trust the other. Both sides witnessed what happened at Wangshu Pond. Although they didn't know exactly what Ruwei and Xiang had said, their actions clearly indicated their close relationship. Therefore, Ruwei. As soon as Wei returned to the demon tribe, she was immediately surrounded. Ruwei, what were you talking about with that mysterious Xiang just now? Don't forget you're one of the demon tribe. Don't be so tactful. The person who arrived was Xiaofeng, the young master of the tiger tribe, and a staunch advocate of war within the demon tribe. Xiaofeng was very self-righteous and already had a strong prejudice against humans, so his tone towards Ruwei was truly rude. But Ruwei acted as if she hadn't noticed him, and simply walked past him. Xiaofeng, always respected by his tribe, could not tolerate such neglect. He immediately flew into a rage and pounced on her, clawing at her back with his 5 fingers. Ruwei, are you deaf? I'm talking to you. Chapter 332. The claws pierced the sky, leaving only a shadow. A cold glint flashed in Ruwei's beautiful eyes. Just as the tiger's claws were about to touch her, she transformed into countless pink petals and vanished from the spot. In an instant, she appeared behind Xiaofeng, a long whip in her hand. Before Xiaofeng could make a move, the whip lashed towards him like a snake. Countless pink petals fluttered and fell with the whip's swing, filling the air with a sweet fragrance. Although Xiaofeng, relying on his keen instincts, rolled to avoid Ruwei's sneak attack, the rain of flowers and their fragrance obscured his vision. Confused, he stood still, and then took several solid blows from Ruwei's whip. The seemingly harmless pink petals landed on Xiaofeng, but instantly transformed into sharp blades, easily slicing through his skin. Pink roses quickly blossomed from the wounds inflicted by petals, and whips on Xiaofeng's body. In a matter of moments, Xiaofeng's body was largely covered in the pink roses. Xiaofeng, bewildered, awoke again, tingled with itching and pain. Seeing one of his arms covered in roses, his first instinct was to pluck the obstructing blossoms. But the roses seemed to have become one with his flesh, tearing off the flowers as he did so. And where his flesh had been torn, more, larger, and more vibrant roses would soon bloom. Seeing the pink roses already covering half of Xiaofeng's face, Helyan, who had been watching from the sidelines, finally intervened. He was a 6-tailed fox with considerable strength. With a fleeting thought, he rushed in, lifted Xiaofeng from the swirling petals, and managed to stop the roses from blooming. At the moment Helyan struck, petals flew back onto Ruwei's whip, transforming into a streak of light and landing on her wrist. The crowd then realized that the whip was actually a pink wreath Ruwei wore on her wrist. Ruwei appeared delicate and frail, always soft-spoken and smiling. No one had expected her to possess such power. A single strike was a crushing blow, leaving Xiaofeng with no chance to fight back. The demon tribe silently gazed at Xiaofeng, who had been rescued by Helyan. Although his body was no longer blooming, his original appearance was unrecognizable. If Helyan had acted a moment later, Xiaofeng might have become a true rose flower man. What would become of him after becoming a flower man, none of them knew. Ruwei showed no displeasure at being interrupted in her spell. She remained her charming, endearing self, her beautiful eyes gleaming with a smile as she gazed at Helyan. After locking eyes with those eyes for a few moments, Helyan felt a sudden surge of pity. Realizing something was amiss, he quickly averted his gaze, refusing to continue meeting Lu Wei's gaze. Helyan had always known that the female cultivators of the Joyful Pavilion were mysterious and formidable. Although they were all practitioners of magic, each had mastered their cultivation to the highest level. When not in action, they were knowledgeable, tactful, and considerate, like gentle women. But once in action, they could take lives in a moment's chatter. Helyan had never before encountered a direct confrontation with anyone from the Joyful Pavilion, and he had never imagined that, a fox descendant so versed in the art of seduction, he would nearly fall prey to a flower demon. His mood darkened profoundly with this realization. If the Joyful Pavilion's treacherous and unpredictable methods could not be used to his advantage, then they must be eliminated. He would not tolerate anyone, no force, standing in his way of unifying the world of immortal cultivation. Helyan calmed himself and looked at Ruwei again. Miss Ruwei, young Master Xiaofeng is simply a little impatient. We are all from the same demon clan, so why must you kill us all? Mr. Helyan, please don't wrongly accuse me. Ruwei took out a round fan and covered her face with a chuckle. If I truly wanted to kill him, you might not have been able to stop me. Besides, he was the one who attacked me first. I was merely teaching him a lesson. Let everyone know that while my Huanqi pavilion never stirs up trouble, we are not pushovers. Everyone's faces paled upon hearing this. Before Ruwei attacked, they truly despised her. Otherwise, they wouldn't have said a word when Xiaofeng deliberately picked a fight. Ruwei didn't care what her fellow tribesmen thought. Humans and demons alike were equally unpredictable. Since you don't intend to kill young Master Xiaofeng, how about you please relinquish your magical powers, and let us all make peace? Mr. Hulian's suggestion is a good one. Ruwei agreed politely, then changed the subject. Unfortunately, the flowers that bloom will only wither, and not turn back into seeds, so there's nothing I can do. But don't worry, sir. These roses aren't fatal until they fully bloomed. Just wait 3 hours for the flowers to fall off, and young Master Xiaofeng will be safe. But young Master Xiaofeng, don't blame me for not warning you. During these 3 hours, you better not even think about plucking the flowers from your body. After all, if you pluck one, 2 will bloom again. These flowers all rely on your flesh and blood for nourishment. If they accidentally bloom to their full potential, young Master will become nothing more than a skeleton of a tiger. Lu Wei smiled sweetly, turning away without even glancing at Xiaofeng. This time, no one dared to bother her again, and they all made way. Xiaofeng, humiliated and embarrassed, stared at Ruwei's departing figure with a sinister look. The spot on his body where the rose blossoms were tingling was agonizingly itchy, but he dared not touch it. He could only look at Helian Yao for help. Mr. Helian, please help me. The humans and demons were stationed on either side of Washu Lake. Although they couldn't hear each other's conversation, they could see every move. Thus, Xia Ying and the others, who were stationed on the opposite side of Washu Lake, had a clear view of the fight between Ruwei and Xiaofeng. As soon as she saw the excitement, Xia Ying immediately pulled out her small rattan chair and spiritual melon seeds, and sat across from them, watching with rapt interest. Chapter 333. Sister Ruwei is worthy of being from the joyful pavilion. Look at how beautiful and dreamy she is, fighting and dancing. Xia Ying exclaimed in sincere admiration. Watching Ruwei in action was a visual feast. Both of them were practicing magic, so why weren't her spells as beautiful and practical as Ruwei's? And Ruwei didn't even need hand seals or incantations to use her spells. No, she had to find a time to spar with Ruwei. She wanted to see where her training went wrong. Ji Heyuan, who had heard Xia Ying praise Ruwei countless times in such a short time, was furious and immediately changed the subject. Junior sister, what are your plans regarding Wanshu Pond? Everyone was currently waiting for the moonlight wisteria to bloom before picking the flowers. But when did the moonlight wisteria, with its extremely short flowering period, bloom? How long did it stay in bloom? Were there any hidden dangers in Wanshu Pond? None of these questions had answers. They couldn't really stay there forever just for the moonlight wisteria. If it didn't bloom until a month later, would they have to sit there doing nothing for a month? Xiao He, do you want to leave? Well, we don't know when the moonlight wisteria will bloom, so staying here forever would be a waste of time. Jiu Shiji, look. As he spoke, Ji Heyuan opened the jade slip and looked at the map. He had been keeping an eye on the map, so when he saw that the jade sunflower fruit was near Washu Lake, he naturally became interested. The map on the jade slip shows that the jade sunflower fruit is not far from Washu Lake. I want to go and see what's going on with the jade sunflower fruit. Since her trip to the Hell Ravine, Xia Ying hadn't looked at a map again, relying solely on her voice or her thoughts for directions. Now that Ji Heyuan had mentioned this, she noticed that the jade sunflower's location on the map had shifted. Xia Ying was surprised. What's going on? Is the jade sunflower alive? Can it run with long legs? I don't know. Ji Heyuan shook his head. But I heard that the jade sunflower's whereabouts are constantly changing, making it extremely difficult to find. Therefore, in previous years, almost no one has been able to bring the jade sunflower out of the secret realm. But now it's so close, perhaps this is a good opportunity to capture it. The moonlight wisteria blooms in 3 days. Xia Ying whispered a reminder. She understood Ji Heyuan's intentions. Xiao He didn't want to put all her eggs in one basket and end up with a bad outcome. Besides, if the jade sunflower became hard to find, it would be bad news for her. So Xia Ying made a quick decision. Xiao He, go see if you can get the jade sunflower fruit. Leave Washu Lake to me. If you can't make it back in 3 days, I find a way to get your share of the moon-shaped wisteria flowers. Okay, I take Ashur there right away. Ji Heyuan immediately acted. After confirming with Xia Ying, he immediately spoke to Song Xiushur and Ming Fuiying, then quickly left with Song Xiushur. Most of the human cultivators here now had some acquaintance with Xia, and the rest were extremely tactful. So, although curious about Ji Huyuan's departure, he didn't make a sound or ask any further questions. He simply ignored him, and went about his business. And since Helian Yao had to help Xiaofeng control the blooming roses, he naturally couldn't keep a close eye on Xia and Ji Huyuan. By the time he realized Ji Huyuan was missing, half an hour had already passed. Helian Yao was gloomy, desperately wanting to seize this opportunity to find Ji Huyuan, and find a way to bring him back to Luyan Palace to continue enshrining him in the Divine Tower. The surviving bloodline of the Wu clan, the young master of the demon sect. As long as he could firmly grasp Ji Huyuan, he would surely rally the hearts of the demon clan and dominate the world of immortal cultivation. However, Xiaofeng, covered in roses, refused to give him this opportunity. Xiaofeng couldn't control the spreading roses, let alone his own urge to tear them apart. Therefore, he needed Helian Yao to accompany him constantly, so how could he possibly let him go? After all, Helian Yao had only just become an ally of the Tiger clan before arriving in Landau City in the Central Realm. So, Xiaofeng naturally assumed that Helian Yao was responsible for his life and death. Xia didn't care what the other side was thinking, or what was going on. Taking advantage of the momentary idleness, she found a quiet spot to meditate, while Ming Fuiying sat beside her, observing every movement on the map. The sky gradually darkened, and night fell. Ming Fuiying habitually pulled up the Jade Slip map to observe. When she saw the spot on the map that indicated the Jade Sunflower fruit had disappeared, she was filled with excitement. Senior brothers, they succeeded? Xia, sensing Ming Fuiying's intense emotions beside her, opened her eyes. Fuiying, what's wrong? Senior sister, look at the map. Ming Fuiying suppressed her excitement and whispered, the Jade Sunflower fruit marker has disappeared. I suspect the two senior brothers have successfully obtained the Jade Sunflower fruit. So easy to get the Jade Sunflower fruit? Xia was stunned for a moment, then quickly pulled up the map. Sure enough, just as Ming Fuiying had predicted, the Jade Sunflower fruit had vanished from the map. However, could the Jade Sunflower fruit, as famous as the seven-colored deer antler and the moon-shaped wisteria, which had previously been unattainable, really be so easily obtained by them? Let's not get too excited just yet. It's probably not that simple. Let's wait until Xiao He and the others return and confirm it. Yes, Ming Fuiying nodded repeatedly. I listen to you, senior sister. The Jade Sunflower fruit suddenly vanished from the map, and Xia temporarily lost the desire to continue meditating. The two sisters simply sat by the pond, sorting out the events of the secret realm, while waiting for Ji Huyuan and the others to return. At this point, the sky had completely darkened. It had been a clear, sunny day, but now, beneath the vast expanse of heaven, not even a single star could be seen. The pitch-black night sky hung heavy and gloomy overhead, a silent, invisible pressure enveloping them. Washu Lake, seemingly normal during the day, suddenly took on a strange air. The sky was dark, but the jade-colored lake emanated a soft, bright glow. The colorful rocks surrounding the lake also began to light up one by one. The lake itself seemed to have transformed into a true moon, and the rocks surrounding it were stars surrounding it. The moon hung upside down in the earth. Something's wrong. Let's stay away from the lake. Chapter 334. To avoid missing any useful clues, Xia had been secretly monitoring Wanshu Lake. But just now, as she gazed at the clear, soft water, she suddenly felt an urge to jump in. The more beautiful something is, the more dangerous it is. Who knows what this water does, and what lies beneath? Until she realized something was amiss, Xia had never imagined that Wanshu Lake's waters could even possess such a bewitching power. Although Ming Fuiying didn't know what was happening, she was always obedient, and did whatever her senior sister told her to do. Now that Xia told her not to approach Washu Lake, her first reaction was to quickly retreat, carrying Xia. Xia, suddenly being dragged up, exclaimed, Damn it! Out of 6 members of the sect, why was she the only one who was a shorty? The noise they made quickly attracted the attention of the others. Yang Shu, Yun Che, and Yun Hao immediately rushed over, both to show concern for Xia and to inquire about the situation. What's wrong, sister? The down-to-earth Yang Shu spoke with a thick northeastern accent, immediately shattering the already tense atmosphere. Is there something wrong with Wanshu Pond? Well, don't look at the water. Xia didn't hide her feelings. I suspect the water has a bewitching effect. It might tempt you to jump in. Yang Shu and the others took several steps back. Is it so sinister? Senior sister Xia, have you noticed any other problems? That's the only one at the moment. But for safety's sake, I suggest you stay as far away from Wanshu Pond as possible after nightfall. Naturally, they would heed Xie Ying's advice. But Yunche clearly had more to consider. Senior sister Xie, can I tell others about your discovery? Whatever you want, it's nothing to me. Xie Ying spread her hands, indicating she didn't care. She wasn't interested in interfering with others' lives, but she also wouldn't stop them from doing good things. After thanking Xie Ying profusely, Yunche pulled his brother Yunhao, who was reluctant to leave Meng Fuiying, away. He first informed all the human cultivators present of Xie Ying's discovery, then personally went across to inform the demon tribe about it. Xie Ying found a safe spot to sit again, her eyes occasionally gravitating towards the Yun brothers of the Haoyue sect. After not seeing them for a while, the younger brother, Yunhao, was still the same loudmouthed, hot-tempered teenager. But the older brother, Yunche, was noticeably more mature and steady, and his actions were more measured. What remained unchanged, however, was the same sincere and kind-hearted nature of the two brothers. Yunche and Yunhao aren't malicious or cold-hearted, so why would they commit such heinous acts as the massacre of 3 cities in the original novel? Was it because of the destruction of the Haoyue sect? But the Haoyue sect was merely a small, insignificant sect within the world of immortal cultivation. Even if any of the 9 major sects were to fall, it wouldn't be the Haoyue sect's turn to take the brunt of the fall. So, the destruction of the Haoyue sect couldn't have been caused by the human race, so it had to be the demon race? Was it Helian Yao? But why would he target the Haoyue sect? Is there something within the Haoyue sect worth his while? Xie Ying's initial goal was simply to become stronger, to strengthen the Xiaoyao sect, and thus change the ending of the original novel. But as she spent more time in the world of immortal cultivation, and made more and more friends, she gradually developed a true sense of belonging to this world. So she wanted to change not only the fate of the Xiaoyao sect, but also the fate of the companions she cared about. Even if it weren't for these companions, she couldn't just stand by and watch the Haoyue sect fall, just for the sake of the mission. After all, in the original novel, the Haoyue sect's demise was likely linked to Lin Yuexiang and Helian Yao. This meant that the Haoyue sect's demise was definitely beneficial to them. Given this, Xie Ying would definitely prevent the Haoyue sect from falling into the predetermined fate of the original novel. Ding dong. The system detected the host's strong emotional fluctuations, and successfully triggered the delayed mission exploring the secrets of the Haoyue sect for the host. Mission deadline, none. Mission reward, 1 random 5-element spirit pearl. 1 fragment of the truth of the immortal realm. Xie Ying was speechless. Are the 5-element spirit pearls in the system free? The system's rewards for each host are determined based on a comprehensive assessment of the mission's importance and the host's future needs. Xie Ying understood. The message was, don't be disdainful. Even the most useless rewards can be put to good use. She stopped arguing with Yinin, and pondered the 2 rewards the system had just mentioned. Xie Ying hadn't even collected the 5-element spirit pearls yet, so she couldn't research their true uses. However, she was very interested in the fragment of the truth of the immortal cultivation world reward. Sure enough, this world of immortal cultivation wasn't as simple as Yinin's initial claim of just a world derived from a book. Yinin had clearly been hiding a lot from her. Senior sister, 5th brother and the others are back. Meng Fuiying's voice brought Xie Ying back to reality. She looked up and saw the 2 men walking side by side out of the dark night. Although the 2 looked somewhat disheveled, they weren't injured. Their faces weren't particularly good though. Upon returning, they headed straight for Xie Ying and the others. Seeing this, Yang Shu prepared to leave, but was stopped by Xie Ying. Brother Yang, there's no need to avoid it. It's nothing shameful. You should listen too. Right. Ji Heyuan had barely begun to speak when Xie Ying anticipated his next words. You failed? Yes, senior sister was right. Ji Heyuan's face tinged with displeasure. It's actually alive, with legs and the ability to run. Xie Ying, She won even with her random guesses. Why hadn't she had such luck when she drawn a blind box in the system space? Tell me more about the situation. Let me explain. Song Xiushi took the initiative to share his senior brother's concerns, recounting the incident in a clear and coherent manner. My 5th senior brother and I were there quickly, so we did encounter the jade sunflower fruit. But we didn't realize they weren't just fruits growing on trees, but rather a group of little elves. They were superb at escaping, but they weren't particularly lethal, and they harbored no ill will towards us. Truthfully, they were more like a group of mischievous children. It's just that these jade sunflower fruits are so mischievous. Song Xiushi's face was filled with frustration. I don't know where they learned all these tricks to play tricks on people. In short, my 5th senior brother and I not only failed to catch them, but were also severely toyed with by them. Xie Ying, so the jade sunflower fruits are actually a group of naughty children? Senior sister, That's how you interpret it. Oh, that's no big deal. Yangshu quickly came to his senses, but he didn't think it was a difficult task. With a wave of his hand, he set out to find the jade sunflower fruits. I'm the best at dealing with naughty children. Fellow Taoists, take me with you. I definitely teach them a lesson. Too late, they already gotten away. Chapter 335. Just run away, and look for them later. Their locations are visible on the jade slip map. Yangshu's voice abruptly stopped the moment he pulled up the jade slip map, followed by a groundhog-like shriek. Ah! It's gone! Where's that huge marker? How could it be gone? Huh? Yangshu's antics successfully captured everyone's attention. He had always been popular, and soon after entering the secret realm, he had become a close friend. Seeing him like this, the others couldn't help but ask with concern. Fellow Taoist Yang, what's wrong? The marker for the jade sunflower fruit on the map is gone. Yangshu didn't hide anything, and revealed his discovery with a grim expression. The others were stunned upon hearing this, then opened their jade slips to check, and their faces darkened. Although they all knew the jade sunflower fruit was the most difficult of the three treasures to obtain, being difficult to obtain, and being completely lost and unable to obtain it were two completely different things. What happened? How could the markings on the jade sunflower fruit disappear? Without the markings, where can we find the jade sunflower fruit? The jade sunflower fruit is not like the seven-colored deer antler or the moon-reflecting vine. Its location is constantly changing. Even if we had the pattern on the jade slip, how could we find the jade sunflower fruit, whose location constantly shifts in 3 months? Even if the jade sunflower fruit's location didn't change, you wouldn't be able to find it by following the pattern. The pattern on the jade slip isn't the real jade sunflower fruit. A voice suddenly rang out, and everyone looked in the direction of the voice. They saw Ji Yuan, dressed in green, standing beside Xiang. The soft, bright white light reflected on his face gave him a divine air, but the crimson spot between his eyebrows evoked a certain allure, as if he were a demonic being that only appeared on moonlit nights to bewitch people. Everyone instinctively averted their gazes, avoiding Ji Yuan's gaze. What do you mean, fellow Taoist Ji? Everyone. Song Xiushi quickly recounted the events of their recent search for the jade sunflower fruit. When they learned that the jade sunflower fruit wasn't a fruit hanging from a tree, but rather a group of roaming children with legs, everyone felt a tinge of rationality woven into the absurdity. No wonder the jade sunflower fruit's location was always changing, and no wonder no one had ever been able to obtain it. Who could chase a group of roaming children across the secret realm for 3 months, and they weren't sure they catch them? It would be better to focus their attention and energy on other treasures. Thinking of this, everyone's regret for missing out on the jade sunflower fruit faded considerably. After all, they had 3 quests to choose from, and such a difficult one wouldn't have been their top choice in the first place. Since the jade kue fruit route is blocked, isn't picking the moonlight wisteria flowers the only option left? We can also go to Yuan Valley and ask the seven-colored deer clan for deer antlers. Someone in the crowd added. But I heard the seven-colored deer clan is a simple person, rarely setting foot outside Yuan Valley, and only trades what they need with outsiders. If you can't give them what they want, then you can't expect to get what you want from them either. In the end, picking the moonlight wisteria flowers is the best route. How can this route be any easier? You haven't mentioned a single word about the dangers of Wanshu Lake. As they talked, they began to bicker for no apparent reason. Xiang didn't want to get involved, so she simply pulled Ji Yuan aside, intending to inquire about the details surrounding the jade sunflower fruit. After all, the others were tasked with choosing 1 out of 3, but she had no choice. If she were struck by 5 thunderbolts 99 times, she would be struck dumb, if not dead. Xiao He, tell me in detail what the jade sunflower fruit looks like. Especially the details of your encounter with it. Tell me everything. Junior sister, do you want the jade sunflower fruit? Yes, I have my reasons for wanting it. Okay. After hearing this, Ji Yuan didn't ask any more questions, but suddenly grasped her hand and clasped it in his palm. Xiang? Question mark. But the next second, she saw a faint silver light slowly emanate from their clasped fingers. Then, the scene shifted, and a group of plump, white radishes with short arms and legs and 2 pale purple leaves atop their heads appeared before her. Xiang was furious. Are you kidding me? Are the jade sunflowers really radishes? However, upon closer inspection, Xiang discovered that the jade sunflowers differed from traditional radishes. Ordinary radishes didn't grow this plump and white, nor did they have the juiciness of the jade sunflowers. She also discovered that, despite their plumpness, the jade sunflowers were incredibly agile. Through some mysterious means, they always managed to vanish and reappear in another place, just as someone was about to catch them, delivering a surprising blow. The jade sunflowers seemed to possess a natural ability to predict enemy attacks. After sharing all his memories of the jade sunflowers with Xiaoying, Ji Huyuan reluctantly let go. The moment he did, the scene before Xiaoying slowly faded. Did you see what you wanted to know, junior sister? Yes, I have an idea. As for whether the jade sunflowers could predict attacks, Xiaoying had only a preliminary guess, so she didn't elaborate further. By the way, Xiaohe, what did you just do? It's a spell that allows you to share your memories with others, called telepathy. It's one of the secret spells of my mother's clan. But if you like to learn, I can teach you. The Wu clan is practically extinct in the world of immortal cultivation, so when they're not in the Xiaoyao sect, they tacitly avoid mentioning them. Never mind, I'm not interested in spells that involve sharing memories. If there are other offensive or defensive spells, I'd be quite interested. Ji Huyuan raised an eyebrow slightly. Got it. I go find the manuals containing these two types of spells, and give them to you, little sister. Because they've been warned to be wary of Wangshu Lake, there weren't any unexpected incidents the following day. Everyone waited peacefully near Wangshu Lake until the next night. This time, they noticed a distinct change in the moonlight wisteria in the center of the lake. Its leaves had completely unfurled, and jade-colored buds sprouted from its long branches. Chapter 336. Xiaoying flew down to the cliffs behind Washu Pond, surveying the entire lake from above. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she felt the water seemed even brighter and more radiant than it had been the night before, more like a full moon. What would Wangshu Pond look like tomorrow night, when the moonlight vine blossomed? Would it become a real moon? Xiaoying was filled with curiosity about Wangshu Pond, but reason ultimately prevailed. She suppressed her surging curiosity, and drifted down the river to the lake's edge. As soon as she landed, someone approached her. How's fellow Dawa Xie? There's a place to stand on the cliff, but it's still too far from the moon-shaped ivy in the center of Washu Lake. If we want to pick the flowers, we'd probably have to find a way to get closer to the main plant. But the water in that lake looks suspicious. Who would dare risk their lives? Someone in the crowd murmured, it would be great if someone skilled enough could pick all the flowers at once and share them with everyone. Then do you need someone to chew your food before feeding it to you? Xiaoying retorted rudely. Everyone's eyes fell on a petite figure in the crowd, a delicate and sweet-looking female cultivator in yellow. But the moment they saw her, they all felt a sense of wonder. Had this female cultivator always been with them? She clearly looked remarkable, so why hadn't they noticed her before? Seeing everyone staring at her, the yellow-clothed female cultivator's eyes flickered with fear and panic, as if someone had done something unkind to her. Why are you looking at me like that? Am I wrong? The yellow-robed female cultivator bit her lip, her teeth clenched, a look of stubborn defiance. Able men deserve more work. Fellow Dawa Xie is the champion of the competition, and has successfully ascended the 999th step of the heavenly ladder. His strength must be extraordinary. The situation at Wanshu Lake is unclear. If we act rashly, what's the difference between that and our own deaths? Since fellow Dawa Xie is going to pick the Ingwa Luo flowers, why can't he pick them all for everyone else? Not only Xiaoying herself, but even the others who heard this found it absurd and ridiculous. Who is this? Why is he so self-righteous? They wouldn't dare order the leader to do things for them, would they? Xiaoying smiled. Good job, those who are capable should do more. Then you should acknowledge me as your mother. Why should I? If I'm not your mother, why should I spoil you? Xiaoying's smile faded. You don't think you can get me to agree to this with just a few words, do you? I will definitely get the Ingwa Luohua, but I will also never help anyone else. If you're so cowardly that you can't even complete the Jade Slip mission yourself, then I sincerely advise you to return home and be your useless, lazy self. Xiaoying said this and turned to leave. Ji Huyuan and the other two, as well as Yang Shu, Yun Hao, and Yun Che, quickly followed her, not even sparing the female cultivator a glance. The others were also wary of her, quietly keeping their distance. The yellow-robed female cultivator, seeing Xiaoying so unsympathetic and being disdained by others, secretly resented her. She is Chu Qiyun, the daughter of the elder of Shuangji Palace. She is doted on in Shuangji Palace. From childhood to adulthood, there is nothing she cannot get as long as she wants. Moreover, she specialized in the art of bewitching the mind, having achieved undefeated success for years, and using this technique to obtain countless spiritual treasures. Washu Lake looked so dangerous that she naturally didn't want to take action herself, which was why she had her eye on Xiaoying. Chu Qiyun had originally planned to use words to stir up trouble, then slowly use her bewitching technique to win everyone over to her side, using moral pressure to force Xiaoying into compliance. But Xiaoying refused to take the bait. That woman didn't care what anyone thought. She even turned her ire directly on her, exposing her prematurely. Now that the others were wary of her, how could she possibly use her bewitching technique to manipulate them? Chu Qiyun's plan had been aborted before it even began, and she was filled with resentment towards Xiaoying. But she also knew she couldn't defeat Xiaoying. So she turned away in anger and found a quiet corner. Cooperation with the demon clan wasn't out of the question if necessary. To Xiaoying, the incident had just happened was a trivial incident. As for Chu Qiyun's thoughts, Xiaoying paid no attention. After leaving the crowd, she continued her usual meditation practice. Ji Heyuan and the others also went about their business. The vast Wangshu Pond soon fell completely silent. Only the shimmering surface occasionally trembled, making a gentle movement. The night deepened, and in this moment of utter silence, a shrill cry pierced the night sky. Ah! Everyone opened their eyes and looked in the direction of the sound, only to see that one of them had suddenly run to the edge of Wangshu Pond and jumped in. The seemingly gentle, clear water sizzled the moment he jumped, and white mist rose. The intense pain briefly awoke the man's consciousness. Save me! Save me! As members of the same clan, there was no reason to stand by and watch someone die. Everyone summoned their own magical instruments, hoping to save the man's life without endangering themselves. Xiaoying was no exception. She directed her phantom blood vines to wrap around the man's waist, attempting to pull him out. But the man seemed to be one with Wangshu Lake, completely undisturbed. Continuing to exert force would not only fail to save him, but would tear him in two. The others, realizing this, dropped their magical instruments with grim expressions. They were powerless. Under the thick darkness, they could only watch helplessly as the man's body gradually sank to the bottom of the pool, finally being swallowed whole, leaving only a skeleton. What's going on? What just happened? The moonlight rose hadn't even bloomed yet, and they already lost a companion in the blink of an eye. They didn't even know how or when they'd been struck. How could they not be concerned? I don't know the situation, but it's best you don't go in. This water is extremely corrosive. Even before Xiaoying finished her words, the skeleton vanished into nothingness at a visible speed. Chapter 337. The phantom blood vine, which had been cut off to prevent further corrosion, now lay limply wrapped around Xiaoying's wrist, a testament to the power of Wangshu Lake's water. If the blood vine hadn't been snapped off and returned in time, he would have suffered the same fate as that man. Xiaoying had returned the blood vine to the system space, and irrigated with Taizhen water for a while before gazing back at the now calm Wangshu Lake nearby. The water's surface was as white as jade and pure, yet it was this sacred aura that claimed a life in an instant. This Wangshu Lake is truly eerie. I thought I could avoid being bewitched by simply avoiding looking at it, but it seems I was careless. From now on, it's best for everyone to form pairs and monitor each other, and not act alone. Fellow Daoist Xie is absolutely right. We share this sentiment. The path to immortality is fraught with difficulties and dangers. They could die, but not in such an inexplicable way. As for Chu Qiyun, she didn't care about the lives of others, she only cared about whether she could obtain the Ingwa Luohua and join the Immortal Demon Alliance. The cultivation resources in the immortal world were limited, and the cultivation resources available to small sects like hers, who hadn't been admitted to the 9 great sects, couldn't even compare to those of the 9 great sects. But if she could join the Immortal Demon Alliance and gain a seat within it, it would greatly facilitate the future operations of the Xuanji Palace in the immortal world. As a disciple of the Immortal Demon Alliance and a meritorious member of the Xuanji Palace, she would naturally receive more cultivation resources. Disciples of major sects like Xiaoying were simply lucky to have a good master and join a prestigious sect. If she could obtain the same cultivation resources as them, Chu Qiyun believed she would be no worse off. Look! Has the bud on the moonflower gotten a little bigger? Chu Qiyun suddenly spoke. She had been keeping an eye on the moonflower's every move, so she could now confirm that the bud had indeed grown considerably. Everyone immediately looked in the direction she pointed, and indeed, they spotted a noticeable change in the moonflower. The jade-colored buds they had seen before were merely buds, but now they were plump, round buds, ready to bloom. What's going on? Is the moonflower about to bloom soon? But not long ago, it was still immature. How come it's suddenly about to bloom? Is this really normal? Is it because the man who just fell into Wangshu Pond nourished the moonflower with his flesh and blood, causing it to bloom earlier? At this, everyone fell silent and quietly distanced themselves from the people around them. If the flesh and blood of a cultivator could ripen the moon wisteria and cause it to bloom early, then wouldn't it matter if they missed the bloom this time? because as long as they offered enough flesh and blood as a sacrifice, they wouldn't have to wait another 10 years. Sensing something was amiss, Xia Ying summoned Yin in her mind. Yin, didn't you say the moon wisteria wouldn't bloom until tomorrow night? What's going on now? The blooming time the system had given was calculated based on the moon wisteria's normal growth rate. It didn't take into account any unstable factors. So, can the flesh and blood of a cultivator really ripen the moon wisteria? Xia Ying frowned. But how is a fruit that feeds on the flesh and blood of a cultivator any different from an evil creature? It's not just the flesh and blood of cultivators. The flesh and blood of any living being in the world can serve as nutrients for the moon-shaped wisteria. All the plants in this secret realm are cannibalistic. Yin spoke the most horrifying words in the most innocent tone, but she quickly changed her tone. But the host need not worry that this moon-shaped wisteria flower is evil. According to system detection, this moon-shaped wisteria plant has not consumed the flesh and blood of any living being from its germination to its budding. Instead, it has been absorbing the immortal energy of the secret realm to nourish itself. The flesh and blood of that person just now were actually swallowed by Wanshu Pond. Since moon-shaped wisteria grows in Wanshu Pond, it's naturally affected by the water, causing it to bloom earlier. Furthermore, many cultivators and demonic beasts have died in Wanshu Pond trying to harvest moon-shaped wisteria flowers. However, as long as they die in Wanshu Pond after the buds have formed, there will be no other consequences besides the earlier blooming. What if it happened before this? Normal moon wisteria is a celestial plant born from the power of moonlight, naturally nurtured by nature. Its flowers possess the power to grant the wishes of others because of their sheer purity. Yin paused, then let out an ambiguous laugh. As for the moon wisteria nurtured by the flesh and blood of living beings, what did the host think it could be? It must be an evil creature, a creature like the flower forests and seas beneath the deep ravines of hell. Xia Ying understood Yin's implication. If one missed this moon wisteria flowering, even if flesh and blood were used to nurture new flowers later, the result wouldn't be a true moon wisteria. This secret realm mission tested not only their character and strength, but also their integrity. On one side lay the key to entry into the Immortal Demon Alliance, but on the other lay the life of a complete stranger. When these two options are presented, which one will everyone choose? Xia Ying can ensure that she and Ji Huyuan will never step on the lives and corpses of innocent people to rise to power, but she has no idea what others think. Come on! Even if using flesh and blood can really give birth to Yingwei Luo, what good do you think it will be? If I can't join the Immortal Demon Alliance this time, I can just wait another 10 years and join again. Yang Shu snorted, breaking the silence. Anyway, I wouldn't do such a cruel thing as using the flesh and blood of my own people to exchange for a path to advancement. How could you think of such a treacherous scheme? Fellow Taoist Yang, we were just discussing other possibilities. Chu Qiyun, sensing this was a good opportunity to shine, stepped forward. Besides, none of us are suggesting attacking our own people. We're not the only human cultivators here. Chu Qiyun's gaze fell on the demons across from her, a pointed look. Yang Shu snorted coldly and turned away. No amount of good talk can persuade that damned devil. Xia Ying, however, had already left with her fellow apprentices and brothers before Chu Qiyun even opened her mouth, and hadn't joined in the argument. However, after Yang Shu left, Meng Fuiying and Song Xiushi proactively approached him to discuss collaborating on picking Yingguoluo flowers, indicating that Xia Ying and the others were on Yang Shu's side. Thus, the situation on the human side gradually split into two factions. On one side, those led by Xia Ying, Yang Shu, and the others insisted on not harming other living beings. On the other side, those led by Chu Qiyun supported using the flesh and blood of demon cultivators to pave their way. At the same time, the demons on the other side also noticed the changes in the Yingguoluo in the center of Washu Lake. Both sides were eyeing the Yingguoluo with eager eyes, and a cloud of invisible smoke quietly spread around Washu Lake. Chapter 338. The people stationed on either side of Wanshu Lake waited from the first half of the night until the latter, watching the jade-colored buds swell and expand, as if ready to burst at any moment. Even the air began to fill with a fresh, fruity fragrance. The moon-shaped dianthus is about to bloom. Everyone get ready. We need to make a quick decision. Xia Ying and his group quickly swooped to the edge of the lake and stood still. They had already discussed this carefully. There were restrictions above Wanshu Lake, preventing anyone from flying over it. Therefore, anyone who wanted to approach the moon-shaped dianthus at its center would have to walk across the surface. The lake water, being highly corrosive, was currently the most dangerous aspect. The only solution was to temporarily freeze the water to create a path. The degree of freezing depended on the depth of the water and the spiritual power of the caster. Therefore, the remaining time to pick the flowers was limited. They had to complete the task as quickly as possible. If all went well, everyone in their team would obtain the Yingyuelu flower and clear the level. However, even the slightest error would put everyone in danger of being corrupted and devoured by Wangshu Lake. But at this critical juncture, with the Yingyuelu about to bloom, they had no choice but to take the risk. Only 4 people in their makeshift team possessed ice spiritual roots: Xia Ying, Ji Heyuan, Yun Hao, and Kong Kongji. But Xia Ying and Ji Heyuan were the 2 with the highest combat power, so one of them had to be chosen to pick the flower. No one knew what the 2 discussed privately, only that the final decision was Xia Ying would go with the others, while Ji Heyuan would remain frozen. Big sister, it's almost there. Yang Shu, who possessed with spiritual roots, had practiced a secret technique that allowed him to sense the changes in plant life. Xia Ying immediately began to form hand seals the moment he spoke. Her fingers flew, forming a complex hand seal, then slammed her hands heavily onto the calm surface of the lake. Seal. All things. Wow. The moment the seal fell, everyone felt a massive wave of air radiate outward from Xia Ying's center. Even the usually mirror-like surface of Wangshu Lake was shaken, rippling a few times. Silver light streamed from Xia Ying's fingers, dripping onto the water's surface and seeping into the bottom. Soon, a thin layer of frost spread from the shore all the way to the center, where the moon-shaped roses stood. As Xia Ying continued to channel her spiritual energy, the frost gradually thickened, forming a narrow icy path leading directly to the center. This move she demonstrated also inspired others. Chu Qiyun's team and the opposing demon tribe followed suit. How shameless. They're actually copying us. Ming Fuiying was indignant. Fuiying, don't worry about them. Xia Ying's expression was calm. Just focus on our own affairs. I understand, senior sister. Xia Ying's spiritual sea was more than 10 times wider than others, and she even had 9 golden cores. Although it was currently consuming a considerable amount of spiritual energy, it was still within her acceptable range. Seeing the road, supported by ice spiritual energy, visibly thickening, Yang Shu volunteered to test it. After bouncing a few times to confirm its stability, he looked at the others. It's okay. The frozen water is not corrosive. Stop talking nonsense. Go to the Ingwe Rose and pick the flowers as soon as they bloom, Xia Ying said, retracting one hand and reaching behind her. Little crane. Hearing this, Ji Heyuan immediately offered the broken frost sword. The 2 of them, holding the broken frost sword together, thrust it into the center of the ice seal, quickly switching positions. Ji Heyuan replaced Xia Ying in her previous position. The moment he took over Xia Ying's position, Ji Heyuan could clearly feel the spiritual energy within him being rapidly drained away by the seal through the linked frost-breaking sword. Thankfully, his realm had always been very stable, so he didn't find it difficult. This is a small magic formation I created by temporarily combining the techniques of a magic cultivator with the formation techniques of a formation cultivator. As long as you can continuously supply the seal with ice-type spiritual energy, the ice road will not collapse. I be troubling you all with the rest of the matter. After briefly instructing Yun Hao and the others, Xia Ying quickly ascended the ice road toward Ingwe Luo. Yun Hao and Kong Kongji exchanged a glance, each transferring their own spiritual energy to Ji Heyuan, who then channeled it into the seal. A silvery glow shone brightly above Wangshu Pond. Already on the ice road, Xia Ying felt the ice beneath her feet grow even firmer. But she didn't relax even a bit. She had set up the magic formation, and no one knew better than she the spiritual energy required to maintain it. And the firmer the ice, the more spiritual energy it consumes. Because Wangshu Lake is practically bottomless, they must act swiftly. Luckily, the heavens have always been kind to her. As soon as they reached the Ingwe vine, the jade-colored buds began to stir, their petals slowly unfolding to reveal a white crescent within. Hurry! Xia Ying's quick eyes and hands plucked all the blossoms from the vine in front of her. Meanwhile, the other 2 groups hadn't even finished paving the ice path. But the demons, led by Helyan Yao, clearly had another solution. Some kind of treasure had caused countless lush lotus leaves to sprout from the lake's surface. Trampling on these lotus leaves, the demons quickly reached the Ingwe vine. Only Chu Qiyun's progress was slow. Watching everyone else gradually obtain the Ingwe Dihuang flowers, Chu Qiyun could no longer sit still. After weighing the pros and cons, she scurried towards the lotus leaves created by the demon tribe. What a waste not to take advantage of the demon tribe. The rest of the group immediately realized Chu Qiyun's plan and followed her. The process of picking the Ingwe Dihuang flowers went surprisingly smoothly, and most of the people present successfully obtained them. But just as they were about to retreat, something unexpected happened. The usually still and stagnant pond suddenly began to boil, ripples rippling across the surface. Before anyone could react, a giant, snow-white fish suddenly darted up from the bottom. Oh no! Run! The fish's thick tail lashed wildly against the surface, sending up layers of water. The splashing water was undiminished in its deadly power, instantly tearing a large hole in someone's robe after being accidentally splashed. The sudden appearance of the demonic beast threw everyone's rhythm into disarray, forcing them to retreat while simultaneously avoiding the splattering water. The lotus leaves and ice path, both destroyed indiscriminately by the giant fish's attack, were largely destroyed. Chu Chiyun was scrambling to escape. With no lotus leaves to rest on, she suddenly grabbed a nearby cultivator and threw him into the pool, then stepped on him and leaped back to shore. The cultivator, pitifully, lost his life inexplicably without even a scream. But no one cared about Chu Chiyun's viciousness. They simply wanted to reach shore safely, but the enormous fish in the pool proved incredibly difficult to tame. This giant fish was trying to trap them here. Chapter 339. 3 minutes passed quickly, and the moonlight wisteria flowers, which had been in full bloom not long ago, withered and died in an instant, whole clusters of petals falling into the deep pool. After nearly falling into the pool after being attacked by the giant fish's scales for the nth time, Xie Ying was finally certain. The giant fish was targeting her. But why was it only targeting her, having picked all the flowers? Is it because her full spiritual roots make her more nutritionally balanced? Or is it because she carries the aura of the 9 transformation crystal bamboo? The situation was urgent, and Xie Ying had no time to think. She swung out a green vine, wrapped it around Ming Fuiying and Xia Songlon, the ones closest to her, and flung it towards the shore. The two fell directly onto the undamaged ice surface, not far from the shore. Senior sister? Senior sister Xie. Hurry! I know what to do. After flinging the two away from the battlefield, Xie Ying leaped up and grabbed a vine dangling from the floating island. The moment she leaped, the fish's tail slammed down, shattering the small patch of ice she had been standing on. The moment she grasped the vine, a piercing chill spread from her fingertips to her limbs, as if threatening to freeze her completely. The biting cold nearly forced Xie Ying to let go and fall. She quickly gathered her composure, covering her hands with a nether blue lotus flame to block out the chill from the moonlight vine, and then climbed up the vine. The giant fish, seeing how difficult Xie Ying was to kill, became furious and swung its tail towards her. However, Xie Ying, like a nimble monkey, swung from one vine to another as she continued to climb. Despite the giant fish's numerous scales, not a single one could strike her. Seeing that the giant fish's attention was all on Xie Ying, the others quickly took this opportunity to escape from Washu Lake. In the end, Xie Ying was the only one left in the center of Washu Lake. Puff! Due to their spiritual exhaustion, Ji Heyuan and the other two spat out blood. The seals they relied on for their spiritual energy could no longer be maintained. The silver light vanished, the frost dissipated, and Xie Ying, trapped in the center of the lake, had no escape route. The ice is gone. So how will senior sister get back? Ming Fuiying stared grimly at the azure figure in the center of Wangshu Lake. Even though Xie Ying had already climbed onto the floating island, the giant fish that surged up from the bottom of the lake still attacked her. Unable to reach the floating island, the giant fish rammed its massive body into it, even using its scales as weapons to attack Xie Ying. The clash between the man and the fish caused a massive wave to surge through Wangshu Lake, making it impossible for anyone to see clearly what was happening inside. Has that fish gone mad? What good would it gain from destroying the island? Xia Songlun's face was also filled with anxiety. After taking Xie Ying's specially formulated elixir, Ji Heyuan wiped the blood from his mouth, unconcerned about not fully recovering, and, sword in hand, headed for the pond, his eyes filled with determination. I go fetch junior senior sister. But just then, a new twist occurred. The colorful stones surrounding Wangshu Pond suddenly came to life, rapidly gathering together. Everyone was startled to realize they weren't stones at all. They were clearly a swarm of colorful mushroom monsters, their movements revealing the sharp serrations hidden beneath their beautiful exteriors. These mushroom monsters coveted the ingwa radish, but feared the giant fish monster within. So, they disguised themselves as stones and waited by the pond, waiting for anyone to pluck an ingwa radish flower before they attacked and snatched it away. These mushroom monsters had already surrounded the area before anyone noticed, leaving them with no way to retreat. Damn it! We've fallen for a bunch of monsters. What's the point of talking now? Let's work together and fight our way out. But everyone still underestimated the strength of these mushrooms. While not as powerful as the giant fish, they were more numerous and extremely poisonous. Forget a bite. Even a touch from these mushrooms would be fatal. The mushroom monsters were densely packed, tens of thousands in number, and even giant mushrooms, formed from countless smaller mushrooms, floated in the air, blocking their path. With wolves in front and tigers behind, escaping the encirclement unscathed by the mushroom monsters was simply impossible. Use fire. Burn them! Someone in the crowd shouted, but their bodies were so tough that ordinary fire couldn't do much damage to them. At best, it would buy them some breathing space. Meanwhile, on the floating island, Xie Ying's situation was equally grim. While staying on the floating island protected her from the corrosive effects of the lake water, after climbing ashore, Xie Ying discovered that this small island contained even more restrictions than Wangshu Lake. Not only was she still unable to fly on this island, her cultivation strength had even been suppressed back to the foundation establishment stage, but the giant fish monster before her was at least level 6. A level 6 monster's strength equivalent to that of a human in the early nascent soul stage. Is it reasonable for her to use her foundation establishment stage strength to confront a nascent soul monster? The talisman array she had set up was forcibly broken by the giant fish's scales, and Xie Ying was thrown by the blast, landing heavily on the ground and rolling several times before she could barely steady herself. Just as she tried to move, she suddenly spat out blood. A fishy, sweet taste filled her throat, and a sharp pain pierced her right shoulder. Xie Ying looked down and saw a snow-white fish scale had broken through her robes and pierced her shoulder, but the wound was oozing purple-black blood. Fish scales are highly poisonous. In just a few seconds, Xie Ying felt the injured half of her body lose consciousness, unable to move, and the next wave of the giant fish monster's attack was already approaching. What a ghost! The giant fish leaped up and tumbled in the air, its tail, thicker than the floating island, slicing it in half. With a loud bang. Unable to withstand the blow, the floating island and the completely withered Yingguo shattered into pieces, and slowly fell from the air into the pool. Xie Ying fell amidst a pile of dirt and debris. She had just used all her spiritual power to block the giant fish's attack. Now the poison had spread throughout her body, leaving only 5 fingers and her mouth still able to move. If she fell into the pool like this, she would surely die. But she couldn't die. If the champion of the competition died at the hands of a fish, wouldn't her reputation be ruined if word got out? Xie Ying used her last bit of strength to pull a moonlight wisteria flower from her storage bag and held it in her palm. Blood trickled down her wrist and onto her fingers, quickly absorbed by the white crescent moons within the layers of petals. A soft, luminous white light slowly emanated, yet she remained oblivious. She closed her eyes and spoke devoutly. I make a wish. Chapter 340. The tremendous commotion at the center of Wangshu Lake caused the colorful mushrooms currently engaged in a struggle to halt. Everyone saw the clods of earth and plant debris falling from the sky. As for Xie Ying, she was long gone. Senior sister? Ming Fuiying, her eyes red, rushed forward anxiously as dense, fine brown hairs appeared on her body. She had transformed. Song Xiusher's expression changed, and he quickly rushed forward to stop the half-transformed Ming Fuiying. But the next second, another shadow darted out. It was Ji Huyuan. A blast of cold sword energy toppled the small mushrooms blocking his path, sending a trail of swordsmen flying. Ji Huyuan, covered in wounds, rushed forward without a word. Song Xiusher, surprise! He rushed forward in a single leap. Brothers and sisters, calm down and listen to me. Song Xiusher's left hand clasped Ming Fuiying's wrist, his right grip on Ji Huyuan's shoulder, bustling like a spinning top. For senior sister should be fine. She's still alive. As soon as he said this, the other two turned to stare at him, their eyes filled with silent questioning. Although I don't know the current situation either. Song Xiusher felt somewhat helpless, but his words were resolute. But when the floating island fell, I immediately sensed 4 senior sisters' life plate. The life plate is intact, which means 4 senior sisters should be safe now. Moreover, with her strength, she would never easily fall in such a place. If you don't believe me, you can sense it for yourself. Ming Fuiying sensed it for a moment, and then calmed down. His demonic skin gradually returned to normal. Disciples of the Xiaoyao sect could sense each other's life plates to see if they were intact, which in turn invisibly strengthened the bonds between them. But besides sensing the fate plate, Ji Huyuan clearly had his own method for determining Xie Ying's life or death. He tapped the silver bracelet on his wrist twice, and it quickly lit up and then went out. Junior sister is fine. It was only at this moment that Ji Huyuan truly breathed a sigh of relief. But the next second he raised his sword again and swung it with a sharp, sharp blade. Hurry and take care of these monsters. Let's go find her. Hee. There's someone here. I heard from those monsters that these delicate skin cultivators are the most delicious. But we're vegetarians. And Grandpa Gu wouldn't be happy if he found out. He said he'd bring anyone who came here to see him. When Xiang opened her eyes again, she was completely black, unable to see anything. But the noisy chatter of children filled her ears, giving her a headache. She impatiently slapped the loudest direction. There was a crisp snap, but the area her hand touched was incredibly soft. What could be so soft? Xie Ying's hands reacted before her brain did. She grabbed the soft mass and squeezed it. Hiss. It hurts, it hurts. Let go. How can you be so rude, you human? You didn't even slap me, but you pulled me so hard. Xie Ying didn't let go. She hadn't forgotten that the children had just been discussing whether to eat her. As for her blindness, she suspected it was due to the fish scale. She wondered what kind of fish it was. How could it be so poisonous? First, the poison paralyzed her entire body, and now, after finally regaining some movement, her eyes were blind again. And this wasn't the same snow blindness she experienced last time. This time, even with her spiritual sense, all she could see was pitch black. It was clear she was truly blind. Alas! Xie Ying sighed softly, then tried to call out to Yining, but received no response. She didn't know if this place was so peculiar that it severed her connection with Yining, or if Yining simply ignored her. Regardless, after receiving no response, she gave up and turned toward the direction of the voice. Where is this? Who are you? Huh? The childish voice was filled with suspicion. You don't even know where this place is or who we are, yet you managed to get here? Are you so lucky? Not really. I almost died before I got here, Xie Ying replied calmly. I'm not dead now, but I'm blind now. As for where this place was, she still had no idea, but she did have a daring guess about the identity of the person before her. But I know who you are. You are the Jade Sunflower. How do you know? Another voice sounded from the left, its tone sincere yet questioning. Aren't you blind? I just know. Don't ask so many questions, kid. Hearing this answer, Xie Ying felt a sense of as expected. At that time, she had fallen from the island, and in a critical moment, she could only take out the Ingwa Luo flower and make a last-minute wish, hoping for a last-ditch victory. And her wish was, I want to leave Wanshu Lake and go to a place with Jade Sunflower. She wasn't completely sure when she made this wish, but in that situation, Xie Ying wouldn't give up even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance. Fortunately, she won the bet again. No matter where this place was, at least her life was out of danger for the time being. Can you let go now? Sure. Xie Ying let go. But soon, another chubby little hand grasped her fingers. Though small, it held incredible strength and yanked Xie Ying straight up from the ground. Let's go! We take you to see Grandpa Gu. Wait a minute. Bang! With a loud bang, Xie Ying fell hard onto the ground. My legs can't move. It's okay. We can carry you. We can't keep Grandpa Gu waiting too long. Even before she finished her words, Xie Ying felt herself being lifted up by countless little hands, grasping her clothes. She was moving rapidly forward. If she hadn't been blind, she would have seen over 20 plump, white radishes lifting her high up by her legs and twirling her as she ran. It wasn't exactly eerie, but it was certainly quite funny. Xie Ying, happy to rest without having to exert herself, simply chatted with the Yukui fruits. Who is Grandpa Gu? Grandpa Gu is Grandpa Gu. Aren't you here to see Grandpa Gu? Not really. I simply wanted to leave Wanshu Lake and see if I could kidnap 2 more Yukui fruits. But considering that she still needed the Yukui fruits to carry her, Xie Ying decisively changed her story. I don't know who the Grandpa Gu you're talking about is. I came here by making a wish on the Ingwa Luo Hua. The 2 purple leaves on the Yukui fruits' heads trembled at this, feeling that this human was deceiving them. This is Grandpa Gu's territory. It's filled with restrictions set by Grandpa Gu himself. How could anyone reach here simply by wishing? But they still remembered Grandpa Gu's words. To send anyone who came here to see him. They had just sent someone there not long ago, but the Yukui fruits also found it strange. This place had been untouched for tens of millions of years. But immediately, a pair arrived. Is this the fate that Grandpa Gu always talked about? Chapter 341. The Yukui fruits didn't understand. They didn't want to understand either. Thinking had never been their strong suit, so they quickly put their doubts aside and ran forward, carrying Xie Ying. After an unknown amount of time, the wind in Xie Ying's ears gradually died down. The Yukui fruits placed her on the ground. Wait here for a moment. Grandpa Gu will be here to see you soon. You guys. Before Xie Ying could finish her sentence, The Yukui fruits had scurried off. Xia Ying, at least help her get the detoxification pill. If she accidentally swallowed a poison pill in her blind state, wouldn't that be the end of her? But the Yukui fruits had already fled, leaving Xia Ying on her own. Fortunately, she was only blind, not completely blinded. She could rely on her sense of smell to slowly find the detoxification pill she needed. Aside from being a little inconvenient, there were no other problems. She swallowed a detoxification pill, and then, with one swift movement, plucked the fish scales from her shoulder and tossed them aside. Her palm, shimmering with a faint blue light, touched the wound to cleanse it. A bone-chilling chill coursed through the wound and spread throughout her limbs, causing Xia Ying to shiver. Unfortunately, even after taking the detoxification pills, Xia Ying's condition didn't improve much. Her eyes remained blind. The only good news was that she had finally regained feeling in her legs. Xia Ying sat cross-legged, her hands resting on her dantian. As soon as she began to practice the Xiaoyao Ju hard technique, her blood surged back, and she felt a throbbing pain in her chest, as if countless needles were pricking her internal organs. How dare you, kid? You don't even know what poison you've been poisoned with. Yet, you dare to take medicine and practice recklessly? Aren't you afraid of killing yourself? Xia Ying could feel something hard, like a branch, resting on her shoulder. Then, a gentle force flowed through her body, easing the pain. Thank you, Senior, for your help. May I ask if you are Senior Gu? I prefer you youngsters to call me Grandpa. It sounds more approachable. Okay, Grandpa Gu. Xia Ying readily changed the subject. Grandpa Gu, did you know I'd be here? How could I possibly have such foresight? Grandpa Gu chuckled as he manipulated the branch to bring a glass of wine to her lips. This is a wine brewed from the roots of the jade sunflower. The jade sunflower can cure 1,000 poisons. Drinking it will cure the yandan poison in your body. Thank you. Xia Ying accepted the wine without hesitation and downed it in one gulp. Although it was wine, it had no spicy tingle on the throat, but rather a sweet and sour taste, like sour plum soup with ice on a summer day. One sip was refreshing. The branch resting on her shoulder vanished, and then she heard Grandpa Gu's voice again. You can now heal your wounds on your own. Xia Ying nodded without saying anything more, clearing her mind and concentrating on meditation and regulating her breathing. As the technique circulated through her body for 3 full cycles, Xia Ying could clearly feel a surge of foul air being expelled, and the pain in her lungs gradually eased and disappeared. When she opened her eyes again, she was greeted by light. But then, she was stunned by the scene before her. Before her lay a towering ancient banyan tree, its umbrella-like crown soaring into the clouds, completely enveloping the surrounding landscape. Looking up, she could see no sky, only the vibrant green branches and leaves, and the fine golden light filtering through the gaps between them. Beneath the towering banyan tree, an elderly man in a dark blue robe, with white hair and a white beard, sat brewing tea. His face was shrouded in a veil of curling white mist, and Xia Ying couldn't discern his expression. After standing there for a moment, seeing Grandpa Gu offer no instructions, she decisively stepped forward and solemnly thanked him. Thank you, Grandpa, for the medicine that detoxified me. Please sit down. You're welcome. Grandpa Gu gestured for Xia Ying to sit across from him, then leisurely poured her a cup of tea. His every gesture exuded the unhurried and detached grace of a man from the world. Throughout history, anyone who has reached this place has been destined for me. Since this is a connection, I will naturally not stand by and watch someone perish. Grandpa Gu, where is this place? Are we still in the mustard seed secret realm? Yes and no. Grandpa Gu slowly explained, meeting Xia Ying's puzzled gaze. This is the outer heaven, a place no living being can reach. If a living being wishes to enter the outer heaven, the only way is to enter the mustard seed secret realm. What are the jade sunflowers? They are a group of spirits I have raised. This outer heaven has been lonely for thousands of years, so I need some entertainment to pass the time, right? Children, playful and young, often sneak from the outer heaven into the mustard seed secret realm. Anyone who can see the jade sunflowers has the opportunity to use them to lead the way to the outer heaven. It's a pity that no one has discovered the jade sunflower's secret in all these years. Grandpa Gu's face was gentle. Though he expressed regret, his tone sounded neutral to Xia Ying, as calm as casual conversation. Those who came before either couldn't catch the jade sunflower fruit, or, after catching one, feared it might become more dangerous and killed it outright, thus missing out on a greater opportunity. However, in the mustard seed secret realm, besides using the jade sunflower fruit to lead the way, there are other ways to reach the heaven beyond heaven. Xia Ying's heart fluttered. Is that a way to make a wish on the moon-shaping wisteria? Yes, Grandpa Gu confirmed. You're the first person in tens of thousands of years to reach this place through the moon-shaping wisteria. So someone else had reached the heaven beyond heaven before me. Of course. Grandpa Gu pointed towards the sky, and ripples formed in the air, revealing a figure. She arrived at the heaven beyond heaven before you. Though the figure only flashed by, Xiaoying still saw her face clearly. Was that you, Miao? But before she could ponder it further, Grandpa Gu's voice rang out again. I will give everyone who comes to the heaven beyond heaven a gift, opportunity, and the solution to their doubts. It all depends on what you seek. What is the solution? Xiaoying decided to find out first. You can ask any 3 questions, and I tell you everything I know. Xiaoying raised an eyebrow at this. Any questions are fine. So what if I can't answer them? Ha ha ha. Little kid, do you know who I am? Grandpa Gu laughed heartily. I am the tree of destiny, living and dying with this world. He stretched out his hand into the air, and Xiaoying saw countless spiritual threads of various colors in Grandpa Gu's hand. The source of these spiritual threads was the towering ancient banyan tree behind him. In addition, there were thousands of other spiritual threads stretching out into the distance. What is this? Your destiny. Grandpa Gu looked at her with a smile. Each spiritual thread extending from here represents a person's fate. Chapter 342. Xiaoying lowered her eyes and gazed silently at the spiritual threads in Grandpa Gu's hands. Destiny? These threads were their destiny. So, was everyone's fate truly predetermined from birth and unchangeable? She didn't believe it. Grandpa Gu, do you know everything in the world because you control everyone's fate? No, I can see everyone's fate because of the threads of fate, but they are not something I can control. Grandpa Gu saw Xiaoying's thoughts and smiled, shaking his head. Do you see these spiritual threads? They are thick, thin, bright, dim, intricately entwined. Just as the destinies of all people are distinct yet inextricably linked, disturbing even one thread will affect others. So even the laws of nature will not interfere with the fate of the world. Spiritual threads are not static. Some start out thin, but grow immensely stronger. Others are born radiant, but eventually fade. Fate is like this. I made up my mind. Grandpa, please help me clear up my confusion. Have you really decided? Don't you want the great opportunity I'm offering you? For me right now, resolving my doubts is more important than a great opportunity. Xiaoying harbored too many questions about the world of cultivation. If she couldn't find the answers, even if her cultivation and state of mind advanced, her progress would stagnate. As you wish. Grandpa Gu didn't seem surprised, simply nodding. What do you want to know? What unknown event occurred in the world of immortal cultivation that has prevented anyone from achieving enlightenment through the spiritual transformation stage in millennia? If she remembered correctly, the original novel mentioned more than once how elders in the spiritualization stage within various sects failed to pass the tribulation and advance, resulting in their souls being destroyed. Lin Yuexiang, having absorbed all the luck of the immortal world, was the first person in 1,000 years to break through the spiritualization stage and successfully ascend. But Lin Yuexiang possessed a top-grade water spirit root, possessing both exceptional talent and comprehension. If she wanted to ascend, she only needed to cultivate diligently with the best resources, and that day would come. Why must she wait until all the luck had been absorbed before ascending? This in itself was utterly illogical. Grandpa Gu was also somewhat surprised to hear this, as if he hadn't expected Xiaoying's first question to be this. Your perception is quite sharp. Something has indeed happened in the immortal world. Xiaoying's heart sank. Compared to when she first came here, she now felt a much stronger sense of belonging to this place, and she truly did not want anything to happen to the immortal world. Little girl, relax, it's not a big deal. It's just that the Wanxiang continent, this world of immortal cultivation, will soon disappear from the 3,000 worlds. Xiaoying, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, said, ? Are you kidding me? The Wanxiang continent is almost gone, and that's not a big deal? Is the old man so relaxed? Today, the Wanxiang continent is effectively a lost realm. And a lost realm is a world completely abandoned and exiled by the upper realms. Fulfilling his promise to Xiaoying, he revealed everything he knew. About tens of thousands of years ago, the heavenly Tao of the Wanxiang continent developed selfish ambitions. Unwilling to watch helplessly as the cultivators here ascended to the upper realms one after another, while he himself was left guarding a world day after day without freedom, he set forth an incarnation to experience the lives of the creatures of the lower realms. He was the heavenly Tao, so sending an avatar into the cycle of reincarnation without anyone noticing was no problem at all. He thought his avatar could satisfy his selfish desires and transcend this world through cultivation. What happened next? Did he fail? Yes. Grandpa Goo's tone was neither sad nor happy. He could deceive everyone in the immortal cultivation world, even himself, but not the higher realms. His avatar couldn't even be called a complete person, not to mention that it also carried his selfish desire to leave this world and pursue freedom. It was a defective product, unacceptable to the higher realms. But he didn't give up. He began sending more and more avatars into the immortal cultivation world. Eventually, he was stripped of his heavenly Tao status, and wandered this world as an outcast. And a new heavenly Tao emerged. But this couldn't save the Wanxiang continent from its decline. From the moment the heavenly Tao harbored selfish motives and attempted to deceive heaven and earth, the upper realm had already harbored dissatisfaction with this small world. And everything he did subsequently only accelerated the upper realm's decision to abandon the Wanxiang continent. Just because the heavenly Tao harbored selfish motives, the upper realm is abandoning our Wanxiang continent. Isn't this child's play? Xiang truly didn't understand. Even if a true immortal couldn't fulfill their duty to protect all living beings, they shouldn't so easily sentence an entire small world to death. I am the tree of destiny of this small world. I only know what has happened in this world. What the upper realm thinks and does is beyond my control. The Wanxiang continent has long been a lost realm. In the past, the newly born heavenly Tao used its own power to transform it into spiritual energy for the immortal realm, sustaining its functioning. But now, the new heavenly Tao's power is dwindling. When its power is completely exhausted, all life on the Wanxiang continent will perish. This is the inevitable fate for the Wanxiang continent, written by the higher realms. Grandpa Gu has clearly long since become indifferent to everything, unconcerned with life and death. He is not as selfish as the old heavenly Tao, nor does he possess the responsibilities of the new heavenly Tao. He is simply an old banyan tree, quietly guarding the past, awaiting the end of his life. Child, life and death are predetermined. You and I will both eventually perish. Fuck destiny, hack that inevitable death, I refuse to accept it. Xiang cursed. I worked so hard to cultivate and live, not to have others decide when I live and die. She finally had a chance to live again in the world of immortal cultivation. Wasn't it all about toiling away on system tasks in exchange for rewards, just to live a better life? Why should she and the entire Wanxiang continent be forced to perish just because of the pressure of an upper realm? Second question. Since the Wanxiang continent was exiled 10,000 years ago, what about those predecessors who once claimed to have successfully ascended? Where did they go? Did they truly ascend? Of course not. The ascension channel from the Wanxiang continent to the upper realm has been closed by the upper realm. Even if they successfully survived the Thunder Tribulation, they couldn't reach the upper realm. They either contributed their strength to this world alongside the new heavenly Tao, or they could only constantly shuttle through the cracks in time and space, ultimately being annihilated in the torrent of time and space. Okay, I understand. Xiang quickly sorted out this information in her mind, and finally asked her third question. Grandpa Gu, my final question. If I want to change the predetermined ending for the Vientiane continent, what do I need to do? Chapter 343. You want to change the ending of Vientiane continent? Why? Grandpa Gu's expression finally changed, a mixture of confusion and surprise. Do you really love this world so much? No reason. Just think of me as a born rebel, unwilling to face this so-called predetermined ending. She had only been in Vientiane continent for a little over half a year. How much could she possibly love this place? But there were still many family members, friends, and loved ones on Vientiane continent whom she cared about and who cared about her. She couldn't bear to watch Vientiane continent go to ruin given the outcome she already knew. Why should the entire Vientiane continent bear the consequences of the old heavenly Tao's selfish actions? Grandpa Gu, you haven't told me yet what I can do to change the Vientiane continent's inevitable death. There are 50 great ways, 49 of which are derived from heaven, and one of which is evaded by man. Everything has a glimmer of hope. Even the great ways are not complete. I don't believe there's such a thing as inevitable death in this world. Even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance, that's still a chance of survival, isn't it? If you knew this, you would be completely bound to the cause and effect of this world, with no chance of ever leaving it. Grandpa Gu didn't answer her question, but suddenly said this, his tone profound. Your soul harbors an aura from another world. With your current aptitude, if one day you can absorb the spiritual energy of this world and cultivate to the great perfection stage, you still won't be able to ascend to the upper realms, but you'll be able to tear through space and return to your former otherworldly realm. Perhaps in that world, you find your chance for ascension. Xiang was a little surprised that Grandpa Gu had revealed her origin so readily, but on second thought, she understood. It might be okay for others, But Grandpa Goo is the tree of destiny, knowing the fate of all living beings. How could he not know the changes that had occurred to the original owner if he had been interested in investigating? No need. I just want to know how to save the world. As you wish. Grandpa Goo's lips curled slightly, as if he were in a good mood. Have you ever heard of the goddess of creation? Nuwa created humans to repair the sky? That's the most popular story. But as the ancient gods fell one by one in the torrent of time, their stories became myths. Ho Tu Nyang Nyang transformed herself into the 6 realms and created the underworld, giving all living beings the opportunity for reincarnation. Naturally, Nuwa Nyang Nyang also left a way for her children, whom she personally created. Grandpa Goo unhurriedly recounted everything he knew. Legend has it that when Nuwa fell, her divine artifacts and power shattered into countless fragments, scattered across the 3,000 worlds. One of these artifacts is called the Dingtian hairpin. Legend has it that this hairpin can unify heaven and earth, and even reverse the destiny of the universe. 10,000 years ago, someone on the Wanxiang continent saw fragments of the Dingtian hairpin. If you can gather all the fragments before the Wanxiang continent's demise, perhaps you can use its power to open the ascension passage closed by the upper realm. Besides this, there's another less feasible method. What method? Xiang asked anxiously. Invite a deity to descend. Grandpa Goo glanced at her and then spoke. At each small world's ascension passage to the upper realm, a deity guards it, waiting to open it when cultivators from the lower realm ascend. The deity guarding the Wanxiang continent's ascension passage was recalled long ago when the passage closed. If you can invite a new deity to descend to the Wanxiang continent, the problem of the closed ascension passage will naturally be resolved. Grandpa Goo quickly offered the solution he knew. But Xiang knew in her heart that both collecting the fragments of the Dingtian hairpin and summoning the gods to descend were extremely difficult tasks. At the very least, she could never accomplish either task alone. Still, Xiang was very grateful to Grandpa Goo for explaining this. I understand. Thank you, Grandpa Goo, for clearing my mind. You're welcome. Grandpa Goo twirled his beard and chuckled. This is your choice. No need to thank me. Grandpa Goo raised his hand and waved it. Xia Ying's arm suddenly felt heavy. She instinctively hugged it, only to see it was a plump, white radish. What is this? A jade sunflower fruit. Grandpa Goo, what do you mean by this? Since the incident on the Vientiane continent, you're the first person to actively seek a solution from me. I can't help you much, so I'm giving you a jade sunflower fruit. I hope you finally get what you want. Thank you, Grandpa. Xiang accepted it with a clear conscience. She had been thinking about how to ask Grandpa Goo to give her a jade sunflower fruit. After all, before resolving the issues on the Myriad continent, she still had to complete the system-issued mission. Otherwise, if 99X's thunderbolt struck, she didn't know if she even survived to try and change this outcome. But after examining the jade sunflower fruit in her arms from top to bottom, Xia Ying couldn't help but wonder. Why is this jade sunflower fruit different from the ones I've seen before? Why doesn't it have arms and legs? It's because it's not yet ripe, but you can rest assured, it's undoubtedly a jade sunflower fruit. When it matures, it will develop arms and legs. The jade sunflower fruit needs to absorb immortal energy to grow and cultivate. After you leave the mustard seed secret realm and return to the immortal cultivation realm, you have no immortal energy left. You have to feed it top-grade spirit stones daily to absorb pure spiritual energy for cultivation. Top-grade spirit stones? Xia Ying was shocked. How can this little thing be so gluttonous? After all, the jade sunflower fruit is a divine plant born from the outer heavens. If it doesn't absorb pure spiritual energy, it will be detrimental to its health. But the jade sunflower fruit is full of treasures. If you feed it carefully, it will give you back. What if she suddenly didn't want to raise it anymore? She wanted to raise Juju, who would eat 18 treasure fish for a single meal. She wanted to raise Yulyan, who cultivated with spirit stones in her spirit beast bag. She wanted to raise Yin, who would only eat top-grade spirit rice, and Jiujio, who still treated her like her mother. Of these 4, aside from the child support given by Jiujio's mother, Qi Lian, the other 3 ate from her own personal stash. Now, there's another jade sunflower fruit, which only requires top-grade spirit stones for cultivation. Xia Ying's eyes darkened. Even the landlord's food reserves couldn't withstand such a waste. I understand what Grandpa Goo means. Although she really wanted to return the large carrot in her arms, considering the harsh punishment of being struck by lightning, she gritted her teeth and sent the jade sunflower fruit into the system space first. Thank you for your guidance today, Grandpa. I've been bothering you for so long, and now it's time to take my leave. My fellow apprentices are waiting for me outside. Keep going in this direction, and you reach the outer world. Grandpa Gu nodded, pointing eastward. However, you must not mention anything I told you today about the Wanxiang continent. If anyone on the Wanxiang continent has already discovered this, as you have, you may reveal a few things. One thing is certain, you must not tell anyone about the existence of Tian and me. Please rest assured, Grandpa. I will keep this a secret. Xiang leapt in the direction Grandpa Gu had indicated, quickly disappearing into a vast expanse of white mist. And just as Xiang vanished, golden light from the towering treetops fell on Grandpa Gu, slowly converging into a human form. Chapter 344. Cough, cough, cough. The man, dressed in white, had a face so ordinary you forget it in a flash. His lips were so pale, they lacked a trace of blood, and he coughed profusely before he could even speak. Tell me, you're already so weak. Why are you still insisting on transforming into a human form? Can't you just hang on to the tree and talk to me? Gu Lao, I now understand why he harbored selfish desires. It's hard not to harbor worldly desires after spending so long up there. What's the point of saying all this now? Do you want to emulate him and create a multitude of avatars, and throw them into the world of immortal cultivation, turning it upside down? Grandpa Gu rolled his eyes at him. Gu Lao. The man in white spoke helplessly. If I wanted to emulate him, I wouldn't be reduced to relying on your strength to survive. Grandpa Gu snorted coldly but didn't continue the conversation, moving on to something else. However, after returning from her journey to another world, Xie Ying's two souls and two spirits have returned with completely different personalities than her previous life. Xie Ying today is not the same person as she was in her previous life. And it's better that they're different, otherwise we'd be bound to repeat the same mistakes as before. The man in white looked in the direction Xie Ying had left, his voice gloomy. We paid such a high price to reverse the situation and gain this last chance to give it our all. We can't fail at any cost. Alas! To this day, Grandpa Gu feels a pang of pain when he thinks of the tragic plight of those children in his previous life. This is your last chance. This old banyan tree doesn't have the strength to accompany you through another journey. Yes. The man in white didn't seem concerned, only asking, have you told her about the exile? I did, but she's still too weak. Knowing too much about some things wouldn't benefit her future cultivation. Isn't Yinyin still by her side? When the time is right, she'd naturally learn everything from her. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, and tiny golden lights fell on their shoulders. The two stood side by side under the tree, neither speaking. Behind them lay countless intertwined threads of fate, and before them lay a vast expanse of white, an endless, unknown road. They knew in their hearts, they were the dying, trapped in the outer world, awaiting destruction. But it didn't matter. The world of immortal cultivation didn't belong to them. The world of immortal cultivation didn't belong to any one person or faction, it belonged to the countless beings who inhabited it. And as long as countless disciples, like Xie Ying, seemingly insignificant yet full of faith, remained, the world of immortal cultivation would not truly perish. Everyone striving to survive in this world is the future and hope of the immortal cultivation world. Xie Ying had no idea that Grandpa Gu and the new heavenly Tao had held another soul-searching conversation after she left. She also had no idea that her arrival here, hearing Grandpa Gu mention all this, was a plan orchestrated by the heavenly Tao and the Tree of Destiny years ago. The only difference was whether she took on this responsibility proactively or passively. At this point, she had followed Grandpa Gu's instructions and reached the end of the road. But before her was a vast expanse of white mist. Xie Ying tentatively reached into the mist and felt a powerful suction. The next second, she fell back into the mustard seed's secret realm. She took in the familiar surroundings and roughly determined her location. She then summoned the still sleeping Zhu and rode her straight towards Washu Lake. The situation was urgent, and she had no time to respond to Ji Heyuan and the others. They must still be searching for her near Washu Lake. Zhu sensed Xie Ying's mood, and her feet sprang to life, running with all her might. Xie Ying, seeing Zhu so practical, couldn't help but think of the flock of gold-devouring beasts in her spirit beast bag, and sighed heartily. Zhu, you're still the best. Although you eat the most at every meal, it costs no spirit stones to feed you. Zhu, unaware of her master's thoughts, was filled with questions. No. What are you sighing about for no apparent reason? Zhu's doubts remained unanswered. Because she was just a greedy spider, she didn't enjoy delving into the human mind. If her master didn't ask, she wouldn't ask. Time flowed at a different rate in the heavenly outer realm than in the mustard seed-mapped secret realm. Xie Ying had clearly spent considerable time in the heavenly outer realm, but when she arrived at Wangshu Lake on Zhu, she found Ji Heyuan and the others still battling the mushroom monsters. The sight of the densely packed mushrooms, Xia Ying, stricken with trypophobia, gave her goosebumps. She leaped from Juju's back and, brandishing a whip fashioned from the netherworld blue lotus flame, charged in. Juju, go! Kill them! If you win, I give you a bonus. Juju's eyes lit up. Bonus. She wanted a bonus. She charged into the mushroom clump, her mountain-like body smashing the newly stacked mushrooms to pieces. Juju had just strung the mushroom monsters together with her pliers when Xia Ying's blue flame arrived, roasting them to a crispy exterior and tender interior, their fragrance wafting from miles away. A man and a spider swarmed through the mushrooms, killing each other furiously. Even tempted by the prospect of a snack, Juju fought even harder than Xia Ying. With their seamless cooperation, the outer mushroom clusters were quickly breached. The mushroom monster, scorched by the nether azure lotus's flames, cast a crimson glow across the sky. Meanwhile, Ji Heyuan and the others, trapped by the thicket of mushrooms on the shores of Wangshu Lake, were also startled. Sixth brother, do you smell a fragrance? Ming Fuiying, his hands transformed into brown bear claws, paused tearing at the monsters, his nose twitching uncertainly as he glanced at the others. It seems to be the delicate aroma of roasted mushrooms. It's junior sister. It has to be her. No one else would be roasting mushrooms at this hour. Ji Heyuan's eyes lit up, and he swung his sword again. The sharp sword energy once again cleared a path, and without a word, he rushed out. But even faster than him was Xia Ying, who had been revived to full health after consuming the jade sunflower wine. A flash of green light tore a gap through the densely packed mushroom wall. Azure fireworks streaked across, like a brilliant meteor. Xia Ying, clutching a cyan fire whip, suddenly burst into everyone's view. Her dark hair, interwoven with her headband, fluttered behind her, accentuating her youthful spirit. The appearance of Xia Ying, possessing the strange fire, undoubtedly hastened the end of the battle. Everyone stared at the sudden appearance of Xia Ying with wide eyes. Is she so lucky? Hasn't she already fallen into Wangshu Lake? How could she have come in from outside? Chapter 345. Originally relying on its sharp serrations and its own poison, the mushroom monster had successfully forced a small group of people into Wangshu Pond through a wave of attacks. The waters of Wangshu Pond would corrode and devour the flesh of cultivators, but not the moon-shaped wisteria flowers that had been plucked and transformed into spiritual treasures. Naturally, the moon-shaped wisteria flowers floating on the surface of the water were thus captured by the mushroom monster. However, they had never anticipated the appearance of two Chung Yejians midway, one possessing a strange fire capable of roasting them instantly, the other possessing an ultra-hard shell impervious to all poisons. This combination of man and spider completely defeated all their attacks. Once, the netherworld azure lotus flame touched something, it would not extinguish until it had completely consumed the object unless its controller intentionally spared it. Soon, a vast sea of cyan flames engulfed the area surrounding Wangshu Pond. The remaining mushroom monsters, realizing their situation was hopeless, dared not continue to fight, and retreated, clutching the moon-shaped wisteria flowers they had already snatched. But how could Xia Ying, a perpetually plucked-out geese, let them go so easily? She leaped up and landed on Juju's back, who launched herself into the midst of the monsters. Xia Ying lashed out with a swift, precise, and ruthless whip. Blue flames burst forth, weaving a web of fire in the air, directed towards a large mushroom nestled within it, protected by a multitude of mushrooms. The moment the large mushroom was caught, the web of fire contracted into a circular cage. Xia Ying merely flicked her finger, and the cage was back in her grasp the next second. And just as the large mushroom was captured, the remaining mushrooms stopped moving and bared their sharp teeth at Xia Ying. Seeing this, she knew she had seen it right. This large mushroom was indeed the leader of the mushroom monsters. The colorful Mushroom King. Xia Ying wasn't afraid at all. She sat on Juju's back, holding the ball, and lazily surveyed the colorful Mushroom King trapped in the net of fire. The colorful Mushroom King's body was translucent and smooth, shimmering with a colorful glow. Even its sharp teeth shone like pearls. Unfortunately, the more beautiful something is, the more poisonous and dangerous it can be. Juju, would you like some grilled mushrooms? This mushroom doesn't look big, and I don't know if it's cultivated a demon elixir. How about I grill it, and give it to you as a snack? Huh? Who wants to eat something so poisonous? Xia Ying suggested earnestly, but Juju despised her. No, I want the 8 treasure fish. Ah Ying, don't think you can get rid of me with this poisonous mushroom. Alright. Xia Ying's tone was regretful. She did enjoy grilled mushrooms, but unfortunately, she wasn't immune to all poisons. It wasn't worth poisoning herself over a bite of mushroom. Colorful Mushroom King? Question mark. Did I agree to you eating me? And you're already looking down on me? Hey! Xia Ying shook the ball in her hand, and the Colorful Mushroom King was caught off guard and nearly ran into the net of fire, scorching it. It had to curl itself up into a small ball to avoid the flames. Do you want to leave? The Colorful Mushroom King, who had just been baring its teeth at Xia Ying, immediately quieted down. Although it couldn't speak, Xia Ying knew it understood what she was saying. Without further ado, Xia Ying stated her demands. You can leave, but just pay me the money to save your life. You've been lying in ambush here for so long, disguised so well, this must be more than once or twice. If you hand over all the Immortal flowers you stole today, I let you go. How about that? I give you 3 seconds to think about it. If you don't hand it over, I roast you. Xia Ying said, not giving the Colorful Mushroom King time to think, and immediately began the countdown. 3, 2. Clearly sensing the shrinking fire net, the Colorful Mushroom King's mycelium exploded. Xia Ying only saw its fang mouth rapidly moving up and down, and then the group of mushroom monsters quickly placed a pile of things at Juju's feet. Xia Ying glanced at it, confirming it was Ingwa Luohua, and keeping her word, she immediately released the Colorful Mushroom King. Remember, avoid me next time you see me, or I rob you every time I see you. The vast group of mushrooms quickly disappeared into the endless darkness. Xia Ying collected the Ingwa Luohua she had robbed from the Colorful Mushroom King and walked towards Ji Heyuan and the others. Juju herself. It felt like it had shrunk back into her hair, becoming the size of a hair ornament. Aside from Ji Heyuan and the others, who knew Xia Ying well and were not surprised, the others looked at Xia Ying with extremely complicated expressions. Xia Ying, who at only 13 had successfully advanced to the Golden Core stage, received the blessing of heaven, and was the champion of the competition, and was treated with special respect by so many elders. How could she secretly commit such a robbery? What they didn't know was that Xia Ying's robbery had never been done in secret. She had always done it openly, generally robbing anyone who crossed her path. She had suffered such a great loss today at the hands of the giant fish monster. Jumping into the pool and ripping it into pieces was out of her question. The mushroom monster, which also wanted to kill Ji Heyuan and the others, naturally became her scapegoat. Xiao He, are you all okay? Upon seeing Ji Heyuan, Meng Fuiying, and the others covered in wounds, Xia Ying suddenly felt a surge of regret. I wasn't very careful just now. I should have burned the cap of the Colorful Mushroom King to vent your anger. It's okay, little senior sister, as long as you're okay. Ji Heyuan's light green robes were stained dark green by the blood, and his jade-like face was marred by numerous fine scars, giving him a sense of brokenness. Before he could even reach Xia Ying, he collapsed, losing his strength. A subtle curl of his lips curled up as Xia Ying held him firmly. Meng Fuiying was stunned. Is fifth senior brother really that weak? Wasn't he the one who just slew dozens of mushroom monsters with a single sword stroke? It was all just a ploy to seduce fourth senior sister. Song Xiushi, who had lived in the palace since childhood and witnessed the various tactics used by beauties to vie for favor, remarked, fifth senior brother needs more training. Aside from Xia Ying's 3 disciples, Yang Shu, Yun Shui, Yun Hao, and the others all suffered minor injuries, poisoned by the colorful mushrooms. Thankfully, the mushroom poison wasn't strong, and Xia Ying's homemade antidote pills were sufficient. After distributing the antidotes to her temporary team, she stopped caring about the others' lives. The demons possessed their own methods of detoxification, and didn't need to ask Xia Ying for help. Even if they didn't, given their proud nature, the demons would never bow to humans for help. Chu Qiyun, who had waited a long time for Xia Ying to deliver the antidote, and the moonlight rose flower, finally couldn't wait any longer and approached her. Fellow Daoist Xia, where are our antidotes? Xia Ying, ? Chapter 346. How would I know where your antidote is? Xia Ying rolled her eyes. That's inexplicable. Chu Qiyun's smile froze. She wanted to just walk away, but the numbness in her arm and the intermittent hallucinations forced her to lower her proud head. After all, she had already tried it before. The antidote she brought from Shuangji Palace was completely ineffective against the poison from the colorful mushrooms. While the poison wasn't fatal, she still had to stay in the secret realm for over 2 months. She couldn't wait until she left to seek treatment, could she? Xia Ying was truly despicable. She clearly had the antidote, yet she refused to share it with everyone. Chu Qiyun lowered her eyes to hide the jealousy and resentment lingering in them, softening her tone and speaking softly. Fellow Daoist Xia, why are you asking even though you already know the answer? We all been poisoned by the colorful mushrooms. Since you have the antidote, why won't you share some with us? Fellow Taoist Chu, your face truly holds 1,000 mountains and rivers. Xie Ying couldn't help but laugh. This is the first time I heard someone talk about freeloading so roundaboutly. Who are you to me? Are you my father or my mother? Did you save my life? You're nothing, so how can you ask me to share the antidote with you? We're all from the same clan, aren't we? Chu Qian's face paled and sank at Xie Ying's attack. Her hands, hanging by her sides, clutched the hem of her clothes tightly. When she spoke again, her tone was tinged with tears, like a young wife being bullied by Xie Ying. They have no connection to fellow Taoist Xie. If you can give them the antidote, why can't you give it to us? Xie Ying remained unmoved. They're my temporary teammates. I'm happy to help them with the antidote. What's it to you? Is fellow Taoist Xie determined to see us die? Chu Qian's teeth were gnashing with hatred, and she could barely maintain her expression. Unexpectedly, Xie Ying suddenly relented. That's not the case. I just don't want to give you the medicine, but I didn't say you couldn't buy the detoxification pills from me. Xie Ying smiled, and unbeknownst to her, a delicate porcelain bottle appeared in her hand. 1 detoxification pill is 10 high-grade spirit stones. No cheating. 10 high-grade spirit stones is too expensive. I buy it. Fellow Taoists, yeah, I buy 1. I want 1 too. I want 1 too. Me too. Chu Qian was interrupted before she could finish her words. The people she had been with rushed over, pushed her aside, and bought the detoxification pills from Xie Ying. The customer is king. Even facing the god who was eager to give her spirit stones, Xie Ying remained enthusiastic. The cultivators, who had originally followed Chu Qian on her own, regretted their actions the moment they saw her unhesitatingly push a companion into Wanshu Lake to save her own life. Now, no matter how sweetly Chu Qian spoke to them, or how much she pretended to be doing them a favor, they felt no appreciation. For they had no idea who Chu Qian would push to their death the next time they encountered danger. Now, they simply wanted to quickly obtain the antidote pills and stay away from Chu Qian. They didn't want to work with her again for the next 2 months. The group that received the antidote pills quickly left, leaving Chu Qian standing awkwardly, neither advancing nor retreating. Xie Ying waved the porcelain bottle at her, raised an eyebrow, and asked, "Fellow Taoist Chu, would you like to buy some?" Chu Qian gritted her teeth and pulled out 10 high-grade spirit stones. Yes. 10 yuan is the price given to others. If you want it, you have to pay more. Xie Ying slowly held up 2 fingers. 20 high-grade spirit stones. Why should I pay more if I want it? Because I don't like you. Xie Ying's words choked Chu Qian, leaving her speechless. So, fellow Taoist Chu, do you still want to buy it? Yes. I buy it. Chu Qian held out the spirit stones with resentment. If she weren't completely unable to defeat Xie Ying, she would have wanted to snatch the medicine away and teach her a lesson. After receiving the detoxification pill, she swallowed it in 1 gulp, and soon felt the numbness in her arm slowly dissipate. This, in turn, made her even more jealous. Xie Ying was just an orphan with no one to rely on. How could she enjoy such excellent resources, be respected and followed by so many people? She took a deep breath and stepped forward again. Fellow Taoist Xie, did you just take some moon-shaped wisteria flowers from the colorful mushroom king? Those were the moon-shaped wisteria flowers our companions risked their lives to pick. Please return them to us, fellow Taoist Xie. She couldn't do anything about Xie Ying regarding the detoxification pills, but she didn't believe Xie Ying would have the nerve to not return the moon-shaped wisteria flowers that rightfully belonged to them. But if Xie Ying cared about her dignity, she wouldn't be Xie Ying. Your things? Then just shout and see if it responds. Fellow Taoist Xie. What are you barking about? Huh? If you want moon-shaped wisteria flowers, go grab them from the colorful mushroom king yourself. You don't think you can morally blackmail me with just a few words, do you? You don't even bother to find out what kind of person I, Xie Ying, am, and what kind of cultivation I attained. You want to morally blackmail me? Wait for your next life. Chu Qian hadn't finished her words when Xie Ying suddenly grabbed her by the throat. Xie Ying's face remained smiling, but her eyes were cold. She was lifted up by Xie Ying's neck, her grip tightening, and the air she could breathe became increasingly scarce. Just when Chu Qian thought she was truly being strangled, Xie Ying effortlessly threw her to the ground. Remember, if you ever cross me again, I won't let you off so easily. Chu Qian fell to the ground, coughing violently and gulping for air. She looked up and saw Xie Ying smiling and making a strangling gesture towards her. Such a delicate neck. I wouldn't even need to use too much force to break it. Chu Qian, shock. Devil. Xie Ying is a devil. Xia Ying didn't care what Chu Qian thought of her, she just wanted her to stay out of her way like a fly. So do you share the same idea as fellow Daoist Chu? Xia Ying tilted her head to look at the cultivators with Chu Qian nearby. However, upon meeting Xia Ying's gaze, the cultivators retreated several steps and decisively declared, "No, no, no. Those Ingwa Luo flowers naturally belong to whoever gets them. We have absolutely no intention of keeping them for ourselves. Is that so? Then I won't be polite. Everyone, I never seen you being polite before." Having gained a lot, Xia Ying walked back to Ji Huyuan in high spirits, ignoring the other stares. After receiving a heads-up from Yin Yin that Lin Yuexiang, pursued by Tung Ji and the other three-eyed ape pythons, was about to reach Wanshu Lake, Xia Ying found an excuse and decisively fled with her companions. The next battle against the three-eyed ape python would be left to Helian Yao and Lin Yuexiang. She wouldn't accompany them to the end. Seeing this, Lu Wei followed without a word. Shortly after Xia Ying and the others left, the three members of the Yutian sect, who had been pursued and were in dire straits, arrived. Lin Yuexiang rushed to the front and immediately spotted Helian Yao, sitting leisurely in the crowd. At that moment, all the old and new hatreds flooded back into her heart, and Lin Yuexiang, who had been pursued all the way, broke down and demanded, "Helian Yao, why did you do this to me?" Chapter 347. How have I offended you that you would repeatedly toy with me and kill me? Lin Yuexiang's sobs were like the cuckoo's tears of blood. Helian Yao, completely unaware of what was happening, stood there in bewilderment, unable even to retract his smile. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Seeing that he was still smiling at this moment, Lin Yuexiang's hatred surged. She raised her sword and lunged at him. Helian Yao quickly raised his fan to block. Clang! The sound of swords clashing rang out. Lin Yuexiang had exceptional physique and considerable talent. Although she usually didn't prioritize her cultivation, at this moment, consumed by hatred, she managed to withstand a few blows from Helian Yao. Helian Yao retreated and explained, "Fairy Lin, have you misunderstood something? I never intended to kill you." Helian Yao truly felt wronged. He had used his qi-gazing technique to discern Lin Yuexiang's immense destiny. He barely even considered befriending her, so how could he have repeatedly tried to kill her? But he couldn't bring himself to say this. He couldn't let anyone know he knew qi-gazing. "Fairy Lin, calm down." "Huh? Calm down?" Lin Yuexiang recalled the countless times she nearly died at the hands of that wicked woman named Tung Ji. She simply couldn't calm down. "I wish I could tear you into pieces to relieve the hatred I feel. Fairy Lin, there must be a misunderstanding here. I have no grudge against you, and would never do such a thing. Someone must be deliberately framing me. Fairy, why don't you reflect on whether you offended anyone else?" Hee. You're still quibbling at this point. Aren't you just trying to say that Xia Ying and I are sworn enemies, and that Xia Ying is deliberately framing you? Lin Yuexiang thrust her sword upwards, but Helian Yao narrowly dodged it. "I don't know you, but do I know Xia Ying too well? If she wants to hit me, scold me, or bully me, she always does it directly. There's no need for such roundabout tactics. Before you frame Xia Ying, why don't you find out who Xia Ying is?" Seeing that Lin Yuexiang was truly murderous and couldn't distinguish between good and evil, Helian Yao's heart surged with rage. He stopped backing down, transformed his folding fan into a sword, and with a single strike, sent Lin Yuexiang flying. Dai Tian and Di Qinwen, who had fallen behind for a moment, happened to witness this scene. Xiang. Helian Yao, you're really going too far. Great. We're finally here." As soon as she finished speaking, Tung Ji's excited voice echoed from behind Di Qinwen. "Give me your lives." While the three men from the Yutian sect, Helian Yao, and the three-eyed apes and pythons were engaged in a chaotic battle, Xia Ying and the others had already fled, heading for their next destination. As for Xia Ying's apparent reappearance from the other side despite falling into Washu Lake, everyone was curious, but they also knew her well. If she wanted to talk about something, she would have spoken without being asked. Since Xia Ying clearly had no intention of bringing it up, they naturally pretended nothing had happened. After all, what cultivator doesn't have secrets that can't be shared with outsiders? The 3 long months within the mustard seed map's secret realm were but 3 days outside. After 3 days, Sun Yu and Zhuang Xiaohuan once again brought the mustard seed map to the gate of Jiuxiu Academy and tossed it into the air. But what was different this time was that behind them stood a well-organized group of Immortal Demon Alliance disciples. A water curtain gate had also been erected at the main entrance to Jiuxiu Academy. At the appointed time, a large ball of white light emerged from the mustard seed diagram and landed in front of the mountain gate. It was the group who had returned safely from the secret realm this time. 200 people had entered, but now fewer than 90 had emerged. However, Xin Yu and the other Immortal Demon Alliance disciples were not surprised. Compared to previous years, the number of cultivators who had left the mustard seed diagram alive this time was already quite high. First of all, congratulations on leaving the mustard seed diagram secret realm alive. Those who haven't completed their quests can leave with their gains from the secret realm. Those who have completed their quests will need to pass through this water curtain gate one by one and hand in their quest rewards. Once confirmed as safe, they can enter Jiushu Academy to study for 3 months, and then participate in the final selection. Xin Yu said, turning sideways and making an inviting gesture. Everyone please. Xiang was the first to emerge. She took out a moon-shaping rose flower, and passed through the water curtain gate without incident. Ji Heyuan and the others followed closely behind, and soon a dozen people passed through, including Helian Yao, Lin Yuexiang, and the others. Xiang had no idea what happened between them later, only that the four seemed to have reached some kind of agreement to temporarily cease hostilities. But no matter what, it was impossible for Lin Yuexiang and Helian Yao to be as compatible as described in the original novel. After all, the look in Lin Yuexiang's eyes, which now purported to stab Helian Yao, was too hard to ignore. Xiang's gaze briefly swept over the four people before moving away, focusing on the movements at the water curtain gate. Everyone passed smoothly, except Chu Qiyun, who, after stepping through the water curtain door, saw the clear, transparent curtain suddenly take on a crimson hue. Upon closer inspection, one could see streaks of blood drifting through the water. Chu Qiyun's expression also changed. Unsure of what had gone wrong, she tentatively tried to place the moonlight rose flower on the nearby table. But before she could even approach the table, a long sword was already swung before her. Zhuang Jiahuan's expression was cold and arrogant. You failed the second level. Now you can return with what you found in the secret realm. Why? Chu Qiyun was practically furious. This is a genuine Ingwe Luohua. It has nothing to do with Ingwe Luohua. Zhuang Jiahuan explained businesslike, it's your own fault. You have the blood of your own people on your hands. Speaking of this, everyone almost instantly recalled the scene when Chu Qiyun, fleeing from Washu Lake, had pushed someone into the water without hesitation. However, Zhuang Jiahuan's next words completely changed their perception of Chu Qiyun's cruelty. The water curtain sect won't lie. You carry a strong aura of blood, indicating that at least 10 innocent cultivators have died at your hands. We in the Immortal Demon Alliance don't need disciples who would attack innocent fellow cultivators. Chu Qiyun hadn't expected that the seemingly ordinary water curtain sect could even detect how many people she had killed in the secret realm. She argued stubbornly, the secret realm is rife with dangers. Killing each other for rare treasures is commonplace in the world of immortal cultivators. How can you use this as a reason to disqualify me? I don't believe you never killed anyone. Fellow Daoist Chu, there's a difference between killing someone and killing innocent people. No one would trust their back to someone who could kill them at any moment. Xin Yu interrupted her with a smile. Fellow Daoist Chu, you can still maintain some dignity by leaving now. If you continue to harass and escalate the matter, it won't be the Immortal Demon Alliance that will be in trouble. Chapter 348. Xin Yu threw this sentence aside, not wanting to say more. After putting away the mustard seed map, he and Zhuang Jiahuan led Xiang and the others into Jiushu Academy. The group of Immortal Demon Alliance disciples behind them guarded the mountain gate. Chu Qiyun had been the center of attention since childhood, but she had never been publicly humiliated like she was today. She had clearly successfully completed her mission, but at this moment, she felt even more embarrassed than those cultivators who had failed. Chu Qiyun stared at the group with resentful eyes, bowing silently. Just wait. One day, I make these people pay a heavy price. Jiushu Academy. The entire academy is constructed of a combination of 9 yang wood and glazed tiles, creating an elegant and simple atmosphere. The first thing that caught one's eye upon entering the academy's gate was a martial arts training ground where the disciples practiced and exchanged ideas. 2 artificial lakes were carved on either side of the training ground, enveloping it. Not far from the martial arts training grounds are the classrooms where the disciples of Jiushu Academy usually attend classes. In addition, Jiushu Academy also has a library, a competition arena, and other facilities. In the back of the mountain, there is a spiritual spring where disciples can cleanse their marrow and refine their bodies. Not far from the spring, a large spiritual field has been cultivated to grow spiritual plants and herbs. Several nearby peaks are the territory of Jiushu Academy. And, with the exception of the peak where the elders reside, disciples of Jiushu Academy are not prohibited from entering freely. Xin Yu gave Xiang and the others who had just joined Jiuxiu Academy, a brief introduction, and led them directly to the disciple dormitory. The disciple dormitory is located on a single mountain peak. From a distance, it looks like an ordinary mountain, but after passing through the protective barrier, it becomes clear that there is something else hidden within. Atop the mountain, a row of houses stood in a staggered arrangement. The bamboo forest at the foot of the mountain was tranquil and elegant, possessing a unique charm. There are no special rules in the disciples' quarters. Just don't trespass without permission, Sun Yu briefly explained, as he led them towards the rows of houses at the foot of the mountain. However, you are no longer considered true disciples of the Immortal Demon Alliance, so you can only choose from these houses at the foot of the mountain. There are no specific requirements, you can choose whatever suits you. I live in Qingxin Courtyard on the mountaintop. If you need anything, you can visit me there. Thank you, Senior Brotherson, for your guidance. You're welcome. Today is your first day at Jiuxiu Academy, and the Academy hasn't made any arrangements for you yet. Tonight, a disciple will bring your uniforms, and tomorrow I personally take you to meet the Academy's dean and teachers. After saying this, Sun Yu paused and, with a smile, gestured for them to choose their preferred house or courtyard. 30 people were selected for the Jiuxiu Academy this time, 16 from the human race and 14 from the demon race. Everyone was clearly divided, scattered on either side. Xiang glanced up and saw that the disciples' houses looked identical from the outside, so she randomly chose one and pushed the door open. Ji Heyuan naturally chose the one to her left. However, the seemingly ordinary courtyards were different once inside. On Xie Ying's side, a tall red maple tree dominated half of the courtyard. The wind rustled through the leaves, and scattered leaves drifted like fluttering red butterflies, landing across the courtyard. On the other side of the courtyard was a small pond, where graceful lotus leaves stood in a lush green. It was a rare opportunity to find a courtyard with its own pond, so Xie Ying immediately placed Yin there, letting it roam freely for a while also guarding the house. Besides, the courtyard only had one main room left, used by the disciples for rest and accommodation. Xie Ying took a quick look and found that all supplies were complete. Just as she finished touring the entire courtyard, there was a knock on the door. Opening it, she found it was Ji Heyuan and the others. What's up? Sister, Hua Xingyan sent a message saying she's booked a table at the largest restaurant in Landau City, down the mountain, and invited us to come over for a gathering. It's to celebrate our successful entry into Jiuxiu Academy, and to say goodbye. She's about to depart for the Hua family in the East Territory, Yang Shu explained quickly. Unfortunately, Hua Xingyan didn't stand out in this secret realm, and was unfortunately eliminated. But she was an optimistic and generous person, and she had obtained many valuable treasures in the secret realm. So, even if she didn't pass the level, she wasn't particularly concerned. Instead, she was genuinely happy for Xie Ying and the others. If she didn't get into Jiuxiu Academy, she could just go home and inherit the family business. Can we leave the academy at will? Don't worry, junior sister. Fellow Taoist Yang just specifically asked Senior Brotherson. As long as we're back at the academy before midnight, everything will be fine. Then why are you still standing there? Xie Ying raised an eyebrow. Let's go! Let's go down the mountain. Meanwhile, far away in Chanyang City, in the Yutian sect, as soon as Di Qinhua left the secret realm, Fairy Lingyin sent a letter informing her of the trio's successful entrance to Jiuxiu Academy. Naturally, Fairy Lingyin immediately relayed this joyous news to the entire sect. Everyone had finally escaped the gloom brought on by Mukin, and a sense of joy permeated the entire Yutian sect. Only He Qianshao and Gu Qinghua remained gloomy. It was already nightfall when He Qianshao learned of this. He had just emerged from his cave abode when he heard a commotion outside. After inquiring, he learned that it was Lin Yuexiang, Di Qinghua, and the others who had brought honor to the sect. He Qianshao remained unmoved. With a sneer, he went to find the secluded Gu Qinghua. He had now rebuilt his foundation and embarked on the path of cultivation once again. However, although Gu Qinghua had healed his spiritual wounds after returning from the northern border, Xie Ying had sealed his spiritual veins, leaving him completely crippled. He spent his days in his cave abode, drinking to drown his sorrows. Fairy Lingyin later resolved the issue of his sealed spiritual veins, but she was unable to dispel the poison within him, and could only watch as Gu Qinghua's cultivation steadily declined. Fairy Lingyin was furious about this, but more so because Xie Ying's actions had offended both the Yutian sect and her, than because she was speaking up for Gu Qinghua. After removing the seal from Gu Qinghua's spiritual veins, she never summoned him to ask him another question, seemingly leaving him to fend for himself. Because of this, He Qianshao and Gu Qinghua's relationship grew closer. After all, in the entire Yuetian sect, they were the only two truly abandoned by the sect. As soon as they entered Gu Qinghai's cave, an overwhelming, sour, and reeking odor of alcohol hit them. He Qianshao frowned, using the cleansing technique to clean the cave before continuing inside. Sure enough, he found Gu Qinghai sprawled on the ground, unconscious and hungover. Gu Qinghai now looked unshaven and mad. Where was the faintest trace of the youthful vigor and handsome demeanor he had once possessed as the Yuetian sect's senior brother? Seeing him like this, He Qianshao felt a secret sense of pleasure well up in his heart. He squatted beside Gu Qinghai and used a hand gesture to dispel his drunkenness and wake him up. Senior brother. Chapter 349. Gu Qinghai opened his eyes, dazed, but after recognizing the newcomer, he sank back to the ground, showing no intention of getting up. What are you doing here? I heard a piece of news, and came to tell senior brother that junior sister, third senior brother, and fifth junior brother have successfully entered the Joshu Academy. After the final selection is over in 3 months, they may be able to officially join the Immortal Demon Alliance. Really? What does that have to do with me? I don't care. He Qianshao noticed that Gu Qinghai said he didn't care, but his hands on the ground unconsciously clenched into fists, and he chuckled softly. Don't care? Now it's just the two of us, senior brother, why are you saying such self-deprecating words? To close the distance between them, He Qianshao sat down next to Gu Qinghai. Big brother, you used to be such a proud man. Now you fall into this state. Don't you feel any resentment, seeing little junior sister and the others trample upon you like this? Big brother, are you truly willing to accept this? Enough. Gu Qinghai interrupted He Qianshao, his eyes filled with anger. What exactly do you want to say? What do I want to say? I want to say we were wrong. So wrong. We were complete fools for constantly following little junior sister. He Qianshao was overcome with emotion. He had only wanted to convince Gu Qinghai to cooperate with him, but the thought of the past made it difficult to conceal his anger. Look at those who were close to little junior sister. How many of them had a good ending? Yi Ming's Dao heart was shattered, and he was expelled from the Shadowless sect, spending his life guarding the 10,000 Demons Gorge. Master, because of her harsh treatment of Xia Ying, had half of his cultivation forfeited, and was imprisoned in the Immortal Locking Prison. My foundation was destroyed, and I had to start my cultivation from scratch. And what about you, big brother? From the high-ranking and glorious senior brother of the Yuetian sect, he's now this drunkard. We ended up like this because of her, but what about her? Does she even remember a single bit of our kindness? Let's not even talk about anything else. Senior brother, how many times has she visited you since you and her return from the Northern Territory? I'm afraid not even once. He Qianshao sneered. What was the point of us being so kind to her in the past? Now that we're no longer of any use, she just kicks us out. Shut up, shut up. You shut up. Senior brother, can't you handle this? What I said isn't even 1/10 of what she did to us. The more Gu Qinghai didn't want to hear it, the more He Qianshao pressed on. Why was he the only one regretting the past? He was dragging Gu Qinghai down with him. We used to say Xia Ying was an ungrateful person, but whether or not she had a junior sister, Xia Ying was incredibly kind to us. It was you, senior brother, who personally dug out junior sister's spirit bones and attempted to kill her for her sake, that completely alienated her from us. If you hadn't pushed Xia Ying away step by step for junior sister, with Xia Ying's family background and current achievements, senior brother would have no problem reaching the pinnacle of the immortal world and becoming the second Linging fairy. He Qianshou's every word pierced Gu Qinghai's heart, each one like frying him in a frying pan. Regret, pain, resentment. These emotions buried deep within Gu Qinghai suffocated him. How could he not know that what He Qianshao said was the truth? But what good would it do? With his current abilities, was there any chance he could turn the tide? Enough. Gu Qinghai's voice was hoarse. It's no use saying this now. Things have already reached a point of no return. To junior sister, we're worthless trash. To Xia Ying, we're enemies she'd rather kill. Do you think I want to live in this muddle-headed state? I have no choice. Do you believe that if I dare to leave the Yuetian sect right now, Xia Ying's sword will chop off my head in an instant? No. Senior brother, we still have a choice. Seeing that Gu Qinghai had finally reacted as a man should, He Qianshao quickly pursued him. Xia Ying hates us simply because we've done so many things to hurt her for junior sister. But from now on, we should keep our distance from her, just like Yi Ming did. Yi Ming used to mock Xia Ying and say bad things about her, but now that Yi Ming has severed ties with junior sister and gone to 10,000 Demons Gorge, have you seen Xia Ying actively looking for trouble with him? He Qianshao patiently coaxed her, finally revealing his true purpose. Why don't we follow Yiming's example and volunteer to guard 10,000 Demons Gorge? That way, we can stay away from Xiaoying and junior sister and cultivate in peace. When we become powerful again, we won't have to worry about avenging our past humiliation. You want to go to 10,000 Demons Gorge? Why? Gu Qinghuai finally came to his senses. Is there something you want in 10,000 Demons Gorge? At this point, He Qianxiao no longer concealed his true thoughts. He raised his hand and cast a barrier. Senior brother, in terms of talent and aptitude, there are many who are superior to us in this world of immortal cultivation. Given our current situation, surpassing them in a short period of time is simply wishful thinking. However, if we take a different approach, we can achieve twice the result with half the effort. Senior brother, I, by chance, obtained a secret technique, which allows me to draw demonic energy into my body, becoming a demonic cultivator and entering the demonic path. The spiritual energy in the world of immortal cultivation is becoming increasingly scarce, but the demonic energy in the 10,000 Demons Gorge is inexhaustible. He Qianxiao whispered, his words possessing a magical power that moved Gu Qinghuai uncontrollably. Brother, are you willing to join me in creating a new path? Ding dong. Supporting character He Qianxiao's favorability has rapidly decreased by 30 points, and his current favorability towards the charming female lead, Lin Yuexiang, is 20. Ding dong. Supporting character Gu Qinghuai's favorability has rapidly decreased by 30 points, and his current favorability towards the charming female lead, Lin Yuexiang, is 10. Congratulations to the host for successfully awakening supporting characters He Qianxiao and Gu Qinghuai. Now, the host will be awarded with the following immortal treasures: 1 Ningxiao glazed lamp and 1 burning karma tower. Xiaoying had just returned to the disciple quarters from Landau City to rest, when she heard a series of system notifications jingling in her mind. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten about these two people. Isn't Lin Yuexiang at Jiushu Academy? What did these two come up with to cause such a sudden drop in favorability? Yining didn't know, but wouldn't it be a good thing for the host if they just imagined it? You're right. Hee. Xiaoying clapped her hands and let out a villainous laugh. I put up with that Gu Qinghuai for so long, and now I can finally kill him. You know, I always regretted not being able to kill Wang Qin myself. Xiaoying's tone was filled with regret as she mentioned this. Keep an eye on Gu Qinghuai and He Qianxiao for me. Let me know the moment they leave Yutian sect. This time, I'm going to take back all the heads that belong to me. Chapter 350. Yining couldn't quite understand why her host was so keen on harvesting the heads of the Yutian sect. No one else could be so eloquent as to shout out such heroic fervor, something that should be kept secret. However, considering that Xiaoying wanted to kill Gu Qinghuai and He Qianxiao, Yining happily chose to pass the knife. Host, rest assured, leave it to Yining. Yining will ensure that the host is kept informed of Gu Qinghuai and He Qianxiao's whereabouts as soon as possible. Also, the host's reward for the previous mission hasn't been distributed yet. I wonder if the host would like to distribute it now. Yes, I will. Xiaoying was busy counting all the spoils obtained in the mustard seed secret realm this time, without even looking up. Ding. Now distributing the host's reward. 5 elements Spirit Pearl Water Spirit Pearl, Immortal Treasure Princess Iron Fans Palm Leaf Fan X1. All rewards have been distributed. Please check your receipts promptly. Xiaoying didn't react much when she heard about the Water Spirit Pearl, but when she heard about the subsequent reward, she couldn't help herself. I'm just curious. Did your system company bring in every treasure in Journey to the West? Xiaoying felt a nerve in her head throbbing non-stop. Do you think there's a flaming mountain in the world of immortal cultivation that I can destroy? The name is just a code name. I suggest the host not take it too seriously. As for the specific uses of the banana fan, please explore it on your own. Okay, I won't make things difficult for you. Xiaoying's sudden accommodating attitude surprised Yin. Could her host be up to something sinister? As expected, the next second, Xiaoying's voice rang out again. Let's not talk about treasures. Let's talk about the world of cultivation on the Wanxiang continent. You initially told me that this world was a small, fictional world centered around the charming heroine, Lin Yuexiang. My mission is to set things right, eliminate the influence of the charming heroine's halo on all the supporting characters, and restore this world to normalcy. I'm giving you a chance to reframe your words. Tell me what this world of cultivation is all about. Was my time travel accidental or inevitable? Xiaoying's voice was calm, unlike her usual smile. The calmer she appeared, the more panicked Yining became. Knowing her current host, Yining had no doubt that as she continued to use her initial explanation, Xiaoying would find a way to destroy her. The atmosphere suddenly fell into an eerie silence. It was unknown how long it took before Xie Ying heard Yinin's voice again. Oh my! I didn't expect the host to be so clever, catching a glimpse of the truth so quickly, but unfortunately, Yinin is restricted by the main brain and can't directly reveal the fragments of the truth about herself to the host. Huh? Main brain restrictions? Xie Ying's chuckle took on an unexplained chill. Yinin, are you truly a system? Or should I ask, does the main brain you're talking about really exist? The main brain does exist. The host has no doubt about that. Yinin's answer to this question was unequivocal. And I am now undoubtedly a system. As for further information, I'm sorry Yinin can't tell the host right now. Yinin couldn't reveal anything until the host grew strong enough. Xie Ying had anticipated Yinin's answer. She had even prepared herself for Yinin to lie again, but she hadn't expected her to be honest this time. Then what can you tell me? Yinin can activate the host's ultimate mission in advance, save the world. Salvation method, invoke the gods, or fix the heavenly hairpin. Salvation deadline, the last moment before the destruction of the Wanxiang continent. Mission reward, a wish that will surely come true. Would the host like to activate the ultimate mission now? It's here. The wait is finally over. Xie Ying's heart sank. Yinin's method of salvation perfectly matched what Grandpa Gu had told her, so she chose yes without hesitation. Only by activating this so-called ultimate mission could she possibly dig out more fragments from Yinin and piece together the truth she cared about. Ding! The ultimate mission Save the World has been activated. Current mission progress. Dingtian hairpin fragments collected. February 7th. Summon spirits, 0. Xie Ying was stunned. Wait, when had she already collected 2 Dingtian hairpin fragments? She knew. It was those 2 jade fragments of unknown purpose. So, they were the Dingtian hairpin fragments. Yinin, where are the remaining fragments? Xie Ying asked hurriedly. But unfortunately, Yinin couldn't give her a satisfactory answer this time. Sorry, host, the system can't determine the whereabouts of the remaining Dingtian hairpin fragments. Otherwise, this mission wouldn't have been designated the final one by the main brain. The whereabouts of the remaining Dingtian hairpin fragments can only be discovered by the host. But rest assured, host, Yinin will always be with you. Because of this deep conversation with Yinin, Xie Ying suffered from insomnia for the first time since arriving in the world of Immortal Cultivation. The next day, when she reunited with Ji Heyuan and the others, and headed to the Jiuxia Academy classroom, she was visibly exhausted. Didn't you get enough rest last night, junior sister? Ji Heyuan naturally leaned over to her side and asked with concern. Xie Ying yawned loudly. I was so excited counting the spoils last night that I forgot the time. Xiao He, don't worry. I just take a few refreshing pills later. Ji Heyuan, I always feel like junior sister is just being perfunctory, but it's not unusual for her to stay up all night counting the spoils. He glanced up at Xie Ying again, and seeing that Xie Ying looked fine aside from a hint of fatigue, he tactfully stopped asking. The group of 30, led by Xinyu, quickly arrived at the classroom. Looking at the empty classroom, Lin Yuexiang took the lead. Senior Brotherson, I heard that several elders from the Immortal Demon Alliance are now at the academy. Don't we need to go and see them first? Chapter 351. Xinyu treated each of his fellow disciples and sisters with a gentle demeanor. Seeing Lin Yuexiang's confusion, he patiently explained. Junior sister Lin, you may not be aware that evil cultivators have infiltrated Landau City recently. The elders are investigating this matter, so they're currently unable to attend to you. Evil cultivators? Evil cultivators have actually infiltrated Landau City? As soon as these words were spoken, the classroom erupted in an uproar, with everyone whispering among themselves. Xie Ying and the other 3, already aware of this, were naturally not surprised, but they didn't say anything to steal the spotlight. Lin Yuexiang, however, was quick to speak, eager to show off in front of Xinyu. I wonder if there's anything we can do to help. Upon hearing this, Xinyu gave Lin Yuexiang a deep look, but his attitude remained gentle. All of you should just stay at Jiuxia Academy, and complete your studies, and fulfill your responsibilities. The elders will take care of the evil cultivators. If there's any need for you, I proactively inform you. I was reckless, please forgive me, Senior Brotherson. Lin Yuexiang quickly realized her overzealous attitude and quickly apologized, changing the subject. I'm just wondering which teacher will be teaching us today. It's me. A voice as sweet as a yellow oriole came from behind. Everyone looked to see a graceful female cultivator in a purple gauze dress slowly approaching. She had a delicate face and eyebrows, a complexion as white as snow, and a teardrop mole at the corner of her eye that was even more captivating, like a lotus flower on a distant mountain or a crabapple blossom intoxicated by the sun. A snow-white shawl draped softly around her wrist. A string of exquisite golden bells wrapped around her waist, tinkling with a melodious sound as she walked. Senior Sister Wu-Wan. Sun Yu bowed solemnly upon seeing the newcomer. Although they didn't recognize him, they followed suit. Greetings, Senior Sister Wu-Wan. Alright, I told you so many times not to be so polite. It seems so distant. Wu-Wan brushed his shoulder gently, and seeing Sun Yu quickly avoid him, as if struck by lightning, he glanced at the others like a noble, lazy cat. You don't need to be so polite either. Sun Yu clearly understood Senior Sister Wu-Wan's temperament well. Knowing she was too lazy to introduce herself to the others, he spoke for her. Everyone, this is Wu-Wan, a registered disciple of 7th Elder Zhu Yu, and also a disciple of Hawan Tower. But from now on, she will be your instructor, and you must study diligently under her. Senior Sister Wu-Wan, since these new disciples have been brought to me, I will not disturb you while you're teaching. I take my leave now. Sun Yu said this without waiting for Wu-Wan to respond, as if afraid she might keep him, and he scurried off with swift steps. TSK. Wu-Wan couldn't help but sigh softly as he watched Sun Yu's almost escaping form. This junior brother Sun Yu is truly unappealing. Everyone observed, their eyes and noses observing, and they all saw that there seemed to be something unusual going on between Senior Sister Wu-Wan and Sun Yu. Then, wisely and sensibly, they pretended nothing had happened, standing silently as spectators. Only until Sun Yu completely vanished did Wu-Wan's gaze rest upon the people in the classroom. Please find a place to sit. From now on, my classes will be every 3 days, starting at 11 a.m. and ending at 11 p.m. I don't want anyone to be late, so please arrive on time. But other than that, my class doesn't have any other requirements. While Wu-Wan was giving a brief introduction, everyone had already chosen their seats and taken their seats. As the top student, Xiang naturally grabbed the center seat in the first row, followed closely by Ji Hyun, who sat to her left. To her right was the equally enthusiastic female cultivator from the Huanqi Pavilion, Ruwei. Ming Fuiying had just pulled Song Xiao to sit down in the last row when she looked up and saw her ambitious senior brothers and sisters sitting in the center of the first row. Ming Fuiying, ? Why were they sitting in the first row? Are they so enthusiastic in class? But Ming Fuiying soon considered a terrifying possibility. Could it be that her senior sister would continue to challenge them at Jiushu Academy? She glanced at her 6th senior brother, Song Xiao, in disbelief, and received a reassuring look from him. At that moment, Ming Fuiying, who had been tempted to slack off and give up, felt completely disheartened. At the same time, Wu-Wan, seeing everyone quickly take their seats and quietly look at him, nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, no troublemakers have appeared so far. Today I will teach you the art of charm. I know many of you look down on the female cultivators of Hawan Tower or Huanqi Pavilion, considering charm to be beneath the surface. But what I want to tell you today is, never underestimate anyone. Because even the most insignificant tactics could, at some point, deal you a fatal blow. Wu-Wan's voice was gentle, but everyone involuntarily straightened their backs, not daring to relax or even underestimate her. Each of you has a book on incense-making techniques on your desk, an incense burner, and a variety of spices. What you need to do today is to use these spices to create a random incense within an hour. In an hour, I will use my incense to compete with you. If you can beat me, you pass. Okay, let's get started now. Senior Sister Wu-Wan, won't you teach us how to make incense first? Tiger Tribe member Xiaofeng hated these womanly words, and was particularly displeased when Wu-Wan let him figure it out on his own without any guidance. However, Wu-Wan glanced at him calmly. The incense-making techniques I sent you have detailed steps. I know, but we never made incense before. As your teacher, shouldn't you teach us first? You can't even follow these simple steps? Wu-Wan asked sincerely. Isn't making incense as easy as eating and drinking? Do you need me to feed you mouthful after mouthful of food? As soon as Wu-Wan said this, everyone's eyes fell on Xiang. This soul-searching questioning was so similar to Senior Sister Xia's style. Chapter 352. Wu-Wan's gaze followed the others, landing on Xiang. Curious, what are you looking at her for? Xiang was equally baffled. Yeah. Why are you looking at me? I don't need anyone to feed me. Everyone, Finally, Ruwei spoke up for the others. Senior Sister Wu-Wan did explain the incense-making technique very clearly, but many of us have never learned it before. If Senior Sister Wu-Wan were willing to demonstrate it for us, I think we all learn faster. Ruwei's words sounded much more appealing than Xiaofeng's. Although Wu-Wan still didn't think there was much point in teaching the incense-making steps, She stepped onto the stage, facing the expectant gazes of most of the students in the classroom. I only do it once, so watch carefully. With that, everyone watched Wuhan take out a small incense burner and set it aside. Then, he randomly selected a few spices, ground them into a fine powder, blended them in a certain ratio, added nectar, and formed a fragrant pill into the incense burner. Finally, he threw a cluster of spiritual fire into the incense burner. A fresh, sweet aroma wafted from the burner, refreshing everyone and sweeping away all their fatigue. I just mixed the simplest tranquilizing incense, which has a calming and refreshing effect. Making incense is actually very simple. All you need to do is grind the desired spices into a fine powder, blend them, and finally form a fragrant dew, which can be made into pills or cakes. Do you understand? Everyone, it seems like she's taught everything, yet it also seems like she hasn't. But none of them were new disciples, and they didn't need to be taught a skill by someone else. As for Xiaofeng, who always cared about his reputation, he naturally wouldn't admit he didn't understand, so everyone nodded in unison. Understood. Then what are you still standing there for? Why don't you start making incense? Before he finished speaking, everyone lowered their heads and focused on the spices on the table. The only sound in the classroom was the gentle grinding of spices. Wuhan stood on the podium, lazily watching everyone's actions, a faint smile playing on her lips. She knew that creating a perfect incense wasn't easy, but the disciples who could sit here were all outstanding, and most had had a smooth journey. Resources, techniques, secret manuals, all provided by their families or sects. But a life that is too smooth is ultimately short-lived. Compared to having everything prepared for you, what you earn through your own hard work is truly yours. So Wuhan's goal today wasn't to force them to truly refine a perfect incense, but to dampen the arrogance of these talented individuals. One should possess pride, but not be possessed solely by it. Only by clearly recognizing one's strengths and weaknesses can one forge a long and smooth path forward. However, the people sitting in the classroom at this moment failed to understand Wuhan's good intentions. Most of them, though silent, felt that Wuhan was deliberately making things difficult, and their movements inevitably became a bit impetuous. But Xiaoying ignored the others' thoughts and focused solely on what she was doing. Whether it was incense making or enchantment, for her, these were all novelties she had never encountered before. And the more novel, the more interested she became. Especially after seeing Wuhan concoct a tranquilizing incense in just a few strokes, Xiaoying was even more eager to try. While most people were still poring over the book on incense making, Xiaoying had already selected her spices and begun grinding them. But once she actually got started, she realized that grinding the spices into a fine powder, while seemingly effortless, was actually far from simple. Besides requiring just the right amount of force, one also had to thoroughly blend their spiritual energy with each grain of incense powder while grinding, so that the final incense would be as perfect as possible. Not to mention the precise balance of each spice and the final blending after grinding. These steps sound simple enough, but only after actually putting them into practice did one realize how meticulously each one required. A slight error can lead to a huge difference. Even the smallest mistake can significantly compromise the final result. By the time Xiaoying had barely managed to finish a ball of incense, she realized her back was already dripping with sweat. It looked so simple, but Xiaoying felt even more exhausted than practicing swordsmanship all day without sleep. This truly tested her control over her spiritual energy. Xiaoying felt that if one day she could easily condense a ball of incense while chatting and laughing like Wu Huan, then her control over her spiritual energy would surely reach a new level. Time's up, everyone stop. As Wu Huan's voice rang out, everyone paused. Who's going first? Her eyes swept over the 30 people one by one, finally landing squarely on Xiaoying. You? Xiaoying, whose name was called, remained calm. She stood up and bowed, holding her own incense ball. Please teach me, senior sister. Follow me. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Huan suddenly plucked a bell from his waist and threw it into the air. The floating bell instantly shrank to the size of a fist. Wu Huan then transformed into a stream of light and flew into the bell. Xiaoying, unsuspecting him, followed. Only after entering the bell did she realize it was actually a separate, smaller space. The unassuming bell on Wu Huan's waist was actually a spatial artifact. How would you like to compete, senior sister? You and I will both light incense, using the incense as a weapon. Whoever first takes anything from the other person wins. Yes. Before she finished speaking, the two of them almost simultaneously lit their incense balls. A pink mist rose from Wu Huan's incense burner, quickly colliding with Xiaoying's pure white mist. The two mists collided in the air, entwining as if with a sense of their own, their struggle becoming inseparable. Xiang wasn't sure of Wu Huan's methods, nor did she dare underestimate her. She could only rely on her own judgment, guessing that Wu Huan would likely use her charms. Thus, the incense pill she refined focused on clearing her mind, maximizing her lucidity. The white mist enveloped Xiang in a protective manner, shielding her from the pink mist. But even with such caution, she fell victim. She saw the pink mist slowly condense into a humanoid form before her, while the original Wu Huan vanished before her very eyes without a trace of a moment's notice. Chapter 353. The pink mist condensed into a humanoid form, revealing its true form, Ji Heyuan, junior sister. Don't come over here. Xia Ying held her forehead. How could senior sister Wu Huan create a fake little crane to seduce her? She cautiously watched the fake little crane's every move, never letting her guard down. Whether it was Wu Huan's enchantment or the incense in the air, Xia Ying, knowing full well that the person before her was fake, couldn't help but feel the urge to approach. Seeing the fake little crane approaching, Xia Ying suddenly felt the urge to unleash her spiritual weapon and chop it down without hesitation. However, this space had completely blocked her connection to her spiritual weapon, preventing her from producing either the Qianquan sharp spear or the delicate umbrella. Furthermore, Xia Ying was completely unaware that the white mist that had previously protected her had vanished. She couldn't risk getting close to the fake Xiaohe before her. She dodged him constantly, using her spiritual power to create talismans in the air, attempting to shatter the illusion. But just as the talisman was about to penetrate the fake Xiaohe's body, she felt a sudden, soft touch from behind her. Xia Ying instinctively moved away, but was still a step too late. Wu Huan's languid voice echoed in her ears. Junior sister Xia, you lost. The moment the words fell, the scene before her suddenly changed. Xia Ying realized she wasn't in any bell-like space at all, but still in the classroom. She hadn't even left her seat the entire time. It turned out she had been tricked by Wu Huan from the very beginning. Seeing she regained consciousness, Wu Huan placed the haitang he had been playing with back into Xia Ying's hair. I've been using illusion fragrance for you since I chose you. From now on, everything you see is a miniature illusion created by illusion fragrance, tailored to your personality. Wu Huan slowly explained and pointed out Xia Ying's shortcomings. It's certainly good that you thought of using the awakening incense to protect me, but the excessive amount of mint in your awakening incense would actually give you away. When I teach you to use incense to charm your enemies, the key has never been the scent, but the unexpected attack on their hearts. Charm, ultimately, is the art of attacking the heart. The most effective effect is achieved when the person is unaware. Junior sister Xia, you are very powerful, but precisely because of your strength, you tend to rely too much on your own strength and neglect the art of attacking the heart. If one day you can master the art of attacking the heart to perfection, you will be considered a disciple of mine. Thank you, senior sister, for your guidance. Xia Ying will be grateful. Although Wu Huan had tricked her, Xia Ying remained unperturbed. Instead, she listened quietly to everything Wu Huan said, then bowed and thanked him before returning to her seat. This time, she didn't rush into making the incense. Instead, she carefully considered Wu Huan's words about attacking the heart and how to achieve unawareness. Wu Huan was right. Strength is respected in the world of immortal cultivation, so she had always pursued absolute power, neglecting all else. Before today, she would never have imagined that, despite being so well prepared, she would still fall into Wu Huan's trap. If today wasn't just a small competition, and her opponent was a true enemy, then perhaps what was taken away wouldn't be the begonia in her hair, but her life. The art of attacking the heart disregards realm differences. After realizing this, Xia Ying took the incense-making book Wu Huan had given her more seriously. Soon, she discerned the hidden secrets within, and entered a state of ecstasy. Wu Huan, observing this, though silent, was deeply pleased with Xia Ying. Her comprehension was excellent, her mind strong, her composure modest, and even when faced with failure, she could quickly shift her perspective, learn from the experience, and apply it to her own benefit. This kind of disciple was not only admired by Master Miaoshu, but she herself admired him too. Wu Huan's admiring gaze lingered on Xia Ying for a moment before shifting to the others, searching for and identifying his next target. Those who caught Wu Huan's eye instinctively straightened, never again daring to underestimate her. Though Xia Ying herself believed she had spent considerable time in the bell space, in the eyes of others, her confrontation with Wu Huan was but a fleeting moment. And yet, in that very instant, Xia Ying conceded defeat. Who was Xia Ying? He was the champion of the competition. To call him the best of his generation wouldn't be an exaggeration. But the strongest of their generation had all suffered at Wu Huan's hands. If they dared to ignore it, wouldn't they be throwing themselves at Wu Huan's neck? And yet, Despite their defensive actions, none of them were spared when the time came. Too much clove. Not enough white hyacinth. What the hell did you concoct? It's a mess. You never be able to become a disciple of mine again. 30 people, without exception, all lost to Wu Huan. Even those like Xiaofeng, who hadn't taken their incense making seriously from the start, were utterly chastised by Wu Huan. Today's classes ended quickly. Wu Huan assigned everyone the task of blending a pill of 4 seasons fragrance before strolling off leisurely. Though they had only been in the classroom for a few hours, everyone felt the illusion of having been busy for days, a sense of exhaustion. However, they had new classes scheduled for the afternoon at Jiuxiu Academy, so they couldn't return to the student dormitories to rest. Instead, they could only walk around to soothe their frustrations. For 3 consecutive days, they met 6 teachers with varying styles and personalities. Each of these teachers taught them skills rarely seen in the world of immortal cultivation. Besides Wu Huan's charm techniques, there was even one who taught them how to investigate and solve crimes. Because the lessons were so diverse and seemingly useless, many people almost doubted whether they had made the right decision to enroll at Jiuxiu Academy. But there were also those who grew increasingly enthusiastic and motivated as they learned, such as Xiaoying. Xiaoying was the first to rise, and the last to return. Despite her formidable abilities, her dedication to every course deeply irritated the others' fragile hearts. The group finally felt the pain of the King of Curls up close. That day, Xiaoying Zhao, as usual, was the last person to leave the classroom, intending to reunite with Ji Heyuan and the others at the spiritual spring in the back mountains. Unexpectedly, Helian Yao stopped her on her way. Chapter 354. Landau City has been experiencing continuous rain lately, the air thick with moisture. It finally stopped for half a day today, but it resumed its drizzle in the evening, the raindrops blending into a single stream, blurring the entire Jiuxiu Academy. Xiaoying was on her way to the spiritual spring in the back mountain, holding her exquisite umbrella, when she saw the white figure amidst the drizzling rain. Since entering Jiuxiu Academy, their robes had all been changed into the distinctive white disciple uniforms of Jiuxiu Academy. Simple and elegant, yet refined and refined. So, it wasn't until she got closer that Xiaoying realized the idiot standing motionless in the rain was actually Helian Yao. At first, she didn't pay much attention to Helian Yao. After all, Jiuxiu Academy didn't allow private fights among its disciples, and even if she cared, she couldn't just sack someone up and beat him in public. So, she simply ignored him, pretending he was out of her sight. But Helian Yao, who always ignored Xiaoying, this time took the initiative to catch up after she passed him. "Thank you, fairy, please stay." Xiaoying cursed inwardly, annoying. But turned around with her signature fake smile on her face. "What advice do you have, fellow Taoist Helian? I have something I'd like to ask Fairy Xie. I wonder if I offended you in any way." "That's a strange thing to say." Xiaoying gently twirled the delicate umbrella resting on her shoulder and chuckled. "Don't you know whether you offended me, fellow Taoist?" Helian Yao choked, seemingly unprepared for Xiaoying's question, but still replied with a cold face, "No." "That's all. Then what are you asking, fellow Taoist Helian?" "I believe I never offended you, fairy, but I don't know why you keep framing me." Xiaoying finally spared him a glance. Helian Yao had long been irritated by Xiaoying's dismissive attitude, but now that he was at Jiuxiu Academy, he had to abide by its rules. Therefore, he suppressed his murderous intent and continued to ask. She scammed Fairy Lin in the black market in Yujing City, teased her outside the snowy mountains of the Northern Territory, and provoked a conflict between the three-eyed ape and Lin in the mustard seed secret realm, leading them to hunt her down. Doing things like these and then blaming me. Wasn't that Fairy Xie's doing? Xiaoying raised an eyebrow. Who told you I was responsible for these things? The feud between Fairy Xie and Lin is well known throughout the immortal cultivation world. I can't imagine anyone else, besides Fairy Xie, who would target Fairy Lin so harshly. If you can't imagine it, then think about it. Maybe Lin Yuexiang has offended many people, but you're just unaware of it. Xiaoying suggested sincerely, then changed the subject, lazily playing with a strand of hair that fell across her chest. Anyway, I won't admit to anything you said. After all, I have no grudge against fellow Taoist Helian, right? Fairy Xie denies it, but do you dare swear a Taoist oath to prove you have nothing to do with this? Why should I swear a Taoist oath to prove myself? Just because you're just lip service? Xiaoying sneered, fellow Taoist, you're truly baffling. If you have evidence proving I did it, then show it. If not, then don't bother me. With that, Xiaoying turned and walked away, holding her umbrella. Her figure quickly disappeared into the drizzling rain. What a joke. Helian Yao didn't think he could get her to confess by just chatting with her in a quiet place. While it said one should be upright and have a clear conscience, talking about being upright with someone who's repeatedly tried to kill you doesn't seem like you're just dying fast enough. She didn't believe Helian Yao had stopped her on the road today just to get an answer. It might be a trap set for her, and Lin Yuexiang was hiding somewhere, observing all this. She didn't know what Helian Yao was planning or what he wanted from her. But none of that mattered. What mattered was that as long as Helian Yao wanted to befriend Lin Yuexiang, she would find a way to alienate her from him. If her enemy's plans failed, that would be her greatest success. She couldn't help but laugh at the thought of Helian Yao and Lin Yuexiang, once entangled in malice, now at odds with each other. As expected, shortly after Xia Ying left, a slender figure slowly emerged from the drizzling rain. It was Lin Yuexiang. Lin Yuexiang said nothing, simply standing there, giving Helian Yao a deep look before turning and leaving, decisively and mercilessly. She didn't want to hear even a word of defense from Helian Yao, leaving him alone in the rain. The rain grew heavier, bean-sized raindrops clattering against the umbrella, creating blooms of rain flowers. But the rain, which could bend the mountain flowers and trees, couldn't quench the rage in Helian Yao's heart. He slammed the umbrella to the ground and tore it apart with his spiritual power. Helian Yao had finally persuaded Lin Yuexiang to come here today to see the truth. He couldn't understand what had gone wrong. If he had followed his original plan, Xia Ying would have admitted everything she had done without anyone around. She might even boastfully recount the details. After all, judging by everything that had happened, Xia Ying had toyed with both him and Lin Yuexiang. But Helian Yao never expected Xia Ying to deny it. But if it weren't Xia Ying, who else would have had so much free time to do all these things and frame him? Now Helian Yao couldn't even tell whether Xia Ying's words were true or false, whether Xia Ying truly hadn't done these things, or was simply being cautious and unwilling to reveal any clues. But one thing was certain, his desire to kill Xia Ying intensified. The cold rain slammed into his face, and Helian Yao quickly regained his composure. Xia Ying must die, but he couldn't do it himself. The tiger tribe was impulsive, quick-tempered, and had always held deep prejudices against humans. Perhaps he could exploit them. Chapter 355. Meanwhile, Xia Ying was also pondering how to completely eliminate Helian Yao, her mortal enemy. Unfortunately, after much thought, she couldn't come up with a permanent solution. Although Helian Yao was powerful, 2 fists couldn't defeat 4 legs. If she called on a few of her senior brothers and sisters, and spent some spirit stones to invite senior brother Xie Jiuzhou from the 5 Elements sword sect to join her, she wouldn't be afraid of not taking Helian Yao's life. Killing is the easiest thing to do in the world of immortal cultivation. The hard part is cleaning up afterward. According to Xiao He and Yin, Helian Yao was very skilled at dealing with people, and many forces in both the human and demon races were on good terms with him. If she recklessly killed Helian Yao without solid evidence, she would inevitably incur unnecessary trouble. She still had no clue about the remaining Dingtian hairpin fragments or the invitation to the gods matter, and the traitor within the Immortal Demon Alliance, who was colluding with the evil cultivators, hadn't been apprehended. Killing Helian Yao in a fit of rage during this turbulent time, and causing further trouble wasn't a very wise decision. Forget it, she'd just have to endure it a little longer. Xia Ying sighed. She even tolerated a shameless wretch like Gu Qinghuai for so long, so it seemed reasonable to tolerate Helian Yao for a while longer. As Xia Ying hurried back to the mountain under her umbrella, Ji Heyuan and the others, who had left the classroom earlier, had already prepared everything. Jiuxiu Academy grants new disciples a day and a half of rest every 2 weeks. And today was the day they agreed to have a barbecue in the mountain. Anyone who tasted Xia Ying's cooking would want to come back for more, and Meng Fuiying, the foodie, was Xia Ying's biggest fan. When she learned that Jiuxiu Academy had a holiday, she began planning today's feast. How could Xia Ying, always doting on her fellow apprentices, disappoint Meng Fuiying? However, they hadn't expected the rain, which had finally stopped, to resume in the evening. Fortunately, there was a large octagonal pavilion in the back mountain where they could take shelter. Besides the 3 from the Xiaoyao sect, Yun Che, Yun Hao, Yang Shu, Xia Sonlan, and Lu Wei were also waiting in the pavilion. Although Lu Wei was a demon, she disliked Helian Yao, and even more so, Xiao Feng and his fellow demons, who were close to Helian Yao. Thus, besides training and attending classes, she spent most of her time hanging out with Meng Fuiying. In the pavilion, Meng Fuiying and Song Xiushi had just finished setting up the stone slabs according to Xia Ying's instructions, when they saw Xia Ying approaching from a distance. She waved excitedly. "Senior sister? For senior sister, we're here. Come on." As soon as Xia Ying entered the pavilion, Meng Fuiying and Xia Sonlan grabbed her arms, one on each side. "Senior sister, Why are you so late? Don't mention it. I ran into a psychopath on the way. Xiang rolled her eyes. Forget about that. Where are the ingredients I asked you to buy? They're all here. Meng Fuiying obediently didn't ask any more questions. After all, there were only a few people in the entire Jiushi Academy who could make Xiang rant about them. Senior sister, please check if there's anything missing. We went down the mountain together and bought these according to the list you gave us. Almost. Xiang took a quick glance and knew what was going on. Alright, little Fuiying, go have fun by yourself. I take care of the rest. As she spoke, Xiang had already taken out her ice dagger and a piece of fresh rabbit meat. The small ice dagger was slashed in her hand. Crack, crack. A crisp sound echoed, and the icy dagger left a shadow as it sliced through the meat. Before anyone could even see Xiang's movements, slices of meat, as thin as cicada wings, were already piled on the white jade plate beside them. Yunhao was stunned. Senior sister Xia, are you such a skilled cutter? Of course. Meng Fuiying raised her chin proudly. My senior sister is the most accomplished chef in the Xiaoyao sect. Most people can't even taste her cooking. You all have this honor today thanks to me. Yes, yes, yes. How about I treat you to a glass of our Haoyuan sect's unique 100 flowers wine as a reward? When it came to the girl he secretly loved, Yunhao naturally went along with everything. But as soon as he said this, Song Xiushi and Ji Heyuan's expressions suddenly changed. They recalled the terror they felt on Chun'an Island, dominated by the drunken Xiang and her two companions. Last time, they burned down a vast bamboo forest on Chun'an Island, a space that had been planted for half a century. What if they burned down the entire mountain behind Jiushi Academy this time? Wouldn't that mean they have to die to atone for their sins? Without even waiting for Meng Fuiying to express her opinion, Song Xiushi dashed forward and politely declined. Junior brother Yun, we appreciate your kindness, but the alcohol is unnecessary. Why? Yunhao scratched his head, uncomprehending. Our Haoyuan sect's 100 flowers brew is a strong liquor, but it's not harmful and actually enhances spiritual power. It's a good thing. Because my 4 senior sister and I can't handle alcohol. Meng Fuiying was clearly self-aware and knew she couldn't touch alcohol at all. She could survive if she attacked Chun'an Island, but if she attacked Jiushi Academy, she had no idea what would happen. Okay. Since Meng Fuiying had said so, Yunhao naturally stopped insisting. Then I send some 100 flowers wine to Senior Brotherson later. It'd be a token of my gratitude for Senior Brotherson's care and concern for us over this period. Sizzle. While the others were still talking, Xiang had already placed the prepared meat on the stone slab and began grilling it. The immortal world didn't have grills, but grilling meat on a stone slab had its own unique flavor. Not to mention the various seasonings Xiang had specially prepared during her time in the Xiaoyao sect. She pulled out several porcelain bottles and, using her ice dagger to grill the rabbit meat on the stone slab, evenly sprinkled it with cumin, pepper, and other seasonings. The aroma of the meat and the spicy flavor of the seasonings blended perfectly, filling the air with a mouth-watering fragrance. Meng Fuiying watched eagerly, her mouth watering. Senior sister. I know. Xiang casually picked up a plate of roasted rabbit meat and handed it over. Hurry up and eat. Senior sister Xia. Don't worry, everyone's got some, no one's missing. Xiang was already quick, and the fire was powered by the netherworld azure lotus flame, a flame that was in tune with her, and with Ji Heyuan silently assisting, grilling the meat was a breeze. Soon, everyone had a portion of rabbit meat, and eventually they gathered around the stone slab, eating and chatting. Chapter 356. Outside the pavilion, the sound of rain intensified, a damp, slightly cool air permeating the mountain. Inside, however, the pavilion was warm and filled with laughter. Just eating barbecue was bound to be a bit dull, so Ruwei later brought out a small cup of plum drink and filled each one. Senior sister Ruwei, this drink isn't strong, is it? Don't worry, this is a fruit drink our pavilion master had specially prepared for guests with limited alcohol tolerance. It only has a hint of floral wine in it, so it's not intoxicating. It also contains spiritual herbs that calm the mind and aid in sleeping. Even if you accidentally drink too much, you just have a peaceful sleep. Ruwei spoke, taking the first sip of the drink and gulping it down. Seeing this, Xiang finally gave up her restless hand and took a small sip from the cup. The plum drink had a sweet and sour, slightly spicy taste that quenched thirst. It was very similar to the sour plum soup she frequented before her time travel. But perhaps because it was mixed with flower wine, compared to the sweet and sour refreshing taste of regular sour plum soup, This plum drink had a richer, more mellow flavor. In short, it was the perfect accompaniment to the slight grilled meat. After taking a few sips, Ji Hyun and Song Xiushi found the plum drink to be truly non-intoxicating. However, with the experience of Chunhan Island in mind, they continued to monitor Xie and the others' every move. Senior Sister Ruwei, I forgot to ask you what happened to the man I sold to Wanchi Pavilion last time? He went crazy. Ruwei took a sip. She didn't reveal Pavilion Master Yanyang's plans for Meng Lu, but only mentioned a few. It's funny, we at Huanchi Pavilion haven't done anything yet, just letting him dance on stage from time to time, and he's already driven himself crazy. Now he's daydreaming all the time, always saying incomprehensible things. For example, someone will definitely come to Huanchi Pavilion to rescue him. TSK. Xiang scoffed at this as well. That's truly a daydream. They don't even consider how many female cultivators they offended with their heinous deeds. It's a good thing they don't cut him into pieces. Who would be so desperate as to save him? That's exactly what Sister Ying said. Lu Wei nodded in agreement. In short, sister, don't worry. He won't be able to do anything to the Pavilion Master. Perhaps he soon go underground to atone for his sins in the aftermath of those he killed. Xie Ying and Ru Wei chatted obliviously about Meng Lu. Meng Fuiying sat nearby, listening quietly and not bothering to interrupt. Although Meng Lu was also a member of the Brown Bear clan, Meng Fuiying was by no means a saintly woman, so chaste as to forgive or sympathize with the sinners of the Brown Bear clan. Just being crazy wasn't enough for her. As for Yun Che, Yun Hao, and the others, they were completely bewildered. Senior Sister Xia had also sold people to the Joyful Pavilion? What a heinous deed this person must have done. The topic of Meng Lu was quickly debunked. Everyone ate meat and drank wine, and the atmosphere in the pavilion was lively. Xie Ying and Meng Fuiying, who had drunk too much plum drink, fell asleep together without anyone noticing. Yang Shu looked at them in surprise. Is my eldest sister's alcohol tolerance so low? Ji Hyun adjusted Xie Ying into a comfortable position and reluctantly explained, Junior sister is good at everything except drinking. Since Senior Sister Xie and Junior Sister Ming are both asleep, why don't we call it a day? It's getting late anyway. Yun Che suggested, How, and I still need to go visit Senior Brotherson. Well, let's all go. Outside the pavilion, the wind and rain subsided, and night fell silently. Yun Che and Yun Hao left first, followed closely by Yang Shu, Xia Songlan, and Lu Wei. Ji Hyun and Song Xiu, who were about to clean up the mess in the pavilion, were a step behind. But after they finished cleaning up the pavilion, they were horrified to discover a fact. Xie Ying and Meng Fuiying were gone. Where are they? Weren't the little sister and the others just asleep here? They must have gotten away when we weren't paying attention. Song Xiushi held his forehead. Don't worry, brother. They probably didn't get very far. And this plum drink isn't strong. If we split up and look for them now, nothing serious will happen. However, Song Xiushi himself wasn't entirely confident, probably. Nothing serious will happen. Ji Hyun's face was furious, and he gritted his teeth. If you let the little sister touch alcohol again, I'd be a dog. Quick! Let's split up and look for them. When we find them, knock them out first. Okay. The two brothers quickly reached a consensus and disappeared into the endless night. The back mountain wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. Especially now, at night, finding two people who had been drinking wasn't easy. Fortunately, Ji Hyun was able to use his double ring bracelet to vaguely sense Xie Ying's location. After guessing Xie Ying's likely location, his vision darkened, and he nearly fell. Xie Ying hadn't gone anywhere else, she was heading for the medicinal herb fields in the back mountain. Ji Hyun's feet raced, wishing he could teleport directly to Xie Ying's side, but he was afraid to miss any other mishaps Xie Ying might cause along the way, so he hurried along the mountain path towards the medicinal herb fields. When he arrived at his destination and found the medicinal herb fields intact, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the tragedy that burned the bamboo forest on Chunhan Island hadn't happened again at Jiushu Academy. But where were the junior sister and the others? The double ring bracelet clearly indicated they were there. Song Xiushi, who had received Ji Hyun's message, arrived shortly afterward and raised the same question. Brother, where are fourth senior sister and little junior sister? I'm not sure, but they should be around here. Let's look carefully. The two walked along the edge of the field, observing the medicinal herbs, but they found no sign of Xie Ying and the others. Just then, a faint light shone through the night sky not far away. Ji Hyun and Song Xiushi exchanged a glance and decisively moved quickly toward the glimmer. Chapter 357. Why is there a bamboo hut here? As the two approached, they realized that the faint light they were seeing was coming from this bamboo hut. I heard from my senior brothers and sisters at Jioshu Academy that Elder Ning Yuan, who oversees the spiritual medicine fields, doesn't live with the other elders, but lives alone near the fields. Song Xiushi explained gently, this bamboo hut is probably Elder Ning Yuan's residence. Ah sure, do you think it's possible that the young senior sisters and the others have escaped here? Let's go in and take a look. Even if they're not here, we can ask Elder Ning Yuan for help. After all, no one knows the spiritual medicine fields better than Elder Ning Yuan. The two brothers reached a consensus, and Song Xiushi immediately stepped forward and knocked on the door. Before they could explain their identities, the bamboo door opened. Are you looking for someone? A man in a dark robe emerged from the room with a warm, cool voice. Standing against the sun, his features were unclear, but his upright posture and angular features clearly revealed his distinguished appearance. Could Elder Ning Yuan be such a handsome young man? Disciple Ji Yuan, Song Xiushi greets Elder Ning Yuan. No need for formalities. Ahem. Ning Yuan raised his hand, gesturing, if you're looking for someone, follow me in. The person you're looking for is here. The two men, delighted at his words, quickly followed Ning Yuan's steps. Small glass lanterns hung from the eaves throughout the bamboo hut, emitting a lustrous white light in the pitch-black night, illuminating the entire hut. They followed Elder Ning Yuan down the corridor to the guest room on the left, where they found Xiaoying and the other two soundly asleep. If they can't handle alcohol, don't let them drink in the future. If I hadn't showed up today, who knows what would have happened to that medicinal herb out there? Ning Yuan's tone was calm, as if he were recounting a trivial incident. But Ji Yuan and Song Xiushi were genuinely filled with a mixture of fear and relief. They wondered how a drunken senior sister, or junior sister, could possibly avoid mischief, only to have Elder Ning Yuan intervene in time. Ji Yuan wanted to thank him, but the moment he looked up and saw Ning Yuan clearly, his expression froze. Thankfully, the ever-tactful Song Xiushi had already spoken. Elder, your teaching is correct. We will remember this lesson and never let it happen again. Sorry for bothering you. We take you away now. No hurry. You can rest here for the night. Ning Yuan had the look of a typical sickly beauty, his face pale, and he couldn't help coughing as he spoke, making it clear he was in poor health. Ahem. The mountain roads are difficult to navigate on rainy nights. If anything goes wrong, my medicinal fields might suffer. You two can rest here with them. There are other vacant rooms nearby. Whether you want to stay here or rest is up to you. Ning Yuan said this, and without waiting for a response from the two, he turned and left. Shortly after he left, the rain, which had stopped for a long time, began to fall again, and the downpour intensified. Under these circumstances, it was indeed difficult for the two of them to safely return to the disciples' quarters with the drunk Xiaoying and Ning Fuiying. But how did Elder Ning Yuan know it was going to rain soon? Does he know how to read the sky? Song Xiushi was puzzled, but received no answer. He looked up and found Ji Yuan staring blankly in the direction Ning Yuan had left. Brother, what's wrong with you? He lowered his voice. Is there something wrong with Elder Ning Yuan? No. Ji Yuan came back to his senses. I just feel like Elder Ning Yuan feels very familiar to me, as if I've seen him somewhere before. Besides, his aura is also familiar. It feels very much like one of my people. Song Xiushi's pupils shrank slightly. Aren't 5th senior brother's people the Wu clan? Could there be other survivors of the Wu clan besides 5th senior brother? 5th senior brother, regardless of whether the elder is. He has no intention of acknowledging you right now. So why not just pretend you don't know? Song Xiushi warned quietly. After all, the Wu clan is a very mysterious entity in the world of immortal cultivation, but attitudes towards them vary widely. Some believe the Wu clan are messengers who can communicate with the heavens, while others naturally believe they are treacherous and therefore not benevolent. After all, possessing a Wu clan identity, when everyone believed them extinct, wasn't exactly a good thing. I know. Ji Yuan quickly recovered and stopped dwelling on Ning Yuan's identity. Let's take care of Junior Sister and the others first. This isn't important, there's no need to dwell on it. Xiaoying woke to the sound of dripping rain. Plum drinks weren't as intoxicating as strong liquor, so she wasn't dizzy or had lost her memory like last time. So, without Yining's reminder, Xiaoying remembered the good deed she and Meng Fuiying had nearly done last night, and she couldn't help but hold her forehead in frustration. Wine is a good thing, but now that she's insulated from it, there's no way she can ever regain her drinking capacity. Today was still a rainy day, the rain pattering outside, and the light dim inside. Meng Fuiying was still soundly asleep, showing no signs of waking. Xiaoying thought for a moment, and decided to get up, performing a quick cleansing gesture on herself before quietly leaving the room. She vaguely remembered that an elder living near the spiritual medicine field had appeared in time last night to stop her and Fui Ying's grand plan and bring them back to the bamboo abode. What was that elder's name? Oh yes. Ning Yuan. They had caused Elder Ning Yuan so much trouble, so now that they were awake, they naturally had to apologize and thank him. Xia Ying walked along the corridor and soon spotted a familiar white figure sitting with his back to her in the main hallway. Xiao He? Why are you here too? Did you come to see us? Xia Ying naturally stepped forward and patted his shoulder, then met a handsome yet unfamiliar face. She paused for a moment, then quickly withdrew her hand and bowed. Disciple Xia Ying, greetings to Elder Ning Yuan. Chapter 358. No need to be so polite. Ning Yuan's gaze lingered on Xia Ying for a moment, then quickly shifted to focus on the medicine pot in his hand. Xia Ying then realized that Ning Yuan was boiling medicine in the hallway. The pot gurgled and bubbled, tinging the air with a slightly bitter aroma. She stood by for a moment, then, seeing that Ning Yuan showed no sign of speaking, took the initiative. My junior sister and I caused trouble for the elder last night, but thankfully he took us in. I come here specifically to express my gratitude and apology. Since you entered Jiuxiu Academy, it's my duty to take care of you. Besides, I merely provided a place for you to rest. It was your junior brothers who truly cared for you all night. If you want to thank someone, it shouldn't be me. Are my junior brothers really here? Why would I lie to you? Ning Yuan still didn't glance at Xia Ying, speaking to her without looking up. They asked to borrow the kitchen earlier, and they should be busy in it right now. If you want to find them, just follow this corridor to the end. Thank you, Elder. I take my leave now. Xia Ying said goodbye politely, but after a few steps, she suddenly stopped and turned to look at Ning Yuan. Elder, are you suffering from heart palpitations? It's just a chronic ailment. This is a heart-protecting pill. It can repair the heart meridians to a certain extent. If Elder Ning Yuan trusts me, you can give it a try. Perhaps it can alleviate your heart palpitations a little. Xia Ying pondered for a moment, then took out a small porcelain bottle and placed it in the corridor. Disciple, take your leave. Only after her figure completely disappeared around the corner of the corridor did Ning Yuan, who had been simmering the medicine, finally raise his eyes and look in the direction she had left. He merely moved his fingers slightly, and the bottle of heart-protecting pill, enveloped by spiritual energy, fell into his palm. The white mist rising from the medicine jar blurred his expression, making it hard to see clearly. He looked down at the heart-protecting pill in his hand, but couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. At the same time, Host, are you still my host? What nonsense are you talking about? If I'm not your host, who else could I be? Have you suddenly changed your ways? You, who would pluck the feathers of a passing goose, are actually offering to give pills to someone else today, and for free. Yining couldn't help but sigh. Strange, truly strange. Xia Ying, can't I just be doing a good deed? You can just say that. I don't believe it. Host, don't fool yourself. Rather than saying you're doing good deeds, it's more like you taken a fancy to that Elder Ning Yuan. Yining, have I ever told you you're really superficial? Xia Ying was speechless. I just think Elder Ning Yuan and Xiaohe have a certain resemblance, so I can't help but feel a little sympathy. Besides, the heart-protecting pill isn't worth a few spirit stones to me, and he almost burned down his herb farm last night. What's wrong with giving him some pills? Even if I'm stingy, it's only to people I don't like or strangers. Don't judge others by your own standards, huh? After Xia Ying finished her retort, she unilaterally blocked Yining. By then, she had already found the kitchen Ning Yuan had mentioned. Song Xiushi and Ji Heyuan were busy there, trying to make a pot of hangover soup. It was a pity that they, one of them, was once the young sect master, detached from the world, sitting high in the divine tower, and the other a prince, born into a life of luxury. Even the simplest hangover soup wouldn't be possible for them. When Xia Ying appeared in the kitchen, the two men, usually so particular about their appearance, were already covered in dust and dirt. Surprise greeted her arrival. Junior sister? How did you know we were here? Elder Ning Yuan told me. Junior sister? Where's junior sister? Fui Ying's still asleep. Don't worry, Asher. I left a note for her when I left. Xia Ying replied, pushing past the two. Let me do it. I don't know if you can make a hangover soup if you keep up the hard work, but Elder Ning Yuan's kitchen is probably going to be ruined. Junior sister, we're not very good at this. Even the usually proud Ji Heyuan couldn't help but blush after Xia Ying pointed out the mess in the kitchen so bluntly. I know. That's why I came here on my own. Xia Ying knew that Ji Heyuan and Song Xiushi were doing this for their own good, So how could they seize on their weaknesses and mock them? Xie Ying's movements were swift and skillful. Not only did she quickly prepare the hangover soup, she also cooked a pot of porridge. This porridge is made with Elder Ning Yuan's spiritual rice. You should bring some to the elder later. When I came here, I saw him still brewing medicine. A light meal is just right. Okay, I go then. Ji Heyuan volunteered, and Xie Ying didn't suspect anything. However, by the time the three of them returned with the hangover soup and porridge, Elder Ning Yuan was no longer in the corridor. Ji Heyuan went to deliver the porridge, but he didn't see him. Even when the four of them left the bamboo hut, Elder Ning Yuan hadn't appeared again. Xie Ying and the others didn't think much of it and quickly left. Disciples' quarters. Lu Wei, who had made an appointment with Wu Huan a few days earlier to visit Elder Zhu Yu together, arrived early at Wu Huan's residence on the mountaintop. Just as she was about to knock on the door, it was flung open from the inside. Both of them were stunned. They stared at each other for a moment before Lu Wei regained her composure and took a few steps back to confirm. This is indeed Senior Sister Wu Huan's residence. But why? Senior Brotherson, why are you in Senior Sister Wu Huan's courtyard? Xin Yu, always dignified and composed in public, even unfazed by the weight of the earth, now showed a rare hint of guilt at Lu Wei's question, even stuttering. In the end, without being able to utter a single word, he bolted from the door and fled. Ruwei? ? So what exactly happened? Ruwei was a female cultivator from the Joyful Pavilion. Seeing Wu Huan's cheerful face and recalling Xin Yu's earlier appearance, she quickly understood. It seemed something unspeakable happened between them last night. Elder Zhu Yu was a demon, and Wu Huan was Elder Zhu Yu's registered disciple. Because of this relationship, Ruwei and Wu Huan had known each other before entering Jiuxia Academy. Now that there were no outsiders around, Ruwei and Wu Huan spoke more casually. Senior Sister Wu Huan, have you finally taken action against Senior Brotherson? I just arrived and happened to see him leaving. He looked quite flustered. Don't talk nonsense. Wu Huan glanced at him with her beautiful eyes, leaning lazily on the couch, gently waving a round fan. While I covet his body, forcing myself on him isn't my style. You all seen how he usually keeps his distance from me. Even if I want to do something, I need the opportunity. But Wu Huan suddenly changed his tone, a faint smile playing at the corners of his eyes. This time, Xin Yu took the initiative to come to me. Chapter 359. Brotherson came to me on his own initiative? Lu Wei was genuinely surprised. Then why did he look so shy just now, as if he'd been taken advantage of? How should I know what he was thinking? Last night, he suddenly brought a jar of 100 Flowers wine to share with me. It smelled sweet, but had a strong aftertaste. I'm not a saint. A man and a woman alone in a room, wouldn't it be natural for something to happen later? Wu Huan rolled his eyes speechlessly, not taking the incident to heart at all. Lu Wei, you understand. We who practice the way of joy always pursue only momentary pleasure. We won't let falling in love with one person stop us from pursuing a greater world. Love between men and women only slows down my sword-drawing speed. I just want a man's body, not his. Why would I waste time pondering his true intentions? Isn't it enough for grown men and women to enjoy each other's company? That being said, that's just your opinion, Senior Sister Wu Huan. Lu Wei kindly warned. Senior Brotherson seems quite traditional. Be careful not to get involved with him. You might find it hard to get rid of him. Don't worry. I know Xin Yu well. He doesn't like female cultivators like me. Now that he's had a fling with me, he probably won't want to see me again, let alone cling to me. As he spoke, Wu Huan stood up and urged Lu Wei to leave, unwilling to continue the conversation. Alright, let's stop discussing Xin Yu. Haven't you always wanted to meet the master? Come on, I take you there now. After Wu Huan had completely devoured Xin Yu, he simply forgot about him, leaving the innocent boy Xin Yu mired in endless turmoil. Although Xin Yu had always been a complete novice in relationships, that didn't mean he was completely clueless about matters of love. He hadn't cultivated the way of mercy, and naturally, he had no intention of remaining alone. But he knew in his heart that his future companion wouldn't be Wu Huan. Wu Huan was like a free wind, untouchable. Even though he had once harbored feelings for Wu Huan, and could see her flirting with him, intentionally or unintentionally, he understood it was simply because of his attractive appearance. And Wu Huan preferred men with attractive looks. Even if it wasn't him, there would be others. So, in the face of Wu Huan's advances, Xin Yu always maintained a proper sense of propriety, even avoiding them when necessary. But he never imagined that his indulgence, after just a few glasses of 100 Flowers wine, would lead to the situation that was now so irreversible. Xin Yu knew that last night's events would have no impact on Wu Huan, not even a ripple in her heart, but he couldn't convince himself to pretend nothing had happened. He couldn't quite put last night's events behind him, and continue spending time with Woo-won as before. After leaving Woo-won's residence, a swirling stream of thoughts lingered in Sin-Yu's mind. While pondering these things, he unconsciously walked down the mountain path, unknowingly reaching the foot of the mountain. Sia-ing and the other three returned at that moment and ran head-on into Sin-Yu, who seemed to have lost his soul. Senior Brotherson? Senior Brotherson. Sin-Yu jerked awake, his thoughts brought back to reality. Senior Brotherson, what's wrong with you? Did something happen? Or is there any progress on the Bai Xiaoshang case? Don't worry, junior sister Xia. If there's any progress on Bai Xiaoshang's matter, I'd let you know immediately. This is a personal matter of mine, so there's no need to worry about me. Then, senior brother, be careful. No matter what the problem, there's always a solution. Sia-ing could tell Sin-Yu was hiding something, so she didn't delve into it. After all, even the closest friends need their own space and secrets. Besides, she and Sin-Yu weren't exactly close friends, so she naturally wouldn't be so tactless as to delve into everything. She exchanged a few pleasantries, and was about to leave, but Sin-Yu suddenly called out to Ji Heyuan and Song Xiushi. Junior brothers, please stay. Is there anything else, senior brotherson? I have some questions I'd like to ask you too. Could you please spare me a moment? Xia-ing and Meng Fuiying both realized Sin-Yu was trying to get them out of the way, and they immediately offered their understanding. You two can chat slowly. We'd be heading back. After the two girls left, Sin-Yu dragged Ji Heyuan and the others to a secluded spot, not forgetting to set up an anti-eavesdropping barrier before speaking. Ji Heyuan and Song Xiushi, Brotherson, just how important is the matter you want to ask us? You're being so cautious. Of course, it's extremely important. Sin-Yu's expression was extremely serious, causing Ji Heyuan and the others to unconsciously straighten their posture and listen attentively to what he was about to say. I want to ask you, what would you do if you took advantage of another girl one day? Ji Heyuan and Song Xiushi, ? That's it? Is this the only reason you're being so secretive? Brotherson, I can control myself, so I won't take advantage of a girl I shouldn't. Sin-Yu, So that's why you're trying so hard to take advantage of junior sister Xia? Brother. Song Xiushi was also helpless. Don't tease brother Xian. He looks really anxious. But I'm not teasing him. Ji Heyuan frowned. I'm telling the truth. If it weren't someone I truly loved, I would definitely keep my distance from her. Song Xiushi finally understood that it was impossible for him, the fifth senior brother, to counsel others, so he had to take on the responsibility himself. Even though he had absolutely no experience in this area. Brotherson, although what my senior brother said wasn't very pleasant, it made a lot of sense. If you don't like someone, just keep your distance to avoid misunderstandings. If you like someone, then stick with them and take responsibility. But no matter the situation, if it's your fault, Brotherson, that leads to a negative outcome, then you should take the responsibility. Actually, I can't quite tell whether this outcome is good or bad. It might be bad for me, but it might be something to be happy about for that person. So, it's not that you took advantage of others, but that they took advantage of you. Ji Heyuan suddenly realized something, and his words silenced Sin-Yu once again. Actually, some things are better left unsaid. There's really no need to be so blunt. Since you weren't the one who wronged others first, then what's there for you, Brotherson? Perhaps I have a guilty conscience? Ji Heyuan remained silent, and Song Xiushi was also stuck. Brotherson, you're such a stubborn person. Chapter 360. Sin-Yu still didn't get the answers he wanted from Ji Heyuan and Song Xiushi. But he had already made a decision. If he truly didn't know what to do, then he'd just go with the flow. Although Sin-Yu didn't say it directly, Ji Heyuan and the others could probably guess who he was talking about. As for how Sin-Yu would handle this unexpected relationship, they didn't care and naturally didn't ask any further questions. It was a rare day off, after having spent the entire night worried about Xia-ing and the others. After parting with Song Xiushi, Ji Heyuan headed straight back to his courtyard. But he had just released Tang Tang from the spirit pet bag, barely had time to catch his breath, when he heard a knock on the door. Ji Heyuan looked at the door suspiciously. Who had come to see him at this hour? Junior senior sister? The knocking continued, and it seemed as if it would continue unless he opened the door. Who? Ji Heyuan's knocks were irritating, and his tone was filled with impatience. He opened the door, only to find a stranger. Who are you? The visitor was startled, then aggrieved. Don't you know me? She had a cute, baby-like face, and expressions that would seem artificial to others were inexplicably endearing on her. It was a pity she was facing the emotionless, heartless Ji Heyuan. Have I met you? How would I know who you are? Ji Huyuan showed no sign of relenting, even seeming annoyed. If you have something to say it's nothing, and get out of here. I am Nanli of the Peacock clan. Back then, when I accompanied the clan leader to the demon sect to pay my respects to the sect master, I saw the young sect master's graceful demeanor from afar. Even if you don't remember the events of the demon sect, I attended classes with you for 2 weeks. Do you really have no memory of me? Nanli felt truly wronged. It was fine if she didn't remember what happened in the demon sect back then. But now, she had been with Ji Huyuan day and night for at least half a month, and yet he still hadn't remembered her at all. You got the wrong person. When Nanli mentioned the demon sect, Ji Huyuan's heart sank. He had no impression of the person before him, and didn't know how she had suddenly seen through his identity, but he knew. He couldn't recognize her. I'm not the demon sect's young master you're talking about. Impossible. Nanli simply didn't believe it. You must be the young master. I can't be mistaken. Young master, you don't know. I've been looking for you since you disappeared. From the moment she laid eyes on Ji Huyuan, she had felt his back was familiar, but she hadn't believed the young master, who had been missing since the demon sect's demise, was actually right beside her. It wasn't until yesterday, when she accidentally overheard Mr. Hellion and Xiaofeng's conversation, that she realized she wasn't the only one feeling this way. Mr. Hellion had once been the demon sect's guardian, the person closest to the young sect master, and the one who knew him best. Now, even Mr. Hellion suspected Ji Huyuan was the young sect master. That was absolutely correct. However, no matter how excited Nanli became, or how much she admired and loved the young sect master she spoke of, Ji Huyuan remained stern and silent. Only after she finished her words did Ji Huyuan's cold voice return. Are you done? Then get out. Before he finished, Ji Huyuan made a move to close the door. Nanli, anxious, reached out to stop him, but was pinned shut by the door. Ah! It hurts. Nanli's eyes flushed as she stared at Ji Huyuan, only to be met with a cold, bored look. I say this one last time. Get out of here. What Nanli didn't see was that the broken frost sword's energy was already gathering behind her. If she dared utter another word, Ji Huyuan would disregard the Jiushu Academy's so-called no-attacking fellow disciples rule, and send her flying with a single blow. Just then, with a creak, the nearby courtyard door swung open. Xiaoying leaned against the doorway, arms folded across her chest, watching the two with interest. Xiaohe, what are you doing with junior sister Nanli? Jujia Gigi, I'm not messing with her. I don't even know who she is, okay? The spikes on Ji Huyuan's body retracted the moment he saw Xiaoying, and the coldness on his face vanished without a trace. He quickly walked over to Xiaoying, half complaining. She's the one who, for some reason, suddenly came running up to me and started saying all sorts of nonsense, insisting I'm their young sect master. No matter how I explain, she won't listen. Really? A flash of coldness crossed Xiaoying's eyes, but she remained smiling as she looked at Nanli. I don't know why junior sister Nanli suddenly misunderstood you. My junior brother Xiaohe has nothing to do with your demon race. Humph. Who do you think you are? Just because you say it's okay, does that mean it's okay? Produce evidence if you can. Nanli, like Xiaofeng, disliked the human race, and was also a vocal advocate of war within the demon race. She had already disliked Xiaoying, and now, seeing the young sect master she admired being so affectionate and gentle with her, her jealousy and resentment grew even stronger. Xiaoying smiled calmly. What evidence do we need for something obvious? My junior brother, Ji Huyuan, an orphan, joined the Xiaoliao sect's Qibao Island master at the age of 12. He knows everything about his life. Don't be fooled by his tall and strong appearance, he's simply grown up a bit too fast. He's a year younger than me now. May I ask, junior sister Nanli, how old is your young sect master now? Xiaoying continued to attack with her poisonous tongue, indiscriminately distinguishing friend from foe. If I remember correctly, your young sect master seems to have already turned 20, right? Junior sister Nanli must have an eye condition. How can a man in his 20s be compared to our young and beautiful Xiaohe? The old man himself, Ji Huyuan, you don't have to be so harsh. Nanli, unable to fight back, stared in disbelief. How dare you slander our demon sect's young sect master? Isn't that the truth? Compared to our teenage Xiaohe, isn't your young sect master a man in his 20s? You're slandering me. So what? Xiaoying raised an eyebrow. Hit me if you dare. But junior sister Nanli, don't blame me for not reminding you. Article 30 of the Academy's rules clearly states, disciples are forbidden from fighting in private. Violators will have their spiritual powers sealed and confined to the confinement cliff for 3 full days. If junior sister Nunli wants to go to the confinement cliff to gaze at the stars for 3 days, I'm not afraid to risk my life to accompany her. Nunli's breath caught in his chest, nearly pissed off by Xiaoying. Xiaoying, you're the champion of the human clan sect competition, how could you be so shameless, huh? How can a shameless person like me compare to junior sister Nunli? Xiaoying naturally picked up her unfinished words. After all, if junior sister didn't have a bit of nerve, she wouldn't have blocked my young and handsome junior brother at the door, and even tried to link him with your old and faded young sect master, right? Chapter 361. Nanli, I'm furious. At first, she didn't react, until she saw Xiaoying's mocking look and gradually realized she was mocking her own shamelessness. She wanted to scold her, but she found she couldn't win. She wanted to fight, but she didn't want to go to the confinement cliff with Xiaoying to watch the stars. Besides, she wasn't sure she could beat Xiaoying. Nanli was completely stuck for a moment. Thankfully, Yu Miao suddenly appeared and spoke to resolve her dilemma. Nanli, why are you still here? I just came from the training grounds, and I thought Helian Yao and the others were looking for you. Aren't you going to go find them? I go right away. Nanli, finally finding the stairs, quickly agreed, but even before leaving, she didn't forget to give Xiaoying a fierce glare. Xiaoying followed her with malicious intent. Junior sister Nanli, why are you leaving now? Aren't you going to beat me up to vent your young sect master's anger? Nanli, she was running. Watching Nanli's nearly fleeing figure, Xiaoying sighed with regret. Jiuxiu Academy is still too controlling. If it weren't for the Academy's rules, why would she have wasted so much time talking to her today? Just use the alchemy furnace to treat Nanli. I guarantee it cure her instantly. She can cure any ailment. Senior sister you should have held off on giving her this excuse just now. She might have been tempted to fight me. I've been at Jiuxiu Academy all this time, and I never seen what the confinement cliff looks like. Yu Miao didn't get angry at this, but nodded seriously. Then I'd be more careful next time. Ji Heyuan, Junior sister, if you're punished to go to the confinement cliff, you miss all the rest of your classes. Nanli isn't worth such a huge sacrifice. Sacrifice? What sacrifice? Xiaohe, you don't understand. Sometimes being a good student can get a little boring, and I can't help but crave some excitement. There's a saying, academy life without skipping classes is incomplete. Xiaoying said this with a growing sense of regret. I could have had a complete college life, but it's a pity Nanli wouldn't give me that opportunity. Yu Miao's eyes suddenly lit up at this, and she rushed to Xiaoying. Junior sister Xia, perhaps you heard of a place called University? Xiaoying took a deep breath and tentatively threw a code to Yu Miao. Odd changes, even doesn't change. The symbol depends on the quadrant. The two, having successfully matched the code, were practically overjoyed. This was the true encounter with an old friend in a foreign land. Only Ji Heyuan, a true native standing nearby, understood nothing. But that didn't stop him from seeing the truth. His junior sister had made friends again in a strange way. Xiaoying had never expected to meet someone in the world of immortal cultivation who, like herself, had traveled from Earth, and even less so, that this person would be Yu Miao. She actually had a ton of questions for Yu Miao, but considering Nanli's revelation of Ji Heyuan, she had to put the reminiscence on hold for now. Senior sister Yu, I have something important to attend to right now, so I can't discuss it in detail for now. How about I come back to you after I'm done? Sure. After exchanging identities with Xiaoying, Yu Miao seemed to shed her gentle and calm facade, becoming incredibly down-to-earth. Go ahead and do your thing. I'm free at the academy anyway. You can come see me anytime you want. Senior sister Yu, I have something to ask you. This time, it was Ji Heyuan who spoke. I wonder if senior sister Yu knows why Helian Yao and the others are looking for Nanli. Although Nanli didn't reveal much, Ji Heyuan knew with a quick guess that Nanli's sudden discovery of her identity was definitely related to Helian Yao. He didn't care about Nanli, he cared about Helian Yao. If Helian Yao wanted to use his former status as the demon sect's protector to rally demonic forces for his own use, then the existence of the demon sect's young master would be his biggest stumbling block. This was also why Ji Heyuan never worried about his identity being revealed. Because Helian Yao absolutely didn't want the weight of a young master weighing him down. But now that Helian Yao had suddenly revealed his identity, Ji Heyuan was somewhat puzzled as to what he was up to. However, in response to his question, Yu Miao provided an unexpected answer. You're asking that? I don't know. I just made it up. If I hadn't said that, who knows how long Nanli would have kept fighting you? Ji Heyuan, how could that be? But if you want to know what exactly happened between Nanli and him, I can find out for you. After all, Helian Yao currently has some dealings with my Northern Territory Yu family, so he might be able to give me this favor. Then I have to trouble you, senior sister Yu. Okay, I go now. Yu Miao said decisively, turning and leaving. Ji Heyuan followed Xie Ying back to her courtyard. Xie Ying raised her hand and cast 2 layers of barriers with talismans before asking, "What's going on? Why did Nanli suddenly assume you were the young master of the demon sect?" "I don't know either. From what Nanli said, she used to." Ji Heyuan briefly recounted his entanglement with Nanli, then changed the subject, but it's definitely connected to Helian Yao. I just don't know why he suddenly did this. Xie Ying recalled the incident when Helian Yao stopped her yesterday. Maybe he wasn't coming for you, but for me. He wanted to use Nanli to deal with me. She didn't miss the unconcealable jealousy in Nanli's eyes when he looked at her. That Helian Yao must have said something to Nanli to sow discord, hoping to make Nanli jealous and resent me. But he probably didn't expect Nanli's fanatical admiration for you to outweigh her jealousy of me. So, instead of bothering me, she went to block your attention. But these are just our speculations. Let's wait and see if senior sister you can find out anything useful. Xie Ying looked up and saw Ji Heyuan's frown. She reached out and gently patted his shoulder. Don't worry, Xiao He. You're not fighting alone now. No matter what happens, Master and I will be your solid support. No matter what the demon tribe or Helian Yao are, no one can force you to do anything you don't want to do. Yes. I know. Ji Heyuan, whose brows were furrowed a moment ago, instantly turned into a worthless smile. Let's wait for news from senior sister Yu together. Chapter 362. Yu Miao didn't keep them waiting for long, returning with news shortly. Helian Yao was cunning and cautious, so Yu Miao didn't expect to learn anything useful from him. But the other members of the demon clan weren't very tight-lipped. With a simple trick, she was able to gather the general idea, and the situation wasn't far off from Xie Ying's suspicions. Whether Nanli happened to pass by and overheard their conversation and then took the initiative to ask Helian Yao for confirmation, or whether Helian Yao and Nanli exchanged those seemingly plausible and ambiguous statements, I don't think it was a coincidence. Yu Miao carefully stroked the teacup. Because of Nanli, the speculation that junior brother Ji is the young master of the demon sect has spread among the demons of Jiushu Academy. They're all suspicious of junior brother Ji's identity, and he might get into a lot of trouble in the future. Not necessarily. Xie Ying had a different perspective on the matter. There will definitely be trouble, but Helian Yao will definitely have more trouble. I think Nanli spreading the news that my junior brother is the young master of the demon sect was something Helian Yao hadn't anticipated at all. Yes, from what I observed, that's certainly true. Then we just have to wait and see. Helian Yao will find a way to suppress this matter among the demons without us having to intervene. As for Nanli's ill will towards her, Xie Ying didn't take it seriously at all. Nanli's ill will was nothing compared to the one she had to face upon waking from the Yu Tian sect. Since the situation was under their control, Ji Heyuan stopped worrying and asked about other things. Speaking of which, how did senior sister Yu learn this from the demons? The demons have always been very xenophobic. They are xenophobic, but they don't reject Tianji. Yu Miao smiled faintly. Junior brother Ji may not know that, although I'm a member of the Yu family, I rarely stay in the Northern Territory, instead constantly traveling the world of Immortal Cultivation. Many fellow cultivators prefer to call me Master Tianshuan rather than Yu Miao. For them, the opportunity to speak with me would be a blessing. I see. Ji Heyuan suddenly understood. According to his understanding of the demon race, almost 2/3 of them are unwilling to accept peaceful coexistence with humans. It's only because the two races don't have an irreconcilable hatred, coupled with the existence of the demon race, that they haven't completely fallen out. But for various reasons, open and covert conflicts are never lacking. But if Yu Miao is the renowned Master Tianshuan in the world of Immortal Cultivation, then a trivial matter like gathering information would be nothing. You have to know that in the world of Immortal Cultivation, Master Tianshuan's divination is incredibly rare, and even the demon race can't resist his reputation. However, Ji Heyuan understood that Yu Miao's willingness to use her connections to help her inquire was out of favor with Xie Ying, and he also remembered that the two had personal matters to discuss. So, after receiving the answers he sought, Ji Heyuan stood up and left, leaving the two room to reminisce. When Xie Ying and Yu Miao were alone in the courtyard, Xie Ying sent Zhu Zhu and the others off to play before speaking again. Yu Miao, you too? Yes, I also traveled through time. Yu Miao didn't wait for Xie Ying to finish, confirming her thoughts. But I'm a little different from you. You should have traveled into this body 6 months ago, but I traveled through time from the womb. In other words, I truly lived in the Wanxian continent for over 20 years. However, You should also be familiar with the situation within the Yu family in the Northern Territory. Although my Xianmin talent is no less than Yu Lang's, I could never be treated fairly within the Yu family simply because I was a girl, so I left the family at a very young age. Thankfully, I had my good friend Shuang, so even after leaving the Yu family, my life wasn't too difficult. Later, I traveled extensively in the world of immortal cultivation, gradually building a reputation with my own abilities, and I didn't bother returning to the repressive Yu family. Thus, whenever I returned to the Northern Territory, I presented myself as Su Miao. If it weren't for the incident in the snowy mountains, I wouldn't have revealed my true identity so quickly in the Northern Territory. Although the Su Miao identity was fake, your strength and the reputation of Mr. Tianswan were real. Didn't the Yu family's perception of you change after learning about it? Xia Ying, you don't understand. They won't change in the slightest just because I'm Mr. Tianswan or that I'm stronger than them. Yu Miao scoffed. Their contempt and prejudice towards women have been deeply ingrained from ancient times to the present, unchangeable for any reason. So you left the Northern Territory to participate in the Immortal Demon Alliance selections, because you no longer want to be associated with the Yu family? I suppose so. After all, Shuang is now the head of the Shui family, and Su Miao's identity is no longer useful. The Yu and Shui families have always had different philosophies. If I continue to stay in the Northern Territory, I inevitably become a weapon used by the Yu family to attack the Shui family. Rather than being used by them, it's better for me to leave and completely sever ties with them. Yu Miao paused, glanced at Xia Ying, and continued. Besides, I have other plans. I heard that after ascending to immortality, cultivators here gain the ability to tear through space and time and travel through it. Ascending isn't easy, but if I could join the Immortal Demon Alliance and gain their help, it would definitely be easier. If one day I could ascend and gain this ability, perhaps I could return home, to my true home. Xia Ying hadn't expected Yu Miao to even have such thoughts. She was momentarily stunned before speaking again. You mean you want to go back to Earth? Don't you want to go back? Yu Miao was equally surprised. You only been in the immortal world for less than half a year. I thought you want to go back even more than I do. My situation might be different from yours. Xia Ying was silent for a moment, before slowly recounting her past. In my previous world, I was an orphan. My only family was my mother, the director of the orphanage, and the people I grew up with. But my mother was already quite old. She passed away from illness when I was still in high school. The rest of my friends were either adopted out of the orphanage or grew up and started their own lives. So, to put it bluntly, I don't have many ties to my old world anymore. Conversely, there are many people I miss in the current world of immortal cultivation. If I have the chance in the future, I might go back and take a look, but without my mother, there's no home for me. Recalling these events now feels like a lifetime ago. It's only been less than a year since she traveled here, but the events of her past life seem so distant now. If it weren't for meeting Yu Miao, her fellow villager, Xia Ying might never have spoken of her past life again. After learning that Xia Ying didn't want to go home, Yu Miao couldn't hide her disappointment. But Xia Ying was the only one in the world of immortal cultivation who could understand her and talk to her about that world, so Yu Miao still felt a natural affinity for her and quickly perked up. She raised her teacup, using it instead of wine, and smiled. It doesn't matter. Whether we stay here or return to our own time and space, it's our choice. A toast to you and me, may both our wishes come true. To the past that has vanished, and to the bright future. Xia Ying raised her glass and gently clinked it with hers. Whatever our hearts desire, we shall achieve. Chapter 363. Xia Ying had promised Grandpa Gu that she would never reveal the imminent destruction of the cultivation world to anyone. So even when Yu Miao spoke of her eagerness to return home, she didn't betray a hint of unhappiness. But her desire to change the fate of the cultivation world grew stronger. Only by overcoming the inevitable demise of the myriad continent could everyone she cared about continue to live in this world. Only then would Yu Miao have a chance to return home. But she alone couldn't change the fate of the entire cultivation world. The salvation effort required more people. If the 9 major sects, the Immortal Demon Alliance, and even the demon race could contribute, there would be no need to worry about reversing the decline. However, Xia Ying also understood that the news of the Immortal Demon Alliance's impending demise couldn't be announced at this time, otherwise it would inevitably cause unrest in the cultivation world, and who knows how much chaos would ensue. Now, she wondered if the Immortal Demon Alliance had noticed something was amiss in the cultivation world. Xia Ying decided to find a time to test the head elder. At this moment, upon learning what Nanli had done, Helian Yao wished he could go back in time and drag out the version of himself he'd been last night, and give him a good slap in the face. With so many people in the demon clan who could be used, Why had he chosen that idiot Nanli? He wanted her to deal with Xiang, who had made Ji Heyuan's identity known to the world. After the fall of the demon sect, he worked so hard to build his current situation by using his position as the sect's protector. Now, was he creating a young sect leader to take away all the fruits of his labor? He desperately needed Ji Heyuan back, but he didn't need a powerful young sect leader to constantly weigh him down. Helian Yao had always believed he could manipulate people's hearts, but he never expected this would backfire. He threw a tantrum in his room, but ultimately swallowed his anger and went to Nanli. He needed to control the situation and absolutely couldn't let it escalate any further. What Helian Yao said to Nanli afterwards was unknown, but from then on, the gossip among the demon clan about Ji Heyuan died down. Only Nanli would quietly appear, like a wandering spirit, trailing Ji Heyuan from a distance, trying to assert her presence or to cause trouble for Xiang. But Nanli lacked the shamelessness of Gu Qinghuai and Wang Qing of the Yutian sect, and was no match for Xiang, so she always returned empty-handed. After repeated attempts, Nanli finally learned her lesson and, hoping to capitalize on someone else's strength, targeted Zhuang Zhehuan, who also harbored a faint hostility towards Xiang. With the end-of-month exams at Jiuxiu Academy approaching, Nanli quietly stopped Zhuang Zhehuan when no one was around. "Senior Sister Zhuang, please stay. What do you want?" Zhuang Zhehuan glanced at Nanli with a questioning look, her whole body radiating an air of arrogance. Nanli, equally arrogant, actually disliked Zhuang Zhehuan's perpetually superior demeanor. However, thinking of Ji Heyuan, who had always ignored her despite her efforts, and the gift Helian Yao had kindly lent her a few days ago, she could only swallow her frustration and temporarily seek Zhuang Zhehuan's cooperation. "I have something I'd like to discuss with Senior Sister Zhuang. May I have a moment? Just tell me what you want. I don't have time to play games with you." Nanli choked, but could only ignore Zhuang Zhehuan's irritating attitude and leaned forward to whisper, "Actually, I'm here about Xiang. I know the Academy's monthly assessment is the day after tomorrow, and there will be a sparring match for all the students. So I thought, you want to be grouped with Xiang?" Zhuang Zhehuan interrupted her self-righteously, "So we can have a fair fight." It was no secret at Jiuxiu Academy that Nanli had been targeting Xiang daily for Ji Heyuan. But no matter how she provoked her, Xiang, the other protagonist in this turmoil, never even considered responding. Instead, Nanli looked down on Xiang, a clown who was unaware of the joke in the academy. Although Zhuang Zhehuan despised Xiang, despite her humble family background and low status, she disliked Nanli even more for stirring up trouble for a man. How could those seeking immortality and enlightenment be held back by a man in love? However, if she could pit Xiang and Nanli, two people she disliked, against each other, she would be happy to see it happen. "If you come to me for this, I'm not against giving you a chance. Senior Sister, you misunderstood. I'm no match for Xiang. Even if I had the chance to compete with her, it would be humiliating." Although she didn't want to admit it, Nanli still had this self-awareness. "If you don't want to compete with Xiang, then why are you coming to me? I want to ask Senior Sister Zhuang to compete with Xiang and put a damper on her prestige." Nanli no longer concealed his intention. "I learned that if the difference in cultivation level is similar, even people like Senior Sister and Senior Brotherson can offer guidance during the monthly assessments at Jiuxiu Academy." "Not interested." Zhuang Zhehuan frowned slightly and walked past her, about to leave. "If I do it myself, it would seem like bullying. Junior Sister, please find someone else. This is a golden opportunity to prove that Senior Sister Zhuang is no less capable than Xiang. Do you really want to miss it? I heard that the head elder returned from outside a few days ago and summoned Xiang alone without seeing anyone else." Nanli's voice drifted faintly from behind him. "Actually, I feel really bad for Senior Sister Zhuang. It's clear that Senior Sister Zhuang is no less capable than Xiang in every aspect, yet the head elder seems to ignore her efforts and presence. Even if we ignore the elder and only look at the stellar performance Xiang made on the quizzes she took to Jiuxiu Academy, how many people in Jiuxiu Academy still remember you, Senior Sister Zhuang, the goddess of Danqi? If Senior Sister Zhuang can defeat Xiang in this competition, wouldn't that completely vindicate her? Perhaps even the head elder will recognize your excellence. Such a golden opportunity to prove yourself superior to your opponent, Senior Sister Zhuang. Are you really not going to seize it?" Chapter 364. "You're saying it so nicely. Aren't you just asking me to teach Xiang a lesson for you?" "So what?" Nanli admitted frankly, "No matter what the reason, as long as Senior Sister and I share the same goal on this matter, isn't that enough?" The strange phenomenon that befell Senior Sister at her birth shows that she was no ordinary creature. A gifted girl like you, Senior Sister Zhuang, should have been the center of attention from birth. Danshi, this is the image of the radiant sun. Are you, senior sister, willing to let a tiny firefly steal all your glory? If you miss this opportunity, even if you want to compete with Xia Ying in the future, Xia Ying might not even give you the courtesy. As the princess of Sanya Kingdom, Zhuang Xiaohuan had lived in the inner palace before entering the world of immortal cultivation, accustomed to the intrigues of the inner palace. She was not blind to Nan Li's attempts to sow discord, nor did she know that he harbored ill intentions. Yet, every word Nan Li spoke struck home with unerring precision, piercing her deepest thoughts. Zhuang Xiaohuan unconsciously clenched her fingers behind her back. Even though she knew this might be Nan Li's trap, she couldn't refuse. Because she truly needed this opportunity, a chance to prove herself the strongest among this generation's disciples. Joining the head elder's tutelage had long been an obsession she couldn't let go of. The inconsistency the head elder displayed when dealing with Xia Ying silently signaled to everyone. Zhuang Xiaohuan wasn't as good as Xia Ying. Even her master was full of praise for Xia Ying. As Nan Li had said, since Xia Ying arrived at Jiuxiu Academy, few disciples had sought her out for advice and discussion. Instead, Xia Ying was the one they talked about the most. Xia Ying was gradually stealing the glory that had once belonged to her, and this was exactly what Zhuang Xiaohuan couldn't stand. The honor that once belonged to her had now been snatched away by someone else. How could she remain indifferent? Only by defeating Xia Ying openly and honestly could she break free from the obsession she had with the head elder and Xia Ying. As you wish. Zhuang Xiaohuan made her decision. I will personally challenge Xia Ying in the sparring match the day after tomorrow. Sister, wait. What else do you want? Zhuang Xiaohuan turned impatiently and saw Nan Li pull a small porcelain bottle from his sleeve and hand it to her. This may be of some use to you, senior sister Zhuang. What is this? Just a harmless little thing. Nan Li's eyes flickered. Don't worry, senior sister Zhuang, it won't cause any harm to the cultivators. A good influence will only cause someone to uncontrollably commit shameful acts upon contact. Senior sister, if you trust me, you can apply this substance to the blade before the competition. If you let Xia Ying get even a little bit of it after defeating her, I guarantee that Xia Ying will fall from grace. From now on, no one will ever surpass senior sister's stature in the Immortal Demon Alliance, or even in the entire world of immortal cultivation. Every word Nan Li said resonated with Zhuang Xiaohuan, and she took the object from Nan Li's hand as if possessed. Time passed in a flash. The end-of-month assessment didn't take anyone long. While it was called an assessment, in reality, the instructors for each course had already graded the students based on their daily performance. The end-of-month assessment was simply a comprehensive test of their performance. The true highlight of the end-of-month assessments was the eagerly anticipated sparring competition. While Jiuxiu Academy's end-of-month competition wasn't as grand as a sect competition, it brought together the best of the best disciples in the world of immortal cultivation, making the competitions just as exciting. The rules were simple. New disciples were divided into pairs by drawing lots. Those assigned to a group would compete against each other. The 15 winners would receive a small prize prepared by the academy, but the losers would not be penalized. After all the new disciples had decided the winners, new and veteran disciples could challenge each other to a limited sparring match. Jiuxiu Academy forbade fighting among disciples, so the end-of-month sparring competition was their only opportunity to engage in open competition. The rules were simple. The first 15 characters of the 1,000-character classic were used, and 2 people who drew the same characters formed a group. Xia Ying happened to be in the first group. When Lin Yuexiang saw the exact same characters on her hand as Xia Ying's, her eyes darkened and she almost fainted. Why was she the unlucky one again? There were 29 people, so why had she been chosen to compete against Xia Ying? She wasn't having any hardship at all, it was just her fate. Xia Ying had already jumped onto the stage the moment she realized she was in the first group, and even under the elder's repeated urging, Lin Yuexiang reluctantly took the stage, ready to face her fate. Lin Yuexiang. Xia Ying raised an eyebrow. So you're my opponent? Lin Yuexiang, who had suffered countless losses at Xia Ying's hands, instinctively retreated at the mere sound of her voice. She was truly afraid of Xia Ying, and didn't want to fight her anymore. At least until she had the power to absolutely crush Xia Ying, she didn't want to clash with her again. She wasn't such a jerk. Why would she charge forward and fight when she knew she couldn't win? So, when Xia Ying pulled out an unfamiliar umbrella instead of her familiar alchemy furnace, Lin Yuexiang quickly realized that Xia Ying was looking for a new weapon to beat her. At that moment, the will to survive overwhelmed everything. The elder had barely said start when Lin Yuexiang swiftly turned and leaped off the stage. I forfeit. No, that's not right, I surrender. I won't compete with her, I'm leaving now. Lin Yuexiang leaped quickly and decisively, fearing that if she was a step too late, Xia Ying would catch her and force her into a fight. Everyone, ? Xia Ying, ? Are you seriously retreating? Am I that intimidating? Honestly, host, I never expected you could train the charming heroine to run away from you now. How can this not be considered a success? Xia Ying, I'm tired. Chapter 365. After stepping down from the stage, Lin Yuexiang returned directly to Dai Tian and Di Qingyue, only to be met with identical disapproval in their eyes. Xiang, how could you surrender so easily without even drawing your sword? What if I did? Senior brother, I'm truly no match for Xia Ying. Lin Yuexiang was furious when she heard someone goading her into taking on Xia Ying. It seemed they weren't the ones getting beaten, so they didn't care how painful it was to be sent flying by Xia Ying again and again. Not to mention that I might not even have the chance to draw my sword against Xia Ying. Even if I did, could I really withstand 3 of her attacks? 2 senior brothers, the path to immortality truly requires unwavering resolve. Courage. But I think it's equally important to recognize your own strength and learn to humble yourself appropriately. We all need to have sufficient self-awareness. There's nothing shameful about voluntarily admitting defeat when you're not as skilled as others, but it's shameful to try to act strong and then fail to do so. Lin Yuexiang spoke matter-of-factly, acting as if she weren't afraid at all. She didn't notice the complexities in Dai Tian and Di Qinyue's eyes as they looked at her. If you hadn't trembled when you said this, Xiang, maybe we would have believed you. But no one besides the 2 Yuntianzong disciples cared what Lin Yuexiang was thinking. And since she had voluntarily admitted defeat and jumped off the stage, the winner was naturally Xia Ying. Xia Ying effortlessly won the first match. The differences between the 30 new disciples were actually quite varied, so aside from a few equally skilled disciples who spent considerable time sparring with each other, the rest of the matches were over in no time. As it happened, Di Qinyue's opponent was none other than Ji Heyuan. Di Qinyue, naturally arrogant, would never concede defeat in public like Lin Yuexiang had. But he had been so highly praised within the Yutian sect that he had lost his clear understanding of himself. He had both overestimated himself and underestimated Ji Heyuan. When Ji Heyuan finally struck him down, Lin Yuexiang felt a flicker of hidden pleasure, her face a look of I knew it. This senior brother, I advised you long ago that people should know their own limitations. Di Qinyue nearly spat out blood. Xiang was mocking him. Ding dong. The system detected that the favorability of the supporting character Di Qinyue had dropped by 10 points, and his current favorability towards the charming heroine, Lin Yuexiang, was 60 points. Hey! What's going on? Are they fighting again? Host, wait a moment, I check. Enin quickly relayed what had just happened to Xia Ying with a simple gesture, then fell into a deep silence. Xia Ying looked as if she'd seen a ghost. Did Lin Yuexiang take the wrong medicine? She stopped playing the green tea and started taunting with the microphone? This is all thanks to you, host. Don't you think Lin Yuexiang is suffering from a bit of PTSD or Stockholm Syndrome? She wanted to kill you so badly before, but look at her now. Without you having to do anything, she's already ruined the supporting character's favorability. In a sense, how can this not be a form of deep love? Yes. You're right. Love is equal. Xia Ying wasn't moved by Enin's words at all. Instead, she nodded solemnly in agreement. So if Lin Yuexiang can continue to make Di Chen's favorability drop, then I can allow her to continue loving me. She didn't care what Lin Yuexiang thought of her now. As long as the final result was in her favor, it didn't matter whether Lin Yuexiang loved her or hated her. While Yitong was speaking, the competition among the new disciples had come to a complete end. Next came the free sparring between new and veteran disciples. Xia Ying was now quite famous within Jiushu Academy. After all, even before she even entered the academy, word had spread among the disciples about her sending Wei Xian flying with a single swing of her alchemy furnace. Many disciples were curious about how an alchemy furnace without offensive properties could be used as a weapon. As a result, a disciple quickly jumped onto the stage and offered Xia Ying a sparring match. Junior sister Xia, I heard you're incredibly skilled with the alchemy furnace. I wonder if I could have a chance to learn a thing or two from you today. Is this senior brother trying to learn from me in alchemy? No, I want to see how you use the furnace as a weapon in combat. Xia Ying, ? What kind of strange habit is this? Why would anyone still enjoy watching her throw her alchemy furnace at people? But with a mixture of misunderstanding and respect, Xia Ying still took out her beloved furnace as her senior brother wished. To prevent this senior brother from being hurt by the alchemy furnace, Xia Ying deliberately transformed the alchemy furnace into the size of a hammer, and lifted it up with one hand. The senior brother standing opposite was dazzled by the sight of Xie Ying's alchemy furnace changing size to his will. He immediately drew his two swords and clasped his hands in a salute. "Junior sister, please teach me." Before he finished his words, the senior brother shot out like an arrow from a bow. The twin swords danced in his hands, leaving after images, each blade simultaneously slashing at Xie Ying from different, tricky angles. But the expected sound of blades piercing flesh was not heard. Instead, the only sound on the stage was the unmistakable piercing sound of blades connecting with the alchemy furnace. This senior brother had clearly not only mastered his swordsmanship to perfection, but also possessed strength and speed that were rarely seen before in Xie Ying's life. Just because he was fast, Xie Ying's movements were faster and more powerful than his. None of the senior brother's swords actually struck Xie Ying, but Xie Ying's alchemy furnace slammed against his blades with each blow, producing a dull, humming sound. His swordsmanship was predictable, but Xie Ying's attacks were unstructured and based entirely on instinct. As Xie Ying lifted the alchemy furnace and slammed it down again, the senior brother instinctively blocked with his sword. As the alchemy furnace and the long sword clashed, a wave of numbness suddenly emanated from his palm where he gripped the blade. At this point, senior brother had a deeper understanding of Xie Ying's power and found the answer he had been seeking. Perhaps to them, the alchemy furnace could only be used to refine elixirs, but to Xie Ying, her furnace could be a furnace, but also anything else. Just as everything has many facets, they shouldn't generalize based on preconceived notions. And just as senior brother's attention was momentarily distracted, Xie Ying suddenly exerted her strength, swinging the alchemy furnace towards him with a powerful force, sending him flying off the competition stage and onto the floor. "Senior brother, thank you for your courtesy." "Thank you, junior sister." Chapter 366. Although the senior brother lost the competition, he was delighted. Having successfully gained inspiration from Xie Ying, he felt he could develop more practical uses for his dual swords. So, after losing the competition, he happily carried his dual swords and left. Xie Ying stood on the stage for a moment, then, seeing no one else approaching, stepped down, vacating the stage for a new round of competition. Soon, several unfamiliar but formidable senior brothers and sisters took the stage to challenge equally outstanding new disciples like Ji Heyuan, Helian Yao Miao, and Lu Wei. The atmosphere around the competition stage grew increasingly lively. According to the usual rules, as long as someone remained on the stage, the competition could continue until midnight, officially concluding only at the stroke of midnight. But as night fell, the crescent moon hung high in the sky. More and more disciples gathered around the competition stage. Just as Xie Ying escorted another senior sister off the stage, before she could leave, she saw an ethereal figure descend directly across from her. The person approached was aloof and proud, a hint of pride etched across her brow. Her rings and bracelets jingled as she moved. It was Zhuang Zhaohuan. She had watched every one of Xie Ying's matches today clearly from below, knowing both yourself and your opponent is key to victory. But the more she observed, the more she realized Xie Ying's excellence and formidable character. Although Xie Ying's learning was complex, she also learned it well. Even Zhuang Zhaohuan had to admit, Xie Ying was a formidable and well-rounded opponent. But no matter what, for her own sake, she had to defeat Xie Ying fairly today. The atmosphere outside the arena froze for a moment as Zhuang Zhaohuan leaped onto the stage. The disciples subconsciously glanced at each other, each seeing the worry and complexities in their eyes. But Xie Ying wasn't surprised that Zhuang Zhaohuan would take the initiative. After all, ever since experiencing Ning Xian's life firsthand in the snowy mountain dream, her sensitivity to other people's emotions had suddenly become exceptionally keen. So, the moment she laid eyes on Zhuang Zhaohuan, she sensed a hint of hostility. Not to mention the constant stream of gossip about Zhuang Zhaohuan and her since entering Jiuxiu Academy. If she could hear it, Zhuang Zhaohuan must have heard even more. It was perfectly natural for Zhuang Zhaohuan to seize this opportunity to challenge her. What surprised Xie Ying was that Zhuang Zhaohuan had waited until this moment to finally strike. "Senior sister Zhuang. No need to say more. I come to learn swordsmanship from you. Where's your sword?" As soon as she finished speaking, a long sword suddenly appeared in Zhuang Zhaohuan's hand. Her sword was named Yaoling, which, like Danshi, signifies the sun. Just hearing the name of the sword reveals the pride Zhuang Zhaohuan possesses, comparing herself to the sun. The Yaoling sword shone a streak of golden light in the dark night, radiating a fiery, blazing aura like a true sun. The moment Zhuang Zhaohuan drew her sword, Xie Ying's mind also shifted, summoning her own twin swords. Two distinct swords, one black and one white, instantly appeared in her hands. Zhuang Zhaohuan's eyes narrowed. You're actually wielding two swords. Xie Ying nodded without further ado. Senior sister, please teach me. Before she finished her words, Zhuang Zhaohuan had already unleashed her sword. The Yaoling sword, light and sharp, sliced through the air with unstoppable momentum, striking Xie Ying's vital points. Xie Ying held her sword horizontally in front of her with her right hand to resist. With a swing of her right hand, she broke through her sword energy, easily blocking the attack. With a tap of her toes, she flipped over, leaped behind her, and stabbed with her sword diagonally. The two of them exchanged blows on the stage, demonstrating the simplest and most refined swordsmanship. Neither of them used their own moves first, as if they were testing each other. But the flashes of sword light, and the elusive, unpredictable movements of their figures, as they continued to clash, dazzled the crowd. Come on, senior sister Zhuang. You're the best. You definitely defeat Xie Ying. Suddenly, a roar of encouragement erupted from the crowd, startling everyone's gaze in that direction. Meng Fuiying immediately recognized the person cheering Zhuang Zhaohuan on. It was Wei Xian, the same person whose rude remarks had caused her senior sister to swipe her alchemy furnace and send her flying outside Lantio City. How could she tolerate him constantly declaring his intention to defeat Xie Ying right in front of her, Xie Ying's little fangirl? Come on, senior sister. Come on, for senior sister. You're the best. Senior sister will win. Meng Fuiying's resounding voice drowned out Wei Xian's voice. Wei Xian looked up and saw Meng Fuiying's provocative gaze, instantly irritating him. On the stage, the two men engaged in a heated exchange, and off stage, the two men were equally engaged. Wei Xian's voice was loud, and Meng Fuiying threatened to outdo it. Neither of them was willing to back down, and the atmosphere around the competition stage was instantly ignited. Influenced by the two, the other disciples joined their ranks. There were those who supported Zhuang Zhaohuan, and there were also those who supported Xie Ying. The two sides were evenly matched, a stalemate that brought the atmosphere to a climax. The elders watching the competition from a nearby platform couldn't help but sigh, youth is still the best. Look at how energetic these disciples are. Wei Xian had originally intended to cheer for his goddess, Zhuang Zhaohuan, but unexpectedly, this only caused Zhuang Zhaohuan to lose her composure for a moment. Zhuang Zhaohuan knew that many disciples at Jiuxiu Academy admired Xie Ying, but she never imagined that in just 1 month, Xie Ying's supporters would rival her own. Despite her years at Jiuxiu Academy, it had only been a month. If Xie Ying had been given more room to grow, would she still have a place at Jiuxiu Academy in the future? At that moment, Zhuang Zhaohuan's heart raced uncontrollably. And with her flustered heart, her movements naturally became flawed. Xie Ying, focused on her attack, immediately seized this opportunity and slashed with her sword. Zhuang Zhaohuan couldn't dodge, and the blow severed half a strand of her hair. Even though she wasn't injured, Zhuang Zhaohuan couldn't accept that she nearly lost to Xie Ying in even a simple sword fight. If her swordsmanship couldn't match Xie Ying's, what about her sword spirit? How dare a mere firefly compete with the sun and the moon? Her pretty face turned cold, and she unleashed her signature move without hesitation. Sun and moon shine together. Chapter 367. She raised the Yaoling sword high above her head, countless sword energy emanating from it, transforming into countless round suns that rushed towards Xie Ying as Zhuang Zhaohuan swung the sword. Zhuang Zhaohuan's sword energy was powerful and sharp, and the round suns she shaped were like real suns. The moment the round suns appeared, everyone present was enveloped by an irresistible burning sensation, and within moments, they were sweating profusely, as if countless suns were literally covering their heads, attempting to bake them dry. The spring weather was chilly, but they felt as if they were in the scorching heat of summer. Xie Ying, standing on the competition stage, sensed this even more clearly. She had to admit that Zhuang Zhaohuan had not only cultivated her sword energy to a pinnacle of purity, but also possessed an exceptionally precise control of it. The last time Xie Ying had battled against such a formidable sword energy was during the set competition, against her senior brother Qin Lin Xiao. Putting aside other factors, and judging solely by strength, Zhuang Zhaohuan is truly a formidable opponent. Seeing Zhuang Zhaohuan's sword energy sweeping towards her, Xie Ying suddenly brought her two swords together, and the Qianquan twin swords instantly merged into a single Qianquan double-edged sword. This was the new form she had derived from the Xianming iron she had obtained from the snowy mountains, incorporating it into the Qianquan spear and reforging it. The Qianquan double-edged sword has one blade white and one black, and the different colors naturally evoke different sword intent. Using the same sword move, Xie Ying, leveraging the Qianquan double-edged sword's unique characteristics, was able to unleash two completely different sword intents. With one swing of her sword, two strands of sword intent, one black and one white, transformed into two intertwined dragons, surging forward before colliding heavily with Zhuang Zhehuan's sword intent. The spiritual energy on the stage surged, and the observing elders immediately raised their hands to cast a barrier to prevent the sword energy from accidentally harming the Foundation establishment disciples watching from below. The two figures were obscured by each other's sword energy, making it impossible to clearly see what was happening on the stage. How can senior sister Xia wield two sword energy simultaneously? What disciple who could enter Jiushu Academy lacked some extraordinary qualities? Even though Xia Ying's sword energy only flashed in a split second, some sharp-eyed disciples still saw that they were two completely different sword energy. What's so surprising about that? Hearing this, Meng Fuiying raised his chin proudly. My senior sister knows so much. Just wait and see. There's nothing you can't imagine that my senior sister can't do. With the competition stage separated by the barrier, Zhuang Xiaohuan could no longer hear the discussions from the audience. In truth, she had no time to think about anything else, as Xia Ying's displayed strength far exceeded her expectations. Two sword intents. She could actually cultivate and wield two sword intents simultaneously within her body. The rumors were true. Xia Ying had truly reached the state of unity between man and sword. Zhuang Zhehuan had practiced swordsmanship since childhood, devoting more time to the Yaoling sword than to herself. It had taken her 10 years to finally comprehend and achieve this state of unity, a feat she had always prided herself on. But now, Xia Ying's agile use of the sword intent was like a slap in the face. It had shattered all her pride. At this moment, no matter how much Zhuang Zhehuan hated it, she had to admit that Xia Ying was truly exceptional. She wasn't necessarily a match for Xia Ying. But the word surrender was completely foreign to her. She could suffer a crushing defeat, but she couldn't voluntarily admit defeat to anyone. Watching her own son being devoured by Xia Ying's two giant dragons, she also suffered considerable backlash, her face gradually turning pale and unsightly. No, I won't lose. It's not the last moment yet, and I won't lose. Zhuang Zhehuan gripped the Yaoling sword firmly and slashed it downwards. The blood in her palm was instantly absorbed by the Yaoling sword. The golden blade instantly took on a vibrant crimson hue. Zhuang Zhehuan raised her cloud sword, and the mighty sword energy, centered around the Yaoling sword, gradually formed a growing vortex, finally plunging completely into her body. In an instant, Zhuang Zhehuan's eyes were dyed golden by the sword energy. Sun and moon, soaring into the sky. Even before she finished her words, a sun and a moon suddenly rose simultaneously behind her. They merged perfectly in midair, then quickly transformed into 9 suns and moons, forming an arc and floating quietly behind her. Despite the barrier, everyone was still affected by Zhuang Zhehuan's sword intent. They could clearly feel the air becoming half hot and half cold, as if they were at the junction of a sea of fire and a snowy mountain. Half cold, half hot. Not only that, the disciples, upon seeing the 9 suns and moons, felt an uncontrollable sense of submission, as if they were frozen in place, unable to muster the slightest resistance. Xia Ying's eyes were tinged with surprise as she looked at Zhuang Zhehuan. Zhuang Zhehuan's sword intent actually had the power to shock and awe. Even she was nearly struck, frozen in place. Xia Ying knew this bout couldn't drag on any longer, and before Zhuang Zhehuan could launch her second attack, she quickly devised a strategy to break the deadlock. She gently tossed the Qingquan double-edged sword into the air, and strands of sword energy immediately flowed from its blade like moonlight flowing water. The pure white sword energy transformed into a shield, shielding her from the 9 suns and moons in midair. Another strand of sword energy fell directly into Xia Ying's hand, transforming into a longbow clad in pitch black, yet pulsing with countless points of light. Xia Ying bent her bow and aimed at the sun and moon in midair. The sword energy that emanated from her body instantly solidified into a solid arrow in her hand. Swish! The moment she released her grip, the sharp arrow pierced the sky, aiming straight at the sun and moon. The sun and moon struck by the arrow were instantly shattered and vanished without a trace. Suffering another blow, Zhuang Zhehuan struggled to suppress the fishy sweet taste in her throat and channeled another stream of blood essence into the Yaoling sword. Xia Ying could clearly feel the shackle she had loosened tightening again. She wasted no time. Swish, swish, swish. 3 arrows launched simultaneously, instantly extinguishing the 3 suns and moons behind Zhuang Zhehuan. Her archery was swift and accurate, and soon only the last blood-red sun and moon remained in the sky. But this time, Zhuang Zhehuan didn't give Xia Ying a chance to draw her bow. She maximized the power of the last sun and moon, seizing the moment Xia Ying was distracted and striking decisively. The Yaoling sword, brimming with murderous intent, bore down on Xie Ying's heart. Xie Ying, having already broken free from its grip, dodged to the side and, recalling the Qianquan double-edged sword, quickly engaged her. Zhuang Zhehuan's sword moves were fierce and varied. Although she herself had already sustained numerous wounds, her tireless efforts still managed to inflict a small cut on Xie Ying's arm. Two powerful sword energies collided simultaneously, and the clear, sharp sound of swords rang out incessantly. Zhuang Zhehuan's knuckles went numb from Xie Ying's immense force, and she involuntarily took a half-step back. But she quickly rallied and struck again. This time, however, Zhuang Zhehuan's movements were clearly disorganized. Xie Ying quickly seized upon the biggest flaw in her attack, transforming the double-edged sword into two blades. One sword pierced Zhuang Zhehuan's wrist, while the other thrust aimed directly at her forehead, stopping just 3 inches from her. The brilliance of the sun and moon is indeed dazzling and admirable, but this world is not limited to its brilliance. Many insignificant things also possess unyielding strength. Even a firefly, though tiny, can stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun and moon. Senior Sister Zhuang, you lose. Chapter 368. Zhuang Zhehuan's face was as pale as the moon, and she bit her lip tightly to prevent herself from losing her composure. The barrier around the competition stage had long since been removed, but Zhuang Zhehuan could not hear a single sound from the audience. All that rang in her ears was Xie Ying's words, "You lost?" Huh? She lost? She actually lost? How could she possibly lose? It turned out that compared to the countless beings in the world of immortal cultivation, she was actually nothing special. Vanity, jealousy, arrogance, and contempt for others. These weren't exactly good qualities, and she possessed them all without exception. Zhuang Zhehuan was deeply resentful, but she knew Xie Ying was right. She wasn't as skilled with the sword as Xie Ying. While her swordsmanship wasn't bad, her mindset wasn't as strong and focused as Xie Ying's. She cared too much about winning or losing, which made her vulnerable to defeat. Although she still disliked Xie Ying, she had to admit that Xie Ying was indeed excellent. Perhaps it was because she had spent too long in the Immortal Demon Alliance, surrounded by the admiring gazes of others, that she had lost the original intention she had when she first grasped the sword. What goddess Danji? What number one in the world of immortal cultivation? In the beginning, she simply wanted to pick up the sword and practice it well, so that she could protect herself and the people of Sanyan Nation in the future. When had she lost this original intention? She couldn't remember. But now, Zhuang Zhehuan's state of mind, which had remained unshaken for years, finally showed signs of weakening due to her realization of her own shortcomings. Perhaps, she should be grateful to Xie Ying for shattering her pride and teaching her such a lesson. Zhuang Zhehuan gave Xie Ying a deep look but said nothing. She turned and flew off the stage, quickly disappearing into the vast night. By this point, the darkness was growing darker, and midnight had arrived. As Xie Ying left the stage, the elders announced the end of the month-end competition. The disciples, having witnessed such a thrilling competition, were still overcome with emotion. But now that the elders had spoken, they naturally couldn't linger any longer, so they dispersed in groups of 2 or 3. After leaving the stage, Xie Ying walked naturally and enthusiastically to the waiting Ji Heyuan and the others, and they left together. Nanli, hidden in the crowd, watched Xie Ying's every move intently, her eyes filled with unconcealable excitement. She had just seen it. Zhuang Zhehuan's sword had sliced Xie Ying's arm. She had thought the useless Zhuang Zhehuan was going to disappoint her this time, but fortunately, she had been of some use after all. She didn't need Zhuang Zhehuan to severely injure Xie Ying. As long as her sword could inflict even a barely perceptible wound on her, her goal would be accomplished. After all, the poison Mr. Hellion had given her was specially refined. Even a single drop would be enough to send a cultivator into eternal damnation. Not to mention Zhuang Zhehuan smearing the entire bottle on her sword. Nanli followed Xie Ying and the others from a distance, waiting for the poison to take effect, so she could witness Xie Ying's agony and distress. At the thought, she couldn't help but laugh heartily. But when she looked up again, Xie Ying, who had just been walking in front of her, had suddenly vanished. Nanli suddenly became anxious. Where are they? Where did the people who were just here go? Dear junior sister Nanli, are you looking for me? Xie Ying's voice suddenly echoed behind her like a ghost. Nanli's scalp tingled, and she instinctively tried to run, but a powerful suction pulled her directly into the nearby forest. Nanli didn't even have time to scream before her mouth was covered, and she was dragged backwards at a rapid speed. She didn't know what was covering her mouth, only a rough touch and the delicate fragrance of grass and trees. Until the occasional moonlight filtered through the forest, Nanli could barely see that the thing binding her hands and feet, covering her mouth, and dragging her deeper into the woods was actually a thick green vine. It was Xiaoying. It had to be Xiaoying. She had heard Xiaoying had a bunch of man-eating vines. But why? Wasn't Xiaoying already poisoned? Why could she still control those vines? Could it be that these vines could be controlled without spiritual power? Nanli's mind was swirling with thoughts, but before she could comprehend the reason, a smiling face suddenly appeared before her, magnified. Xiaoying's sweet laughter echoed through the silent forest. Junior sister Nanli, let's go stargazing together. Nanli, shock. Go away. Who wants to go stargazing with you? Xiaoying, are you sick? Are you sick? She couldn't help but curse out loud. Scaring people can kill them. Ah? But you're not human, you're a peacock demon. Xiaoying's earnest tone left Nanli speechless, unable to find a rebuttal. She could only glare at her. Xiaoying, why did you bring me here? Are you really planning on beating me up, and then imprisoning me in the confinement cliff? Not that I can't. Xiaoying thought for a moment, and replied seriously, after all, if junior sister Nanli were here with me, my days in the confinement cliff wouldn't be too boring. Nanli nearly vomited blood in anger. But I don't want to go to the confinement cliff. You don't have to go, but you have to answer my questions truthfully. Xiaoying finally stepped back a few steps to put some distance between them. Nanli then noticed that Xiaoying was holding a small, delicate octagonal lantern. The bright lantern shone a lustrous white light in the dim forest, illuminating Xiaoying's smiling face, and adding a touch of ethereal beauty to her appearance. Seeing flowers in the mist, seeing a beauty under the lantern, it's just like that. But Nanli didn't feel like appreciating the beauty. For some reason, she felt as if things were out of her control. Especially after seeing the seemingly insignificant lantern in Xiaoying's hand, her entire mind seemed to be drawn to it, her mind blank and unable to think. Nanli's intuition told her that something was wrong, but she couldn't control her feelings. Tied like a silkworm cocoon by the phantom vines, she couldn't even prick herself with anything to regain consciousness. Nanli, what on earth do you want to do with me? To see you make a fool of yourself, and to see if I can take your life while you're still sick. Nanli, shock. How could she have spoken her true feelings so openly? It was that lantern. There was something strange about that lantern. Nanli resisted with all her might, but she couldn't break free from the phantom vines. And whether it was her imagination, she felt that the palace lantern seemed to have become even brighter in Xiaoying's hands. What is this? Xiaoying's next question came at this moment. She pulled a porcelain vase from her sleeve, gently shaking it in front of Nanli's eyes. Nanli's pupils dilated instantly. Isn't this the thing she gave Zhuang Xiaohuan? How could it be in Xiaoying's hands? Nanli, terrified, didn't want to answer the question, but she couldn't help herself. Chapter 369. It's the highly refined poison of the blood mist grass. Just one drop can permanently destroy a cultivator's spiritual body and sever their path to immortality. A flicker of disappointment flashed in Xiaoying's eyes upon hearing this. That's it? She thought it was some new and exotic poison, but it turned out to be just some leftover blood mist grass from her past? Where did you get this? Mr. Helian gave it to me. Nanli, completely betrayed by even Helian Yao, had given up the struggle and closed her eyes in resignation. Just when she thought Xiaoying would ask more questions, she suddenly heard Xiaoying speak, heading deeper into the forest on the other side. Senior sister, you can come out now. Senior sister? Which senior sister? Nanli opened her eyes in shock, and then saw a tall, slender figure emerge from the depths of the forest. Zhuang Xiaohuan. How could it be you? You actually teamed up with Xiaoying to deal with me. Eh? How can you say that? When did we deal with you? Xiaoying interrupted Nanli, looking at her with a half-smile. Aren't you trying to harm me and drag senior sister Zhuang into this? Let me guess. From the very beginning, you've been planning to have senior sister Zhuang take the blame for you, right? There are already many rumors circulating in Jiushu Academy about senior sister Zhuang and me being at odds. If I find out I was poisoned by the blood mist grass after my duel with her, and then find the Yaoling sword smeared with the poison, then senior sister Zhuang will be left with no defense. Not only did you eliminate me, but you also cleared yourself completely. But why didn't you find out more about senior sister Zhuang before you acted? Not everyone is just like you, being manipulated like a pawn and still blissfully enjoying themselves. It's not a rumor. Nanli didn't even have time to retort before Zhuang Xiaohuan blurted out this incoherent statement. Her and Xiaoying's eyes simultaneously fell on Zhuang Xiaohuan. However, Zhuang Xiaohuan simply looked at Xiaoying, her tone stiff. What's been said in the academy about you and me not getting along is not a rumor. Xiaoying, even though you beat me today, I still don't like you, and I won't like you even in the future. I know. It's perfectly normal for senior sister to dislike me. Xia Ying nodded nonchalantly. I'm not a precious spirit stone. How can I expect everyone to like me? Zhuang Zhihuan, She felt that communicating with Xia Ying was a bit difficult. Xia Ying had no idea what she cared about. So, Zhuang Zhihuan automatically ignored Xia Ying and turned to look at Nanli, who was wrapped up like a dumpling. Her eyes were now filled with undisguised disgust. Nanli, I do hate Xia Ying, and I love to see her suffer, but I'm different from you. Even if I were to defeat Xia Ying, I do it with my own skills, not some underhanded, sneaky trick. Besides, my Yaoling sword is far more important than Xia Ying. I wouldn't allow it to suffer any damage just to embarrass Xia Ying. The Yaoling sword was her closest companion. She was even willing to use her own blood and essence to nourish it. How could she possibly smear something of unknown origin on it just to plot against Xia Ying? So you've been lying to me from the beginning? Nanli's adorable innocence faded, her sweet face filled with a sinister look. You never intended to deal with Xia Ying from the beginning? I only promised you that I would challenge Xia Ying. When did I ever promise to help you plot against her? Zhuang Xiaohuan looked at her sarcastically. If you didn't want to help me plot against Xia Ying, then why did you accept the blood mist poison? Of course, it was because I wanted to catch you red-handed. Xia Ying couldn't bear it any longer. Aren't demon cultivators supposed to be very intelligent? Why did Nanli look so foolish? You've probably forgotten what senior sister Zhuang said the day we entered the academy. Xia Ying kindly reminded him, the Immortal Demon Alliance doesn't need disciples who would attack innocent fellow tribesmen. Fellow tribesmen are also companions. Senior sister Zhuang is from the Immortal Demon Alliance's law enforcement department. You're trying to do something bad right in front of them. Just be happy that senior sister didn't arrest you. Nanli. Damn it! Why didn't anyone tell her that Zhuang Xiaohuan was a disciple of the law enforcement department? Senior sister Zhuang, did you record everything Nanli said just now on the photo stone? Yes. Zhuang Xiaohuan was very aloof. I will hand the photo stone over to the elders of the Immortal Demon Alliance and ask them to decide whether Nanli should stay or go. Okay. Then, senior sister, go. You won't be taking Nanli with you? I sorted things out with her about senior sister, but I haven't even started my reckoning with her yet. Xia Ying smiled broadly. Anyone familiar with her would have known that someone else was about to get into trouble. Although Zhuang Xiaohuan didn't understand Xia Ying's style, she had a rough idea of what she was up to. She didn't want to get involved in Xia Ying's personal affairs, but for the sake of Jiuxiu Academy as a whole, she still frowned and gave a warning. Be tactful. She's a demon after all. Relations between humans and demons have finally eased somewhat in recent years. Don't let this affect the overall situation. Xia Ying patted her chest and assured him, don't worry, senior sister. I still have some sense. Zhuang Xiaohuan, She wasn't entirely reassured, but then she realized that Nanli had ill intentions in the first place, and even if the demons were involved, Xia Ying would be in the right. As long as Xia Ying didn't kill her, the problem shouldn't be serious. So, Zhuang Zhihuan worried for only a moment before reassuringly leaving Nanli in Xia Ying's care and departing. Nanli still had that same vicious expression, as if Xia Ying owed her a fortune. Xia Ying snapped her fingers, and a phantom blood vine descended from the tree, quickly weaving into a rattan chair behind her. One of its branches thoughtfully hooked around the Mingzhao glass lamp in her hand, forming a suitable stand beside it. As Xia Ying sat down on the rattan chair, the blood vines pulled Nanli, wrapped like a dumpling, in front of her. Tell me, how did I offend you to deserve such hatred? You humans are all so heartless and treacherous. We demons hate you for what we are, and what else do we need? Nanli knew that if her actions were reported to the elders of the Immortal Demon Alliance, she would no longer be allowed to stay at Jiuxiu Academy for the next 2 months, and would be sent directly back to the Peacock clan. Adding to that the strange lamp in Xia Ying's hand, she couldn't lie even if she wanted to, so she decided to throw in the towel and pour out all her resentment. If it weren't for you, how could the young sect master be so heartless towards me and the demon race? The young sect master was once so unattainable, yet now he's willing to follow you around as a lackey. For you, he's even forsaken his noble status and the entire demon race. Only by eliminating you can the young sect master return to our demon race. Chapter 370. Helianao told you all this, didn't he? What do you care who told me that? Slap. A crisp slap echoed, and a vine-like mark instantly appeared on Nanli's face. Junior sister Nanli, I advise you to understand the current situation and answer my questions properly. Xia Ying lazily played with her hair. For the sake of the relationship between humans and demons, I certainly can't kill you, but I have plenty of ways to make your life worse than death. Xia Ying was bright and pretty, and even when she was speaking harshly, she wore a bright smile. But Nanli detected a chilling undertone in that smile. She hated Xiaoying, but she didn't understand her. All her impressions of her came from what others had said. But now, she clearly realized that the Xiaoying she had met was different from the one others had described. Nanli, enraged, decisively compromised. Mr. Hellion told me. But I don't think Mr. Hellion is wrong in any way. None of us are wrong. Alright, if you're right, then so be it. Xie Ying's expression, ah yes, yes, you're absolutely right, suddenly silenced Nan Li's lofty ambitions. How about I ask you something else? Why do you respect Hellion Yao so much? Of course, it's because Mr. Hellion is not only incredibly powerful, but also a man of noble character. The demon sect was annihilated by an unknown force, but Mr. Hellion, having finally escaped, has never given up on searching for the sect's nemesis. He hasn't given up on searching for the missing young sect master, and he's dedicated himself to reviving the demon sect. Shouldn't we admire such a loyal and righteous person? TSK. Xiaoying couldn't help but laugh. This Hellion Yao not only knows how to manipulate people, but he's also created a good persona for himself. Look at how he's been fooled by this silly peacock, stunned like he's been brainwashed. What are you laughing at? Of course I'm laughing at you. You keep saying how much you admire your young sect master, and now I see you admire Hellion Yao too. What's the big deal? Who says you can only love one person in your lifetime? We demons have always been very broad-minded. Nanli shrugged. Besides, the two aren't contradictory at all. I admire the young sect master, and I respect Mr. Hellion. If I didn't truly adore the young sect master, why would I go to such lengths for him, just to help him regain his noble status? No one in this world loves the young sect master more than I do. If this is what you call love, then the person you fall in love with is truly unlucky. Xiaoying scoffed, interrupting Nanli's self-indulgent fantasies. Love like this is suffocating. Nanli, you have a strong foundation. If you cultivate diligently, your future will surely be good. But instead of focusing on proper cultivation, you spend all day obsessing over so-called love. A few words from others stir up jealousy and resentment, and you willingly become a pawn in someone else's hands, even gloating over it. Nanli, you are truly the most foolish person I have ever met. Xiaoying suddenly straightened up and pinched Nanli's chin. Her tone was sympathetic, but her eyes were cold and indifferent. Since you yearn for the joy of love so much, why don't I help you? It saved you from losing the big picture while throwing sesame seeds away. Nanli felt a foreboding feeling. Xiaoying, what are you going to do? I heard that if a cultivator poisoned by the blood mist grass doesn't receive prompt treatment, their spiritual energy will transform into waves of beautiful, dreamy mist, blooming into blood-colored mist flowers in the air. That scene must be truly beautiful. Xiaoying flipped her wrist, and the porcelain bottle containing the blood mist grass poison reappeared in her palm. Since it's the refined blood mist poison, I think it's better not to waste it. Why not use it on you, and let me admire the beauty of this blood mist flower? You dare. If you dare touch a hair on my head, the peacock clan will never. Nanli was truly terrified. No one knew the power of this small bottle of poison better than she did. She didn't want to become a useless person, unable to cultivate, but before she could even finish her words, Xiaoying grabbed her chin and forced half a bottle of blood mist poison down her throat. The icy liquid slid directly down her throat, instantly seeping into her flesh. Nanli tried to spit out the poison, but the phantom blood vine covered her mouth again. The blood mist poison was extremely potent. If it had simply come into contact with a wound, it wouldn't have taken effect quickly. But Nanli drank it directly, and soon she felt the changes in her body. After being specially refined by Hellion Yao, the blood mist poison didn't actually cause any significant pain to the cultivator, but it did allow them to easily sense the loss of spiritual energy. At this moment, Nanli felt the loss of spiritual energy in a state of panic, but he had no way to recover. As Xiaoying had predicted, the air slowly became covered with a faint red mist. Immediately, the mist surrounding Nanli began to bloom into blood-red blossoms. This isn't that pretty. Nanli, who had already lost most of her cultivation, rolled her eyes upon hearing this and nearly fainted from anger. At this point, was Xiaoying's only concern whether this blood mist looked good? What did Xiaoying think of herself? A toy for her to admire and enjoy. Nanli's anger accelerated the corrosion and collapse of her spiritual abode. Soon, she could no longer maintain her human form, and feathers in shades of dark green, gray, and blue began to sprout all over her body. She was about to transform into her true form. Just at this moment, Xiaoying ordered the phantom blood vine to release her and quickly stuffed a pill into her mouth. Nanli's cultivation and spiritual power continued to rapidly drain, but her body stopped changing, and no new feathers grew. But now, she had the general appearance of a human, but also the characteristics of a blue peacock, looking incredibly ridiculous. It's just a pill to temporarily prevent you from transforming back to your original form. No need to thank me. The elders will definitely question you later, after all. I don't know if they can even hear the peacock's call, and it would be bad to waste the elders' time. Nanli had lost all her strength and resources. Now she didn't even want to argue. Because Xiaoying was a devil, the more she fought, the greater the retribution she would receive. Suddenly, a beam of white light pierced through the forest and landed in Xiaoying's hand, transforming into a paper crane carrying a message. You're really lucky. Xiaoying immediately controlled the phantom blood vines to bind Nanli again and drag her outside. Come on, I take you to see the elders. Chapter 371. Over a month later, Xiaoying returned to the meeting hall where she had met with the Grand Elder and his companions. Although it was already midnight, the 9 elders of the Immortal Demon Alliance had gathered in the hall. Young disciples like Sun Yu, Wu Huan, and Zhuang Zhaohuan, who could stand on their own in the Immortal Demon Alliance, also stood quietly below. On entering the hall, Xiaoying discovered that Helian Yao, dressed in white, had been brought there long before. As she entered, everyone's eyes instinctively turned to her, and when they saw Nanli, who had a half-human, half-peacock face behind her, they were all startled. Zhuang Zhaohuan's brows furrowed so sharply they could practically pinch a fly to death. Wasn't she told to be tactful? How could she have turned him into this half-human, half-demon thing? Sure enough. She shouldn't have expected Xiaoying to be so tactful. Xiaoying, what's going on? Under the silent urging of the elders, the head elder finally coughed and spoke. But the head elder knew Xiaoying somewhat well, and since Zhuang Zhaohuan had just explained the details, he could probably guess what had happened. Xiaoying was simply furious at Nanli for harming her, so she retaliated. After all, even with Fairy Linging's support, Xiaoying hadn't given Muchen the slightest bit of face. Now, seeing that Nanli had managed to survive Xiaoying's actions, the head elder was truly surprised. And Xiaoying's subsequent explanation was exactly what the head elder had expected. To answer the elder's question, Nanli attempted to instigate and use senior sister Zhuang to poison me with blood mist, thereby destroying my cultivation and my path to immortality. I am simply giving him a taste of his own medicine. So? I injected her with blood mist poison, but considering the elders might need it as evidence, I left half a bottle. The elders. So should we thank you for your thoughtfulness? Yeah, junior sister. Even if junior sister Nan made a mistake out of sheer confusion, the elders will handle it. How could you resort to lynching and torturing her into this state? I'm happy to do it. What's your business? Xiang rolled her eyes at him, not even bothering to pretend. The elders haven't said anything yet, so why are you here defending Nanli? Flat? Having been humiliated, Helian Yao suppressed the murderous intent in his eyes. I just didn't expect junior sister Xia to be so cruel and ruthless. Nanli, did you hear that? Mr. Helian, whom you admire, said you were cruel and ruthless. Xiaoying smiled and kicked Nanli, who lay half dead on the ground. After all, I'm just returning the favor for what you didn't get to do to me. So, when it comes to cruelty and ruthlessness, let's not criticize each other. Nanli didn't want to pay any attention to Xiaoying. She had already realized that no matter what she said or did, it would have no effect on her. Xiaoying seemed to always smile, but unless she truly cared about someone or something, it wouldn't leave a ripple in her heart. And, while being dragged here by Xiaoying, Nanli had carefully considered Xiaoying's words. No matter how much she admired Helian Yao, it would be a lie to say she didn't harbor any resentment towards him now that she had fallen into this situation. If Helian Yao had not told her that Ji Heyuan might be the young master of the demon sect, if Helian Yao had not said those words to her, she would not have been so reckless in targeting Xiaoying in a fit of rage. If she hadn't targeted Xiaoying, perhaps she wouldn't have ended up like this. Xiaoying. 7th Elder Zhu spoke coldly. Nanli is from the demon clan. If she made a mistake, we would naturally transfer her back to the Peacock clan. Now you're abusing her power and torturing her like this. Don't you really feel any pity? Pity? Of course not. Xiaoying chuckled softly. I'm not a Buddhist. How can I be compassionate? I only know that whoever offends me will be killed. What a boast. Elder Zhu slammed the table and stood up. Before she could say anything else, the 3rd elder spoke first. 7th elder, we're discussing Nanli's attempt to harm his fellow disciples during the month-end assessment. If you have any complaints about one of your disciples, feel free to discipline him privately. The 5th elder and I are investigating the evil cultivators in Lantiu City, so we don't have time to listen to you lecture our disciples here. The third elder was clearly trying to defend Xiaoying, who naturally wouldn't be ungrateful, so she looked up and offered her a friendly smile. The presiding elder also spoke at this moment. Zhao Huan, when you reported this matter earlier, you said you wouldn't produce evidence until Xiaoying, Nanli, and Helian Yao arrived. Now that everyone's here, where's your evidence? Here it is, elders, please take a look. Zhuang Zhaohuan quickly stepped forward, pulled out a small image stone, threw it into the air, and then released a stream of spiritual energy. The scene of Xiaoying interrogating Nanli in the forest replayed before everyone's eyes. The first elder, the third elder, and the fifth elder fell silent as they watched this familiar scene. How similar was this scene to when Xiaoying came to the Immortal Demon Alliance to tell them that there were evil cultivators hiding in Lantia City. But Zhao Huan was the most serious disciple in their Immortal Demon Alliance. How had she learned Xiaoying's opportunistic tactics? Zhao Huan also had a bunch of copied photo stones in her hands. Didn't she? The Great Elder and the others hadn't seen evidence recreated using photo stones before, but the remaining elders, who were seeing this operation for the first time, were stunned for a second. However, compared to the images recorded in the photo stones, the sixth elder, who always enjoyed studying rare treasures, was more interested in the lamp in Xiaoying's hand. Xiaoying, is that the immortal treasure? The Mingxiao glazed lamp? Indeed. Xiaoying was a little surprised. Could someone in the Immortal Demon Alliance know about something she had taken out of the system space? But it was clear that only the sixth elder knew the details of the Mingxiao glazed lamp. Sixth elder, what is the Mingxiao glazed lamp? How had they never heard of such an immortal treasure in the world of immortal cultivation? The Mingxiao glazed lamp was crafted by a powerful independent cultivator thousands of years ago. The holder of the lamp will never get lost, and even if trapped in an illusion, their mind remains clear and undeceived. Furthermore, the lamp can gather and condense a cultivator's scattered souls, aiding their reincarnation as a human. Once the sixth elder touched upon something that interested him, he opened up completely, gushing forth his knowledge of the Mingxiao glazed lamp. In short, the Mingxiao glazed lamp is truly a rare treasure, and ancient texts don't fully describe it. However, one thing is clear from the ancient texts. The Mingxiao glazed lamp can illuminate the darkness in a person's heart, exposing it to the light. No one can lie before it. Therefore, Nanli's confession is absolutely true. Chapter 372. Xiaoying hadn't expected the sixth elder to be so easily persuaded by Nanli's claim simply because of the Mingxiao glazed lamp. But this saved her the trouble of explaining herself. After all, words from the sixth elder were always much more convincing than her own explanations. When Helian Yao was summoned here, he guessed that Nanli's secrets had been exposed, but he wasn't worried. He believed Nanli wouldn't betray him, and even if she did, he'd have a way to clear himself. But what the hell was this Mingxiao glazed lamp? A lie-detecting device that had appeared out of nowhere? Was his entire life's reputation going to be ruined by a lamp? How could this be plausible? Even Elder Zhu Yu, born into the demon clan and naturally close to them, remained silent. Only the sixth elder, lost in his own world, was oblivious and offered a sincere compliment. I thought the Mingxiao glazed lamp had long since disappeared from the world of immortal cultivation. I never imagined I'd see it with my own eyes today. The Xie family truly possesses a profound legacy. Everyone, is this the time to discuss this? Ahem. The chief elder coughed softly, stopping the sixth elder's unspoken sigh. Now that the matter is clear, let's discuss the disposition of Nanli and the others. As he spoke, the chief elder's gaze fell on Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu, Nanli is from the demon clan. What are your thoughts on her treatment? She has committed a crime and deserves punishment. Chief elder, follow the rules of the Immortal Demon Alliance. I have no objections. Then leave it to the Law Enforcement Department, Zhao Huan. As the chief elder finished speaking, Zhuang Zhaohuan stepped out. A flash of white light appeared, and a black booklet appeared in her hand. According to the rules set by the Immortal Demon Alliance's Law Enforcement Department, anyone who maliciously harms a fellow disciple through underhanded means will have all skills learned within the Immortal Demon Alliance revoked and be expelled from the alliance, never to be employed again. Follow the rules. Send the individual directly back to the Peacock tribe. The chief elder gave the order without any expression. There was no need to elaborate further on the matter of catching the perpetrator red-handed. Zhuang Zhaohuan didn't ask further questions, but instead arranged the follow-up matters in a very orderly manner. Yes, this disciple will personally return Nanli to the Peacock tribe, along with any evidence of her plotting to harm Xiaoying. No evidence will be left behind. I have always trusted your work. Seeing Zhuang Zhaohuan's increasingly measured and steady approach, The chief elder generously praised her. Zhuang Zhehuan had always strived for a word of praise, or even a special look from the head elder, but now that she had finally received it, she found herself far less delighted than she had imagined. So, she simply bowed silently and quietly returned to stand beside Sun Yu and Mu Huan. As Zhuang Zhehuan's master, the fifth elder naturally noticed the change in his beloved disciple immediately, but in the current situation, he couldn't ask in detail, so he discussed the punishment for Helian Yao. Head elder, how should Helian Yao be punished? They all saw that Helian Yao had undoubtedly instigated Nan Li's actions against Xiaoying. But ultimately, Helian Yao had only spoken to Nan Li and provided her with the poison. He had no hand in the harm. The Immortal Demon Alliance exists to maintain stability in the world of immortal cultivation and maintain a balance among the various factions. A scheming and troublemaker like Helian Yao would undoubtedly be rejected, but Helian Yao is no match for the rootless Nan Li. If Helian Yao were dealt with the same way as Nan Li, it would inevitably cause dissatisfaction among the demon clan. Just as the head elder was pondering how to resolve this matter, Helian Yao took the initiative to admit his fault. Elders, although it was not my intention for junior sister Nan Li to commit such a serious offense, the blood mist poison was indeed my own, and it was my words that led junior sister Nan Li to misunderstand junior sister Xie. I bear unshirkable responsibility for the situation that has escalated to this point. I beg the elders to punish me. What a tactic of retreating to advance. The head elder admired Helian Yao's resilience, but his resolve to not accept him into the Immortal Demon Alliance was also strengthened. Since that's the case, I will punish you with 1 month of confinement to reflect on your mistakes. Yes, disciple, I accept the punishment. Head elder, Xiaoying used private punishment against Nan Li in Jiushu Academy. According to the rules, she should be punished. Zhu Yu suddenly interjected, clearly unwilling to let Xiaoying's attack on Nan Li pass unnoticed. Zhuang Zhehuan, who was in charge of the law enforcement department, naturally spoke up again at this point. Elder, according to the rules of the Immortal Demon Alliance and Jiushu Academy, the feud between Xiaoying and Nan Li is considered a private fight. Xiaoying's spiritual power should be sealed and confined to the confinement cliff for 3 days. Just 3 days in the confinement cliff is a bit too light. Ahem, Zhu Yu, although Xiaoying violated the rules, don't forget that she was the victim in this incident. I think you've done enough. 8th Elder Ning Yuan, who coughed constantly while speaking, spoke calmly, shutting Zhu Yu up with a single sentence. But then he changed the subject and offered a suggestion. But I think Xiaoying's temper is indeed a bit impetuous. She needs to be tempered. My herb garden is in need of a few apprentices to assist her. When she comes out of the confinement cliff, why not let her stay with me and learn how to cultivate and care for spiritual herbs? That helped to calm her impetuousness. The head elder didn't respond immediately, but instead looked at Xiaoying. What do you think? Punishment for mistakes is only natural. I have no objection to Elder Ning Yuan's arrangement. Alright then, each of you accept your punishment. The head elder waved his hand, signaling the others to leave. Xiaoying turned and left the hall first. But soon, she heard hurried footsteps behind her. Turning back, she saw Sun Yu and Mu Huan. Junior sister Xia, we know you're not to blame for what happened today, so we specifically asked the elders to personally escort you to the confinement cliff. Thank you very much, senior brother and sister. Xiaoying smiled and nodded, seemingly unperturbed by the punishment. And Elder Zhu Yu, she's always been so harsh on human disciples, and she's not targeting you alone, so don't take it to heart. Brother Sun, don't worry. I'm not that petty. Xiaoying shrugged nonchalantly. I really don't care whether Elder Zhu Yu likes me or not. Besides, when I attacked Nan Li, I was already prepared to spend 3 days at the confinement cliff, so there's no need to worry. Looking at Xiaoying's eager expression, Sun Yu finally realized his worries were unnecessary, as Xiaoying seemed to be looking forward to being confined to the cliff. As the three of them were talking, Helian Yao, who had been a few steps behind them, came out. As he passed by Xiaoying, he gave her a deep look but said nothing, turning and walking away. But no one could have anticipated the sudden change at this moment. Xiaoying suddenly hurled a vine at Helian Yao. Helian Yao, ever on guard, quickly raised his fan to block the attack, but another phantom blood vine entangled his ankle, tripping him violently. He then lost his balance and tumbled down the stairs. Chapter 373. But Helian Yao was still rolling on the steps when Xiaoying pulled out her 9-toothed rake and chased after him. Xiaoying was determined to use the rake to ravage Helian Yao. Her movements were so fast and fierce that Helian Yao struggled to even stand, and could only try to roll faster. Seeing Xiaoying's true murderous intent, Helian Yao, without further ado, was finally forced into action. A flash of red light flashed, and the folding fan in his hand instantly transformed into a long sword, piercing Xie Ying's heart. Sun Yu and Wu Huan, standing on the high steps, watched with their eyebrows trembling. No way. Weren't they just talking? How could they have started fighting with Helian Yao out of the blue? Wu Huan and Sun Yu exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of confusion in the other's eyes. At this point, Xie Ying and Helian Yao had already exchanged several rounds of blows. Oddly enough, before Helian Yao attacked, Xie Ying looked as if she couldn't wait to kill him. But now, as Helian Yao attacked, Xie Ying actually held back, each move becoming extremely measured. Helian Yao was deeply puzzled. He couldn't understand Xie Ying's motive for this act. Could she simply want to beat him up? He didn't want to continue tangling with Xie Ying, and was about to sheath her sword and leave. But Xie Ying withdrew her hand first and excitedly ran over to Sun Yu and Wu Huan. Brother Sun, Sister Wu Huan, you all saw this, didn't you? Please inform the elders immediately that Helian Yao and I have violated the Academy's rules by fighting privately. We must both be imprisoned on the cliff for 3 days. Helian Yao will be in solitary confinement for a month anyway, so it doesn't matter where he's imprisoned. Helian Yao? ? What a prison! Being locked up in his own courtyard and having his spiritual power sealed off and imprisoned on the confinement cliff are two completely different things. Sun Yu and Wu Huan. So you suddenly forced him to take action just to get him imprisoned on the confinement cliff. Finally understanding Xie Ying's true intentions, Sun Yu didn't ask any further questions. He turned and returned to the main hall, then quickly emerged again, meeting Xie Ying's expectant gaze, and delivering the answer she desired. Junior brothers and sisters, come with us to the confinement cliff. Helian Yao, inexplicably imprisoned on the confinement cliff, was so furious he wished he could pry Xie Ying's brain open to see what was inside. Is she crazy? Is Xie Ying crazy? She was being targeted by Elder Zhu Yu, and had to drag someone along to the confinement cliff, right? Helian Yao had never been so speechless. He simply couldn't use normal thinking to understand Xie Ying's thoughts. Because Xie Ying was a lunatic, acting without logic, driven solely by her own preferences, and who could have guessed whether a lunatic would be happy or angry the next moment? Despite his reluctance, Helian Yao had no choice but to follow the 3 men to the confinement cliff. Of the 4, Helian Yao, forced into the confinement cliff, felt as if he had lost his parents. Wu Huan and Sun Yu, with complicated expressions, silently led the way. And Xie Ying, who had tricked Helian Yao, hummed a little tune as she followed the two, looking so happy that it didn't seem like she was being imprisoned, but rather on an outing. The confinement cliff was perched on a steep peak behind the meeting hall. This was the peak that had been cut open with a single sword by the Immortal Demon Alliance's first elder, the Alliance leader. The formation buried beneath the peak, which sealed the spiritual power of disciples, and reduced them to mortal form, was also personally set by the first Alliance leader. For years, a formation had been operating beneath the mountain's surface. Anyone who entered the confines of the confinement cliff would be transformed into a mortal being unable to use spiritual power. However, since the Immortal Demon Alliance's founding, most disciples who joined have been well-behaved, never stepping outside the boundaries. Although the confinement cliff was a place to punish erring disciples, it was more of a decoration. No disciple would knowingly commit a crime. And today, Xie Ying was not only punished by being confined to the confinement cliff herself, but before leaving, she also dragged someone else down with her, a practice unprecedented in the Immortal Demon Alliance. Sun Yu felt that if Xie Ying could successfully remain in the Immortal Demon Alliance in 2 months, her unusual style would surely leave a lasting mark in its history. Junior sister Xie, junior brother Helian. Sun Yu stopped a mile from the confinement cliff and stopped moving forward. The peak ahead is confinement cliff. You reach the top by following the path all the way up. Beneath confinement cliff lies a formation set up by the first Alliance leader. As you ascend, your spiritual power and cultivation will be sealed more and more tightly. The moment you reach the summit, you be fully transformed into mortals. So take out your fasting pills and other necessary items, and keep them with you. Alright, Sun Yu. Wu Huan interrupted Sun Yu's mumbling. Junior sister Xie and the others are here at confinement cliff to be punished. If you explain everything clearly and spread the word, I'm afraid my master won't be pleased. Without waiting for Sun Yu to speak again, Wu Huan turned to Xie Ying. Junior sister Xie, once a disciple enters confinement cliff, the barrier will automatically activate for 3 days. Do not attempt to leave the confinement cliff for the next 3 days, or you will be wiped out by the formation below. After your 3-day penalty period is over, you can leave naturally. We be waiting for you there. Thank you, brothers and sisters, for reminding me. I understand. The dew is getting heavier, brothers and sisters, please return quickly. I go collect my punishment now." With that, Xia Ying turned and walked away, plunging into the inky night without a backward glance. Helian Yao was extremely reluctant, but he followed anyway. As Sun Yu had said, the moment they set foot on the mountain path, they felt a distinct sense of oppression emanating from the depths of their souls. Their once light steps slowly became as if weighed 1,000 pounds. An invisible strong wind surrounded them, its power growing stronger as they climbed higher. Slowly, the strong wind ripped through the robes of the two men, destroying their original protective function. No matter how powerful Helian Yao was in normal times, once he lost his spiritual power, he was nothing more than an ordinary person with some ability to fight. Soon, the strong wind slashed his body with tiny wounds one after another. The wounds caused by the strong wind could not heal on their own, but this. Minor injuries and pain were naturally within Helian Yao's tolerance, though he inevitably looked a bit disheveled. In contrast, Xia Ying, who had consistently combined physical training with mortal martial arts from the very beginning of her cultivation, fared much better than Helian Yao. Even after losing her spiritual power and becoming a mortal, her Tao body was far stronger than that of an average cultivator. Although she sensed the might of the powerful gale, it hadn't yet caused her any harm. The two walked quietly along the mountain path, one in front and the other behind. The cold moonlight cast down their shadows, elongating them like ghosts and eerie figures. Helian Yao looked up at Xia Ying, who strolled leisurely ahead, seemingly unaffected. The rage he had finally suppressed surged again. Chapter 374. Host, Helian Yao is glaring at you from behind, Yining, who was always looking for trouble, complained confidently, and Xia Ying raised her eyelids. She said nothing more, but suddenly quickened her pace, quickly disappearing around the next bend in the mountain. Helian Yao hadn't expected that after just a moment of looking down, Xia Ying would disappear from his sight. Startled, he hurried forward, but as he turned the corner, he saw a dark figure suddenly sprint out from the side and pounce on him. Frightened by this sudden change, Helian Yao instinctively stepped back, nearly tripping and falling off the cliff. After regaining his composure, and using the moonlight, he realized that the shadow wasn't a monster at all. It was Xia Ying. Even at that moment, Xia Ying had a playful smile on her face. It was clearly intentional. "Oh, I was just joking. You won't be angry, will you? The mountain roads are tough at night. Senior brother Helian, don't fall." Helian Yao took deep breaths, trying hard to suppress the urge to curse. "Junior sister Xia, I don't think I ever offended you since I entered Jiushu Academy. Why do you keep picking on me?" "Of course, it's because I don't like you." Xia Ying smiled, her eyes curved into crescents. To the uninitiated, you think she loved Helian Yao. Actually, I originally wanted to invite Nanli to come watch the stars at Confinement Cliff, but Nanli's being sent back to the Peacock clan. This Confinement Cliff is lonely and cold. I can't stay there alone, so I have to ask senior brother to stay with me for 3 days. She was about to be imprisoned at the Confinement Cliff. Could Helian Yao still be allowed to continue causing trouble outside? He was dreaming. Helian Yao, you call the Confinement Cliff watching the stars? Are the two even remotely related? But before he could say anything else, Xia Ying had already turned and continued walking forward, her voice carried to Helian Yao's ears by the night wind. "Brother, don't worry. The 3 days will pass quickly, and I will definitely give you some peace and quiet then. But during these 3 days, you have to bear with me." Helian Yao looked at the figure before him, a fierce glint in his eyes, and he once again suppressed the urge to push Xia Ying off the cliff. No rush, no rush. At this point, he and Xia Ying hadn't completely lost their spiritual power, so it was hard to say who would win in a fight. But once they reached the top of the cliff, when Xia Ying had completely transformed into an ordinary person, he didn't believe such a weak woman could stand up to him. What Helian Yao didn't know was that Xia Ying had the same idea. Yining also didn't forget to whisper to Helian Yao in Xia Ying's ear, "Host, Helian Yao is still glaring at you. He doesn't look convinced at all, and who knows what he's up to. Don't worry, I teach him a lesson once we get to the top of the mountain." "But host, haven't you been too high profile lately? Didn't the black market lord warn you not to show off?" "I don't want to be so high profile, but my strength doesn't allow it." "Yining, The host is still as demanding as ever, but unfortunately, she can't beat the current host. Besides, there are so many people in the world of immortal cultivation who want me dead. If Senior Xia had warned me to be more reserved when I first left Xiaoyao sect, perhaps it wouldn't have been too late. During the sect competition, I completely exposed myself, both deserved and undeservedly. Now, I'm talking about concealing my presence. Do you think the Yutian sect will let me go? Or Fairy Linging?" Although Xia Ying usually appears nonchalant and unconcerned, she actually seriously considered Xia Zhan's warnings. And her decision not to follow Xie Zhan's advice was also the result of careful consideration. Human nature is complex. No matter how high a position one reaches, they can never change their inherent tendency to flatter the powerful and bully the weak, to bully the strong and fear the strong. If you simply give in when bullied, you only receive endless, ever-increasing bullying. Only resistance offers a chance of survival. Resistance may not always succeed, but taking the step of resistance is already a success. Because you left behind the weak, retreating self of the past. I mean, the more formidable I appear, the more those who want my life, whether openly or covertly, will hesitate. Because before they strike, they have to consider whether they have the strength to withstand my counterattack. If they're ruthless to me, I be even more ruthless. If they can't kill me in one blow, I chase them to the ends of the earth and kill them myself. Hearing Xie Ying's nonchalant words, even Yin shuddered. Host, you're not a ruthless person, you're simply a wolf slayer. You're much more ruthless than that. Well, thank you for the compliment. As they spoke, they finally reached the summit of the confinement cliff. The cliff top was bare, with only a single, massive rock perched at the edge. But the moment they reached the summit, both men could sense a distinct change within their bodies. They had become mortals. There was no distinction between day and night atop confinement cliff. The crescent moon still hung in the sky, but both men could sense a distinct difference. There were no strong winds or other dangers atop confinement cliff, only solitude. The original purpose of the first leader in establishing confinement cliff was to allow disciples, who had erred to find peace and quiet in this solitude, to reflect on their mistakes, understand their own shortcomings, and thus transcend themselves and reach a new level. But it was clear that both Xie Ying and Helian Yao were destined to disappoint the first leader's efforts, because they simply didn't believe they were at fault. If they weren't at fault, why would they reflect? Thank you, junior sister. Helian Yao suddenly spoke, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. The moment Xie Ying turned around, he raised his fist and struck her. But the next moment, his smile froze. The imagined scenario of Xie Ying being sent flying by his punch didn't occur. Instead, Xie Ying effortlessly caught his fist. Xie Ying's hand couldn't completely encompass his fist, but Helian Yao could clearly sense that he couldn't advance even a single step. A storm of fear surged within him. What was going on? Hadn't Xie Ying returned to being a normal person like him? Then how could she still possess such immense strength? Senior brother Helian, are you so impatient? What a shame. I didn't want to act so quickly. Xie Ying sighed softly. But since you're so kind, I can't disappoint you. I just didn't realize how resistant you are. Xie Ying, what are you talking about? Bang! Xie Ying, expressionless, punched him in the nose, drawing 2 silent streams of blood. Chapter 375. What are you barking about? Huh? Sneak attack? Xie Ying grabbed Helian Yao by the collar and lifted him up with one hand, the man a head taller than her. Then she punched him in the face. Crack. Helian Yao heard the sound of his nose cracking from the punch. The satisfying scene he imagined of pinning Xie Ying down and beating her up didn't happen. Instead, he was completely suppressed by Xie Ying, unable to resist. Xie Ying looked petite and delicate, but her punches were incredibly ruthless, wrapped in wind as they landed on Helian Yao again and again. You? What kind of monster are you? How could you have such immense strength? Monster? What are you talking about, senior brother Helian? I'm just an ordinary Jinan cultivator. Oh yes, besides that, I'm also a physical cultivator. I not only practice physical training every day, but I also learn some mortal martial arts techniques. But a cultivator like senior brother Helian, who has never paid attention to how mortals live, probably never knew. Even mortals as tiny as grains of sand have their own unique cultivation methods. Otherwise, senior brother wouldn't be so self-righteous as to think that just because you become a mortal, you can do whatever you want to me. Xie Ying tilted her head and smiled softly. It was a perfectly innocent smile, but in Helian Yao's eyes, it cast a chilling chill. I forgot to tell you, senior brother, the last person I pinned to the ground like you had their foundation shattered. But senior brother is luckier than him. I lack spiritual power now, so I can't severely damage your foundation with just a few punches. But breaking a few ribs is no problem. Before he could finish his words, Xie Ying's fist landed on Helian Yao again. A physical cultivator's body is as strong as iron, and Xie Ying's fist is even harder than steel. A dull pain rippled through his chest. Helian Yao felt as if his internal organs had been displaced by Xie Ying's hammer. In the end, he couldn't even utter a word, and could only lie on the ground, rolling his eyes, and spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Host, that's enough, that's enough. Just give him a good lesson. If you keep hitting him, he'd be beaten to death. Helian Yao has deep ties to various forces within the demon clan. If he dies at your hands, his death will become a pretext for the demon clan's mainstays to wage war against the human race. But the current world of immortal cultivation can no longer afford another war between the human and demon races. The delicate peace between the two races that has endured for so many years cannot be destroyed by your hands, host. Don't worry, Helian Yao is a six-tailed fox. How could he be killed by just a few of my punches? He's taking it. You mean, But is it possible that your fists, host, aren't just ordinary fists? They're iron fists. No one, no matter who it is, could withstand such a reckless blow from her host. Helian Yao was now completely unable to do anything but vomit blood. Before he completely lost consciousness and passed out, he had only one thought. This is a mistake. I should have killed Xia Ying, that troublemaker, halfway through. Seeing Helian Yao pass out, Xia Ying reluctantly lowered her fist. Inin was right. Helian Yao represented the majority of the demon race. He couldn't die at her hands, thus shattering the long-held peace. It would be a waste of such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She wiped the blood off her hands, with the hem of Helian Yao's shirt, her tone regretful. Ah, fainting so soon, how useless. You should eat more, so you can stay strong. But soon, Xia Ying, unsure of what she was thinking, burst into a chuckle. Her laughter slowly echoed in the endless night, and even Inin felt a chill in her spine. Host, what are you laughing about? The thought of being alone with Helian Yao for 3 days, like this makes me want to laugh, Inin, You're happy, but I don't think Helian Yao wants to stay with you any longer. Putting herself in Helian Yao's shoes, Inin felt pain, truly pained. Host, have I ever told you before that you really have the potential to be a villain? You said it now? Xia Ying didn't care. Good guy or bad guy, she was always herself. Then, her eyes quickly fell on the several storage bags at Helian Yao's waist. The palace master of Lian Palace, the former guardian of the demon sect, must have a lot of valuables on him, right? While she might not be able to erase the marks and restrictions on Helian Yao's storage bags, her master and the sect master could certainly do it. If something comes to you, it's a waste not to take it. Host, isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to take something while you're eating it? What are you talking about? Am I such a shameless person? I'm clearly taking my share. I beat him for so long to loosen his muscles, and you're asking me to work for nothing? There's no such thing as such a good deal. Before she finished speaking, Xia Ying had already plucked several storage bags from Helian Yao's body. Shocked by her host's impressive maneuvering, Yin was once again speechless. Host, as long as you're happy, what Helian Yao thinks is truly unimportant. 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, Xia Ying and Helian Yao engaged in a very friendly exchange of ideas on boxing and palm techniques. However, when the 3-day penalty was over, Xin Yu and Wu Huan waited outside the confinement cliff as agreed, only to see Xia Ying emerge. Both were slightly startled, and Xin Yu's mind was filled with an absurd and terrifying thought. Could junior sister Xia have murdered someone? Thinking of Nan Li's horrible appearance when he was dragged here, Xin Yu sincerely felt that killing Helian Yao was something Xia Ying could do. And compared to his wild speculations, Wu Huan was obviously more straightforward. Junior sister Xia, why are you the only one out? Where's Helian Yao? Oh, that's exactly what I was going to report to you two senior brothers and sisters. After 3 days of reflection on the confinement cliff, Helian Yao has come to a profound realization of his mistakes. To better reflect on his mistakes, he's decided to remain there until his 1-month confinement is over. I come here specifically to pass on this message for him. Senior brothers and sisters, please be sure to convey his thoughts to the elders. Junior sister Xia, are you sure Helian Yao is staying at the confinement cliff voluntarily? Of course. Xia Ying ignored the unconscious Helian Yao. She knocked unconscious on the cliff top and spoke in a serious tone. If he wasn't staying voluntarily, why wouldn't he come down the mountain with me? Don't worry, senior brothers and sisters. I guarantee that Helian Yao is alive and well on the confinement cliff and won't cause any trouble to the Immortal Demon Alliance or the Immortal Cultivation world. As if sensing their concern, Xia Ying quickly stated what they were most concerned about. Helian Yao was still alive. Anyway, Helian Yao was still able to breathe when she went down the mountain. As long as she didn't stay in the confinement cliff, Helian Yao would definitely be able to jump around when he left the confinement cliff in a month. Chapter 376. Xia Ying did have some self-awareness. Furthermore, after the Nanli incident, she had already discerned the chief elder's wariness of Helian Yao. Therefore, she was certain that if Helian Yao could be trapped on the confinement cliff, the chief elder would be pleased. Sure enough, after Wu Huan personally reported the matter, The chief elder tacitly approved it without even asking. He personally visited the confinement cliff and extended the barrier's activation time to 27 days. So, after being knocked unconscious by Xia Ying and thrown atop the cliff, Helian Yao awoke to find himself completely trapped on the confinement cliff. Meanwhile, Zhuang Xiaohuan and a group of disciples had already brought Nanli, whose cultivation had been completely destroyed, to the Peacock clan. The Peacock clan resided in the Insui mountain in the southern border. At the chief elder's instruction, Zhuang Xiaohuan specially piloted a ferry boat to bring the people back there. Upon learning of the sudden arrival of the Immortal Demon Alliance, the entire Peacock clan was filled with surprise and confusion. Led by the clan leader, they all went out to greet them. But upon seeing Nanli, the half-demon, half-human figure, the Peacock clan elder Nan lost his composure. "Lear, how did you become like this? Who did this?" Nanli is Elder Nan's granddaughter. While her status within the Peacock clan isn't as high as that of the current young master, Lan Jinjin, she has always been a beloved figure under Elder Nan's protection, and has endured little hardship. Since the passing of the old clan leader, the new clan leader, Lan Yi, is too young to gain the support of the clan. Many peacocks within the Peacock clan are supporters of Elder Nan. When the Peacock clan sent their members to participate in the selection process for the Immortal Demon Alliance, the original candidate was also young master Lan Jinjin. Nanli insisted on going, and Elder Nan, feeling sorry for his granddaughter, secretly resorted to various tactics to switch the candidate from Lan Jinjin to Nanli. Elder Nan had believed his granddaughter would bring honor to the Peacock clan, but only a month later, Nanli was sent back in such a disfigured state. While Elder Nan felt sorry for his granddaughter, he was even more furious at his own loss of face. He immediately directed his ire at Zhuang Xiaohuan and the others, who had been ordered to send Nanli back to the clan. "What is the Immortal Demon Alliance doing? I wonder how our Peacock clan has offended the Immortal Demon Alliance, that you would resort to such cruel means to treat my granddaughter." But Zhuang Xiaohuan was a proud woman, so how could she be intimidated by Elder Nan's blaming themselves? She glanced haughtily at the clamoring Elder Nan, and then walked straight towards clan leader Lan Yi. "Clan leader Lan, I, Zhuang Xiaohuan, a disciple of the Law Enforcement Department, serving under the 5th Elder of the Immortal Demon Alliance, am here today, under the orders of the Immortal Demon Alliance elders, to escort Nanli, who was expelled from Jiuxiu Academy, back to the clan." "Why? On what grounds did you expel her from Jiuxiu Academy?" Elder Nan was furious. He rushed forward, wanting to seek justice from Zhuang Xiaohuan, but was unexpectedly grabbed by Nanli's shirt. "Fairy Zhuang, please forgive me." Elder Nan is simply concerned. Clan leader Lan Yi seized the opportunity and asked, "I wonder what Nanli's fault was to deserve such severe expulsion from the academy." Nanli is jealous of Xia Ying, the champion of the human race competition. Not only did she instigate me to target Xia Ying, she also obtained the essence of the blood mist grass poison from Helian Yao, intending to ruin Xia Ying's immortal path. As for Nanli's current state, it's Xia Ying's revenge after her plan was exposed. Everything I said was personally admitted by Nanli. This is the proof. Zhuang Xiaohuan said, pulling out a photo stone and replaying the scene in front of everyone. Now the entire Peacock clan knew the extent of Nanli's misfortune, and Elder Nan and his grandson were utterly humiliated. Elder Nan, unwilling to accept this outcome, wanted to continue her argument, but Zhuang Xiaohuan gave her no chance. Even though clan leader Lan Yi intended to keep the Immortal Demon Alliance members, Zhuang Xiaohuan remained unmoved. "We come here only to send Nanli back to the clan and inform them of the incident. Now that Nanli has received her due punishment, we in the Immortal Demon Alliance will no longer hold her accountable for what she did at the Jiuxiu Academy. But from now on, Nanli from the Peacock clan will never again participate in the Immortal Demon Alliance selection process. I delivered your message. We will not continue to bother you. We take our leave." Zhuang Xiaohuan bowed, then led the disciples behind him onto the immortal boat and sped away. They came and went as swiftly as the wind. If it weren't for the sight of Nanli, the half-human, half-demon, standing beside Elder Nan, the other peacocks would have thought they were having a nightmare. Elder Nan hadn't expected the Immortal Demon Alliance to treat him so coldly. Furious to the extreme, he stormed out. "Where are you going, Elder? The Immortal Demon Alliance is going too far. They want Nanli to plead guilty to such a crime based solely on a photo stone. How can I accept this? I'm going to gather the tiger and lion tribes, and go to the Immortal Demon Alliance to seek justice." "You're not allowed to go." Ever since her father's death, Lan Yi, constantly oppressed by the likes of Elder Nan, rarely displayed her assertive side, assuming the demeanor of a clan leader. "Elder Nan, it's fine if you're not afraid of embarrassment yourself, But you can't make our Peacock clan a laughingstock for the Demon clan and even the entire Cultivation world. The Immortal Demon Alliance has only sent the people back and hasn't announced it to the entire Cultivation world. This has already saved face for our Peacock clan. Are you making a scene, Elder, hoping to tear off this last veil and make a fool of yourself? Since the Immortal Demon Alliance dared to send the people back directly, it means they must have irrefutable evidence that we can't argue with. Lonnie's thoughts were clear, and without waiting for Elder Nan's rebuttal, she directed her criticism at Nanli. Nanli, tell me, is what Fairy Zhuang just said true? Have you ever done such a thing? Despite her outward arrogance, Nanli was actually very afraid of the clan leader. Furthermore, after enduring so much torture, her pride had been worn down, so she didn't even consider denying it. I was just momentarily possessed. It's done, so what's the point in agonizing over whether it was voluntary? Lonnie interrupted her impatiently, then glanced at Elder Nan, whose expression was grim. Elder, are you still planning to go to the Immortal Demon Alliance and demand justice? Seeing his sullen silence, Lonnie didn't bother him any further and quickly offered her solution. The Peacock tribe has had a hard time getting to where it is today. We must not offend the Immortal Demon Alliance because of Nanli. Once the heat of this matter has died down, I have Jinjin personally go to the Immortal Demon Alliance with generous gifts to apologize. However, Lonnie and Lan Jinjin knew in their hearts, the apology was a sham. The real deal was to use this opportunity to establish a relationship with Xiang, the champion of the human race competition. If they wanted to seize power, they had to find a way to eliminate Elder Nan. If they could enlist the help of Xiang, who also disliked Nanli, their plan to reclaim power from the Peacock tribe would surely be much more successful. Chapter 377. At this moment, far away in the Jiushu Academy's medicinal fields, Xiang was unaware that she had unknowingly become the target of other solicitation. She was now preoccupied with caring for and tending to the herbs. According to Jiushu Academy's original plan, the first month was for all disciples to study together, as assigned by the Academy. But the remaining 2 months were for the disciples to each apprentice under one of the Immortal Demon Alliance's elders and teachers, and then study separately under their respective masters. The second day of the month-end assessment was the day for the elders and teachers to select registered disciples, but Xiang and Helian Yao, who had been punished to confinement at the cliff, naturally missed this grand event. Thankfully, 8th Elder Ning Yuan had already taken the initiative to select Xiang as his registered disciple. So, after Xiang emerged from the confinement cliff, she headed directly to Elder Ning Yuan's medicinal fields in the back mountains. Excluding Nanli, who had been expelled and returned to his clan, and Helian Yao, who was still in confinement, there were only 28 new disciples left in the academy. However, only Xiaing and Song Shosher were able to remain in Ning Yuan's herb field. Xiaing was the disciple who had asked to leave, but Song Shosher, driven by his interest in medicinal herbs, had taken the initiative to study with Ning Yuan. As for Ji Heyuan and Meng Fuiying, one went to learn the art of identifying and distinguishing treasures from the 6th elder, while the other sought further refinement of his bodybuilding skills with the 2nd elder, also a physical cultivator. Elder Ning Yuan's herb field wasn't large, but every plant in it was an extremely precious and fragile spiritual herb, requiring meticulous care. Thus, the disciples tending the herb field were required to move to the back mountain to live with Elder Ning Yuan, so they could readily respond to any emergencies in the field. By the time Xiang emerged from the confinement cliff, Song Shosher had already been staying at the bamboo hut for 2 days, and her belongings had been packed up and delivered there by Meng Fuiying and Ji Heyuan. Aside from the first day, when Ning Yuan appeared to share some tips on caring for the herbs, he hadn't left the hut since then. If it weren't for the bitter aroma of herbs wafting daily from the room, they would have doubted whether Ning Yuan was even still there. Naturally, Xiang and Song Shosher were solely responsible for the spiritual medicine fields, loosening the soil, watering, fertilizing, catching insects. During her days in the back mountain, Xiang did nothing but perform these seemingly simple yet incredibly tedious tasks day after day. Everyone assumed that Xiang, with her impulsive personality, would never be able to endure the loneliness of the back mountain herb fields. Zhu Yu, who had a prejudice against her because of the Nanli incident, was even expecting Xiang to get into trouble and be punished again, but who knew that for 7 days, nothing bad would happen in the back mountain herb fields. After accepting the position of herbalist disciple, Xiang seemed like a completely different person. His carefree demeanor vanished, and he exuded a sense of reliability and composure. Ning Yuan required them to go to the herb fields before dawn every day, observing and recording the condition of each herb until the moon reached its zenith. Xiang had no complaints. He demanded that they handle all the herbs in the spiritual medicine fields themselves, and not exploit spiritual power for any opportunistic purposes. Xiang also complied without hesitation. In short, the imagined scene of the spiritual medicine fields being turned upside down did not occur. It was much calmer here than anywhere else in the Jiuxia library. As Xiang carried mountain spring water through the medicinal fields, watering them, Yining chatted with her idly. Host, I sometimes think you're quite contradictory. Your temperament is clearly like a free-spirited breeze, never stopping for anyone or anything, yet you manage to persevere through these trivial matters for so long. What's the big deal? People are multifaceted, and I'm no exception. I can be lively and enthusiastic, but I can also be as calm as water. Focus on your position, and fulfill your responsibilities. Since I agreed to be a herbalist disciple, I do my part without further ado. As soon as she finished watering the last herb, Xiang had already finished watering it. Song Xiushi had already set up 2 small stools, and a pot of spiritual tea on the edge of the field. According to Ning Yuan, most of the herbs in this medicinal field are nearly extinct in the current world of immortal cultivation. Only these few survive thanks to Ning Yuan's patient care over the years. As for the remaining herbs, they were equally rare and precious, rarely found. It's no exaggeration to say that the herbs in this spiritual medicine field were far more valuable than the treasures in the Academy's treasury. So, after each day's care, they would stay to observe and record the herb's progress. Fourth senior sister finished much earlier today than usual. As Xiang sat down on the small stool, Song Xiushi poured her a cup of spiritual tea and handed it to her. After all, we've been doing this for so many days. Practice makes perfect. She took the spiritual tea and drank it all in one gulp, then paused. This tea tastes. Ah sure, did you add anything to it? Senior sister, your tongue is truly magical. Song Xiushi smiled and poured himself a cup. I added a few sprigs of green mint I grew myself to today's spiritual tea. So far, it seems I managed that pot of green mint quite well. It's having a very refreshing effect. As long as you put your heart into it, it will naturally be good. Since there was no one around, Xiang simply started chatting with Song Xiushi. I heard that Master Ning Yuan is also from the demon clan, but I don't think he has the same prejudice against humans as Elder Zhu Yu. Ah sure, do you know what kind of demon he is? It seems to be a wind demon. Wind demon? Xiang was somewhat surprised by this. Although all creatures in the world possess spirits, anyone with the opportunity could embark on the path of cultivation. But heaven and earth are unkind and treat all things as straw dogs. There is never absolute fairness in this world. Humans, as the most powerful of all creatures, are the closest to the Tao and the easiest to cultivate. Among the demon clans, animals, born with intelligence, are more likely to transform and cultivate than flowers, plants, and trees. As for the natural elements of wind, snow, water, and fire, despite their ability to condense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, they are the most difficult to cultivate consciousness and transform into form. Besides, Xiang simply couldn't connect the frail and indifferent Ning Yuan with the free and unrestrained wind. Yes. Song Xiushi was quite confident in his information. Junior sister told me. Although junior sister has joined our Xiaoyao sect, she is still a member of the demon clan and the current leader of the brown bear clan. Those in the demon clan are quite willing to associate with her. Since Fu Ying told you, it must be very credible. Xiang also expressed her confidence in Meng Fu Ying's ability to gather intelligence. Just then, a slightly cold voice sounded from behind them. Are you so curious about me? Chapter 378. Hearing this familiar voice, both of them were startled, feeling the awkwardness of being caught gossiping about the teacher after class. They immediately stood and bowed to Ning Yuan. Greetings, master. Junior brother and I were just chatting, and had no intention of prying into your private affairs. No problem. Since you call me master, there's no need for such distance between master and disciple. If you want to know anything, just ask me directly. Ning Yuan coughed with a handkerchief as he walked into the herb field to inspect the herbs, then smiled with satisfaction. Yes, I've seen how diligently you've been these past few days. You taking good care of these herbs. Time is limited. Starting tomorrow, you follow me, and won't have to go to the herb field anymore. I teach you how to identify all the rare herbs in the world of immortal cultivation and maximize their effectiveness. Yes, disciples, as you command. The two of them agreed in unison. On the way back to the bamboo hut, Xiang casually asked, Master, haven't you been staying in your room these days? How did you know what we did in the medicinal field? The wind told me. Ning Yuan's expression remained unchanged. Don't you already know? I'm a wind demon. Ning Yuan casually waved his hand, and a breeze suddenly blew across their faces, resting on their hair and clothes for a moment before flying off again. Do you feel it? Ning Yuan turned sideways and smiled at them. I am the only wind demon in the world, so I can control all the winds in the world and, through their presence, hear what I want to hear and see what I want to see. Wherever there's wind, there I am. Master, your abilities are truly formidable. Xiang praised him generously. As long as Master is willing, there's no secret in this world that can escape your gaze. I don't have a penchant for prying into other people's secrets. Ning Yuan stated his stance with a single sentence. Furthermore, although this is one of my abilities, it consumes a great deal of spiritual energy, so I rarely use it. Xiang said nothing more, and Song Xiuxia remained silent as usual. The three of them quickly returned to the bamboo abode and went to their respective rooms. Yinin's voice rang out the moment Xiang closed the door. Why is the host suddenly asking about Elder Ning Yuan? What do you find wrong with him? As a system that knows everything but doesn't tell me, you suddenly ask about Ning Yuan. Can I assume you're testing me? Yinin, do you care about Ning Yuan? What nonsense is the host talking about? Yinin laughed. Yinin knew the host was still preoccupied with the evil cultivators in Landau City. I just didn't want the host to waste time on unimportant matters. On the person he wanted. Really? Then your system is quite good. Xiang replied with a smile and fell silent. Yinin, unsure of her host's thoughts, didn't dare to say anything more and simply fell silent. However, at this moment, Xiang was absolutely certain of one thing. There was something wrong with Yinin, and there was something wrong with Ning Yuan too. Given Yinin's personality, she would never reveal too much useful information to him, but today she was acting out of character, as if she was deliberately concealing something while also trying not to let anyone discover it. Xiang wanted to know what Ning Yuan's demonic body was because both she and Ji Heyuan had always sensed a very familiar feeling about him. Especially during the few days they spent in the bamboo abode, this familiarity made it impossible for them to ignore it. But Ning Yuan wasn't human, but a demon, a wind demon with no connection to the White Crane clan at all. Xiang would have already dispelled her suspicions about Ning Yuan if Yinin hadn't spoken just now. She sat at the table, her fingers curled slightly, unconsciously tapping the surface. Who exactly is Ning Yuan? Could he and Yinin be in cahoots? Xiang was destined to never get an answer from Yinin. Since that was the case, she wouldn't ask and would investigate on her own. After all, the truth would eventually come out, and if Ning Yuan was truly connected to Yinin, he would certainly not do anything to harm her. So, from that day on, Xiang no longer showed any interest in Ning Yuan, but instead obediently followed Ning Yuan and learned everything he taught her. Ning Yuan seemed very pleased with both her and Song Xiuxia. He not only taught them medical and medicinal skills, but also a few simple wind-controlling magic techniques. The days in the medicine fields flew by like a flash, and soon a month was almost over. At the end of the second month, everyone had the opportunity to change temporary masters and learn new skills. Xiang had no such thoughts. She felt that life in the medicine fields offered a rare opportunity for leisure and ease. Aside from the initial fatigue of the first few days, the tasks Ning Yuan assigned them were not too demanding. While learning new skills, she also had time to consolidate her realm and practice with peace of mind. But what Xiang hadn't expected was that on the last day of the second month, Zhuang Zhehuan would actually come to the medicine fields to find her. Senior Sister Zhuang, you want to invite me to join the law enforcement department? Not me. Zhuang Zhehuan turned away, her expression slightly awkward. It's Master who wants to invite you. Zhuang Zhehuan's master was the fifth elder of the Immortal Demon Alliance, and the head of the law enforcement department. Xiang had a good impression of this elder, a stern, serious, and scrutinizing old man, yet incredibly dedicated and responsible. Master said he's been keeping an eye on you for a while now. You're capable, bold, and meticulous, making you a perfect fit for the law enforcement department. Seeing Xiang's lack of response, Zhuang Zhehuan added, as long as you agree to join the law enforcement department, my master will personally speak to Elder Ning Yuan. Please also tell the fifth elder that I appreciate his kindness, but I don't intend to join the law enforcement department. My personality isn't suitable. This time, without waiting for Zhuang Zhehuan to say anything, Xiang took the initiative to explain. The most important thing the law enforcement department needs to do is be fair, speaking the truth and treating everyone fairly. But what is fairness? It's impartiality, and I'm not one of those people. If my junior brothers and sisters were to have a conflict with someone else, it would be hard for me not to take sides. So, I'm truly unsuited to the law enforcement department, and I'd be wasting the kindness of the fifth elder and senior sister Zhuang. Zhuang Zhehuan naturally knew Xiang wasn't lying. She hadn't spent much time with Xiang, But she knew she was decisive and decisive. She would usually refuse something Xie Ying didn't want to do, rather than making excuses. Zhuang Xiaohuan also disdained to force someone to do something. I understand. I convey your message to master. With that, Zhuang Xiaohuan was about to stand and leave, but suddenly, the sound of an ancient bell echoed from a distant mountain peak. Zhuang Xiaohuan's previously calm demeanor suddenly changed. Something's happened. At the same time, a deep voice echoed in her mind. Host, Mu Chen escaped from the Immortal locking prison. Chapter 379. Zhuang Xiaohuan didn't even have time to explain much. After a hasty farewell to Xie Ying, she rushed to the source of the bell. This is the signal to summon everyone in the academy. Ning Yuan and Song Xiushi, who had also heard the bell, quickly came out. Without waiting for Xie Ying to ask, Ning Yuan strode forward. Let's go to the meeting hall first. The ringing of the gallon bell must mean something big is happening. The two hurried after her, and Xie Ying quietly asked Yin in her mind. What's going on? Wasn't Mu Chen imprisoned in the locking Immortal prison after having half his cultivation crippled? If he could escape, is the locking Immortal prison just a decoration? Someone had colluded with him, killing the disciples guarding the locking Immortal prison, breaking the prison's barrier, and releasing him. Who did it? Lin Yuexiang, or that fake Wang Qing beside her? None of them. Yin Yin's tone grew noticeably heavier at this point. It was Helian Yao. Helian Yao had somehow escaped from the confinement cliff and snuck into the Immortal locking prison. And for some unknown reason, Mu Chen, clearly escaping the prison with Helian Yao's help, suddenly attacked and killed Helian Yao while he was off guard after leaving the prison. By the time the others noticed something unusual about the prison, Mu Chen had vanished, leaving only corpses scattered across the ground. Even these events were revealed by the chief elder and his companions, who, utilizing the lingering aura within the prison, had combined their efforts to activate the retracement technique. As they spoke, the three of them had already arrived at the meeting hall. The others were even quicker, with Elder Ning Yuan being the last to arrive. As soon as Ning Yuan arrived, the chief elder recounted everything in a concise and detailed manner, his details identical to those relayed by Yin. The situation was even worse, as after they took inventory of the Immortal locking prison, they discovered that Helian Yao had let more than just Mu Chen escape. The great demons imprisoned in the Immortal locking prison are also missing. The head elder announced this unfortunate news with a heavy face. Those imprisoned in the Immortal locking prison are either cultivators, who have committed serious crimes but aren't punishable by death, or great demons, who cannot be completely slain even by the Immortal Demon Alliance. In addition to Mu Chen, two great demons who have lived for 3,000 years have escaped from the prison. Mu Chen, with half his cultivation crippled, is not a threat, but those two great demons must be guarded against. Those two great demons have been imprisoned in the prison for 1,000 years. 1,000 years is enough time for the prison's formations to dissipate most of their demonic power. If we find them and bring them back to the prison in time, we can avert a bloodbath. We, the old men, will be responsible for tracking down the two great demons. After all, they are 1,000-year-old demons. Even if their demonic power is no longer as strong as it once was, they are still no match for our disciples. As for Mu Chen's whereabouts, reporting to the chief elder, can I let our disciples investigate Mu Chen's case? Xie Ying suddenly volunteered. The crowd wasn't surprised by this. After all, the grudge between Mu Chen and Xie Ying couldn't be explained in a few words. Although the chief elder had punished Mu Chen, he spared his life, mindful of his long-standing contributions to the world of immortal cultivation. He had simply imprisoned him in the Immortal locking prison, thereby eliminating any possibility of Xie Ying personally avenging her. Now, Mu Chen had betrayed the chief elder's kindness by escaping the Immortal locking prison and even releasing two great demons. Mu Chen, having caused such a catastrophic disaster, deserved the death penalty. If Xie Ying could be held responsible, she would naturally have the opportunity to personally slay her enemy. What everyone saw was clear, and the chief elder naturally saw it clearly as well. Furthermore, if he were to ask who in the Immortal Demon Alliance was least likely to let Mu Chen go, he couldn't think of anyone other than Xie Ying. Okay, then I leave this matter to you to investigate. Thus, the chief elder agreed to Xie Ying's request without further consideration, adding a final sentence. If Mu Chen remains stubborn and resists after you find him, you may execute him on the spot. Disciple, I obey. Xie Ying's expression remained calm, and she didn't become complacent with the chief elder's tacit approval for her to eliminate Mu Chen. She was more concerned with another issue than Mu Chen's escape. Is Helian Yao truly dead? Thankfully, Ning Yuan soon raised the same question. What's going on with Helian Yao? I never heard of him having any connection with Mukin before. Besides, isn't he still imprisoned in the confinement cliff? How did he get out so early? Someone from outside helped him open the barrier. Ning Yuan's final words were filled with absolute certainty. The confinement cliff was built by the Immortal Demon Alliance's first leader. Without outside assistance, Helian Yao, trapped within the formation and his spiritual power sealed, would have no chance of breaking through the confinement of the cliff on his own. The only possibility is that someone secretly released Helian Yao from the confinement cliff without anyone knowing, leading to what happened today. And in the entire Immortal Demon Alliance, only 9 elders could open the confinement cliff's barrier from the outside. Ning Yuan's slightly cold gaze swept over the 8 people above him, and then he calmly stated a truth. The traitor who colluded with Helian Yao to open the locking immortal prison is among us 9. Perhaps this person is also the one in Landau City, who colluded with the evil cultivator by Xiaosheng. I had previously thought that with the strength of our Immortal Demon Alliance, it would not be difficult to investigate the evil cultivators in Landau City, or even within the Jiushu Academy. But why has it been over 2 months without a clue? It turns out that the thief is hiding among the thieves. Ning Yuan's chuckle was filled with sarcasm, and the disciples were somewhat surprised that the usually gentle and polite 8th elder could have such a piercing side. But the chief elder and others were clearly accustomed to Ning Yuan's attitude. Their expressions were grim not because of Ning Yuan's attitude, but because Ning Yuan was telling the truth. Among the 9 of them, there was a traitor who had long since betrayed the Immortal Demon Alliance, and they didn't even know who this person was or when he had betrayed the alliance. The meeting hall suddenly fell into a profound silence. Aside from the 28 new disciples selected by Jiushu Academy, all the disciples standing here were trusted aides of the elders. Now, upon suddenly hearing such a secret, a lingering chill washed over the disciples. When water is too clear, there are no fish. They knew that every sect had its share of shameful activities, but they could not accept that such a major problem had arisen within the Immortal Demon Alliance, revered by the entire cultivation world. Furthermore, this problem could very well lie with their closest master, or even their most respected head elder. But if the elders were in trouble, could their disciples be completely innocent? Could the seemingly united Immortal Demon Alliance have been secretly disintegrating long before their eyes? In an instant, everyone felt a sense of unease, their eyes filled with suspicion and scrutiny as they looked at their companions. Chapter 380. Enough. Let's not panic before the truth is revealed. Someone within the Immortal Demon Alliance did collude with Helian Yao to release Mu Qin and the 2 great demons, but it wasn't necessarily the elders who did it. The head elder, noticing the unrest, quickly spoke to calm the crowd. Whatever the truth, the Immortal Demon Alliance couldn't let its morale fall apart at this moment. Rest assured. To ensure the integrity of this matter, I will have several high-ranking monks from the Brahma Temple and 2 of the Immortal Demon Alliance's Grand Elders, who have been in seclusion for many years, investigate the traitor. The high-ranking monks from the Brahma Temple are all highly respected and meritorious, and the prestige of the Immortal Demon Alliance's Grand Elders goes without saying. In the current situation, the method proposed by the head elder is undoubtedly the most appropriate. Looking at the worried faces of the crowd, the 6th elder hesitated for a moment before swallowing the words that were on the tip of his tongue. In fact, when Ning Yuan revealed that the traitor was among the 9 of them, the 6th elder had considered asking Xiang to borrow the Mingxiao glass lamp, thereby harnessing its power to uncover who among them had lied. But this method still had its drawbacks. He regretted not having explained the Mingxiao glass lamp's magical properties in such detail that day. Had he been so detailed, if he were the traitor, he would have taken remedial measures the moment he learned of such a treasure. Old men like them, who have lived for hundreds of years, more or less possess some hidden talents. The 6th elder wasn't sure if anyone could evade the glass lamp's detection even with prior preparation. More importantly, the Mingxiao glaze lamp requires 3 months to recover after each use, so it's currently unusable. Mentioning the Mingxiao glaze lamp now would serve no purpose other than alerting the traitor and making him more vigilant. At this moment, Elder Zhu Yu's voice suddenly rang out. Why did Helian Yao suddenly want to let Mukin go? This kind of thing would be of absolutely no benefit to him. She truly couldn't understand why Helian Yao would suddenly do such a thing, even risking his life. Although she certainly disliked Helian Yao, such a scheming and calculating person after the Nanli incident, she still couldn't fathom his motive for letting Mukin go. This motive was crucial to them now. After all, knowing it would reveal Helian Yao's true intentions and allow them to deduce more information that would benefit them. Perhaps it was for someone. The 3rd elder made a bold guess, his gaze landing on Lin Yuexiang, who sat among the disciples. I heard Helian Yao is quite fond of Lin Yuexiang. Indeed, this is no secret within Jiushu Academy. The simple-minded but muscular second elder stroked his beard and nodded, continuing his speculation along the lines suggested by the third elder. Mu Qin is Lin Yuexiang's master and dotes on her. Presumably, their relationship is very close. If Helyan Yao wants to win the heart of a beautiful woman, then Mu Qin might be a good choice. Lin Yuexiang, do you have anything to say? Did Helyan Yao take such a heinous action and risk letting Mu Qin go because of your suggestion? Elder Zhu Yu's questioning followed, frightening Lin Yuexiang so much that she dropped to her knees before the elders. Elders, please understand. I'm innocent. I had nothing to do with this incident, and I have no idea why Helyan Yao would do it. Lin Yuexiang kept crying out for justice, truly believing she was completely innocent. Why would they pin the blame on her even for something like this? Ever since she learned of Helyan Yao's repeated schemes against her, she considered him a thorn in her side, desperate to avoid him. So why would she rush to be associated with him? Besides, she didn't want Mu Qin to be released. As long as Mu Qin was imprisoned in the Immortal Locking Prison, over time, no one would mention his past deeds. But if Mu Qin were to become active again in the Immortal Cultivation world, he would be cursed like a stray dog, and even she would be looked down upon. Such a master, who only brought her trouble and offered no real value, she wished he would die in the Immortal Locking Prison. How could she risk her own immortal path to release him? But these words were so contrary to moral principles that she couldn't speak directly, so she could only keep proclaiming her innocence. In a flash, a daring thought suddenly struck Lin Yuexiang. Could it be that Helyan Yao had deliberately helped Mu Qin escape to frame her? But was it really that serious? What grudge or vengeance could make Helyan Yao scheme against her, even at the cost of his own life? Even Xiaoying didn't hate her that much, so what right did Helyan Yao have? Seventh Elder, Junior Sister Lin would never do such a thing. Yes, yes. I ask all elders to understand. Junior Sister Lin has kept her distance from Helyan Yao since entering Jiuxiu Academy. They haven't even spoken to each other privately. How could she conspire with Helyan Yao to do such a thing? Elder, my junior sister is definitely not someone who can't distinguish right from wrong. Resisting contact with Helyan Yao, the man Dai Tian claimed to be incredibly fortunate. Lin Yuexiang began cultivating equal relations with everyone in the academy, attempting to obtain the luck she desired from them. After all, even the smallest mosquito leg is still meat. That's why she usually enjoyed good relationships within Jiuxiu Academy. Even now, when something unexpected happened, many disciples stepped forward to speak up for her. However, these disciples were all male, without exception. Elder Zhu Yu frowned slightly, and was about to speak again, but someone spoke faster than she could. I also think Lin Yuexiang has nothing to do with this matter. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice in astonishment and shock. Because the person who said this wasn't someone else, but Xiaoying, who had always been at odds with Lin Yuexiang, even to the point of being mortal enemies. No one had expected Xiaoying to actually speak up for Lin Yuexiang. This was simply bizarre. Even Lin Yuexiang was stunned for a moment, looking at Xiaoying with an ambiguous expression. Seeing that almost everyone's eyes were fixed on her, Xiaoying found it somewhat amusing. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm not trying to defend Lin Yuexiang, I'm just speaking the truth. Elder, this is a world of immortal cultivation that values force and strength. If you say Helyan Yao did this for his own immortal path, to become stronger, then I think it's perfectly reasonable. It's perfectly logical. But you say Helyan Yao did it for love, then he gave up his own immortal path for Lin Yuexiang, who wouldn't even look him in the eye. Don't you find that ridiculous? Chapter 381. Xiaoying does have a point. The second elder was quickly persuaded by Xiaoying's argument, and once again changed sides, turning to the other two elders. This matter should have nothing to do with Lin Yuexiang. Second elder. The first elder, who had been watching silently, couldn't stand it any longer. You're not very smart, and can't tell right from wrong, so just listen more and talk less. Don't just follow everyone else's words, okay? Okay. The second elder quickly agreed, not finding anything wrong with the first elder's words. The elders, Although Mu Qin is the master of Lin Yuexiang and the others, it's a stretch to conclude that Mu Qin's escape was related to her. The lead elder finally stepped forward to stabilize the situation. The most urgent priority should be to capture the escaped Mu Qin and the Great Demon and bring them back to the Immortal Locking Prison as soon as possible, rather than hold the disciples accountable here. Furthermore, before the situation is fully understood, we shouldn't base our own assumptions on any disciple. Until the truth is revealed, I don't want to hear any more suspicion and doubt within the Immortal Demon Alliance. Let the disciples disperse. Let's discuss and formulate a set of rules. Now that the head elder had spoken, there was no reason for the others to remain. After such a development within the Immortal Demon Alliance, everyone lost their usual enthusiasm, and the group quickly dispersed. Xiaoying, Ji Heyuan, and the other 4 sisters and brothers did not return to the disciples' quarters, but instead headed towards the Immortal locking prison. Xiaoying didn't believe anyone's words. She only believed the truth she had personally investigated. Lin Yuexiang was the last to leave, but she only saw Xiaoying's receding figure. Xiangxiang, what are you looking at? Isn't that Xiaoying? Di Qinyue's questioning voice rang out, just in time to jolt Lin Yuexiang back to her senses. Without another word, she suddenly rushed in Xiaoying's direction. Lin Yuexiang didn't look back, and therefore missed the confusion and astonishment in Di Qinyue's eyes, as well as the gloom that flashed across Dai Tian's face. Xiaoying. Lin Yuexiang, in her impulsive rush, mustered her greatest courage and speed to catch up with Xiaoying. But when Xiaoying actually stopped and looked at her, Lin Yuexiang suddenly remembered the fear she felt at being dominated, and immediately dared not take another step forward. What's wrong? Xiaoying raised an eyebrow at Lin Yuexiang. Then, her expression shifted to an evasive one, her hands nervously tugging at the hem of her clothes. Finally, seeing Xiaoying's face gradually tinged with impatience, she mustered the courage to speak. Thank you for what you did just now. Thank you for speaking up for me. I don't have anything else to do, so go ahead. Lin Yuexiang said, and she ran off, as if afraid of being caught by Xiaoying. Xiaoying? Question mark. Did she take the wrong medicine? Xiaoying cutie. No, I think she might have fallen in love with you, the host. Yin was serious, and the hatred in her eyes, as she looked at you, faded considerably. Well, that's a good thing. If she loves me, she probably won't cause me any trouble. Xiaoying didn't care at all. Since she still couldn't kill Lin Yuexiang, the best outcome was that she didn't cause any trouble for herself. She didn't bother to delve into Lin Yuexiang's true inner journey. In short, Lin Yuexiang must die. For the sake of stability in the Immortal Cultivation world, she could spare Lin Yuexiang's life and let her recover, but for the sake of the original owner, she would ultimately take her life herself. What happened to Lin Yuexiang? Ji Heyuan asked the same question as Xiaoying. Did she take the wrong medicine? Who knows about her? As long as she's not doing anything bad, don't worry about her. But senior sister. Lin Yuexiang looked like she was genuinely thanking you. Ming Fueying thought for a moment, but couldn't help but ask, senior sister, don't you really dislike Lin Yuexiang? Why did you speak up for her just now? In fact, everyone could see clearly that it was Xiaoying's timely statement that prevented Lin Yuexiang from being further suspected. Because of Xiaoying's hostile relationship with Lin Yuexiang, she meant she wouldn't excuse her lies. Because I don't want someone's plan to succeed. Xiaoying smiled. Besides, this matter truly has nothing to do with Lin Yuexiang. With her mercenary nature, she would never want to release Mu Chun and drag him down. Think about it carefully. Now that Helian Yao is dead, and Mu Qin and the great demon from the locking immortal prison have escaped, if Lin Yuexiang were accused of such a crime, how could she continue to remain in the world of immortal cultivation? And if someone or some organization showed up at this moment and offered to accept her, do you think she would be grateful and join? Junior sister, do you think this is a trap set for Lin Yuexiang? Ji Heyuan came to his senses. But what could Lin Yuexiang possibly be up to? Just because we don't know doesn't mean Lin Yuexiang isn't special. Song Xiushi joined the conversation. In the world of immortal cultivation, surrounded by tigers and wolves, a truly innocent and naive person won't survive long. Besides, I don't think Helian Yao is dead. Xiaoying suddenly said, Helian Yao will never die so easily. I don't know why he's so obsessed with obtaining Lin Yuexiang. But at the moment, he's clearly a more formidable opponent than Lin Yuexiang. When you don't know your opponent's true purpose, just thwart whatever he's planning. He wants Lin Yuexiang to abandon the world of cultivation and join his arms. But I want Lin Yuexiang to stay safely in the world of cultivation, in the Immortal Demon Alliance. In short, with her around, Helian Yao and Lin Yuexiang can't hope to collude and commit atrocities as in the original novel. Regardless of whether Helian Yao is truly dead or not, and regardless of who's behind this, as long as that person doesn't achieve their goal, their actions will continue to emerge. With constant small moves, there will naturally be more and more flaws. So Xiaoying doesn't need to bother looking for the person behind everything. Because as long as that person wants Lin Yuexiang, they come looking for her sooner or later. All I have to do during this time is to improve my strength and wait for the person behind this to arrive. Xiaoying explained clearly, and Ji Heyuan, knowing she had her own agenda, stopped asking questions and moved on to other matters. If everything that happened today is intended to alienate Lin Yuexiang and force her to leave the world of immortal cultivation, then the actions of those elders are very suspicious. The second elder, the third elder, and Elder Zhu Yu. Perhaps the traitor within the Immortal Demon Alliance has been among them all along. Xiao He agrees with me, but if I had to choose one to suspect among these three, I choose the third elder. Why? Ming Fuiying asked curiously. The third elder seems quite nice. I remember when we first came to the Immortal Demon Alliance and discussed the evil cultivators, the third elder showed us some goodwill. I thought senior sister would be more suspicious of Elder Zhu Yu, after all. After all, she always targets me, doesn't she? Chapter 382. Xie Ying smiled and pinched Ming Fuiying's cheek. Little Fuiying, you're still too simplistic. But a good senior sister won't hesitate to teach her fellow students. If you look closely, you see that Elder Zhu Yu isn't targeting me alone. She harbors a deep prejudice against the human race, targeting everyone equally. If what happened today were your responsibility, I guarantee Elder Zhu Yu wouldn't be so quick to accuse you. The person behind everything that happened today must be someone who knows the temperaments of every elder in the Immortal Demon Alliance intimately. Because only in this way can he ensure everyone speaks the right words at the right time, ensuring the smooth progress of matters. Do you remember what the third elder said? Although he only said one sentence, it was his words that guided the second elder's speculation about Lin Yuexiang, leading to Elder Zhu Yu's questioning. The third elder is indeed approachable and well-liked within the Immortal Demon Alliance. But so what? You can't judge a person's heart by his appearance. How can you tell if he's a man of integrity or evil without first slicing open his chest? Xie Ying's words suddenly reminded the others of many subtle details they had previously overlooked. Judging from these details, the third elder is indeed the most suspicious person at this point. But these are just my guesses. Xie Ying added, until there's solid evidence, everyone's suspicion is the same, but the third elder's suspicion is a bit higher with me. So what are your plans, senior sister? Song Xiushi was smart. He knew Xie Ying wouldn't give them so much analysis for no reason. Since Xie Ying had explained the situation so thoroughly, she must have already assigned tasks to each of them. As expected, his initiative earned Xie Ying's admiring glance. I want to split my forces. I don't trust anyone else with Mu Chen's affairs, so Xiao He and I plan to investigate personally. But the Immortal Demon Alliance is leaking like a sieve right now. Without someone I trust to gather intelligence, I can't be assured. Understood. Song Xiushi nodded. My junior sister, and I will remain in the Immortal Demon Alliance to gather useful information. But as for the third elder, you don't need to pay too much attention to the third elder. Xie Ying interrupted him. You haven't yet achieved Dan formation. It's far too dangerous to confront the third elder head-on right now. I find an opportunity to reveal this to Senior Brotherson and the others. Just cooperate with Senior Brotherson and cultivate diligently to improve your cultivation. Don't rashly put yourself in danger. Don't worry, senior sister. We understand. Because of the incident in the locking immortal prison, the originally scheduled 3-month academy life had to be cut short. The final selection process was cancelled, and all remaining disciples were left in the Immortal Demon Alliance. Xie Ying and Ji Heyuan accepted the mission to track down and arrest Mu Chen. On the third day after the incident, they left the academy to investigate Mu Chen's whereabouts. The others also received various missions, both large and small. The atmosphere within the Immortal Demon Alliance suddenly became busy and tense. Before leaving the Immortal Demon Alliance, the head elder secretly summoned Xie Ying, but no one knew what they discussed. Few people even knew about their secret meeting, especially the remaining 8 elders. The head elder was wary of them because he dared not, and could not, gamble the safety of the Immortal Demon Alliance, or even the entire cultivation world, on the good and evil of human nature. Ji Heyuan knew about this but didn't ask, believing Xie Ying wouldn't hide anything from him if it was something he should know. If it wasn't, there was no need for him to ask. The two of them quickly left Landau City and headed south. Their destination was none other than 10,000 Demon's Gorge. That day, she had gone to the Immortal Locking Prison, where the incident occurred, to search for clues. In the cell where Mu Chen was being held, she had discovered a very faint, almost imperceptible trace of demonic energy. Xie Ying was extremely sensitive to demonic energy because of her earlier encounter with Ning Xian in the snowy mountains. Even so, if she had arrived a few minutes later, the last trace of demonic energy in the cell would have completely vanished, indicating that the person who left it there had no intention of letting anyone discover it. Xie Ying had 2 theories about the demonic energy in the cell. One was that the demons were behind this incident. The other was that Mu Chen, dissatisfied with his current situation in the Immortal Locking Prison, had abandoned immortality and cultivated demonic energy, becoming a demonic cultivator. Whichever theory was true, the presence of demonic energy in the cell was undeniable. Demon cultivators are different from the demon clan. They cannot cultivate without demonic energy, and currently, in the entire cultivation world, only One Mall Gorge possesses demonic energy. So going to One Mall Gorge must be the right choice. Besides this, Xiaoying had another reason to go. Before leaving Jiuxiu Academy, the head elder privately told her, a fragment of the Dingtian hairpin lies within One Mall Gorge. As Xiaoying had suspected, someone in the cultivation world had long since sensed the aberrations of the Wanxiang continent and had been secretly searching for a solution. The head elder was one of them. He had confirmed the existence of the Dingtian hairpin through various ancient texts and methods, and had been investigating and deducing its location. However, the issue surrounding the Dingtian hairpin fragment and the myriad continent couldn't be made public, yet the chief elder's every move drew scrutiny from all corners of the cultivation world. Thus, he couldn't personally search for the Dingtian hairpin fragment, so he had been searching within the cultivation world for a suitable candidate. Someone with sufficient strength and a strong character to safeguard this secret and complete the task with all their might. Clearly, Xiaoying was the chief elder's choice. This, however, perfectly aligned with Xiaoying's plans. She had long been trapped in a situation, unable to escape. With the chief elder's guidance and assistance, her search for the Dingtian hairpin fragment would only be smoother and more convenient. So, Xiaoying agreed without hesitation, which only further satisfied the chief elder, granting her greater authority within the cultivation world. But where could the Dingtian hairpin fragment be in Myriad Demon's Gorge? The fragments of the Goddess of Creation's artifact wouldn't be so easy to obtain. I wonder if different fragments would resonate with each other? We see. Xiaoying was contemplating the Dingtian hairpin when a turquoise feather suddenly appeared before her. The feather was lush and verdant, a brilliant light flowing through it, gleaming brightly in the sunlight. A simple yet warm and mysterious aura emanated from the feather. Is this a turquoise phoenix feather? Chapter 383. Xiaoying's eyes were filled with surprise. Xiaohe, where did you get that blue phoenix feather? Junior sister, have you forgotten? I found a phoenix egg in Chaofeng City. That egg had been nurtured for tens of millions of years. Later, I used the lotus flower I obtained from the Brahma temple on it, and it successfully hatched not long ago. It's just that junior sister has been busy with the medicine fields, so I didn't have time to tell you the good news. It's a little blue phoenix? Yes, senior sister, weren't you still short of the blue phoenix feather and ancient dragon scales, 2 other refining ingredients? Now we finally have the blue phoenix feather. Ji Heyuan pressed the blue phoenix feather into Xiaoying's hand, and a warmth immediately spread from his fingertips to every part of his body. This was truly a pleasant surprise. Xiaoying had always known that blue phoenix feather and ancient dragon scales were extremely rare, so she hadn't deliberately sought them out since then. Partly, with so much going on now, she had no time to focus solely on herself. Furthermore, the Qianquan spear was already powerful enough that even without those 2 ingredients, it remained an invincible magical weapon. But if it were to be upgraded and forged with the addition of the azure phoenix feather and ancient dragon scales, the Qianquan spear would only be more powerful. So Xiaoying was truly delighted. Becoming even more powerful was her greatest joy. But after her joy, Xiaoying suddenly thought of an important question, and she coughed lightly. Xiaohe, could you have plucked this azure phoenix feather from little azure phoenix? Ji Heyuan, ? His smile froze, and he took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to curse. Don't be angry, don't be angry. If I get so angry, no one will be able to help me. I continue to pamper the senior sister I chose, even if it means crying. Junior sister, I'm not so heartless as to do such a thing to a phoenix cub. This blue phoenix feather fell when she hatched. I specially picked the one with the strongest phoenix aura for you. I know. Xiaoying patted Ji Heyuan's shoulder guiltily, trying to get away with it. We little he's would never pluck the feathers of a young bird. So how is the little blue phoenix now? She is still a little weak, so I placed her in the spirit pet bag to let her recuperate. Well, when I have some free time, I see if I can refine a few batches of nourishing elixirs suitable for birds. Xiaoying pondered for a moment before speaking, or maybe after this mission is over, we can let Jiujiu play with the little blue phoenix. Hasn't there been any news about Jiujiu's mother yet? Who says not? We agreed I only help her raise the baby for 3 months. How long has it been? Although Jiujiu is cute and well-behaved, she's not Jiujiu's biological mother. She can't teach Jiujiu the survival skills of the bird tribe, nor can she keep Jiujiu trapped by her side forever. Birds should fly freely in the vast sky, not be bound by someone or something. Could the red snake bird have forgotten Jiujiu? Forget it for now. Jiujiu is still young, and I can still afford to raise him. I better go to the 10,000 Demons Gorge to investigate the situation and complete this mission as soon as possible. Ever since Helian Yao released Mu Qin and the two great demons from the Immortal Locking Prison, the Immortal Demon Alliance immediately sent personnel to the Flowing Cloud Palace in the Western Territory to investigate. However, upon arriving in the Western Territory, the Immortal Demon Alliance discovered that the Flowing Cloud Palace had long since been deserted. The vast Flowing Cloud Palace had been completely plundered overnight, as if by thieves. Not only were there people and magical artifacts, but even every blade of grass and tree had vanished completely. This level of cleanliness clearly couldn't have been a true robbery, as the Immortal Demon Alliance members didn't detect any trace of blood in the air. So, the people of Flowing Cloud Palace had voluntarily withdrawn. And judging by the current situation, the people of Flowing Cloud Palace must have known what Helian Yao was planning, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to evacuate so cleanly and quickly. At this point, Flowing Cloud Palace was firmly on the Immortal Demon Alliance's wanted list. But Flowing Cloud Palace's disappearance was so sudden and left no trace, so no one knew where they had gone. The vast Flowing Cloud Palace had vanished overnight, but the Immortal Demon Alliance, already grappling with the traitor and the escape of the Great Demon, had no time to devote further attention to tracking down the whereabouts of Flowing Cloud Palace. Meanwhile, in the Central Territory, Yubao City. In Yubao City, the Ning family, a prominent Immortal Cultivation family, reigns supreme. For many years, the Ning family has rarely interacted with the outside world, aside from interactions with the various aristocratic families of the Northern Territory. Few young Ning disciples have left Yubao City to join other sects. However, successive Ning family heads have shown great care for the people of Yubao City. While Yubao City may not be as prosperous as those cities under the patronage of major sects, it can be considered peaceful and prosperous, and the people of Yubao City therefore hold the Ning family in high esteem. But no one would have imagined that beneath the tranquility of Yubao City lies a small underground city. In this underground city, all manner of evil and bloody practices, forbidden in the immortal cultivation world, take place. The exit is at the Ning family's ancestral tomb, outside Yubao City, and the entrance is at the Ning family mansion. Currently, the people from Luyan Palace were hiding in the underground city, beneath the Ning mansion. In fact, the underground city was a stronghold jointly built by Luyan Palace, the Ning family, and several other families in the world of immortal cultivation. In the underground city, Helian Yao, who was supposed to be dead, had regained his enchanting appearance in red, lazily reclining on the chaise longue in the center of the hall. Though his appearance had completely changed, his eyes and demeanor clearly revealed one thing, Helian Yao, but now, Helian Yao no longer had the vibrant energy of his past. His lips were pale, as if he had suffered a serious injury. The gray-robed subordinates, who had previously knelt at his feet, still knelt respectfully, their eyes filled with heartache for their master. If the master wanted to fake his own death and escape, there are other ways. Why would he pay such a terrible price by cutting off one of his own tails? Do you think either Xiang or those old men from the Immortal Demon Alliance are easy to fool? A fox's tail carries all their demonic power and cultivation. Helian Yao cultivated for hundreds of years to acquire 6 tails. Now, cutting off one would undoubtedly have wasted decades of cultivation. If he couldn't think of a better way, why would he resort to such a desperate tactic to escape? It's all Xie Ying's fault for repeatedly ruining the master's plans. The gray-robed man gnashed his teeth in hatred. If she hadn't exposed Nan Li's affairs, causing the master to attract the attention of the old men from the Immortal Demon Alliance, the master wouldn't have had to do this. It's already happened. There's no point in saying more now. I just hope my sacrifice wasn't in vain. Don't worry, master. I sent spies outside to gather information. The Immortal Demon Alliance should believe Helian Yao is dead. Chapter 384. None of this matters. Helian Yao glanced indifferently at the gray-robed figure. You just need someone to keep an eye on Lin Yuexiang of the Yutian sect. He didn't care whether anyone outside believed he was truly dead. He only wanted the public Helian Yao dead. And this plot was more for Lin Yuexiang's sake. His qi-gazing technique told him that Lin Yuexiang was the most likely person in this small world to ascend to the immortal realm. She must possess some hidden opportunity he didn't know about. Since Lin Yuexiang hated Helian Yao so much, he would make him disappear, and only approach her from now on as the master of Luyan Palace. He had many faces anyway, so even if he had to discard his favorite, it wouldn't matter. A face and a tail were nothing compared to the chance of ascending to immortality. Don't worry, master. We already made all the arrangements. As long as Lin Yuexiang becomes a sinner against the Immortal Demon Alliance and the entire world of immortal cultivation, then her final destination can only be us. 10,000 Demons Gorge. Countless disciples spontaneously guarded every defense line 100 miles from the 10,000 Demons Gorge. Among them were those from sects, those from major families, and even some rootless, independent cultivators. But without exception, they shared a common goal: to secure every defense line within the 10,000 Demons Gorge and prevent any demons from escaping. To prevent the escape of demons from the 10,000 Demons Gorge, both the arrival and departure procedures were extremely complex. One had to first reach a teleportation array in the central southern region, then travel through 3 successive teleportation arrays before reaching the 10,000 Demons Gorge. While the 10,000 Demons Gorge had the word Jiang in its name, it was no ordinary deep ravine. There were no steep terrain areas, but rather endless plains and intertwined forests. The 10,000 Demons Gorge, where the demons are sealed, lies in the sky. 10,000 Demons Gorge has no distinction between day and night. Its sky and earth are connected by a single line, the sky of blood red. The plains, eroded by dense demonic energy, are barren, and a dark, turbid demonic aura permeates the air. Amidst that blood-red sky, a thin, black line, like a deep mountain ravine, splits the sky in two. That black line is the entrance to the sealed demons. Only by crossing that black line can one reach the true 10,000 Demons Gorge. With the exception of the first leader of the Immortal Demon Alliance, and the supreme elders of several top sects thousands of years ago, who safely crossed the black line and returned, no one who has attempted to cross it has ever returned alive. Thus, for many years, despite the numerous individuals guarding 10,000 Demons Gorge, no one has dared to actually approach or cross it. Moreover, the longer they stayed there, the deeper the demonic influence became. Therefore, every 10 years, the disciples guarding 10,000 Demons Gorge had to be replaced. Yiming had been at 10,000 Demons Gorge for less than a year, but he had already deeply experienced the hardships faced by the predecessors who had guarded the gorge. Recalling the days when he had a promising path to immortality but failed to cherish it, neglecting precious resources to cultivate, and instead spending his days hanging around Lin Yuexiang, even possessed, and taking pleasure in bullying the weak, Yiming felt even more regretful. Amidst this daily remorse and pain, his entire appearance underwent a profound transformation. Though his face remained youthful, the gray hair and the aging in his eyes were a look that could never be erased. 2 months ago, when Gu Qinghuai and Yi Qianshao first encountered Yiming at 10,000 Demons Gorge, they could not believe that the once arrogant Yi Xianjun would one day become like this. However, Yiming didn't want to pay any attention to them. Seeing Gu Qinghuai and the others would only remind him of the unforgivable foolishness he had committed. This would make it even harder for his already shattered Dao heart to mend. During his days guarding the 10,000 Demons Gorge, Yiming mostly sat alone at the defense line, propping himself on a sword and gazing into the distance, silent and silent. After several attempts to engage him in conversation met with no response, Gu Qinghuai and Yi Qianshao decisively gave up on contacting Yiming. After all, the 10,000 Demons Gorge was filled with demonic energy for their cultivation. As long as they didn't approach the final line of defense, no one would bother them. Furthermore, with the 10,000 Demons Gorge's overwhelming demonic energy concealing them, no one would even notice the thick demonic energy left on them from their cultivation. So, for the past 2 months, Gu Qinghuai and Yi Qianshao thrived. In just 2 months, having fully embarked on the path of demonic cultivation, they successfully reached the golden core stage of great consummation. Gu Qinghuai had never dared to imagine such a rapid cultivation. Having tasted all the sweetness, he finally let go of the last bit of resentment in his heart, and began to cultivate his magic skills without distraction. But the two of them never expected to encounter their master, Mu Chun, again in the 10,000 Demons Gorge. Master? Seeing Mu Chun, bloodied and leaning against a tree, Gu Qinghuai almost thought he was hallucinating. Big brother, are you hallucinating because you've been training so hard? How could Master be in the 10,000 Demons Gorge when he's still imprisoned in the Immortal Locking Prison? Yi Qianxiu's voice, tinged with mockery, came from behind, but the remaining words were cut short when he saw that familiar face. It really was his master. What was going on? How could his master have escaped the Immortal Locking Prison? Had something happened to the Immortal Demon Alliance? The two men stopped in their tracks, looking at each other in bewilderment. Neither dared to approach Mu Chun. Mu Chun sat back, his eagle eyes coldly fixed on his two disciples. After a long pause, it was finally Mu Chun, the master, who broke the strange silence. Why are you in 10,000 Demon Gorge? Was it Lingyin who drove you here? Where's Xiang? Is she also in 10,000 Demon Gorge? Mu Chun had finally escaped the Immortal Locking Prison, so how could he willingly be imprisoned back there? That's why he'd been on a frantic journey these days, not daring to stop for a moment to rest. He hadn't had time to inquire about the current state of the immortal cultivation world. But now, Mu Qian desperately wanted to know everything. He needed to know everything that had happened during this period. Only then could he be sure the person who had released him from the immortal locking prison hadn't deceived him. The two were stunned for a moment, clearly surprised that Mu Qian was still as concerned about Lin Yuexiang as ever even at this moment. But Gu Qinghuai quickly reacted, concealing his gaze and answering respectfully. Master, you misunderstood Fairy Lingyin. My fourth junior brother, and I volunteered to guard the 10,000 Demons Gorge. After Master's accident, life in the Yutian sect has been difficult for us disciples. Coming to the 10,000 Demons Gorge has made things much easier. Qinghuai, are you blaming Master? Chapter 385. Disciple dares not. It's not that I don't dare. Mu Qian's eagle eyes narrowed slightly, and a dangerous aura emanated from him. Gu Qinghuai and Yi Qianshao remained silent. They didn't understand why Mu Qian insisted on provoking something so obvious. Wouldn't it be better to maintain some dignity for both parties? Mu Qian didn't seem to care much about them, his disciples, so why should he expect them to be so respectful? Luckily, Mu Qian knew that in this situation, he couldn't boss Gu Qinghuai and the others around like he had before, calling them to come and dismiss them at will. So, Mu Qian quickly calmed down, took the initiative to change the subject, and turned back to Lin Yuexiang. Where's Xiangxiang? Is she here too? How could Xiangxiang be in Wanmo Gorge? She already passed the Immortal Demon Alliance's selection as a disciple and entered Jiushu Academy. Yi Qianshao laughed, but his tone was filled with malice. Master, didn't you see Xiangxiang when you escaped the Immortal Demon Alliance? Or has Xiangxiang been at Jiushu Academy for so long, yet she hasn't even visited Master? Master loved Xiangxiang dearly, so why wouldn't she? Perhaps she just hasn't had the time. Mu Qian's face darkened visibly, but before he could say anything else, Gu Qinghuai stepped in front of Yi Qianshao. Master, please don't blame me. Fourth junior brother's personality has changed since arriving at 10,000 Demons Gorge. He didn't mean to offend Master. Master has always loved his disciples, and I'm sure he won't blame us. Mu Qian, He never imagined that one day he would be rendered speechless by Gu Qinghuai and Yi Qianshao. But after being imprisoned in the immortal locking prison for so long, Mu Qian had become more patient than before. Where are you living now? What's the current situation in 10,000 Demons Gorge? There are a total of 100 people guarding 10,000 Demons Gorge. We take turns guarding it, and we usually rest in the tents outside the outermost defense line. My fourth junior brother and I will naturally live together. Then. But everyone in 10,000 Demons Gorge is extremely cautious and vigilant. If we bring Master back to the camp, there's no guarantee we be discovered. So, we have to ask Master to stay here and rest for now. If we get the chance, we certainly come visit Master. If there's anything Master needs us to do, just let us know. Gu Qinghuai's words were perfectly polite, but they weren't sincere. He had no desire to serve Mu Qian. Although he and Yi Qianshao had long since betrayed the immortal cultivation world and embarked on the path of demonic cultivation, they didn't want to get into trouble so soon. Mu Qian could clearly sense Gu Qinghuai's deliberate evasion, but he desperately needed help now. He knew the Immortal Demon Alliance must have sent forces to track him down, and he had to enter the 10,000 Demon Gorge before the pursuers arrived. Yes, he had to enter the 10,000 Demon Gorge. Since the immortal cultivation world had abandoned him for that traitorous Yang, he would feed the demons and fall into the devil's path. He would become the most powerful demon in the world. Then, he would personally open the 10,000 Demon Gorge, set the demons free, and watch those people prostrate themselves at his feet. Every time he thought of the scene, Mu Qian's heart would be filled with boundless courage and fighting spirit. He lowered his eyes to hide the flash of ambition, and when he raised his head again, his expression was calm. Don't worry, I won't implicate you. All you need is one thing. Master, please speak. I need the detailed information on the defense status of every line of defense throughout Wanmo Gorge, as well as the discipleship changes. Is Master's request that simple? Yes. Mu Qian nodded slightly, then gave the two of them a meaningful look before adding, but you better complete the tasks I instruct you to do. If I'm caught or discovered, I tell them you helped me hide here. Master, don't worry. We see to it. Yi Qianshao clenched his fists. Master, truly, doesn't care about them. He only cares about Lin Yuexiang. At this point, Gu Qinghuai and Yi Qianshao had no room to refuse. Given the master-disciple relationship between them, if Mu Qian pointed the finger at them, they would be in tatters. However, they had long since betrayed the world of immortal cultivation, so even knowing Mu Qian's ill intentions, They felt no guilt and quickly agreed. From that day on, Mu Chen hid in this forest. With Gu Qinghuai and He Qianxia's combined protection, no one noticed the presence of another person within the forest for a short time. While everyone was diligently guarding the Wanma Gorge defenses, they quietly noted down the situation at each line and mapped out the route. After 3 days of preparation, Gu Qinghuai finally obtained a complete map of the Wanma Gorge defenses. But just as he and He Qianxia were planning to sneak into the forest during a break to deliver something to Mu Chen, something unexpected happened. Xia Ying and Ji Heyuan arrived. The moment they spotted Xia Ying from afar, their first reaction was to flee quickly. They didn't want her to discover their whereabouts. Instinct told them that if they confronted Xia Ying, something bad would surely happen. Especially now that Gu Qinghuai had fully awakened. He knew full well that Xia Ying could never return to the closeness she had once shown him in the Yutian sect. Xia Ying now probably only wanted to kill him, to find satisfaction. After all, Xia Ying was no longer the sister Ah Ying who had only him in her eyes and heart. But Gu Qinghuai didn't know why. He had clearly never cared much about Xia Ying before. To him, Xia Ying was nothing more than a neighbor's girl he had played with as a child, and later, a fiancée arranged by their parents. He had indeed seriously considered caring for Xia Ying for the rest of his life, but he was a Yutian sect immortal lord, and Xia Ying was just an ordinary mortal, unable to cultivate. How could he possibly bind himself to an ordinary mortal? The fate of his relationship with Xia Ying seemed destined for tragedy from the start, but once Gu Qinghuai truly realized this, he began to regret it. He wanted the sister Ah Ying, whose heart and eyes were once devoted to him, to return to him. Although he clearly knew he didn't love Xia Ying, that it was simply human nature at work, he chose to indulge this desire. Since Xia Ying was the fiancée his parents had chosen for him, even if he didn't love her, he wouldn't allow her to be with anyone else. What belonged to him, he wouldn't give it to anyone else, even if it meant destroying it. The moment he saw Xia Ying again, Gu Qinghuai finally made up his mind. He would quickly absorb the demonic energy to cultivate and become even stronger. When that happened, he would personally break Xia Ying's wings, forcing her to stay by his side forever, as she had before, forever relying on him alone. Chapter 386. Gu Qinghuai stood in the distance, gave Xia Ying a deep look, then quickly turned and left. The moment he turned, Xia Ying suddenly glanced in his direction. TSK. What's wrong, junior sister? Nothing, I just saw 2 unpleasant beings. Xia Ying quickly averted her gaze. Let's go, let's get down to business. The two of them, armed with the token given by the head elder, quickly found Ji Changqing, the captain in charge of all the disciples guarding the 10,000 Demons Gorge. Ji Changqing was also a disciple of the Immortal Demon Alliance, but news from the 10,000 Demons Gorge was slow, and the disciples guarding the gorge would rarely contact the outside world unless absolutely necessary. So, until Xia Ying and the others arrived with the token, Ji Changqing didn't realize such a major incident had occurred within the Immortal Demon Alliance. However, he quickly recovered and cast a barrier to prevent anyone else from approaching. I understand junior sister Xia and junior brother Ji's intentions, but 10,000 Demon Gorge has indeed seen no new faces enter or leave. However, 10,000 Demon Gorge is quite large, and we usually only focus on maintaining the defenses. Perhaps there are indeed oversights. Junior sister and junior brother, you can stay with me for the time being. I arranged for a few disciples to investigate privately. Then I trouble you, senior brother Ji. You're welcome. We all work for the stability of the cultivation world. If Mu Chen truly escaped to 10,000 Demon Gorge, he must be secretly plotting something. But no matter what, since I accepted the mission of defending 10,000 Demon Gorge, I will absolutely not tolerate any factors that could threaten its stability. I will uncover the clues and give you an explanation as soon as possible. You should all stay here for now. Even if Mu Chen doesn't come to 10,000 Demon Gorge, there's no guarantee he won't come later. Staying here is a good opportunity to wait and see. Senior brother Ji, wait. Ji Changqing was about to leave to make other arrangements when Xia Ying stopped him. Junior sister Xia, is there anything else? I'd like to ask, senior brother Ji, if Gu Qinghuai and He Qianxiao from the Yutian sect are also in 10,000 Demon Gorge? They arrived 2 months ago. Xia Ying's feud with the Yutian sect had long been a hot topic in the cultivation world, so Ji Changqing quickly understood Xia Ying's intention and took the initiative to explain. 10,000 Demon Gorge won't refuse disciples who volunteer to guard it. I observed that since arriving at 10,000 Demon Gorge, although they haven't been particularly active, they completed every assigned task in a disciplined manner. So far, I haven't noticed anything wrong with them. Then senior brother Ji will soon discover something is wrong. Ji Chongqing, are you serious? Gu Qinghuai and Yi Qianshao are Mukin's disciples. If I were Mukin, I would have them conceal my whereabouts, even by coercion or bribery. Ji Heyuan suddenly added, Senior brother Ji, you can send someone to secretly follow them. Who knows, we might find something unexpected. But they should have just seen me and junior sister, so they won't act rashly for a while. Senior brother Ji, if you send someone to follow them, you might need to be more patient. I understand. I make arrangements right away. You can wander around freely if you're free. As long as you don't cross the last line of defense, you won't be in too much danger. Ji Chongqing showed a look of understanding, gave the two a few words of advice, and quickly left. The reason Ji Chongqing had been able to hold out for so long in 10,000 Demons Gorge wasn't just because of his extraordinary strength, but also because of his own insightful perspective. He wouldn't impose his own ideas on anyone, nor would he arrogantly assume he was right, nor would he blindly trust others. He always considered a problem from multiple perspectives, then chose the best answer based on the specific circumstances. For example, he definitely didn't understand Gu Qinghuai and the other two as well as Xie Ying did, so he didn't waste time asking questions. As long as things were arranged, the truth would naturally come out. Xie Ying didn't proactively tell Ji Heyuan about the Dingtian hairpin. She simply said she needed to retrieve something from the 10,000 Demons Gorge. Thus, the two of them had already planned to stay in the 10,000 Demons Gorge for a while. Besides capturing Mu Chun, Xie Ying also needed to investigate the whereabouts of the Dingtian hairpin fragments. Although Xie Ying disliked Gu Qinghuai, she had to admit that he was always cautious. If Mu Chun was truly in cahoots with him, he would definitely not reveal any flaws. But it didn't matter. She would find out for herself. As long as Mu Chun was in 10,000 Demons Gorge, she would find him and kill him with her own hands to appease the spirit of the original owner, and Gu Qinghuai and Yi Qianshao, neither of them could escape. She had to get the 10,000 Demons Gorge triple kill. Xie Ying and Ji Heyuan sat in the tent for a while, and when they realized Ji Chongqing hadn't returned, they decided to go out and familiarize themselves with the surrounding terrain. Who would have thought that shortly after leaving the tent, they would run into someone they knew? Yi Ming. In truth, Xie Ying had long since given up on Yi Ming. The grudge between Yi Ming and the original owner wasn't that deep, so as long as Yi Ming reformed, she wouldn't necessarily kill him. So much time had passed that Xie Ying couldn't even remember Yi Ming's appearance. So, when they ran into each other, Xie Ying passed by him without stopping. The smile that had just risen on Yi Ming's face fell in less than 3 seconds. But he didn't hesitate and quickly caught up. Xie Ying. Xie Ying turned around, looking at the white-haired man with a puzzled expression. Excuse me, who are you? At that moment, Yi Ming suddenly recalled the time they met Xie Ying in Changyang City. Back then, she hadn't recognized him. It was a pity that he could no longer return to that state of mind. Yi Ming smiled, a hint of melancholy in his tone. Why do you always forget me every time we meet? Junior sister, he's Yi Ming. Ji Heyuan angrily announced Yi Ming's identity. He couldn't bear to see Yi Ming looking so resentful, as if Xie Ying had done something wrong to him. Junior sister, are you familiar with him? Who are you trying to show off to? Xie Ying quickly recovered, her expression unchanged. Did you call me? I always wanted to apologize to you in person. I was wrong about what happened back then. If I can make it up to you, I'd do my best. That's not necessary. Xie Ying flatly declined. The damage done can never be repaired. Even if you apologize 10,000 times, I won't forgive you. But you already received the punishment you deserve, so I won't hold it against you anymore. It's best if we don't cross paths. Although he had expected this, Yi Ming couldn't help but feel lost. But he quickly adjusted his mood. He wanted to make amends, even if Xie Ying didn't need it. Chapter 387. What's your mission in Wanmo Gorge? I can help you. If you're here for Gu Qinghuai, I can also help you lure him here. Hearing this, Xie Ying finally looked him in the eye. For Gu Qinghuai? You're underestimating me. Although she wanted to kill Gu Qinghuai, she wouldn't go all the way to Wanmo Gorge for such a man when she had serious business to attend to. Besides, she didn't trust Yi Ming, so how could she let him know what they were planning? I appreciate your kindness, but it's really not necessary. You better guard the Wanmo Gorge defenses with this time. With that, she pulled Ji Heyuan aside and turned to leave. This time, neither of them looked back, and they quickly disappeared from Yi Ming's sight. As Xie Ying had said, she held no hatred for Yi Ming, nor could she forgive him, because anyone who could forgive him for his mistakes was long dead. Of the memories and emotions she inherited from the original owner, not even a few related to Yi Ming. Aside from the initial murderous urges she felt when Yi Ming had gone all out against her for Lin Yuexiang, Yi Ming was now nothing more than a vaguely familiar stranger. Who would lavish so much attention on a stranger? Yet, Yi Ming still didn't understand this. Trapped in his own obsession and mistakes, he stubbornly believed that Xiang hadn't forgiven him and still harbored hatred, stubbornly wanting to make amends. But after spending so much time in the 10,000 Demons Gorge, Yi Ming was no longer the impulsive, easily angered person he once was, easily provoked by a few words. He had learned to be steady and cautious. Although Xiang denied his suspicions, Yi Ming still felt that Xiang and Ji Heyuan's presence here was definitely related to Gu Qinghuai, or rather, the Yutian sect. So, when he ran into Gu Qinghuai and the others again, Yi Ming didn't ignore them. Instead, he approached and greeted them. He Qianxia's surprise faded into a mocking tone. Isn't this the aloof Yi Xianjun? What's happened today that has brought Yi Xianjun right here before us? He Qianxiao still remembered Yi Ming's indifferent, even somewhat hostile, attitude towards them when they first arrived at Wanmal Gorge. While he didn't know why Yi Ming suddenly changed his attitude and took the initiative to speak to them, it didn't affect Yi Qianxia's mockery of Yi Ming. Compared to Yi Qianxia's sarcastic tone, Gu Qinghuai's gaze towards Yi Ming was noticeably more scrutinizing, and his words were also very direct. I wonder why fellow Taoist he suddenly came to visit us two brothers. Xiang has arrived at 10,000 Demons Gorge. Did you know? You knew? So what if you didn't? Gu Qinghuai countered. What does your visit to us have to do with Xiang? He Qianxiao suddenly spoke again. I know. Your Dao heart was shattered because of her. Could it be that you harbor hatred for her and want to take this opportunity to kill Xiang for revenge? No, Xiang is both my cause and my consequence. Yi Ming's eyes flashed with disgust at He Qianxia's malicious speculation, but he concealed it so well that the other two didn't notice. My Dao heart was shattered because of her. If I want to rebuild it, I must first earn Xie Ying's sincere forgiveness. I just went to her and sincerely apologized, but she's unwilling to forgive me. So? I figured you grew up with her, so you might know her better. If you could tell me a little about Xie Ying's preferences, perhaps I could gain her forgiveness more quickly. Get Xie Ying's forgiveness? He Qianxiao sneered. I advise you to give up on this idea. Xiang is an incredibly cruel woman. You never get her forgiveness. If you truly want to end this karmic entanglement between you, it would be better to simply kill Xiang. Once Xiang is dead, the karma will be eliminated. That method won't work. Yi Ming was blunt. I can't defeat Xiang. If you can't defeat her, you can use other means. This is 10,000 Demons Gorge. If you truly want to take someone's life, there are plenty of ways. I have. Qianxiao. Seeing He Qianxiao about to blurt out something he shouldn't, Gu Qinghuai decisively interrupted him. Fellow Taoist Yi, you've seen our current situation. It's not much better than yours. Whether you seek Xie Ying's forgiveness or want to kill her to end this karma, we can't help you with our current strength. So, please seek other help. Gu Qinghuai said, pulling He Qianxiao away. Yi Ming watched them depart, his eyes cold. Although he didn't get any useful information from He Qianxiao, he was certain from Gu Qinghuai's evasive attitude, there must be something fishy about these two. He would definitely find a way to uncover the secrets hidden within them. He would never allow Gu Qinghuai and the others to harm Xiang, much less endanger Wanmal Gorge. Unbeknownst to Yi Ming, his conversation with Gu Qinghuai had been witnessed clearly by two disciples. Skilled in tracking and concealment, assigned by Ji Chongqing to monitor him. To avoid alerting the enemy, the two disciples stayed close enough to avoid hearing what was said, only vaguely hearing Xie Ying's name. After Gu Qinghuai left, one of the disciples immediately followed him, while the other quickly returned to inform Ji Chongqing. Yi Ming? Why is he involved with Gu Qinghuai and He Qianxiao again? Xiang frowned in confusion. Could it be that Yi Ming's recent expressions of remorse were all fake? Don't worry, junior sister. They won't cause any trouble. Junior brother Ji is right. I have the other disciples keep an eye on Gu Qinghuai and the others. Ji Chongqing hadn't expected Yi Ming to actually approach those two. Unlike his indifference towards Gu Qinghuai and the others, Ji Chongqing actually had a good impression of Yi Ming, so after much deliberation, he added. However, Yi Ming has been very well behaved since arriving at Wanmal Gorge. Gu Qinghuai and the others had also tried to get close to him when they first arrived, but Yi Ming was very indifferent. I think Yi Ming and Gu Qinghuai are not on the same page. There might be some misunderstanding. Perhaps? Xiang nodded, non-committal. Senior brother Ji, I'm actually not interested in Yi Ming's character. They're now Wanmal Gorge members. No matter what they've done, senior brother Ji, just deal with them according to Wanmal Gorge's rules. Xiao He and I are solely responsible for capturing or executing Mu Chen, the criminal who escaped from the Immortal locking prison. If it's proven that Gu Qinghai, Yiming, and the others are indeed colluding with Mu Chen, I will bring all those involved back to the Immortal Demon Alliance. Chapter 388. Having said this, how could Ji Chongqing not understand Xie Ying's intention? He immediately gave up on defending Yiming. Given Xie Ying's attitude, it was pointless for him to say more. Rather than wasting time explaining, he might as well investigate whether Mu Chen had been hiding in One Mall Gorge under Gu Qinghai's protection, and whether Yiming was involved. On the other side, Gu Qinghai, always gentle and polite in front of outsiders, suddenly darkened as he dragged He Qianxiao back to their tent. He lowered his voice and glared at He Qianxiao. Do you know what you just did? You almost told Yiming our secret. Were you trying to teach him how to use the demonic energy of the 10,000 Demons Gorge to stealthily kill Xie Ying? So what? Does senior brother still have feelings for Xie Ying? I never had any feelings for her. Gu Qinghai's face was stern. I just don't want you to spill the beans and implicate me. Implicate you? Even if I did, you just have to bear the consequences. Don't forget, without the techniques I taught you, you'd still be a cripple. How could you be so high-spirited and energetic now? I call you senior brother. You don't really think I'm the same junior brother who used to obey you, do you? Gu Qinghai, if I hadn't helped you, you'd be nothing more than trash in the mud. What qualifications do you have to act so condescendingly in front of me? He Qianxiao sneered. Ever since his foundation was destroyed, he had seen the true colors of the Yutian sect. The camaraderie between master and disciple was sham, only the strength in one's own hands was real. Of their group, only the former second senior sister, Nan Qipan, could be considered upright. The rest, from young to old, were completely devoid of good character. Mu Chen and Gu Qinghai were particularly hypocritical. He Qianxiao used to be able to hold his temper, but as he practiced magic for longer, his temper became increasingly difficult to control. Whenever provoked, he could hardly suppress the murderous urge deep within him, even when the person standing before him was Gu Qinghai. But He Qianxiao knew that Gu Qinghai couldn't die just yet. If he died, he would be left alone in the 10,000 Demons Gorge with a truly difficult situation. He Qianxiao took a deep breath to suppress the murderous urge within him, and without even a glance at Gu Qinghai, he walked right past him and out. Because of this, he also missed the equally suppressed murderous intent in Gu Qinghai's eyes when he looked at him. Gu Qinghai stared at the swaying curtain, and a thought suddenly occurred to him. Why not let He Qianxiao and Mu Chen die together? If he could find an opportunity to kill Mu Chen and He Qianxiao simultaneously, and then make it look like they had both perished in a fratricidal fight, no one would ever be able to harm him again. Yes, that's it. He had enough of being controlled by others. Meanwhile, after leaving, He Qianxiao, after a while of being exposed to the cold wind, far from calming down, became even more murderous under the pervasive demonic energy. He knew full well that this was a side effect of practicing magic, but he couldn't stop. Not only did the magic allow his cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds, it also shielded him from the laws of nature, allowing him to progress step by step from the golden core to the nascent soul and beyond without having to endure the tribulations of thunder. The only downside is that his desire to kill will become increasingly uncontrollable, and his Tao body will slowly transform into a true demon as his realm rises, until he becomes a true demon. But what does that matter? As long as one possesses sufficient strength, as long as one can ultimately ascend, what does it matter whether one is human or demon? After trying several methods and failing to dispel the bloodlust within him, He Qianxiao decided not to subject himself to such a burden. He wanted to indulge it, to witness the spectacle of blood spurting forth. So he turned to Yiming. He wanted to use Yiming's hand to deliver Xie Ying a quick death. What is this? Yiming looked at the brocade bag He Qianxiao placed before him, his heart awash with extreme caution. It's a valuable item that can help you fulfill your wish. He Qianxiao smiled meaningfully. All you have to do is quietly open the brocade pouch when you're near Xie Ying. Without you having to do anything yourself, Xie Ying will be dead within 3 hours. Is there such a valuable item in the world of immortal cultivation that can kill without anyone noticing? Of course. There are many things in the world of immortal cultivation you don't know. He Qianxiao wasn't completely obsessed with killing. He knew what to say and what not to say, and he casually brushed the subject aside. Anyway, I taught you how to kill Xie Ying. It's up to you whether you decide to do it or not. With that, He Qianxiao stood up and left, leaving Yiming sitting alone. Yiming hadn't anticipated He Qianxiao's sudden return visit. He had assumed it would take some effort to extract any useful information from He Qianxiao. Unexpectedly, not long after this, He Qianxiao actually took the initiative to hand him the evidence. However, This brocade pouch was filled with strangeness. Yi Ming felt a chill sweep over him after just a light touch. It felt as if a cold, sticky, venomous snake had crawled up his arm and slithered down his limbs. Yi Ming couldn't help but shudder, disgusted by his own imagination, but he could finally confirm one fact. There was definitely something fishy about He Qianxiao. After much deliberation, Yi Ming decided that this matter couldn't be delayed any longer. He enveloped the brocade pouch with his spiritual power and stored it in a brand new storage bag. Then, he hurried to find Ji Chongqing. It happened to be Ji Chongqing's turn to guard the area today, so Yi Ming headed straight for the last line of defense at Wanma Gorge. Upon arriving, he discovered Xia Ying and Ji Huyuan were also there. However, the situation was urgent, and Yi Ming didn't care if Xia Ying misunderstood him further. He quickly approached Ji Chongqing. "Senior brother Ji, I have something important to report. I suspect He Qianxiao is practicing evil magic." These two short sentences caused Ji Chongqing's face to harden. "Junior brother Yi, do you have any evidence for this?" Of course. Yi Ming had no intention of hiding anything from Ji Chongqing, so he quickly told him everything that had happened today. "I'm not certain He Qianxiao is practicing evil magic, but the brocade bag he gave me certainly exudes a strange and ominous aura. That's definitely not something we righteous disciples possess. Where is the brocade bag? Let me see." Chapter 389. "Brother, be careful. This brocade bag is very strange." Yi Ming warned quietly and pulled the brocade bag, wrapped in spiritual energy, from his storage bag. However, he didn't hand it to Ji Chongqing. Instead, out of concern for Ji Chongqing's safety, he placed it in his own palm. "Brother, you are responsible for the safety of the 10,000 Demons Gorge. It's best not to touch it, lest you be harmed." "Don't worry, I know my limits." Ji Chongqing was cautious and didn't touch it directly. Instead, he channeled his spiritual energy into countless thin threads, attempting to penetrate the slits of the brocade bag and inspect it. But just as Yi Ming had said, he felt a chill pierce his soul as soon as he inserted the threads. Ji Chongqing's strong sixth sense caused him to quickly withdraw his hand. He stared in astonishment at the sachet in Yi Ming's hand. Was it an illusion? Why could he faintly sense the presence of demonic energy within it? "Brother Ji, fellow Taoist Yi, can you let me see this sachet?" Xia Ying, who had been observing from a distance for a while, suddenly approached them, her eyes fixed on the sachet. "Of course," they said in unison. Yi Ming handed the sachet over, but before he could offer any further instructions, Xia Ying took it. "Fellow Taoist Xia, there's something wrong with this sachet. You're in danger." "It's okay. I'm prepared. It can't harm me." Xia Ying lowered her head, studying the small sachet with a focused expression. Yi Ming and Ji Chongqing stared intently at her, fearing she might make a mistake. It was then that they realized Xia Ying's hand didn't seem to have made direct contact with the sachet. There was a gap between her hand and the sachet that was so small that it was almost negligible, as if there was an invisible membrane separating her hand and the sachet. "What is this?" "It's a glove woven from 1,000-year-old shark silk, capable of blocking any aura," Xia Ying explained without even looking up. Seeing this, the two of them stopped talking and waited in silence. After a moment, Xia Ying finally looked up at them again. "It's not sorcery, it's demonic energy, and it's demonic energy infused with a strong desire for bloodshed. The brocade pouch is enshrined with restrictions imposed by demonic runes. As long as the pouch is not opened, the restrictions remain in place. But once the pouch is opened, the restrictions will cease, and the demonic energy trapped within will unleash a rampage of slaughter. It won't subside without bloodshed." Yi Ming's expression darkened after hearing these words. He's not an evil cultivator, he's actually fallen into demonic power. But Ji Chongqing was clearly much more composed than Yi Ming. After all, he had already sensed the demonic energy in the pouch before Xia Ying even spoke. He had guarded the 10,000 Demons Gorge for nearly 10 years, and his perception of demonic energy was far more precise than that of Yi Ming and other disciples, who had only been there for less than a year. But Ji Chongqing hadn't expected Xia Ying to be able to detect the presence of demonic energy so quickly. It seemed this junior sister Xia was truly as extraordinary as the rumors had spread. However, in the current situation, Ji Chongqing didn't have time to delve into how Xia Ying could detect the demonic energy. If what Yi Ming said was true, He Qianxiao must have fallen into demonic possession, and then there was no way He Qianxiao could be kept alive. "I gather our forces immediately to capture He Qianxiao. No matter what, he can't be allowed to freely enter and exit the 10,000 Demons Gorge. Senior brother Ji, I go with you." Xiao He has already gone ahead to look for He Qianxiao, and the others. Before Ji Changqing could speak, Xie Ying continued, "It's safe to leave the brocade pouch with me for now. I take you to find them now." As she placed the brocade pouch into her storage bag, Xie Ying flicked her finger and drew a talisman in midair, strengthening the restriction. The demonic inheritance is a memory-based inheritance. In her dream on the snowy mountains, Xie Ying personally experienced Ning Xian's half-life and learned many of the demonic clan's secrets and spells. Although she didn't know how He Qianshao became associated with the demons and embarked on the path of demonic cultivation, the inheritance she had gained from Ning Xian's memories made it easy for her to control the restrictions on the brocade pouch. Tang Tang had always been by Ji Heyuan's side, and with the connection between the two double-ringing bracelets, she didn't need any other means to sense Ji Heyuan's location. Since arriving here, they had maintained a clear goal and hadn't wasted time on any insignificant matters. Yet, even so, something unexpected happened. Before the three of them could leave the last line of defense, a sudden, sky-shaking commotion erupted from behind them. At the same time, Ji Heyuan's 1,000-mile sound transmission sound began to flicker in Xie Ying's ears. "Junior sister, come quickly. Mu Chen intends to destroy the last line of defense at 10,000 Demon's Gorge. Senior brother Ji, Mu Chen is at the westernmost edge of the last line." Time flashes back to a while ago. After discovering the person secretly following and monitoring him, Gu Qinghuai became even more determined to ensure He Qianshao and Mu Chen's death together. So, after He Qianshao returned to the tent, he apologized and, using the excuse that he could lure the surveillance away, persuaded He Qianshao to go alone to deliver the defense map of 10,000 Demon's Gorge to Mu Chen. Gu Qinghuai was Mu Chen's first disciple, and had spent the longest time with him, thus understanding his character best. Given Mu Chen's personality, he would never leave any harm for himself. So, when He Qianshao gave the gift to Mu Chen was the one who murdered him to silence him. But Mu Chen had lost half his cultivation and had been imprisoned in the Immortal locking prison for so long, while He Qianxiao's strength, thanks to his cultivation of demonic arts, was not to be underestimated. If the two of them clashed, who would be the last one to be defeated? But Gu Qinghuai didn't care. He simply needed to appear when the two were both exhausted and seize the opportunity to kill them both. But what Gu Qinghuai didn't expect was that even after shaking off his pursuers, he still encountered an uninvited guest in the forest where Mu Chen was hiding. Ji Heyuan. Because of Ji Heyuan's appearance, Mu Chen and He Qianshao did not engage in mutual slaughter, as he had previously expected. Instead, they joined forces to kill Ji Heyuan. But Ji Heyuan, who appeared to be only a Jin Dan and had always had a low presence, was more powerful than they had imagined. Even the two of them combined couldn't kill him. And when Gu Qinghuai appeared, Mu Chen pulled him into his side without hesitation. "Qinghuai, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and help us kill this troublemaker. If he doesn't die, the truth about you covering for me won't be hidden anymore." Gu Qinghuai said nothing, unsheathing his sword and leaping to meet Ji Heyuan's blade. Even if Mu Chen hadn't threatened him, he wouldn't let Ji Heyuan go. He didn't miss the undisguised look in Ji Heyuan's eyes whenever he looked at Xie Ying. He hated that look. Anyone who covets his things deserves death. Chapter 390. The four of them fought fiercely in the forest. Gu Qinghuai and the other two naively believed that if they joined forces, they would surely kill Ji Heyuan. Little did they know that Ji Heyuan had already regained his peak strength from his time in the demon sect, not to mention that Xie Ying now regularly refined the jade bone pills to heal his old injuries. Thus, far from declining, his current strength had actually improved significantly. At the peak of the nascent soul stage, defeating 3 golden core cultivators was a piece of cake. If it weren't for the formidable demonic energy wielded by Gu Qinghuai and He Qianshao, Ji Heyuan would have subdued them long ago. After several rounds of fighting with Ji Heyuan, the three finally realized they were no match for him. However, the noise they were making had clearly attracted the attention of the others in the 10,000 Demon's Gorge. Unable to continue fighting Ji Heyuan, the three gave up and flew deeper into the 10,000 Demon's Gorge. Gu Qinghuai was forced to temporarily change all his plans. He knew he had to advance his entry into the 10,000 Demon Gorge. Those who practiced demonic arts could also receive a certain demonic inheritance, but the inheritance each received varied depending on the specific demonic arts and their own talents. The only exception was that they all heard the same voice, a voice calling them to enter the 10,000 Demon Gorge to receive the final inheritance. Gu Qinghuai and He Qianshao heard this voice only after they had reached the golden core stage of cultivation. However, Mu Chen heard it the night he left the Immortal locking prison and, while on the run, temporarily practiced the demonic techniques he had stolen from Helian Yao. That was why he had traveled so far to the 10,000 Demon Gorge. Because only within the 10,000 Demons Gorge could he find a true new life, a chance to reclaim everything he had lost. As for Gu Qinghuai and the other two, they hadn't really wanted to enter the 10,000 Demons Gorge so soon, but now that this was happening, they had no choice but to do so. The three of them simultaneously flew towards the last line of defense within the 10,000 Demons Gorge. This last line of defense was different from all the previous ones. It was a massive barrier forged using all the spiritual energy within the 10,000 Demons Gorge. The barrier reached straight up into the sky, completely isolating that section of the 10,000 Demons Gorge from the rest of the area, while also somewhat purifying the demonic energy within the gorge. But the demonic energy could not be eliminated, and it would only grow in size. No matter how strong the barrier was, it would eventually break. Whenever this happened, countless demonic energies would take advantage of the opportunity to surge out. However, after being purified by the barrier, the demonic energy's power was greatly reduced. Thus, as long as the cultivators guarding the other lines of defense were vigilant and took the purifying spirit pill on time, they would not be eroded by the demonic energy, which would affect their sanity. But once the barrier at the final line of defense was broken, the demonic energy trapped within, yet to be purified, would burst forth, rapidly engulfing and contaminating the minds of everyone within the 10,000 Demons Gorge. Gu Qinghuai and the other two planned to open the barrier and release the demonic energy, thus preventing the others within the 10,000 Demons Gorge from pursuing them. Furthermore, if they wished to enter the true 10,000 Demons Gorge, they would also have to open the barrier. Gu Qinghuai and Yi Qianshao hadn't been there long, and in fact, they didn't know how to open the barrier. But they were fortunate in one thing. Over the past month, the barrier's weakening had become increasingly severe. Ji Changqing had repeatedly joined forces with the 10 most powerful cultivators in 10,000 Demons Gorge to reinforce it, but the results were mediocre. Furthermore, after days of observation, it was discovered that Gu Qinghuai had already identified the barrier's weakest point. They planned to attack this weakest spot together. Even a single crack would be enough for them to slip through. The loud noise Xiang and the others initially heard was caused by Gu Qinghuai and his two companions. Ji Huyuan was fast, but by the time he arrived, he was still a step too late. Gu Qinghuai and Yi Qianshao were using demonic techniques, which would cause even greater damage to the barrier than ordinary methods. Accompanying the loud noise was the appearance of a spiderweb of cracks covering the barrier. Ji Huyuan watched with his own eyes as Gu Qinghuai and the other two transformed into 3 streaks of light, piercing through the cracks and disappearing into the barrier. To counteract the demonic energy gushing from the fissure, he had no time to pursue them, and could only use a 1,000-mile sound transmission to relay information to Xiang. By the time Xiang and the others had rushed to the scene, a thick, oppressive black demonic energy had already completely enveloped the sky. Ji Huyuan and several disciples, who had heard the commotion, were working together to capture the 4 scattered demonic energy and seal it back into the barrier. Xiang and the others immediately joined in. Ji Changqing even crushed a yellow talisman, and the next second, his voice echoed throughout the 10,000 Demons Gorge. Everyone, hurry to the westernmost part of the barrier. There's a crack in the barrier, and demonic energy is overflowing. I need everyone's help. Xiaohe, where are Mu Chen and the others? Xiang used her spiritual power to weave a spiritual net, attempting to capture the escaping demonic energy and burn it with the nether blue lotus flame. She also took the time to inquire about Mu Chen's whereabouts. They went in. Ji Huyuan released a stream of spiritual energy, locking away a portion of the demonic energy. I saw them enter the barrier through the cracks with my own eyes. What were they doing inside the barrier? Ji Changqing, having overheard the two's conversation, was completely baffled. Even if Gu Qinghuai and the others had already degenerated into demonic cultivators, there was no need for them to seek their own death. Though the barrier looked thin, it separated 2 completely different worlds. Even demonic cultivators might not be able to withstand the encroaching demonic energy within. They want to enter the true 10,000 Demon Gorge, Xiang said with certainty. They also want to open the gorge and set the demons free. Everyone gasped. Are they crazy? What good would that do to them? Of course it would. By entering the gorge, they would accelerate their transformation into true demons, thereby gaining the demons' unique immortality. Xiang answered in her mind. But she would never allow this to happen. Gu Qinghuai and the others must die. I stopped them. Xiang suddenly produced a small, exquisite pagoda and threw it overhead. As she chanted an incantation, the pagoda rapidly expanded, enveloping everyone in a dazzling golden light. Under the golden light, the arrogant and overbearing demonic energy noticeably weakened. The previously uncontrollable situation finally improved slightly, giving everyone a moment to breathe. The Burning Heaven Tower can contain, seal, and suppress all the filth in the world. This was the simplest and most straightforward explanation the system gave Xiaoying when she received her reward. Junior sister Xia? This is the Burning Heaven Tower. It can help senior brother Ji temporarily suppress the overflowing demonic energy, but the effectiveness of this suppression depends on the duration and the user's strength. Chapter 391. Time was limited, and Xiaoying didn't have time to explain further. She quickly stepped forward to Ji Chongqing's side, pressed her fingers together between his brows, and a golden light shone into him. This is a spell that can control the Burning Heaven Tower. I hope it can be of use to senior brother Ji. Junior sister Xia, are you serious about entering the barrier? It's extremely dangerous within. Senior brother, there's no need to explain. For both public and private reasons, I will personally capture or kill Mu Chen and the others. Otherwise, my Daoist heart will be shaken. Xiaoying interrupted Ji Chongqing's attempts to dissuade her, turning mercilessly and heading towards the barrier. Senior brother Ji, capturing the sealed demonic energy and repairing the barrier are your concerns. As for Mu Chen and the others, leave them to me. Before she finished her words, Xiaoying transformed into a stream of light and pierced the barrier. Ji Heyuan followed without a word. He wouldn't let Xiaoying risk her life alone, and Xiaoying knew Ji Heyuan would follow her no matter what she said, so the two of them said nothing. No matter life or death, good or bad, they just had to face it together. This was their unspoken understanding. Ji Chongqing cast a deep glance in the direction the two had disappeared, then quickly gathered his strength and began to focus on combating the demonic energy escaping from the barrier. He chanted an incantation to activate the Burning Heaven Tower, doing his utmost to draw the demonic energy into it. However, this prevented him from focusing on other tasks. Because the Burning Heaven Tower was an immortal treasure, its power was immense, yet it required a powerful force to control it. To control the demonic energy, Ji Chongqing could only mobilize all his spiritual energy to focus on the Burning Heaven Tower. While the demonic energy was contained, the others repaired the cracks in the barrier. But this time, the situation was different. Usually, the barrier's weakening was caused by the constant impact of countless demonic energies attempting to escape from within, but this time, the barrier had been cracked by force from the outside. Repairing it quickly was simply impossible. Although they continuously poured spiritual energy into repairing the cracks, their energy was like a stone sinking into the ocean, unable to create a single ripple. Furthermore, as their own spiritual energy rapidly drained, some disciples began to lose the ability to resist the corrosive effects of the new demonic energy escaping from the cracks. However, everyone's attention was focused on the barrier before them, and no one noticed their abnormality. When they realized what was happening, they discovered they were being controlled, their weapons pointed at Ji Chongqing. Senior brother Ji, be careful! Yi Ming cried out in alarm, and lunged forward. A sharp puff of blade-piercing flesh echoed from behind him, and blood dripped down the blade, dripping onto the ground. The demonic energy in the air, which hadn't yet been controlled by the Burning Heaven Tower, began to rush towards Yi Ming at the scent of blood. Ji Chongqing's heart trembled uncontrollably, but he couldn't act rashly at this moment, completely unaware of what was happening behind him. Junior brother Yi, what's wrong with you? Nothing's wrong. Just a minor injury. Senior brother Ji, focus on controlling the Burning Heaven Tower. Leave the rest to me. Yi Ming spun around and sent the now completely mad disciple flying away with a palm strike. He lowered his eyes and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and a golden light instantly penetrated the wound in his chest, suppressing the demonic energy within. When he raised his eyes again, sword in hand, a determination never before seen in him. Inside the barrier of 10,000 demons' gorge. As soon as Xiaoying entered, she felt a distinct discomfort. She pulled Ji Heyuan, who was half a step behind her, to her side, and used the nether azure lotus flame to create a wall of fire around them, which eased the discomfort considerably. The moment the azure flames appeared, the two finally had a clear view of the enchantment. The bones of unknown beasts were scattered everywhere, and the pervasive black demonic energy obscured most of the blood-red sky. The sight was like a shocking crimson tinge with the inky night, creating an eerie feeling. The inside and outside of the enchantment were like two completely different worlds. While the outside was barren and desolate, it could still be described as peaceful. But within the enchantment, Xiaoying could only feel the endless desires born from the intertwined emotions of killing, sorrow, and anger. The demonic energy within the enchantment even manifested itself into various bizarre entities, intent on attacking them. The demonic energy was far more powerful than the purified demonic energy outside, But fortunately, Xia and Ji Heyuan possessed little but numerous treasures, so the demonic energy's attacks could not cause them any substantial damage. The two also knew the dangers of 10,000 Demons' Gorge, so they didn't intend to waste time dealing with these demonic energies. Xia held the Mingxiao Liuli lantern, its gentle white light pointing a clear direction in the darkness. Xia, this way, follow me closely. The Mingxiao Liuli lantern could point the way out of difficult situations, and could also locate people or objects according to the user's wishes. Xia Ying's target was Mu Chun and the other two, so as they went deeper and deeper, they encountered more and more bones. Xia Ying sighed with regret as she gazed at the bones, most of which had turned gray. These bones are likely the carcasses of demonic beasts. It's a pity they've been so severely corroded by the demonic energy of 10,000 Demons' Gorge. Otherwise, they'd be incredibly valuable materials for refining weapons. If I could bring some back to third senior sister, she'd probably appreciate them. Once senior brother Su officially takes over Xiaoyao's sect, he and third senior sister will hold a Dao couple ceremony, but I haven't decided on a wedding gift for them yet. Don't rush. The world of Immortal Cultivation is in turmoil these days. Given senior brother Su and third senior sister's personalities, they probably won't hold a Dao couple ceremony anytime soon. Ji Heyuan offered soothing words, then added after a moment's thought. Furthermore, the demonic beasts living in 10,000 Demon Gorge are the product of demonic energy and desire. They have no mind at all, only killing. Perhaps by the time we emerge, there will be a lot of new bones here. I then accompany junior senior sister to pick out some good bones, and bring them back to third senior sister. For now, let's first try to find Mu Chun and the others. Well, we've been so far behind, they most likely already entered the real 10,000 Demon Gorge. It seems we have no choice but to enter the 10,000 Demon Gorge this time. It doesn't matter. Even without them, junior senior sister was planning to enter the real 10,000 Demon Gorge anyway, wasn't she? Chapter 392. Was it that obvious? Or Xiaohe, you're just too clever, able to guess what I'm thinking without me even having to say anything. Xia Ying smiled, tilting her head to look at him, then meeting Ji Heyuan's equally smiling eyes. He raised his chin proudly. It must be the latter. My junior sister and I are like telepaths. Huh? Xia Ying rubbed the goosebumps that had risen. Xiaohe, where did you learn all that cheesy talk? Cheesy? When Yang Shu gave me the storybook, he clearly said it was the most fashionable storybook in the world of Immortal Cultivation, a favorite among female cultivators. Ji Heyuan was stunned, and blurted out his true feelings. Could it be that Yang Shu lied to me? Damn it! I even gave him 3 mid-grade spirit stones, as a token of my gratitude. Then you're a real spendthrift. Xia Ying gave him a look of pity. Don't worry, when we get back, I definitely help you seek justice from Brother Yang and make him give up your 3 spirit stones. Yes. Ji Heyuan nodded heavily. So Yang Shu did lie to me. Xia Ying paused. Not necessarily. I read Brother Yang's storybooks. They're truly fascinating and popular among the many female cultivators in the world of Immortal Cultivation. But I'm not interested in them. After all, she read so many different novels back on Earth, hadn't she? No matter how well Yang Shu wrote, it lost its appeal to someone like her who had read them all. I understand. It wasn't that Yang Shu lied to him. It was that the tactics in those storybooks were completely useless to Xia Ying. He was foolish. How could he possibly imagine his junior sister thinking like an ordinary female cultivator? Alright, let's put that aside for now. Let's hasten our journey into the 10,000 Demon Gorge. We discuss other matters after we're done here. Xia Ying pulled Ji Heyuan into a run, their skirts tangling in the wind as they quickly vanished into the vast darkness. The space behind the barrier was vast, and the pervasive demonic energy prevented them from flying with their swords. So, with the aid of the speed talisman, Xia Ying and Ji Heyuan walked for a full half-hour before reaching the true entrance to the 10,000 Demon Gorge. They had originally thought the demonic energy within the 10,000 Demon Gorge would be even denser and more suffocating than outside, but when they actually stood at the narrow entrance, they sensed no evil at all. All they could sense was a sense of peace. But the word peace seemed strangely inappropriate when associated with the 10,000 Demon Gorge, a place that sealed tens of millions of demons. Junior senior sister? We come this far. Whether it's a dragon's den or a tiger's lair, we have to fight our way through to find out. Xia Ying also found it strange, but this didn't change her decision to enter the 10,000 Demons Gorge. She had already established one thing on the way here. The fragments of the heaven-fixing hairpin were mutually inductive. The closer the two fragments were, the stronger this induction became. The only two pieces of the heaven-fixing hairpin, she had now clearly told her. The third piece was in the 10,000 Demons Gorge. Xiaoying lowered her eyes in thought, then took out the Heavenly Secret Disc. The Heavenly Secret Disc had once been Saint Xuaning's natal magic weapon. After her death, the Heavenly Secret Disc recognized Ningxian as its master. After Ningxian's death, the Heavenly Secret Disc became ownerless and was reclaimed by Shuiyu. But the Heavenly Secret Disc was born with a spirit, capable of choosing its own suitable master. As a disciple and junior sister recognized by both Saint Xuaning and Ningxian, Xiaoying naturally became its third master. The Heavenly Secret Disc not only deduces destiny, but also absorbs half of each master's power. Thus, Xiaoying could fully mobilize the portion of the Heavenly Secret Disc's power belonging to Saint Xuaning and Ningxian. However, as she was only at the Golden Core stage, she could only mobilize a small portion. But even this small portion was sufficient for her to handle the current situation. Xiaoying placed her palm on the Heavenly Secret Disc, and soon a white light illuminated, enveloping her. When the white light dissipated, the Heavenly Secret Disc vanished, leaving only two thick strands of demonic energy in Xiaoying's hand. But these two demonic energies were extremely obedient, showing no desire to attack the two, for they belonged to Ningxian. Ningxian was close to the human race, and his demonic energy naturally felt a kinship with them as well. Entering the 10,000 Demons Gorge requires no prerequisites, but none of us know what the situation is like inside, so proper disguise is essential. Xiaoying injected two demonic energies into her and Ji Heyuan's wrists, respectively. Their auras instantly shifted. A faint demonic energy lingered throughout them, altering their human auras, while also obscuring their true cultivation. This is Ningxian's demonic energy. I can control it, so there's no need to worry about its effects on our bodies or minds. I reclaim it after we emerge from the 10,000 Demons Gorge. Junior sister, there's no need to explain so much. I will always have unconditional trust in all your decisions. So shall we go in now? Yes, let's go! The two of them simultaneously raised their feet, and stepped towards the entrance of the 10,000 Demons Gorge. The entrance sank inward like a soft marshmallow. The next second, space distorted for a moment, and their figures vanished without a trace. The air was filled with a damp, sticky scent. Xiaoying knew she had entered the true 10,000 Demons Gorge, but she could see nothing but pitch blackness. It felt like returning to that night in the Lingsangshan Shrine. Xiaoying tried to use the Mingzhao glazed lamp to illuminate the area, but found she had lost contact with it. Furthermore, Xiaoying discovered she had lost contact with the nether azure lotus flame Zhu Zhu. Even the Inin who had always resided in her mind, this was hardly a good sign at the moment. Xiaoying felt as if she were completely isolated in a closed space, alone in it. Just as she was considering whether to use brute force to break through this space, a tentacle suddenly wrapped around her waist and dragged her back with great force. The tentacle's strength was immense, and even Xiaoying couldn't budge it even a bit. With a dull thud, Xiaoying felt herself tied to a chair. The next second, 10 red lights suddenly descended from the void, one of which shone directly upon Xiaoying, its glare blinding her for a moment. Junior senior sister? Until Ji Heyuan's voice reached her from the side, Xiaoying finally adjusted to the glare. She gently shook her head at Ji Heyuan, signaling that she was fine, and began to survey her surroundings. But when she took in everything, she froze in place, her eyes filled with unconcealed surprise. Chapter 393. Each beam of red light enveloped a figure bound and immobilized by tentacles. 10 people sat in a circle. Besides her, Ji Heyuan, and Mu Chun, there were 5 strangers. From their attire, it was easy to tell that the 5 were demons native to the 10,000 Demon Gorge. But what truly astonished Xiaoying wasn't her current predicament, but the 10 chairs they were sitting on. Aren't those red plastic chairs only available on modern Earth? These are essential chairs for village banquets. But who could explain why such things appeared in the world of immortal cultivation, and even in the 10,000 Demon Gorge? Could it be that she had encountered a rift in space and time while entering the 10,000 Demon Gorge and had fallen through it and traveled back in time? No, absolutely not. Xiaoying immediately dismissed this absurd speculation that had suddenly arisen in her mind. Even if they were traveling through time, it was impossible for 10 people to do so simultaneously, and to arrive in such a bizarre scene. Moreover, the tentacles currently binding her couldn't be fake, they were organs only possessed by demons. Xiaoying also saw a hint of despair on the faces of the 5 demons across from her. It was clear they were familiar with the current situation. After calming down, Xiaoying quickly struck up a conversation with them. Brothers and sisters, what's going on? Is this still the 10,000 Demon Gorge? Of course it is. One of the strikingly beautiful demons glanced at Xiaoying, a flicker of understanding in her eyes. Are you new demon cultivators entering the 10,000 Demon Gorge? Yes, yes, yes. Xiang nodded rapidly. My junior brother and I just arrived here and don't know what's going on. Beautiful sister, can you tell me? I can only tell you that you've been deceived. This is no longer the Wanma Gorge of 10,000 years ago, where the myriad demons could do as they pleased and live at ease. I guarantee that becoming a demon cultivator and entering Wanma Gorge in an attempt to transform into a true demon would be the worst decision you ever made. Xiang and the others. ? Is it possible that Wanma Gorge, as a place where the myriad demons are sealed, simply doesn't have anything to do with the phrase do as you please, live at ease? So what exactly is our situation now? Perhaps because they were caught together and felt a sense of sympathy, or perhaps because Xia Ying's beautiful sister touched her, the beautiful female cultivator was willing to speak with them. We are the ones chosen by the Demon Lord to enter the game. Xia Ying. ? She understood every word, but why did the combination of the two make her even more confused? Demon Lord? Game? Oh, right. You forgot your demon cultivators from the outside world, unaware of the true situation of our demon clan. Our demon clan has always had a demon lord. Born from heaven and earth, the demon lord lives as long as heaven and earth. All of us demons are the demon lord's children. But unfortunately, the demon lord doesn't love her children. More than that, in the demon lord's eyes, we're just puppets for her amusement. She had never had the chance to say these words to anyone before, but now that the beautiful witch had opened her mouth, she unknowingly said more. The other demon cultivators would occasionally express their opinions, and the atmosphere inexplicably became lively. Anyway, you're incredibly unlucky to have come to 10,000 Demon Gorge. Xiang, I know we're unlucky, but could you, beautiful sister, explain more specifically what you mean by the game you're talking about? Is it about playing something with the Demon Lord, or is it actually some kind of mission that must be completed? Neither. The beautiful witch shook her head. We don't actually know what the Demon Lord's game is. According to those who have survived the game, every game the Demon Lord starts is different, so their experience is of no help to us. Because of her special birth, the Demon Lord possesses the ability to tear through space to travel to other worlds. Before being imprisoned in 10,000 Demon Gorge, she traveled a world disguised as a human. He had been to a. The Demon Lord visited a world completely different from the world of Immortal Cultivation and developed a strong interest in many of its things. However, due to the constraints of different heavenly laws, he could not stay in other worlds for long. Perhaps that world is truly unique. After returning, the Demon Lord actually merged all the stories he had seen in his life with some of the things he learned from that world. He created one game after another in the 10,000 Demon Gorge. The Demon Lord dislikes playing games, but he finds pleasure in watching them unfold. Every month, he randomly captures 10 demons from the 10,000 Demon Gorge and forcibly sends them into the game. Those entering the 10,000 Demon Gorge for the first time will be selected. The Demon Lord was born from heaven and earth. Her power carries the constraints of heaven and earth's laws. These games are born from her power, so we can only follow her rules within the game. But once you enter the game, don't even think about leaving. Let's die together. He Qianshao finally couldn't sit still anymore after hearing this, and he asked hurriedly, but aren't you demons truly unkillable? If you weren't incapable of complete destruction, why would the Immortal Cultivation world go to such great lengths to seal you here? Of course, humans can't kill us. The beautiful witch glanced at him coldly. But the Demon Lord is different. All demons were born because of him. If he wanted us dead, it would be a thought. Everyone's faces darkened at that moment. Mu Chen, in particular, had always dreamed of cultivating to become the lord of 10,000 demons, ultimately bringing the entire cultivation world under his yoke. But now, he was told that the demons had always had a powerful master, and that he had been forced into a mortal danger upon entering 10,000 Demon Gorge. How could he accept this? But Xia Ying and Ji Heyuan clearly had more on their mind than the breakdown of Mu Chun and the other two. First, how should they respond to the game the witch had mentioned? Second, the question was about the Demon Lord. From the witch's description, this Demon Lord was clearly formidable, so powerful that no one in the current world of Immortal Cultivation could rival her. But how could such a powerful Demon Lord, completely absent from the world of Immortal Cultivation, even be sealed away in the dark 10,000 Demon Gorge? Could this really be plausible? Especially since Xia Ying came from another world, she had even more suspicions about this Demon Lord. However, before she could share her thoughts with Ji Heyuan, the expressions of the 5 demons across from her suddenly changed again, and then a pleasant voice echoed within this small space. Welcome everyone to my game. Chapter 394. It's the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord is here. The game is about to begin. The 5 demons shared a look of identical terror. Before anyone could even ask, that melodious voice rang out again. Oh my! 5 newcomers are joining us this time. I'm totally surprised. This story is going to be extra exciting. Everyone, are you ready? The game is about to begin. Actively search for clues. The game won't give out useless clues. Those who successfully complete the game will receive a reward. Those who fail will die. Now, the game begins. Accompanying this voice was a sudden, brightening red light. Everything they saw became a blanket of crimson, as if a blood mist had covered their eyes. An ominous, eerie aura permeated everyone's nerves. But beyond that, they felt no further discomfort. Everything happened in that instant. When Xiang opened her eyes again, she found everything around her different. Above her was a vast, clear, azure sky, the air thick with the sweet fragrance of flowers. She was dressed in silk and satin, with a pearl-flowered hairpin on her head, in a quiet and exquisite courtyard. Xiang tried to call Yin to no avail, and after attempting to mobilize her spiritual energy, which also failed, she gave up the futile effort. Since this was a game world constructed by the power of the Demon Lord was the undisputed creator of this world. Isn't it courting death to stubbornly resist the rules set by the creator instead of following them? Xiang understood the principle of bowing when it's time to do so. Moreover, the suppression of her own spiritual power within this playground bore a striking resemblance to the suppression she had felt upon entering the confinement cliff. Although she had only recently entered the 10,000 demon gorge and knew very little about the demons, Xiang still felt a strange sense of ulterior motive behind their imprisonment there. But now was clearly not the time to dwell on this question. The most urgent task was to understand what game was taking place within this playground, its rules, and how to pass it. Xiang cast aside all thoughts of the Demon Lord and the world of immortal cultivation, and began diligently searching for clues. The courtyard was small. Aside from a few floral ornaments, rockery, and flowing water, it was easily visible at a glance. Still, Xiang searched the courtyard thoroughly. But not only did she find nothing, she was also exhausted. This body was so weak that she gasped uncontrollably if she walked even slightly too fast. In the end, Xiang only found a small, exquisite, empty birdcage in the corridor. 3 small characters were engraved on the birdcage: golden wire cage. The cage hung high, too high for Xiang to remove with her current abilities. So, after a brief glance, she decisively turned and pushed the door open to enter the room. It was a boudoir of a classically elegant lady, a step-down bed, a pink gauze curtain, a diamond-shaped mirror, and a variety of exquisitely crafted pearl hairpins and rouge and powder. Xiang searched the room again, following her previous steps. Finally, she found a long-rolled, yellowed piece of paper on top of the bed curtain. She slowly unrolled it, and quickly scanned the information on it. Welcome to the game Flowers and Full Moon. Years ago, the world was in turmoil, with wars raging everywhere. The people were displaced, and in constant danger of their future. The first Emperor Jing suddenly emerged, leading his army to quell the unrest and ultimately establishing the Kingdom of Jing, known in history as the Jingyang Dynasty. It is the 323rd year of the Jingyang Dynasty. You are Zhao Wuyo, the 10th daughter of the Jing Kingdom's Shangshu Mansion, 14 years old. The opening is a brief introduction to the current situation and Xie Ying's current status. After quickly scanning this information, Xie Ying's gaze subconsciously continued downward, but then her gaze fixed. Miss Zhao's Code of Conduct. 1. As a daughter of the Zhao family, you must abide by the 3 obediences and 4 virtues, and strive to be the model of the noble lady your family aspires to be. 2. A qualified noble lady's every move must be dignified and elegant. You must not transgress any of these rules. 3. Beautiful appearance is an essential quality for a daughter of the Zhao family. Please ensure that you are beautiful at all times. A woman who loses her beauty is no longer a daughter of the Zhao family. 4. To maintain her beauty, you can pay any price. 5. Please unconditionally comply with any arrangements made by the family. This will make your life at home better. 6. Your name is a personal identifier and is extremely important. Please remember your name and never discard it. The moment Xiang read these rules, she understood the mechanics of the game Flowers and Full Moon. It was a game of strange rules. As long as you follow the rules and don't violate the death penalty, nothing will happen. As expected, the Demon Lord had been to Earth and had been exposed to many modern things, so her game world featured red plastic stools, strange rules, and other things that were incompatible with the world of immortal cultivation. But it didn't matter. These were certain death for the demons of One Mall Gorge, but not for her. As long as there were enough clues, Xia Ying was confident she could leave this game alive. Based on her knowledge of rule-based ghost story games, there must be more than one set of rules in this vast Zhao mansion. This set of rules was specific to Zhao's daughter, so there must be general rules for other identities, for the Zhao mansion, and for the entire Flowers and Full Moon game. Taking advantage of her free time, Xia Ying planned to explore the Zhao mansion to see if she could gather more rules. Having made up her mind, she quickly stood up. Just as she was about to keep the rules for Zhao's daughter safe, the paper suddenly ignited without fire and vanished in an instant. Xia Ying pursed her lips and stared at it for a long moment, then curled her lips slightly and walked out. The Demon Lord certainly didn't want them to have an easy time. But it didn't matter. The original owner was extremely intelligent and had a photographic memory, and she had inherited this ability. Those rules had long been etched in her mind, never to be forgotten. Xia Ying opened the door and headed out, intending to explore the Zhao family's grounds. Unexpectedly, as soon as she opened the gate, a pretty maid approached her and saluted. "Your servant Chutao greets the 10th young lady. Are you thinking of leaving?" It was a perfectly normal statement, yet Xia Ying discerned something unusual. Though Chuntao's every gesture towards her was respectful, something was amiss in her eyes. There was no proper respect for a young lady, only greed. It was as if she were looking at some delicious food. Blinded by the power of the Demon Lord, NPC Chutao naturally didn't notice that the woman before her didn't resemble the 10th young lady she imagined. In her eyes, Xia Ying was Zhao Wuyo, the 10th young lady of the Zhao family. She simply instinctively sensed that the 10th young lady's gaze towards her today was different from before. But Miss 10's blood was so delicious that she could no longer resist the temptation after tasting it last time. So she couldn't wait to ask. Chapter 395. Madam has had the nanny set the hours for the young lady to leave the house. The 10th young lady can only leave for half an hour during the sea hour, and there's still a quarter of an hour until that time. Chun Tao spoke to herself, swallowing hard as her eyes passed over Xia Ying's slender, fair neck. As the 10th young lady's personal maid, I have the duty to supervise her. Logically, I shouldn't let her out without her permission. But if the young lady is willing to give me some benefits as she has before, I will naturally keep her secret and turn a blind eye. No need. I just opened the door to see if you were there. Since this is a rule set by Mother and the nanny, I won't break it. I wait until the sea hour before leaving. Xia Ying flatly rejected Chun Tao's suggestion and turned back to the courtyard. The lust for flesh and blood was so obvious in Chun Tao's eyes that only a fool would believe her. Rule 5 of the Zhao family's code of conduct. Please unconditionally comply with any family arrangements. This will improve your life at home. As the mistress of the Zhao family, Madame Zhao's demands on her daughter, Zhao Wuyo, naturally constituted family arrangements. While this rule wasn't a death penalty, Xia Ying wasn't so bored as to insist on for no apparent reason. It's only a quarter of an hour, just wait. Xia Ying didn't know if this was a deliberate setting by the Demon Lord or simply the nature of the story. A daughter of a distinguished minister, simply moving about in her own home, was being monitored by a personal maid. Isn't this truly outrageous? Chun Tao hadn't expected that the 10th miss, who always found various excuses to leave, would actually reject her deal today. Her gaze towards Xia Ying was filled with resentment. But Xia Ying hadn't left the courtyard and hadn't broken any rules, so Chun Tao, who was also bound by those rules, couldn't initiate any attacks. Once Xia Ying returned, she used the incense clock in the room to estimate the time. As soon as the hour of C arrived, she left. This time, Chun Tao didn't stop her or say much, simply quietly following Xia Ying. Xia Ying's intuition told her that Chun Tao must be a very important NPC. Hence, she had already decided to try to get some clues from Chun Tao. She deliberately slowed her pace, hiding in her palm a pearl she had previously removed from the hairpin. Chun Tao, do you know where my sisters are? Madam has assigned different lessons to each young lady. Miss 5 should be learning the piano in the piano room right now, and Miss 9 should be learning flower arrangement in the flower room. They're nearby. If you're free, you can go and observe. Madam would be delighted to know how diligent you are. What are the personalities of my sisters like? Each young lady is just like you, very gentle and virtuous. Miss 7 is particularly beautiful and unparalleled. She's the most beautiful woman in our Jing kingdom. But hasn't Miss 7 known all this? Why are you asking me? When the master asks, you simply answer. Who gives you the right to question the master? As she spoke, Xia Ying calmly tossed the pearl at Chun Tao's feet. Chun Tao, unnoticed, stepped on it and stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. In a flash, Xiaoying reached out to support her, quickly pulling a small purse from her waist and tucking it into her sleeve. Look at you. How can you even fall down while walking? If you're so careless, how can you serve me well even if you stay by my side? Xiaoying looked at Chun'ao with dissatisfaction, her tone full of reproach. If you continue to neglect your duties like this, I will report to mother and have you expelled. Young lady, spare my life. Chun'ao, initially feeling only slightly aggrieved, suddenly became terrified when she heard Xiaoying was going to report to Madame Zhao and have her expelled. She fell to her knees and begged for mercy. I will serve you wholeheartedly from now on. Please don't report to Madame. Okay, I'm the kindest person. Xiaoying agreed readily, but then changed her tone. But since you're guilty, you can escape the death penalty, but you can't escape the punishment of life. I will punish you by making you kneel here for a full hour. Yes, your servant, young lady Xiesher. Chun'ao prostrated herself on the ground and bowed deeply to Xiaoying, but the resentment in her eyes only grew stronger. Xiaoying didn't care what an NPC thought. She hadn't just taken the opportunity to steal something from Chun'ao, she also wanted to verify Miss Zhao's status within the mansion. It proved that the master was the master. Unless the master clearly violated the rules, Chun'ao, as a servant, could not only not fight her, but could only accept her punishment. Xiaoying was very satisfied with this. Even though this was a role-playing game, she didn't want to be the punching bag. After successfully shaking off Chun'ao's spy, Xiaoying opened the purse she had conveniently taken. As she expected, the purse contained only a thin piece of paper, and on it were the new rules. The Zhao Mansion Survival Rules. 1. The master and madam hold the greatest authority, their orders must never be disobeyed. 2. The Zhao Mansion has a strict hierarchy, servants must unconditionally obey all orders from their masters, and must not disobey. 3. Everyone must monitor the actions of every young lady in the mansion. If they discover any violation of the rules, they must immediately contact the maid and inform the madam. These 3 short rules convey a very clear message. First, the young ladies of the Zhao family undoubtedly hold a higher status than the servants. However, due to certain stringent requirements imposed by Master and Madame Zhao on their daughters, the servants in the Zhao mansion have the power to monitor the young ladies. As for the so-called maid, she likely served as Madame Yao's eyes and ears. In summary, the Zhao couple holds a higher status than Miss Zhao, and higher than all the servants. So, as long as she doesn't violate the rules, Xiaoying, as the 10th Miss Zhao, actually has considerable room for maneuver. With this certainty, Xiaoying felt more at ease. Just as she was about to head to the nearby music room to meet her sisters, and see if she could glean any more clues, she saw a graceful figure approach from the flowers. Behind her was an excited maid, whose words drifted onto the wind and reached Xiaoying's ears. 7th Miss, Madam has said, a woman should be as still as a delicate flower reflecting in water, and as graceful as a willow swaying in the wind. 7th Miss's steps today were too big, they were truly inappropriate. Chapter 396. 7th Miss Zhao, Ji criticized as extremely indecent. What the hell is this place? Who is their 7th Miss? Are these people mentally and visually impaired? They can't even tell if he's a man or a woman? Thinking of this, Ji Yuan's expression darkened, and his steps quickened, oblivious to the maid behind him grinning ever wider, her red lips stretched to her ears. Only when they approached did Xiaoying see clearly that the 7th Miss was Ji Yuan, and that the maid bore the exact same features as Chun'ao. She acted decisively, taking small steps forward and softly scolding the maid before she could even reach out. Chun'ao, didn't I order you to kneel for a full hour and reflect on your actions? Well, you dare to disobey my orders? This time, I will report this to mother. Kneel down and apologize. The maid paused, her smile faltering. But due to Xiaoying's status as a young lady, she was forced to kneel down and explain. Miss 10th Miss, you misunderstood. I am Miss 7th Miss's personal maid, Chun Ge, not your sister Chun'ao. How could you mistake your own maid for your own? Later, a strange smile crossed Chun Ji's face. Could it be that Miss 10th can't even remember who her own maid is? However, Xiaoying wasn't buying it. She always remembered and adhered to the principle of young lady is superior to servant, maintaining a completely dignified demeanor. She glanced with her almond-shaped eyes, and snorted coldly. Just a servant, is it worth my bothering to remember her? You look exactly like your sister, and I mistakenly recognized her. Now you dare to blame me? It seems neither you nor Chun'ao have learned the rules well. Then, like your sister, kneel down here. Chun Ge looked at her 7th Miss for help, but Ji Yuan didn't understand her meaning at all, and even nodded in agreement. Chun Gu knelt down. She lowered her head in resentment. No wonder Madam is so strict with the 10th Mississippi. She's so willful and capricious, not even 1/10 as good as the other misses. If word got out, people would laugh at the Zhao family's poor parenting. Xiang, who had easily dealt with Ji Huyuan's tale, took his arm and walked towards the piano room. "Seventh sister, you're just too gentle and virtuous. That's why you're being bullied by a servant." Xie Ying's voice slowly faded into the wind as they retreated. After making sure no one was around, Ji Huyuan finally spoke. "Junior sister, what's going on? Your spiritual power. I'm the same as you. I lost all my spiritual power, and my physical strength is also very low. How could this happen?" Ji Huyuan's face was grim. It wasn't that he was afraid, but the feeling of being controlled by others was unbearable. He had been in the world of immortal cultivation for many years, and things like this were completely unheard of. Actually, this situation is somewhat similar to the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall. While the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall gave us the opportunity to reclaim our power, in this game, we are mortals, and can only be mortals. Xiang tried to explain the current situation to Ji Huyuan in the simplest terms possible. "By the way, Xiao He, haven't you got the clue to the identity rules yet?" "What are the clues to the rules of identity?" "Like this." Xiang unfolded the rules she had learned from Chun Tao to Ji Huyuan, then repeated Miss Zhao's code of conduct word for word. "My current identity is Miss Zhao Wuyo, the 10th Miss. The rules clearly state the importance of names to us. I assume this refers not only to our real names, but also to the names of the characters we play in the game of Flowers and Full Moon. You must find a way to find Miss Zhao Qi's name." "I understand." Ji Huyuan understood immediately. "However, when I opened my eyes, I was in a chess room. I didn't have time to search for clues to the rules. The female chess teacher insisted that I finish a game with her before leaving. As for what happened next, you saw it too. Well, let's not talk about that for now." Xiang pulled Ji Huyuan forward. "My situation is a little different from yours. I only have 1 hour of free time each day. In short, just remember not to trust anyone else in this game except me. Then, search for clues as much as possible and follow the rules. You won't have any major problems. Let's go to the piano room first to see if there are any clues." The two of them quickly arrived at the piano room. As they approached, they heard the melodious sound of a piano. The person who had assumed the identity of Miss Zhao Wu was none other than the beautiful witch who had kindly spoken to Xiang earlier. Not far behind her stood a servant, her eyes filled with malicious intent. With Chun Gu before her, Xiang wasn't even bothered to be surprised when she saw a face that looked exactly like Chun Gu and Chun Tao. Was the demon lord too lazy to waste energy creating more diverse NPCs, or was the servant NPC with this face inherently unique? There were too few clues to speculate on the correct answer, so Xiang chose not to think about it for now. She and Ji Huyuan stood outside the window until the song ended and the people inside emerged. The witch was clearly pleased to see the two men unharmed. She slowly approached them, but just as she was about to speak, she remembered Chun Yin, the maid who followed her closely, and swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. Seeing this, Xiang immediately resorted to her old trick, adopting a ladylike demeanor. "You served Fifth Sister for so long, how come you don't even have the slightest bit of tact? You don't even know how to greet us when you see us? I wonder where you learned all that etiquette." 10th Miss calmed down. "Your servant Chun Yin greets the two young ladies." This Chun Yin was noticeably more reserved than the previous two. After being scolded by Xiang, she didn't even bother to conceal her emotions and bowed indignantly. "Never mind. For Fifth Sister's sake, I let you off this time. I'm a little thirsty. Go give me a pot of hot tea." "But, what?" Xiang half smiled. "Are you going to disobey your master's orders?" Chun Yin was startled, then her expression changed rapidly, clearly having thought of something terrifying. She quickly replied, "I dare not. I go get tea for the young ladies." Chun Yin quickly bowed and was about to leave, but as she passed Xiang, she suddenly reached out and pushed her from behind. Chun Yin fell to the ground with a thud. "Oh my, how can you be so careless? Even walking is so careless. Hurry up." Xiang gently helped Chun Yin up, then, following her previous steps, snatched a purse from behind her waist and hid it in her sleeve. Chapter 397. Chun Yin glared at Xiang with hatred. She had just distinctly felt someone push her hard, and she knew it must have been the mischievous 10th young lady. But she had no evidence, and she couldn't question her master. "Chun Yin, you have such beautiful eyes. If you keep staring at me like that, I'm afraid I have them dug out and made into jewelry." Chun Yin froze, her gaze shifting from hatred to shock. Was that something a human could say? I helped you, and you won't thank me? Thank you, 10th young lady. I go get you some refreshments. Chunyin felt the 10th young lady's gaze was terrifying. She hurriedly thanked her and then ran away, as if a ghost was chasing her. The witch, who had witnessed the entire process, was speechless for a moment. After a long pause, she asked Ji Hyun, "Is she always like this?" "You get used to it." Ji Hyun acted as if nothing had happened. "Which, no. How can I get used to this? Which demon isn't cautious after entering the Demon Lord's game, clinging to life like a quail? But this female cultivator attacked right away. Is she truly fearless? You? Look at this." The witch had barely begun to speak when Xie Ing happily stepped forward. With a flick of her wrist, a small pouch appeared on her palm. The witch was stunned. "Where did you get it?" "Of course, I took it from Chunyin." Xie Ing raised her chin, a hint of pride between her brows. "My move is called the first move of the miraculous empty hand, stealing." Ji Hyun was surprised. "Junior sister, when did you learn this move?" "I learned it on my own when I had nothing better to do. Luckily, while the game took away my spiritual and physical strength, it couldn't take away the skills I learned through hard work." Which, indeed, I guess even the Demon Lord couldn't have imagined someone would steal clues from game residents, and so consistently accurate. Let's not talk about that. Take a look at this first. Xie Ing had a good impression of this witch and was happy to share her clues. After all, the Zhao family was so large, and Madame Zhao had restricted her time outside. It was clearly unrealistic for her, and Xiao He to find clues and clear the game alone. After all, she would rather cooperate with the demon than with Mukin and the other two. She pulled a piece of thin paper from her purse and, with a quick glance, confirmed it was identical to the one she found on Chuntao. She didn't hold back, placing 2 identical copies of the rules in front of the 2 of them, and quickly explaining her own judgment. "One is from Chunyin, and the other is from my maid Chuntao, but the contents are exactly the same. This means that everyone's personal maid carries a clue to the rules, and anyone who's brave enough can get it. Besides, I have another set of rules for us here. Would you like to hear it, beautiful sister? Would you like to tell me?" "Of course. After all, this is a clue about everyone's identity. Even if I don't tell you, you get it sooner or later with your skills. So why don't I give you a tip in advance?" Xie Ying's subtle flattery of someone truly pleased the witch, and her attitude towards Xie Ying became noticeably more cordial. "So you want to cooperate with me?" "Yes, this is a rule-based game. The more rules and clues we exchange, the greater our chances of passing. But I have one condition. If you cooperate with us, you can't cooperate with the other 3 people who entered the 10,000 Demon Gorge with us." Xie Ying bluntly pointed out their relationship. "I have a vendetta against them, and a reconcilable feud." "Understood. I agree to your terms. We cooperate." The witch readily agreed. "My name is Manjun." Xie Ying. Ji Hyun. The 3 of them quickly exchanged names, and Xie Ying recounted the rules she had originally received. Manjun quickly noticed something. "Xie Ying, you seem very familiar with the rules of this game? I stumbled upon something similar before. After all, those resurrection ads she's seen while playing those rule-based quirky games on her phone before she traveled through time weren't in vain. Death's made perfect." Manjun noticed Xie Ying's reservations, but she didn't question them. The 3 of them gathered together to carefully analyze the rules and clues they knew and tentatively decided on their next move. After finishing everything, Xie Ying glanced up at the sky. "It's getting late. I have to go back. We meet here tomorrow." With that, she hurried away. On her way back, she found Chungu and Chun Tao still kneeling obediently. But due to time constraints, Xie Ying had to give up the idea of teasing them for clues. Finally, she returned to Zhao Wuyo's courtyard on time. Just moments after Xie Ying sat down in her room, Chun Tao appeared silently outside. She had been punished to kneel for an hour. A normal person's legs would have been crippled by this punishment, but Chun Tao walked as if nothing had happened. There was no sign of any problem. She held an exquisite food box in her hand. Chun Tao placed the contents on the table one by one, and was about to leave with the box. But how could Xie Ying let her go so easily? "Wait. What are your orders, young lady? Have you been kneeling for a full hour?" Chun Tao clenched her fists. "Don't worry, young lady. This is your order. I won't get up until I knelt for a full hour. I didn't expect you to be so quick. You brought me food just after kneeling for an hour. Of course, I can't delay young lady's business." Chun Tao forced a smile. "If you have no other instructions, I take my leave. Put down the food box." "Why?" Chun Tao asked instinctively, but when she saw Xie Ying's smile, Her heart skipped a beat. Just follow my master's orders. When is it your turn to guess my thoughts? Are you also so unruly when you're speaking to your mother? Chutao, you haven't kneeled long enough. I dare not. If you don't dare, put your food down and leave. Yes. Chutao reluctantly put the food box down, her eyes growing more resentful. I take my leave. The food on the table emanated an enticing aroma, but Xiaoying had no desire to enjoy it. She carefully examined the food box and discovered a new rule inside the lid. This time, the rule was inscribed on the box, stroke by stroke. Chapter 398. Zhao Mansion Dining Rules. 1. 3 meals a day, each served at a fixed time. Breakfast at 5 a.m., lunch at 5 p.m., and dinner at 6 p.m. 2. To maintain a beautiful figure, young ladies may only eat once a day, and meals will be delivered to their boudoirs by their maids. 3. Please maintain a friendly relationship with your personal maids. Maids who appreciate you will proactively provide you with quality meals. 4. The Zhao Mansion's main kitchen provides fresh, quality meals daily, so you can enjoy them with confidence. I wish all young ladies a pleasant meal. Xiaoying, She fell silent as she gazed at the tableful of delicious food. Does Chutao like her? The answer is, of course, no. Damn it. Why couldn't these 4 rules have appeared sooner? If they had, she wouldn't have been so quick to punish Chutao. Currently, Chutao wouldn't even be interested. She'd probably want to tear me apart. Xiaoying was speechless. This weird game of rules is full of traps. Fortunately, while setting a trap, they also left a way out. These 4 rules weren't difficult to understand. First, the food provided by the Zhao Mansion's main kitchen at mealtime was absolutely fine. The only problem was with the maids who collected it. Second, the maids would deliver the food to the boudoirs, but there was no stipulation that the young ladies could only eat there, so sneaking into the main kitchen during mealtime was possible. Finally, while there were many loopholes in these 4 rules, they were useless to her. After all, she still had the hidden rule from Madame Zhao that she could only leave the house for 1 hour each day. She didn't know what character design she had been assigned, but today, she saw that Xiao He and Man Jun didn't seem to be restricted in their behavior. Why was she the only one to receive such a disguised house arrest? Alas. Xiaoying sighed deeply. One always has to pay a price for their momentary pleasure, and hunger was the price she had to pay today. Xiaoying quickly called Chutao over to clear the food away. Chutao was clearly displeased when she saw the untouched food on the table, but she tactfully avoided challenging Xiaoying's authority as a young lady. Instead, she quietly cleaned up everything and gently closed the door. The room suddenly became incredibly quiet. Xiaoying leaned back on the chaise longue, sorting out the clues she had gathered over the past half-day, when she felt a sudden wave of sleepiness. She had a feeling it was wrong, but she couldn't resist it at all. Soon, she closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep on the chaise longue. Finally, she was awakened by hunger. A day without food had caused her stomach to protest, and waves of cramps and pain forced her from her slumber. Xiaoying didn't know how long she slept, but now it was completely dark outside. There were no lights in the room, only pale moonlight streaming in through the window, adding an unnaturally chilly air. Instinct told her something was amiss. She rolled over and sat up, but froze as she touched the desk beside her. Dust? How could there be dust? Even if Chutao resented her for not cleaning her room, there was no way such a thick layer of dust could have accumulated in such a short time. Xiaoying struggled to adjust to the dimming, and then she began to notice more irregularities. Spider webs covering nearly the entire room, fallen and shabby furniture scattered about, and a pervasive smell of decay. She felt as if she'd been thrown from her luxurious and comfortable boudoir into a dilapidated, decaying house in her sleep. But from the familiar furniture, Xiaoying could be sure this was her room. Or perhaps, more accurately, Zhao Wuyo's room. Xiaoying quickly reacted, searching for clues, but the moment she stood up, she discovered her strength had returned. Although her spiritual power was still sealed and unusable, the iron bones and immense strength forged through daily training had truly returned to her. If she ignored the occasional stomach cramps, Xiaoying felt she could easily take on 100 people. This naturally gave her more confidence. After searching the room unsuccessfully, she quickly turned her attention outside. Just then, a subtle rustling sound came from outside the door. It wasn't loud, but it was particularly noticeable in the complete silence of the night. Xiaoying flung the door open with a swish, without hesitation or fear. The horrific scenes typical of traditional dramas never materialized. All that lay before her was a deserted courtyard and, above the vast sky, a massive blood-red moon that dominated the entire day. The moon was a striking crimson, yet the light it cast was an utterly pale white. The two colors continuously cut across the scene, and the already eerie atmosphere gradually grew more eerie. Xiang stood still, motionless. Under her silent gaze, the pale moonlight slowly solidified, finally transforming into small, delicate characters. Zhao Mansion Safety Rules. 1. Believe that your parents will always love you. You can seek their protection at any time, in any danger. 2. Never question your parents' love for you. Love can be demanding, but in this family, only love can keep you alive. 3. Home is perfectly safe during the day. No matter what you do wrong, your loving parents will forgive you. All sins will be judged at night. 4. Do not disobey your parents, keeping them happy will benefit you. 5. Home is not safe at night. Please do not leave your room. 6. Do not open the door. 7. Do not look back. The moment Xiang finished reading the last punctuation mark, a chilling wind blew from behind her, and a cold, dangerous aura enveloped her. Then, a twisted, pale hand gently rested on her shoulder. Chapter 399. Hee. Let's play together. A voice came from behind her, someone she couldn't tell whether it was Chuntao, Chunj, or Chun Yin. They all looked and sounded the same, so Xiang couldn't tell them apart, so she treated them all the same as Chuntao. She watched as the hand on her shoulder tightened its grip, and the chilling wind behind her grew stronger. Xiang took a deep breath, gathered her fists, spun around, and swung forward. You play tricks, I beat you to death. She couldn't turn back, but she didn't say she couldn't turn around. She didn't even see what was playing tricks behind her before she punched it away, leaving only a shadow. The air suddenly fell silent. When Xiang turned again, the rules of the moonlight had vanished. The moment she looked up, a head covered in blood suddenly fell, striking her face head-on. Xiang's expression remained expressionless. She clenched her fists and delivered another punch, sending the head flying. But soon after the head was knocked away, more heads suddenly appeared out of thin air around Xiang. They all bore Chuntao's face, and their expressions were filled with malice as they looked at Xiang. One of the heads even rolled to her feet and, taking advantage of her unpreparedness, bit her ankle. However, the head didn't taste the sweet flesh and blood it had imagined, for its teeth had been shattered. It opened its mouth, looked up in surprise, and then met Xiang's smiling face. Is it delicious? Didn't your mother teach you not to eat street food? Look, your teeth are all gone. Ha ha ha. The head, It felt deeply insulted, and it sensed that the woman was extremely evil and a tough nut to crack, so its first reaction was to flee. It was just a small toy that had been delivered to her door, so how could Xiang let it go so easily? Seeing the head about to escape, she grabbed its hair and twisted it into a twist in the air, then held it in her hand. It feels really good. Miss, have you seen my head? Xiang was happily twisting it when a sinister voice suddenly rang out from the distance. She looked in the direction of the sound, and saw 10 headless female corpses suddenly appear in the yard. Even though they had no heads, they still made sounds, and could even pinpoint Xiang's location. Blood gushed from their necks like water from a faucet, quickly staining the ground a bright red. The blood that flowed to the ground seemed to possess a mind of its own. It flowed towards Xiang like a thief, and then a bloody hand emerged from the bloody water and grabbed her fiercely. TSK. Xiang sighed softly, her disdain evident. Just as the bloody hand made a move, Xiang raised her foot and stomped down hard. With a crack, the bloody hand broke. I didn't hear what you just said. Say it again. Silence, a deep silence beneath the boundless moonlight. But the stubborn female corpse still spoke with a smile. Miss, have you seen my head? Can you help me find it? If you can't find it, can you give me yours? Okay. Xiang curled her lips into a smile. You want a head, right? I give it to you. She kicked a head out of the air, and it landed squarely on the corpse's head. As she spoke, Xiang swooped in front of the corpse and gathered all the heads in her grasp. Oops, I think I found the wrong head. This isn't yours. With a crack, the head that had just been placed was ripped off by Xiang's bare hands and replaced with another. Let me give you a replacement. But this one doesn't look like it either. This one doesn't look like it either. Xiang held all the heads in her hands, a sweet smile on her face, patiently breaking them apart and replacing them. She was the only living person present, yet her actions filled all the inhuman monsters with a sense of fear. How could things have turned out like this? Isn't this their slaughterhouse? Who is the murderous, cannibalistic monster? Enough, enough. The corpse cried out, unable to bear it any longer. I don't want my head anymore. I don't want it anymore. Don't try again. That won't do. How can a person be headless? Don't worry, I find you a suitable head. The corpse remained silent, trembling. She considered resisting, but the result was that Xia Ying, still smiling, pinned her to the ground and hammered her until she was powerless to fight back. Ultimately, Xia Ying, with her own perversion and strength, completely subdued the group of headless female corpses. 1 person and 10 corpses wandered the vast yet deserted Zhao mansion. Xia Ying walked at the front, holding 5 human heads in each hand. In her hands, the heads were no longer heads, but powerful, self-defeating meteor hammers. Behind her stood 10 neatly arranged headless female corpses. If any other foolish monsters appeared along the way, Xia Ying wouldn't have to intervene. The group of headless female corpses would rush forward and devour them. This game was supposed to be terrifying and eerie, but Xia Ying seemed poised to become the monster leader. Her entire being, right down to her hair, exuded an aura of Big Boss. She also roughly determined the headless female corpse's strength and level in the game through observation. Although the Zhao Mansion safety rules prohibited leaving the house at night, the corresponding danger to these rules likely referred to the group of female corpses and human heads that now served as her followers. As long as one's own strength was strong enough to defeat these monsters, the danger posed by them would naturally cease to exist. However, Xia Ying also understood that tonight's situation had been resolved so smoothly because she was a physical cultivator. Even after losing her spiritual power, she still had the strength to deal with unexpected dangers. If she had still been the delicate woman she was during the day, panting after every 2 steps, she would have undoubtedly died tonight. How much longer? Xia Ying withdrew her thoughts and glanced at the female corpse behind her. Young lady, the kitchen is just around the corner. Throughout the Zhao mansion, except for the main courtyard where the master and mistress live, we're not allowed to enter. We clear the way for you wherever you want to go. The corpse shuddered subconsciously, then scurried forward. Strangely, despite the headless corpse, Xia Ying could still detect a hint of flattery in it. As expected, no matter the time or the place, only fists hold sway. Then why are you still saying all this? Lead the way. Chapter 400. Xia Ying spent an entire night exploring the entire Zhao mansion, save for the main courtyard. Unfortunately, beyond the initial set of rules, she found no further useful rules. If the Zhao mansion at night wasn't just about this one set of rules, then it could only be in the main courtyard of Master Zhao and his wife. According to the headless female corpse, Master Zhao was the only male in the mansion. The other servants were all young maids, with Madame Zhao being the only one who served. Only an elderly nanny attended to Madame Zhao. Master Zhao, over 50 years old and holding the high position of Shangshu, had only 10 daughters and no son to inherit the family business. Most importantly, of the 10 daughters, only the youngest, Zhao Wuyo, was Madame Zhao's biological daughter. The remaining 9 were born to concubines. However, the daughters born to the 9 concubines were exceptionally talented, frequently receiving praise from Master Zhao and the people of Jing. Zhao Wuyo, however, was remarkably mischievous, constantly engaging in unconventional behavior, and even becoming involved with opera singers from the Pear Garden. In terms of appearance, Zhao Wuyo couldn't compare to the 7th young lady. In terms of virtuousness, thoughtfulness, and talents like music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, Zhao Wuyo couldn't match any of her sisters. Madame Zhao was furious at her lack of ambition, and this was why she treated Zhao Wuyo with exceptional severity. This finally explained why Zhao Wuyo only had 1 hour of free time each day. Xia Ying wasn't sure yet whether the game's requirements were consistent for everyone, but from all the information she had gathered, Zhao Wuyo's personal storyline held great potential for exploration. Although she hadn't met the other young ladies of the Zhao family yet, there were 10 young ladies in the Zhao family, and exactly 10 had been chosen to participate in the game. Therefore, it wasn't difficult to surmise that each of them corresponded to one of these 10 young ladies. Therefore, she felt that the game Auspicious Flowers and Full Moon was likely a way to complete the game on a personal level. She could share all the clues with Ji Heyuan and Man Jun, but the stories and clues for their respective personal lines would have to be discovered by them on their own. As for how her own personal story would unfold, Xia Ying also had an idea. After touring the Zhao mansion and memorizing the route map, she returned directly to Zhao Wuyo's courtyard. After confirming that Xia Ying had no further instructions, the group of headless female corpses lined up to take their heads from her hands and then fled, disappearing into the night in the blink of an eye. Xia Ying, already sleepless, sat on the dusty chaise long gone, quietly waiting for dawn. Until the first rays of sunlight pierced the darkness and fell upon the mansion, everything inside transformed in an instant. This desolate and dilapidated haunted house regained its former splendor and elegance the moment the sun rose. The moment the sun appeared, she'd lost her strength again, and a deep sense of exhaustion overtook her. If it weren't for the bloodstains on her body reminding her of what had happened, Xie Ying would have thought last night's experience was just a bizarre dream. The entire experience of the day and night can be summed up in 2 words. During the day, the Zhao residence is safe, with no fatal bloodshed. However, due to the limitations of her character, she becomes a truly fragile young lady, unable to carry anything. At night, she can return to her true body, but the Zhao residence also hides numerous dangers that may not be manageable. Everywhere is filled with danger, yet every path to survival remains open. Whether she survives depends entirely on herself. The moment the room returned to normal, Xie Ying opened Zhao Weio's wardrobe, changed out of her bloodstained clothes, and reapplied her makeup. Miss Zhao's Code of Conduct, Rule 3. Beautiful appearance is a must-have quality for a Zhao daughter. You must ensure you are beautiful at all times. A woman without beauty is no longer a Zhao daughter. It is known that the Zhao couple deeply love their daughter, so no matter what mistake she makes during the day, they will forgive her. Only when night falls, and they have completely transformed into monsters, will they begin to settle accounts with her past. Even so, her identity, as a Zhao daughter, remains a life-saving trump card. Because Rule 1 of the Zhao Mansion Safety Code, believe that your parents will always love you. You can seek their protection at any time, in any place, and in any danger. But if you lose your identity as a Zhao daughter, you will lose all your protection in this game. At that point, even Xie Ying cannot guarantee a 100% chance of success. Xie Ying moves swiftly, tidying herself up in a matter of moments. The youthful spirit and charming demeanor only enhanced her beauty. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. A knock on the door sounded just then. With Xie Ying's permission, Chun Tao cautiously opened it, fearing she might accidentally offend the 10th young lady and be punished. Miss, Madam has sent a message asking you to go to the flower room at 3 p.m. to select new flowers and canaries. Understood. Take these dirty clothes and wash them. As you command. Chun Tao wanted to inquire about the bloodstains on her clothes, but her body quickly picked up the clothes from the floor before her mind could. Before she could speak again, Xie Ying issued another order. After you wash the clothes, go to the main courtyard and ask Mother to come over. I have something important to discuss with her. Yes, I understand. I take my leave. Xie Ying glanced at Chun Tao's retreating figure, pleased with her current obedience. Although Chun Tao had no recollection of the night's events during the day, Xie Ying could tell from her subconscious movements that she had been completely won over. And now her priority was no longer to continue searching for clues, but to conquer Madame Zhao.